Crushed to death. Swiped to death. Slapped to death. Bitten to death. This was extremely common and normal, now. Regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners, right now in Funlai City, life was a very fragile thing. And so, one noble and commoner after another died. Funlai City was a scene of utter catastrophe. And the place where the slaughter was the most ferocious was the area around the Radiant Temple. On the massive plaza in front of the Radiant Temple, the mighty knights of the Radiant Temple as well as the executors of the ecclesiastical tribunal were engaged in ferocious battle against the magical beasts. The defense here was the stiffest, and so even more magical beasts congregated here as well. Linley and Bibi were in a corner of the Radiant Temple plaza, but the two of them were very safe. This was because, given their current strength, they had nothing to fear as long as a Saint-level combatant didn't come attack them. And right now, all the Saint-level combatants were in the skies above the Radiant Temple. "Boss, there's so many Saint-level magical beasts." Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley looked up again at the Saint-level magical beasts in the air above the Radiant Temple. Linley hadn't expected that at a critical moment such as this, the Radiant Church was able to mobilize 7 Saint-level combatants within Funlai City. The Saint-level combatants which the Radiant Church officially acknowledges having can be counted on one hand. In truth, it has many powerful combatants lying hidden. This is just the holy capital, yet they already have 7 Saint-level combatants. Most likely the total number of Saint-level combatants within the Holy Union is a good deal higher. Linley finally had an idea of what the highest levels of power within the continent were like. The aura of a Saint-level combatant was enough to cause dread in lesser individuals. Any of the 7 Saint-level humans in the air above could easily kill Linley, as though Linley were nothing but an ant. But right now, those 7 Saint-level humans were at a definite disadvantage. Magical beasts were naturally more powerful than humans. For ordinary magical beasts, immediately upon reaching the Saint level, despite being early-stage Saint-level magical beasts, generally only middle-stage Saint-level human combatants would be a match for them. For those particularly powerful magical beasts which reach the Saint level, such as an armored razorback WYRM, or a tyrant WYRM, or a 9-headed serpent emperor, immediately upon reaching the Saint level, they could only be matched by a peak-stage human Saint-level combatant. And right now, over 10 Saint-level magical beasts stood in mid-air, and amongst them were a bloody-eyed maned lion, a tyrant WYRM, a violet-eyed goldfur ape, and other incredibly strong Saint-level magical beasts. Any one of them was capable of fighting with the Holy Emperor head-to-head. What was even more amazing was that in front of these magical beasts, there was the devilish young man. "Are you a human, or are you?" Haydn stared at that devilish young man. The devilish young man glanced coldly at Haydn's. "A human? How could I be a pathetic human? Humans are nothing more than food to us magical beasts." The devilish young man's words were loaded with absolute contempt. Even when looking at Haydn's, he was filled with nothing but utter contempt. "Ha, if our almighty king wished to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping over his hands. He's giving you guys face. You'd best accept it." "Ha," that violet-eyed goldfur ape shouted loudly with laughter. The expression on Haydn's face changed dramatically, and so did the faces of the 6 Saint-level combatants behind him. A magical beast that could take human form. What sort of power was this? Could it be that yet another deity-level combatant has appeared on the Yulan continent? An invincible entity? Haydn's felt extremely sour. In the past, there had only been 3 individuals who had stood at the very peak of power in the Yulan continent: the war god of the O'Brien Empire, the high priest of the Yulan Empire, and the king of the Forest of Darkness. Haydn's didn't imagine that the mountain range of magical beasts would suddenly produce its own king, who was able to take human form as well. Broke through the saint level to reach the deity level. A deity-level magical beast. This, Haydn's knew very well how terrifying a deity-level magical beast was. To this king, killing these 7 human saint-level combatants would be like child's play. Haydn's instantly made his decision. They had to retreat. Right now, preserving as much power as remained to the Radiant Church was the most important thing of all. If it lost 7 saint-level combatants, the Radiant Church's power would drop by at least a large half, and its status would drop as well. A deity-level magical beast. How could a deity-level magical beast appear out of nowhere? Haydn's cursed to himself. He had no idea that this deity-level magical beast had been accidentally released by Linley from within the Foggy Valley. And as it just so happened, when this deity-level magical beast had implemented the plan he had been formulating for over half a year, he had accidentally saved Linley. Fate truly was a strange thing. Mighty king of magical beasts, I am the Holy Emperor Haydn's. Might I ask what you wish of me? Haydn's decided to submit. The devilish young man smiled and nodded. Your name is Haydn's? Very well. What you need to do is lead your people and flee to the north. The magical beasts of my mountain range of magical beasts will also continue to expand to the north. When the day comes that my magical beasts feel they have enough territory, they will stop expanding. Haydn's heart was filled with fury. What sort of offer was this? When they felt they had enough territory, they would stop expanding? Don't worry. We won't take over all of the territory belonging to your Holy Union. At most, we'll take half. Right, as of right now, the holy capital of the Cult of Shadows has been destroyed by us as well. The devilish young man said casually. The holy capital of the Cult of Shadows? Haydn's and the other 6 saint-level combatants were all startled. Could it be that the magical beasts of the mountain range of magical beasts had launched simultaneous attacks against both the Radiant Church as well as the Cult of Shadows? This was too insane. They knew that the magical beasts in the mountain range of magical beasts were quite numerous, and there were quite a few saint-level magical beasts there as well. But they hadn't imagined there would be enough to launch simultaneous assaults against 2 major powers. You can beat it now. Oh, and there's one more thing I can tell you. My name is Dylan. The devilish young man said casually. Hearing the conversation going on up above, Linley was totally stunned. Clearly, this horde of magical beasts wasn't just attacking Funlai City, it was attacking the entirety of both the Holy Union and the Dark Alliance. And judging from what the devilish young man was saying, they intended to take over half of the territory of both the Holy Union and the Dark Alliance. Then it seems the 12 kingdoms and 32 duchies to the west of the mountain range of magical beasts are going to plunge into disaster. Linley felt terrified. The king of the mountain range of magical beasts, Dylan? Linley firmly imprinted this name, Dylan, into his memory. After having quietly listened for a while, Linley stealthily made his way through the crowds and departed, heading to his own residence at high speed. This was because he had left a number of things back at his manor. Pull! A powerfully built windwolf noticed Linley and immediately lunged at him. Swish! A flash of violet light. Linley didn't even pause or slow down, but that powerful windwolf suddenly split in half, staining the ground with its blood. On the road back to his manor, Linley saw that the streets had become avenues of death and destruction. There were magical beasts everywhere. But by the time Linley reached the intersection between the Fragrant Pavilion Road and the Greenleaf Road, Linley saw a squad of troops numbering 30-something strong. Wherever the squad went, the magical beasts were unable to block them. Boss Yale? Linley suddenly saw that Yale was bound on the back of a powerful warhorse. Second bro and fourth bro are here as well. Only, they are riding their horses. Father, let me go, let me go. Let me go save third bro. The Radiant Temple has already been demolished. This is our best chance to save him. Tied up and bound, Yale continued to shout loudly from his position on the back of the warhorse. The person actually riding the warhorse was an extremely powerful-looking red-haired man. The feeling he gave Linley was that he wasn't weaker than Kaiser at all. Shut your mouth. Riding in the center of this convoy was an extremely fat man, who was wielding a giant battle axe in his hands. It danced like a vicious blur in his hands, clearly possessing tremendous power. Father? Is that the chairman of the Dawson conglomerate? Linley secretly mused. With a few leaps, Linley reached the convoy in seconds. Boss Yale, Reynolds, George. Linley shouted loudly. Yale, who was in the middle of shouting, was startled, and he couldn't help but turn to look. Reynolds and George, who had been maintaining their silence while riding, turned to look as well. Seeing the blood-splattered Linley, and that familiar-looking little shadow mouse, BB, on his shoulders, the eyes of all 3 of them turned instantly red. Third bro. All 3 of them cried out in joyful unison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 7, Fleeing in Panic. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 7, Fleeing in Panic. When the chairman of the Dawson conglomerate, Monroe Dawson, saw what was going on, he immediately ordered, "Halt." In unison, all of the riders immediately pulled sharply on their horses' reins. The horses rose high in the air on their hooves, then came down and halted. Release the young master. Monroe Dawson instructed. The red-haired warrior of the 9th rank in charge of Yale's protection and escort waved his hands, and the ropes covering Yale instantly split apart. Yale immediately jumped down from the horse. As for George and Reynolds, they had jumped down long ago already. Third bro, are you okay? Reynolds was so excited that his eyes were red. Third bro, this is wonderful. I knew you would be fine. Yale said excitedly. George didn't say anything at all, just thumping Linley on the chest. Third bro, let's go. Leave Finlay City with us. Yale immediately said, and Monroe Dawson also spoke out now. This would be Linley, right? Come along with us. As long as we aren't attacked by a Saint-level combatant, our safety should not be a problem at all. Monroe Dawson desired very much to have Linley be a member of the Dawson conglomerate. What the Dawson conglomerate lacked the most was Saint-level combatants. No need. I have some affairs to settle. Boss Yale, second bro, fourth bro, you leave first. Linley shook his head. Third bro, are you actually going to? Yale shouted in shock. Yale already guessed at what Linley was planning. Linley nodded. Right. Clade. Had to die. Last time, he failed because of the Saint-level Fate Guard, but Linley believed that, given it was already extremely rare for a ruler of a kingdom to possess a single Fate Guard, there was no way that Clade could be in possession of a second one. Right now, the Saint-level combatants of the Radiant Temple were all focused on saving their own skins. It was highly unlikely that they would care about protecting a king at this point. Boss Yale, you can leave now. I'll go find you all later. Linley said. There's too many magical beasts here this time. I'm afraid that the Ernst Institute is going to be attacked as well, given its proximity to Finlay City. We won't be heading back to the Institute. After reaching a safe location, both Reynolds and George planned to go back to their own empires. As for me, I'll follow my father for now. Yale replied. George and Reynolds both nodded. Good. Then in the future, I'll go looking for you all. Boss Yale. Second bro, fourth bro, farewell. Linley stared longingly at his three good brothers, nodded heavily a single time, then turned and leapt in the opposite direction at high speed, traveling over 100 meters in 3 steps. Yale, Reynolds, and George all understood that seeing this third bro of theirs again in the future would be quite difficult. The three of them immediately mounted their horses. Go! The Dawson conglomerate's convoy headed out once more. This day, countless clans within the city of Finlay were on the brink of annihilation, and the Debs clan was no exception. The clan leader, Bernard, had been crushed to death by the violet-eyed Goldfur Apes Foot, along with the successor, Kalen. The other clan members didn't have any time to consider who the next clan leader should be, because immediately afterwards, they suffered an even greater loss. Magical beasts began attacking the Debs clan's manor. Guards, servants, maids, clan members, they all died, one after the other. The people of the Debs clan all went wild, grabbing what valuables they could get their hands on and fleeing in all directions. By now, nobody would think about helping others. Big Sister Alice, what should we do? Rolling was stunned. Alice was stunned at first as well, but now she recovered. Come with me. Alice immediately shouted. Alice was a magus of the 4th rank, after all, while Rolling was a warrior of the 4th rank. Considering their ages, this was actually quite impressive. But in a situation where magical beasts of the 5th rank were everywhere, they didn't have the ability to resist at all. Leading Rolling, Alice rushed into Kalen's room and grabbed 2 magic crystal cards from a drawer. Little sister Rolling, each of these 2 magic crystal cards have 100,000 gold coins in them. They'll be enough for us to survive on. We can go now. Alice handed Rolling one of the magic crystal cards, then they rushed out of the manor together. One of them was a magus, the other was a warrior. They were in fairly good physical condition, and were able to run quite agilely. Save me. Ah! A maid frantically ran past Alice and Rolling, while behind her a windwolf was in hot pursuit. The windwolf viciously charged directly to her, then snapped directly at her throat. Staring at Alice and Rolling, the maid's eyes were filled with the desire to keep living. But then, her eyes grew dim and faded. Rolling stood there, staring stupidly at the spectacle. Hurry, let's go. Alice pulled at Rolling's hands. To try and be benevolent right now was to court certain death. Right now, even combatants of the 9th rank didn't dare to be too self-sacrificing, much less them. In the city of Finlay, there was currently more than 10 saint-level combatants, and nearly 100 magical beasts of the 9th rank. The lower-ranked magical beasts were even more plentiful, especially the 5th and 6th ranked magical beasts such as the Horde of Windwolves, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands alone. There were only 1 million or so denizens in Finlay City to begin with, and most of them only possessed strength at the 1st or 2nd rank. They had no chance of fighting back. Rip! Alice and Rolling, these 2 weak girls, ripped off the dress part of their wedding gowns so as to allow themselves to run faster. Big Sister Alice, there are magical beasts up ahead. Rolling suddenly called out. This way. Alice pulled Rolling by the hand, rushing towards a small alleyway. But after crossing through the alleyway, they saw that the other side also had magical beasts. Alice and Rolling were forced to stay in the middle of the alley, between two manors. But suddenly, from the other side of the alley, a vampiric iron bull charged towards them. "Let's go!" Alice pulled strongly at Rolling's hands, and they rushed out of the alleyway. They ignored the magical beasts up ahead. There were many people up ahead as well, after all. Those magical beasts might not necessarily target the two of them. They continued to charge forward as frantically as they could. Their breaths were hoarse and ragged. This life and death juncture had increased their anxiety to the highest level. Howl! Howl! Suddenly, from behind them, over 10 windwolves suddenly charged forward at high speed. Windwolves were simply too fast, possessing more than double the speed of Alice and Rolling. Very soon, the 10 windwolves would catch up to them, and at the same time, up in front of Alice and Rolling, an enormous landworm appeared. The landworm was large enough that just by standing there, it blocked off almost half of the Greenleaf Road. And with that draconic tail, there was nowhere for Alice and Rolling to flee. Big Sister Alice, Rolling felt somewhat hopeless. Alice looked at that enormous, 2-story tall landworm, then at the ravening pack of windwolves charging in their direction. She couldn't think of any way to escape at all. Am I going to die? Alice couldn't help but tightly embrace Rolling. At this moment, she too felt that all hope was lost. From behind, the 10 windwolves were about to arrive, their white fangs gleaming with a cold light. A beautiful flash of violet light. The heads of the 10 windwolves instantly flew apart. A human figure descended from the heavens, then charged directly towards that enormous landworm. That is, Alice and Rolling stared stupidly at the person who had suddenly saved them. Alice could clearly see who it was. A long, long time ago, something like this happened as well. A lost look in her eyes, Alice stared at that figure. It was Linley. In truth, Linley's own residence was located right across the street from the Debs clan's manor, and right now, Alice and Rolling were only a few dozen meters away from Linley's manor. Linley wouldn't just watch someone die without helping, after all. Hararg! Twisting his waist, Linley applied power to his legs, kicking out forcefully like the snapping of a whip. Like an iron whip, Linley's leg snapped out, piercing through the air with a shriek as it landed against the skull of the landworm. And as this was happening, Linley's leg suddenly became covered with black scales. Demi-dragon form. Bam! This kick was simply too fast. Caught off guard, the landworm was unable to react, and its skull exploded from the force of this blow. The enormous body of the landworm collapsed, slumping to the ground. Linley landed on the ground. Rolling and Alice, watching all of this, were somewhat stunned. Big brother Linley, Alice said softly. Linley turned to look at them, a frown appearing on his face. Linley didn't have the spare time to lead these two girls around, but if Alice and Rolling were to be here by themselves, they would definitely die. But then, Linley suddenly saw a squad of knights charge over at high speed. Within this squad of knights was an old man riding a handsome stallion. It was Managing Director Maya of the Prue Gallery. Under this assault by the magical beasts, the collections within the Prue Gallery were essentially finished. Director Maya was only able to collect the most important pieces within his interspatial ring of holding. These interspatial rings were extremely valuable and rare. Even Director Maya only had one because his clan had passed one down. Director Maya! Linley shouted loudly. Seeing Linley, Director Maya was extremely excited. Master Linley, you are here. The people Director Maya admired the most were those master-level sculptors, so naturally, Director Maya greatly admired Linley, this young man who was able to so easily carve out a sculpture that was almost on the same level as Prue and Hope Jensen. There were actually very few people who knew about Linley's attempted assassination of King Clade. In the outside world, the story was that a demon had attempted to kill King Clade. Naturally, Director Maya didn't know the truth. Master Linley, come along with us. Director Maya was very confident. The martial force of the Prue Gallery was quite high. As long as they weren't attacked by a saint-level magical beast, they definitely wouldn't find surviving to be a problem. Director Maya, no need. But I hope you can help me. These two girls have some ties to me, and I hope you can take them to a safe location. Linley instructed. No problem. But Master Linley, Funlai City is not safe right now. Director Maya hurriedly said. No need. I have affairs to settle. I entrust these two girls to you. After he spoke, Linley immediately disappeared into his manor. Alice and Rolling exchanged glances, and then immediately were ordered by Director Maya to mount a horse and integrate into the convoy. He actually didn't say a single word to me. Alice suddenly felt a little heartsick. The sound of hoof steps unabated. Director Maya's convoy, along with Alice and Rolling, departed. Only now did Linley emerge from his manor, bearing a black parcel on his shoulders. This parcel contains several magic crystal cards, some of the remaining blood rupture poison powder, and blue heart grass. "Bibi, now we head to the palace, Boss, let's go have ourselves a slaughter." Bibi was excited as well. Linley immediately led Bibi and moved at high speed towards the palace. Quite a few people had already fled, but Clade had gone into the royal treasury instead. How could Clade abandon the riches of the royal clan which had been accumulated for countless years? The wealth of a royal clan was an incredibly large figure. The Debs clan, at its prime, was worth perhaps 100 million gold coins. But a corrupt major official such as Duke Patterson had also managed to accumulate around 100 million gold coins. As for the wealth stored within the palace treasury, that was worth far more. Within the treasury. This is the wealth that has been accumulated by countless generations of rulers of Funlai over thousands of years. Staring at the treasures within the treasury, Clade didn't have too much time to ponder. He grabbed the most valuable items and directly absorbed them into his interspatial ring. As a king, Clade had been lucky enough to procure an interspatial ring as well. And these 32 magic crystal cards. Clade looked at the magic crystal cards in his hands. These 32 magic crystal cards were all unbound, and they represented thousands of years of wealth that had been accumulated by the kingdom. Each card contained within it 100 million gold coins. The 32 magic crystal cards, in total, represented a wealth of 3.2 billion gold coins. This was a terrifying sum. Perhaps even some of the major clans of the 4 great empires didn't have such a large sum of gold. A popular saying was that the easiest way to make money was to become a king. The wealth that had been accumulated by kings over thousands of years was naturally astonishingly high. The capital, Funlai City, is finished. Clade turned to give the remaining treasures one last look, then ground his teeth and left. But what Clade didn't realize yet was that it wasn't just the capital which was finished. The entire kingdom of Funlai had now become the territory of magical beasts. He, Clade, was no longer a king. What's more, it wasn't just the kingdom of Funlai that had been destroyed, a huge amount of the territory belonging to the Holy Union was being rapidly devoured and claimed by magical beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 8, One Hand. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 8, One Hand. In a secluded courtyard within the palace, the most important members of the royal clan of Funlai were gathered, including Clade, his wives, and his many children. The entire city of Funlai is swarming with magical beasts. We definitely cannot all travel together in a large group, as that would attract some extremely powerful magical beasts. Clade said solemnly. This reasoning was something everyone understood, and was the reason why Director Maya and Menlo Dawson were traveling in small convoys. Convoys of a few dozen people were everywhere in Funlai City, and weren't remarkable at all. But a convoy of several hundred people would draw the attention of magical beasts of the 9th rank, and perhaps even result in an attack from a saint-level magical beast. The most dangerous thing one could do right now was to attract attention from magical beasts. Care, Kale, you and your mother shall lead a division of the Wild Thunder Squad soldiers. Here are 5 unimprinted magic crystal cards. Remember, this represents thousands of years of accumulated wealth of our clan. Clade looked solemnly at his son. There were too many people in the royal clan. They had to go in separate packs. Clade didn't want for his clan to be annihilated. By going in separate packs, the chances of at least some surviving would be greater. Yes, father. Care was overjoyed. Thousands of years of accumulated wealth, how much would that be worth? Shako, you, your mother, and your younger sister will also lead a division of the Wild Thunder Squad soldiers. Here are 5 magic crystal cards for you as well. Clade withdrew another 5 magic crystal cards and handed them to his second son. Both of the princes were extremely excited. Clade's face was very solemn. He said, the elite soldiers of our clan will be divided into these 3 divisions. Care's, Shaq's, and my own. No matter who manages to survive in the end, at least our clan will continue. Enough, let's head out. Kaiser, as the instructor for the Wild Thunder Regiment, you will come with me. Clade looked at Kaiser. Yes, Your Majesty. Kaiser nodded. The Wild Thunder Regiment was the most powerful defensive regiment within the Kingdom of Funlai. The entire regiment, including Kaiser, only consisted of 100 people, giving each squad only 33 soldiers. But although they were small in number, they were high in quality. Even the weakest member of this regiment was a warrior of the 7th rank. Divided into 3 squads, the royal clan immediately began to flee in 3 separate directions. Swish! Linley leapt up at a high speed. At the same time, there was a violet flash of light, and the Thunderwing Pegasus that was harassing Linley suddenly split into 2 halves. Linley continued to run forward, making his way towards the palace at high speed. On the way, he passed by far too many human and magical beast corpses. Arrived at the palace. Linley was leaping forward so fast that his body was not but a blur, and with each movement, he traveled dozens of meters. This sort of astonishing speed made it impossible for magical beasts of the 5th and 6th ranks to stop him. Phew! Linley easily leapt up over 10 meters in the air, flipping into the interior of the palace. Roar! The sound of magical beasts roaring could be heard from within, as well as the battle cries of soldiers. Right now, there were no longer any guards at the palace gates. The only things present were corpses, blood, and rent flesh. And, occasionally, a massive corpse of a magical beast. Like an agile tree cat, Linley leapt his way through the tops of the various palace buildings. But when Linley arrived on top of one particular roof, he suddenly saw a mounted squad far away. Right now, virtually no one was using carriages anymore. Carriages were simply too slow for fleeing. That is. Linley instantly was able to recognize that golden-haired man in the center of the squad. It was the Golden Lion, Clade. Clade was currently issuing orders to his soldiers to kill the magical beasts besieging them. This squad's teamwork was really quite marvelous. When a group of elite warriors of the 7th and 8th ranks worked together as one, they were actually more powerful than a group of the same size consisting only of warriors of the 8th rank that had no teamwork. Clade. Linley's eyes lit up. Boss, let's make our move. BB was excited as well. Wait. We can't afford any mistakes this time. Wait for his squad to get closer to us, and then we will launch a sudden ambush. Linley remained on top of the roof, his cold eyes focused on that distant mounted squad. Don't waste any time. Quick! Clade swung the giant warsword in his hands, chopping down a dragonhawk from midair. During this past half-month, Clade had managed to purge a small amount of blood rupture poison from his system, allowing him to recover 10% of his battle chi. Although it was just 10%, he once more had the power of a warrior of the 8th rank. But Clade recognized that he would most likely need another half-year to purge the remaining 90% of blood rupture poison from his body. Where the hell did all these magical beasts come from? Bastard! Clade was growing more and more furious. These magical beasts had destroyed his capital, and now they were threatening his life. How could he not be angry? Quick! After killing all of the attacking magical beasts, Clade immediately pressed his men to hurry on, and the troop of knights once more sped forward. As Clade and his men traveled at high speeds through the pathways between the palace buildings, they didn't notice at all that someone was lying in wait on the roofs above. Watching Clade and his men draw nearer and nearer, Linley narrowed his eyes. All the fur on BB's body was standing straight up. Now is the time. Linley's voice rang out in BB's head, and the two of them, man and magical beast, flew at high speeds towards Clade. In that split second before launching, Linley's entire body was suddenly covered with a layer of black scales, and spikes sprouted from his forehead, his elbows, and his knees. From behind, that draconic tail sprouted out as well. Dragon form. That squad of knights lived up to their reputation of being elites. As soon as Linley and BB flew towards them, they immediately noticed and tried to react. But Linley and BB were simply too fast. Ah! It's you! Immediately seeing that terrifying creature, Clade knew without a doubt that Linley had come. He didn't have time to wonder why Linley wasn't dead yet, because Linley's draconic tail had already arrived, viciously slapping at him from just 2 meters away. Behind him, Kaiser had already become caught up dealing with that black shadow mouse and wasn't going to be able to save him. Whap! Linley's draconic tail slapped down mercilessly, and Clade quickly dodged by tumbling to the ground. Linley's tail thus landed on the horse, and the animal was split into 2 halves by the sheer force of that vicious blow. The warhorse let out a pain-filled whinny before collapsing. Fallen on the ground, Clade pressed down on the ground with his fists and quickly retreated. But now, Linley came chasing after him. Swish swish! At the same time, 8 spears gleaming with battle chi were thrust at Linley. Harg! The Dragonblood battle chi in Linley's body burst forth, and he used his right leg to viciously kick at the ground. He instantly reached an extremely high momentum as he shot forward like a boulder that had been catapulted forth in anger. Linley's body smashed fiercely against those 8 spears. The 8 spears shuddered at almost the exact same time, and those 8 streams of power essentially managed to cancel out with the power of Linley's charge. This will be troublesome. Linley frowned. He didn't expect those 8 knights would be able to block his attack so effortlessly. But what Linley didn't know was that those 8 knights were shocked and terrified as well. These 8 knights were Clade's personal bodyguards, the most elite of the elite Wild Thunder Regiment. All of them were warriors of the 8th rank. Working together, the 8 of them would even be able to hold off a warrior of the 9th rank. However, not even a warrior of the 9th rank would dare to forcibly ram into their spears. But Linley had. What a freakishly strong defense! Hiding far away and protected by the remaining knights, Clade's heart trembled. Scree! BB let out a piercing screech, then swept his fierce claws at Kaiser again and again, while sometimes using his fangs to bite at him as well. But Kaiser rather effortlessly managed to use his greatsword to block each of BB's attacks. Kaiser's sword techniques seemed very simple but were highly effective. One step back, then a piercing stab with the sword that seemed incredibly hard to block. Clade, who is going to rescue you today? Linley looked at the mighty warriors in front of him and sneered. Fine, you want to engage in group attacks? As soon as Linley finished speaking, he immediately charged at one particular knight. Linley didn't fear or pay attention to the attacks of the other knights, simply aiming himself at that one knight. Now, their combined attacks were useless. Whoosh! Linley was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived by the side of that warrior of the 8th rank. Balling his fierce claws into a fist, he slammed it towards that warrior. The warrior leaned back to avoid it, but at this time, Linley's draconic tail suddenly swung forward and crushed the warrior's skull in. Thrall, sire! Many of the knights howled in fury. The Wild Thunder Regiment had always trained together, and their affection for each other was no less than that of blood brothers. Many warriors furiously aimed their attacks at Linley, and despite their anger, they were still able to coordinate their attacks very well, as greatswords and long spears attacked in perfect sequence. Pew! The blood-violet godsword suddenly appeared in Linley's hands. Ignoring the attacks aimed at him, Linley flew to another knight while thrusting blood-violet directly towards his eyes. The sword went straight through his skull. The man died immediately. Die! Instantly, another one of the knights pierced at Linley's head with his own spear. Linley flipped blood-violet around and struck a counterblow. Just as the knight was about to attempt to block it, blood-violet suddenly curved in midair and effortlessly cut the knight's head off. Even without being activated by battle chi, the blood-violet godsword in Linley's hands could easily kill a warrior of the 7th rank. And now, suffused by Linley's Dragonblood battle chi, the blood-violet godsword was more than capable of killing a warrior of the 8th rank as well. Bizarre attacks. 3 of the warriors of the 8th rank had died in the blink of an eye. I want to see how you'll block me. Linley once again charged towards Clade, the devilish blood-violet godsword flashing non-stop in the air. None of the knights dared to close with Linley, because that godsword in Linley's hands was simply too bizarre. Grolul! Suddenly, from far away, a roar could be heard. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ponderous, heavy footsteps shook the earth. The deep sounds and vibrations made it more than clear that this was an enormous magical beast headed their way, and it was drawing closer. But Linley didn't care about anything at this point. Block him, block him! Clade shouted loudly, while continuing to retreat. Linley suddenly leapt into the air, launched himself off a wall, and flew towards Clade at high speed. Seeing this though, Kaiser instantly kicked off and launched himself backwards as well, transforming into a blur and sweeping the greatsword in his hands directly towards Linley. Come! Linley didn't attempt to block the sword at all, aiming the blood-violet godsword in his hands directly at Clade. Last time, you had a saint-level fate guard to protect you and Haydn's to save you. I want to see who will rescue you this time. Linley's dark gold eyes spat death at Clade, and the blood-violet godsword in his hands struck out towards Clade's throat like a vicious snake. Right now, Clade had almost gone crazy as he began to wave the greatsword in his hands in an attempt to block. Ha! Very suddenly, Kaiser released his grip on his greatsword, letting it fly. Bam! Linley didn't manage to react in time, and his right arm was struck heavily by the greatsword. Right at that moment, the burning battle chi contained within the greatsword burst forth. Linley felt his arm suddenly grow numb. Due to the smashing blow, the blood-violet godsword in his hands was now more than a meter away from his target, Clade. Poof! The blood-violet godsword suddenly curved in midair, wrapping itself around the greatsword in Clade's hands, and then slid down until it was wrapped around Clade's wrist. Chop! Whap! Clade's right hand was cut off, and it fell to the ground with a thud. The fingers on the hand were still extended, and the sword fell to the ground as well. In addition, that severed hand had a ring on it. That ring was the most precious item of all to the royal clan of Finlay, the interspatial ring. My hand! Get it back, get it back! Clade's face had turned white from the pain, but he still shouted furiously. This interspatial ring contained 22 magic crystal cards with a total value of 2.2 billion gold coins. In addition, it had several dozen precious treasures that the royal clan had accumulated over thousands of years. Clade would rather die than allow this interspatial ring to be lost. This was the accumulated wealth of countless generations of his clan. Swish! A black blur suddenly flashed by and made off with the severed hand, then leapt onto Linley's shoulders. Boss, the more Clade wants something, the more we will work to prevent him from getting it. Standing on Linley's shoulders, BB mentally spoke to Linley. But boss, why would he want this severed hand so much? There's nothing special about this hand. Could it be that it is this ring that he wants? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 9, Interspatial Ring. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 9, Interspatial Ring. Get it back, quick! Clade was so frantic that his face and neck were both beet red with rage. He roared, "The ring, get it back, get it back! 1,000,000 gold coins to whoever gets it back!" When the members of the Wild Thunder Regiment heard the words 1,000,000 gold coins, a hint of greed appeared in their eyes. All of the mighty knights began launching group attacks against Linley, and the leader of the Wild Thunder Regiment, Kaiser, was the first to charge at him. Ring, eh? Looks like it really is valuable. Seeing how crazed Clade had just become, Linley couldn't help but laugh coldly. With a powerful leap, he shot backwards at high speed, retreating. While retreating, Linley quickly pulled the ring off the severed hand, and then put it on his own finger. "Linley, this is an interspatial ring," Doring Coward said excitedly. Given his powerful soul, Doring Coward could instantly sense what was so special about this ring. An interspatial ring was a priceless treasure. Linley was shocked as well. He had thought that this ring was something akin to an ancestral heirloom of the royal clan of Finlay. He didn't expect it to be one of the fabled interspatial rings of legend. Interspatial rings were extremely rare. Even just 2 of the 5 cardinals of the Radiant Church were in possession of interspatial rings. No one was stupid enough to sell an interspatial ring. And once these interspatial rings were imprinted and bound by the blood of its master, there was no way anyone else could use them. This was the best place to store treasures. Of course, there was one way to open an interspatial ring: kill the owner. Once the owner died, the interspatial ring would revert to being an unbound item. At that point, one could imprint and bind it to oneself and gain access to the treasures within. Whoosh, dot. Greatsword in hand, Kaiser stared fixedly at Linley as he suddenly pierced through the air. Carrying an explosive force that seemed capable of shattering mountains, the greatsword shattered the air and howled terrifyingly as it swung towards Linley. Linley could clearly, visibly see the red light flowing on the surface of the sword. This power couldn't be blocked head-on. Swish! With another leap, Linley sent himself dodging in another direction again. Bam! The wall Linley had been standing on was struck by the terrifying force of that sword, and an entire section of wall exploded outwards with the sword at the epicenter. The walls within 100 meters of that blow all crumbled and collapsed. So powerful! Linley was secretly amazed. Far away, under the protection of his remaining guards, Clade couldn't be bothered about the pain from his severed hand. He shouted loudly, "Quick, get the ring back for me, quick!" Clade was about to go mad. Although he knew that Linley wouldn't be able to open the interspatial ring despite having it, if the ring remained in Linley's hands, then he, Clade, wouldn't be able to access the items within it despite being its master. 2.2 billion gold coins. What an amazing, enormous sum of money that was. Thousands of years of accumulated royal wealth. For these treasures and wealth to be taken away was more painful to him than being killed. Bam! A section of wall collapsed. An enormous magical beast was walking in the middle of the palace grounds, passing through walls as though it were walking on flat ground. One wall after another collapsed as though they were made from mud. This enormous magical beast had already noticed Clade and Linley, and it roared in excitement. Groulul! Violet Tattooed Bear! Seeing that familiar figure, Linley wasn't too frightened. Perhaps it was because he could still remember the terrifying power of the saint-level Violet Tattooed Bear in the Foggy Valley. In terms of size, this Violet Tattooed Bear was about the same size as the saint-level Violet Tattooed Bear in the Foggy Valley, but Linley felt this bear's aura was not as formidable. This Violet Tattooed Bear was the one which had killed Duke Bonalt and his family. By now, he had begun to attack the palace. Having seen Linley and Clade's group, it was now gleefully charging through the palace towards them, roaring happily. Thud! 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 The violet-tattooed bear was a machine bred for war, with a body the size of a 3-floor building and massive, sturdy bear paws. Even the sturdiest of walls would be shattered by a single blow of those paws. And right now, the bear's target was Linley and Clade's group. "Clade, you want the ring? If you have the ability, come and get it." Linley shouted loudly while moving around at high speed. "BB. You deal with those other warriors. This Kaiser, I'll handle," Linley said mentally. "Fine. Boss, just watch me." BB excitedly scurried towards that group of warriors. Those combination attacks practiced by the warriors were all meant to be used against human-shaped opponents by attacking their vitals. They were of no use at all against a magical beast like BB, which was physically small, extremely fast, and astonishingly durable. BB stretched out his vicious claws and gave a nasty swipe. Snick! He slashed directly through half the neck of a warrior of the 8th rank, causing blood to spurt out wildly. That warrior's head directly swung down, only remaining connected to his body by a thin layer of skin. Humph! Kaiser's eyes turned red, and with an angry shout, he chopped at Linley with his greatsword. With a leap, Linley dodged, while at the same time his legs spun like a tornado. Carrying the power of a pair of sharp knives, Linley's legs chopped towards Kaiser's neck. Kaiser leaned his head backwards while launching a counterattack, and Linley's kicks just barely brushed against Kaiser's face. Just a little closer, and he would have been able to kill Kaiser. While Kaiser was leaning his head back, he too launched a powerful kick at Linley, but Linley, who was in mid-air, didn't dodge at all. Swish! Linley's long, iron whip-like tail suddenly pierced through the air, thrashing viciously towards Kaiser. One attack after another. If Kaiser was to continue his attack against Linley, then clearly this attack of Linley's would hit him as well. HRMPH Kaiser kicked the ground hard, sending himself flying backwards as he retreated at high speeds while at the same time, slamming the greatsword in his hands against Linley's tail. Kaiser's speed was so fast that he had retreated roughly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Dot! Kaiser once more charged forward at high speed. The greatsword in his hands was actually vibrating now, transforming into 6 illusionary swords, causing Linley not to know how to block. Ah! BB killed another warrior, this one of the 7th rank, by crushing the warrior's skull with his fangs. This was BB's 7th kill. These deaths only further enraged Kaiser, who had trained and taught these Wild Thunder Regiment soldiers. But Linley was simply too hard to deal with. Not only could Linley attack with his hands and his feet, the attack power of his tail was also extremely terrifying. And Linley's durability was astonishingly high as well. Fortunately, in terms of both combat experience and tactical acumen, Linley couldn't compare to a true warrior of the 9th rank who had trained for over 100 years. Quick, quick, get the ring back. Clade was at the verge of losing his sanity. Right now, the situation was totally not in his favor. If this continued, they wouldn't have any chance of recovering the ring at all. Within that interspatial ring was thousands of years of accumulated wealth by the royal clan. Even if he died, he couldn't allow that ring to be lost. Rohair! The violet-tattooed bear had finally arrived, and all the warriors nearby scattered in its wake. No one dared to fight with it head-on. To engage in battle against a powerful magical beast of the 9th rank required one to be a warrior of the 9th rank at the very least. And given that magical beasts were naturally more powerful than humans, most likely even a warrior of the 9th rank would only be able to guarantee that he wouldn't die. That violet-tattooed bear actually came to a halt and glanced at the group of people present. The intelligence of a high-rank magical beast wasn't inferior to that of humans at all, and a magical beast of the 9th rank might actually be even more intelligent than some humans. This violet-tattooed bear could easily tell that these people in front of him were divided into 2 groups. On one side, there was a man and a magical beast. The other were the knights who were led by the man with only one hand. And that man with one hand seemed to be quite concerned about a ring. The violet-tattooed bear could understand the human tongue. Although he couldn't speak in it, he could understand it. A hint of excitement appeared in the eyes of the violet-tattooed bear. Woo, woo! The violet-tattooed bear clapped its massive paws together excitedly, then charged directly towards Linley and Kaiser. Upon encountering any warriors in its path, it simply waved its massive paws, mercilessly batting them aside. Ah! A warrior of the 8th rank tried frantically to dodge, while at the same time a jade-green light appeared from his body. But although the violet-tattooed bear didn't move that quickly, its paws were able to attack at a terrifying speed. Whap! The massive paw slammed against the warrior of the 8th rank. A sickening crunching sound could be heard as the man's head was instantly shattered. The warrior's battle-chi aura was shattered as well, and his body was reduced to nothing more than ground meat. Even the ground beneath the man had a giant hole gouged into it, with deep cracks appearing in the area around the hole. Why is a magical beast of the 9th rank so much more powerful than humans of the same rank? Seeing this from afar, Linley's heart couldn't help but feel surprise. Kaiser, still engaged in battle against Linley, grew frantic as well. He didn't have any confidence at all in his ability to deal with a violet-tattooed bear. Violet-tattooed bears possessed extremely thick, durable skin and tremendous power. Even giant dragons would probably be reduced to a pulp by its massive paws. Its only flaw was that in terms of movement speed, it was rather slow. Its attack speed, however, was still astonishingly high. The violet-tattooed bears could be considered one of the extremely powerful kinds of magical beasts of the 9th rank. Bam! 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 Linley and Kaiser exchanged blows at high speed, and Linley's arms, legs, and tail clashed nonstop with the greatsword. The speed of their blows was at an astonishingly high level. Linley, relying on his astonishing defense, dared to fight with seemingly suicidal attacks, but Kaiser's techniques were effective, and he possessed both experience and powerful battle chi. The battle between them had no clear victor. Roar! The violet-tattooed bear had reached Linley and Kaiser, and it swiped down with its massive paws towards the two men. Swish! Linley and Kaiser both retreated backwards at high speed. Bam! The sound of the bear's paw slamming into the ground produced a deep vibration, causing the entire ground to shake, and the ground within 10 meters of the blow became covered with cracks. Neither Linley nor Kaiser chose to attempt to forcibly block that blow. A violet-tattooed bear's paw was perhaps the most powerful, durable part of its body. If they attempted to block it head-on, the two of them would have both become nothing more than meat paste. Roar! With a loud howl, the violet-tattooed bear actually turned and charged at Linley. Why the hell are you chasing me? Relying on his high speed, Linley began to flee. After having dragon formed, Linley possessed the speed of a warrior of the 9th rank, and a very fast one at that. At the same time, the violet-tattooed bear's weakness was its movement speed. It wasn't too hard for Linley to shake it off. The violet-tattooed bear continued to charge forward, and anyone who got in its way was slapped to death. It only pursued Linley. Linley didn't know that the violet-tattooed bear had taken a fancy to that ring. Given its intelligence, and its understanding of human languages, the violet-tattooed bear knew that the ring was something which both parties valued. It was actually quite common for magical beasts of the 9th rank to understand the human tongues. They understood it, they just couldn't speak it, simply because their bodies weren't designed to speak it. But upon reaching the saint level, they could break free of this restriction and speak in human tongues. Ring, ring. Clade was about to cry. Your Majesty. Kaiser was standing guard in front of Clade. Your Majesty, it's best we leave now. If we don't leave, things will become extremely dangerous. Of the 33 members of the Wild Thunder Regiment, 14 had just been killed by BB. The remaining members were beginning to panic as well. The magical beast in front of them was physically small, possessed astonishing durability, and terrifying attack power. It was highly suited for dealing with humans. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a mighty series of draconic roars could be heard from the skies, as hundreds of gigantic dragons with jade-green scales, blazing red scales, silvery scales, and even a very tyrannical-looking black dragon began to fly in this direction. Dragons possessed a very high level of intelligence. They knew that the palace held many treasures, and dragons loved collecting treasures. Roar! The leader of this flight, the massive black dragon, focused on Clade and Linley. With a mighty roar, it led the large pack of dragons to charge downwards towards the palace. Those fire dragons and emerald dragons were only dragons of the 8th rank, but silver dragons and black dragons were generally dragons of the 9th rank. Seeing this, Clade, Kaiser, and the others were all stunned. A single magical beast of the 9th rank was already hard enough to deal with. And now a horde of beasts was coming? Boss, this isn't good. Let's run. BB's voice rang out in Linley's head as well, but right now, Linley was still being pursued by that violet-tattooed bear who had taken a fancy to that interspatial ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 10, A Terrible Situation. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 10, A Terrible Situation. Thud. With each step of its massive feet on the ground, the violet-tattooed bear would make the earth shake. This violet-tattooed bear was fixated on Linley. No matter where Linley ran off to, the violet-tattooed bear followed, while its two massive bear paws continually tried to reach out at him. Grulul. Hearing those familiar dragon roars, Linley couldn't help but look up at the skies. What he saw made his heart clench tightly. The sky was covered with countless massive dragon bodies. In terms of numbers, there were definitely more here today than that time previously at the Foggy Valley. What's more, within the host of dragons, there were even silver dragons and black dragons. Both of those were dragon-type beasts of the 9th rank. No! With a sudden leap, Linley avoided yet another attack from the violet-tattooed bear, then charged directly for Clade. No matter what, this time, I have to kill Clade. Get it, Ring, get it back. Clade's forehead was covered with sweat, but he didn't dare charge forward himself. Roar! Roar! Several dozen dragons swooped down from the skies, blasting forth dragonfire from their mouths. The flames belched forth by the black dragons were black in color as well, while the silver dragons exhaled plumes of silvery white flames. Clearly, in terms of temperature, the black flames and silver flames were far hotter than the dragonfire of the fire dragons. Sizzle, sizzle. The temperature of the surrounding area immediately began to rise at a terrifying speed as several dozen streams of dragonfire blasted down. Your Majesty, if we don't leave, we'll die for sure. If we're dead, treasures will be useless to us. Kaiser's entire body was suffused with red battle chi. He roared frantically at Clade, who started. Clade! A furious roar from the fully dragon-formed Linley, who was shooting towards him like an arrow. Go! Go, let's go! Clade immediately howled out the order angrily. This decision of Clade was an extremely painful one for him, but he too understood that if he died here, everything would be lost. In addition, his eldest prince and his second prince both had magic crystal cards on them, with a combined value of 1 billion gold coins. 1 billion gold coins was definitely enough to allow a royal clan to rebuild and flourish again. Bam! Kaiser's giant sword once again blocked Linley's attack. Kaiser, let me kill Clade. No matter how much gold you desire, I'll give it to you. Linley was half mad with anxiousness as well. Kaiser just shook his head. Roar! Right at this moment, a black dragon suddenly swooped down and tried to snatch Linley with its claws. Black dragons were highly intelligent. Seeing how the violet-tattooed bear continuously pursued and tried to kill Linley, it was sure that there had to be a reason for the bear's fixation. Thus, its first target was Linley. Me again? Linley frantically dodged to the side. Just now, when he had been fighting with Kaiser, that violet-tattooed bear had decided to chase after him instead of Kaiser. And now, the same thing was happening again. The black dragon of the 9th rank chased after the fleeing Linley. Phew! Kaiser paid no more attention to Linley as he hurriedly upped his speed to the maximum and fled away. Immediately, several of the giant dragons began a pursuit of Clade and Kaiser, but the large majority of them continued to encircle and attack Linley. The violet-tattooed bear began to roar in anger as it rose to its hind feet. Clearly, it was enraged at the dragons for stealing its prey, but the violet-tattooed bear didn't dare to openly fight against the dragons either. The violet-tattooed bear wasn't confident of beating even that extremely large black dragon leader of this host of dragons, to say nothing of the rest of the dragons. Thud! 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 The violet-tattooed bear began to walk away in a different direction, moving a long distance with each stride. Every building in its way was crushed and demolished. Clade! Seeing Clade and his men grow farther and farther away, Linley wanted to immediately chase after them. But yet another massive dragon descended from the skies. This was a massive black dragon, over 100 meters long, and it blocked the road in front of Linley while constantly reaching for Linley with its claws. From its mouth, it repeatedly blasted hot flames at Linley. Both the earth and the skies were covered in dragons, and all of them were launching attacks at Linley. Surrounded and attacked by so many dragons, Linley felt miserable as well. Bastards! Encircled and besieged by a large number of dragons, Linley could only watch as Clade disappeared from his field of vision. Boss, we need to flee. BB was frantic now. BB was extremely agile, and also very small. It would be very difficult for those dragons to attack him. What's more, BB's fierce claws and sharp fangs were very powerful as well. His attack power was now enough to cause some harm to the dragons, causing all of them to be quite nervous with respect to that little tiny thing. Go! Go where? No matter in which direction Linley tried to flee, a host of dragons would block an attack. He wasn't afraid of dragons of the 8th rank, but there were more than 10 dragons of the 9th rank as well. Whap! Linley was attacked viciously by a silver dragon's tail, but Linley only flipped around in the air before trying to flee again. But it was useless. In midair, several dragons encircled and attacked again. Linley was in such a bad situation that he wanted to cry. Swish! Linley very agilely avoided an attack by a fierce claw, continuing to dodge about at high speed. Boss, I'll help you. Seeing the danger Linley was in, BB immediately flew over as well and began chomping down viciously at the leg of that dragon. Crunch! 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 Roar! That giant dragon let out a roar of pain. Relying on his astonishing speed, Linley managed to resolve one draconic attack after another. Whenever he met with real danger, BB would help out. The dragons weren't able to do anything to Linley for now either. In their eyes, this human-shaped aberration was too hard to deal with, and that even smaller-sized rat-type magical beast kept on nibbling at them and causing them pain. Roar! The leading black dragon let out another roar. Instantly, all of the dragons flew into the air. They had already made the decision to give up this battle against this difficult-to-deal with human-shaped aberration. It was totally not worth it for an entire host of dragons to waste so much time on a single human-shaped aberration. The host of dragons flew away, just like that. They left? Linley was startled. Just moments ago, he had been frantically dealing with the attacks of many dragons, and he had been dodging for his life. That was a very miserable experience. He didn't expect the dragons to give up just like that. Boss, let's go now. BB urged. Right. Clade. Recalling Clade, Linley maintained his dragon form and led BB at a high-speed charge through the city. By now, the vicious battles between man and magical beast within Funli City had all but come to an end. There were very few living people within Funli City now, and virtually the only creatures alive on the streets were magical beasts that were hunting for living humans. The dragon-formed Linley moved too fast, and what's more, the fact that his body was covered in scales deceived many magical beasts into thinking that Linley was a magical beast as well. Not here. Linley had led a chase in the direction where he thought Clade would have fled to, but even after escaping Funli City, he still didn't find any traces of Clade's party. Outside Funli City. A desolate scene. Even many of the great trees that had lined the road to and from Funli City had been shattered. Countless human corpses lay on the road as well. Clearly, these people had managed to flee Funli City, but had been killed outside the city by magical beasts nonetheless. In the desolate countryside outside Funli City, small groups of 1 or 2 magical beasts could be seen everywhere. I wonder what direction that Clade ran off in. Linley stared at the 3 branching forks ahead of him. He felt very helpless. It was possible that Clade might have even left through the east gate of Funli City, but as Linley saw it, that was unlikely, because the further east they went, the closer they would have become to the mountain range of magical beasts. Thus, Linley had chosen to exit via the west gate. But despite having left by the west gate, Linley still didn't know in what direction he should now head. After all, there were hoof prints pointing every which way. Perhaps that Clade didn't choose any of the roads, and went cross-country into the wilderness. Linley said to himself. The weakest person in Clade's party was of the 7th rank, and so going cross-country wouldn't be difficult at all. Linley understood that the chance of finding Clade in the wilderness was very, very low. North. I heard that king of the mountain range of magical beasts say that the people of the Holy Union could only flee to the north. I'll head north as well. Given Clade's fame, there's no way that his passing will attract no attention. When I reach the north, I'll search for him again. Linley made up his mind. Seeing the corpses littering the area around him, Linley couldn't help but sigh. Ah! Wushan Township. Linley suddenly thought of his own hometown. Wushan Township was less than 100 kilometers away from Funli City. What sort of shape was Wushan Township currently in? Linley couldn't be bothered to cancel his dragon form transformation, as he began to run at high speed available to him towards Wushan Township. Although Linley wasn't moving at maximum speed, after having assumed the dragon form, he was able to easily travel 200 or 300 kilometers each hour as a warrior of the 9th rank. The trees on each side of the road quickly disappeared into the distance, and dust flew about everywhere. Is that? A fleeing mounted knight suddenly saw a human-shaped aberration suddenly charge in his direction from behind. He couldn't help but be frightened, but Linley only passed him by, moving like the wind towards Wushan Township. This was the speed of a warrior of the 9th rank. Within 20 minutes, Linley had drawn close enough that he could see his hometown. Wushan Township. This was a very quiet little township. In the past, the lives of the commoners here had been very peaceful. But now, corpses. Mutilated corpses everywhere. Those corpses clearly bore the signs of having been ravaged by magical beasts. Linley walked onto the main road of Wushan Township. He stared at the corpses littering the main road or the side alleys. There were old people, young people, women, children. Seeing all this, Linley couldn't help but feel grief in his heart. Linley recognized the majority of these dead people. Linley suddenly saw a young man not far away, clutching a baby in his arms. That young man's body was covered with blood, and that baby had been bitten to death as well. Orson, Aosen. Linley wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come out. Orson was only 1 year older than him. When Linley had first started his physical training at the empty training grounds outside Wushan Township, both of them had been placed within the 6 to 8 year old group. Orson was the little boy who had stood right next to Linley when they had lined up. The two of them were on fairly good terms. Linley knew that 2 years ago, Orson had gotten married after reaching the age of maturity. That dead infant was most likely Orson's child. Rip. Rip. Not too far away, several windwolves were chewing on the corpses of the dead. Ah! Linley cast a furious glare at them, then flew towards them like a bolt of lightning. He didn't use his blood-violet godsword. Using his 2 hands, he either smashed their heads in or ripped them into several pieces barehanded. In the blink of an eye, the few dozen magical beasts which had remained in Wushan Township were all killed. Seeing the magical beast corpses around him, as well as the human corpses, Linley cancelled his dragon form transformation, a pained laugh escaping him. And then, he fell to his knees, powerless. Everyone was dead. Ha! Linley began to laugh in a low voice, but his eyes had begun to fill with tears. When the magical beasts ambushed the city and I escaped from the Radiant Temple, I was so immeasurably smug and self-satisfied with myself. But, Linley's tears began to flow. Only now did Linley truly understand the meaning behind the words that King of the Mountain Range of Magical Beasts had spoken. How could I be a pathetic human? Humans are nothing more than food to us magical beasts. Food. Food. Linley's heart was filled with grief. Wushan Township. His hometown. These familiar fellow villagers. All dead. When he had left his hometown, Linley had felt fairly calm, because he had always known that his hometown would still be there. But now, his hometown was gone. Everyone was dead. What a calamity. Doring Coward's ancient voice rang out. Not just for your hometown. Most likely nearly half of the entire Holy Union has now become the domain of magical beasts. Those people will become nothing more than food. Linley quietly stared at his surroundings. He could totally envision how the countless people within the domain of the Holy Union had now been trapped within a catastrophic nightmare. This so-called Day of Joy, the 10,000th anniversary of the Yulan Festival, to the people of the Holy Union and the Dark Alliance, had become a day of catastrophe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 11, The Titanic Black Python. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 11, The Titanic Black Python. When a catastrophe occurred, the only thing a person could do was accept it. After leaving Wushan Township, Linley and BB headed north. Everything Linley saw only made him all the more taciturn. The entire kingdom of Funlai had turned into a playground for magical beasts, and human corpses were nothing more than food for them. On the long road north, magical beasts occasionally dotted the landscape. Not a single living human being could be seen. But suddenly, a human form appeared at the end of the road. The human form was moving forward quickly, and was being pursued by several howling magical beasts. But with a few flashes of violet light, those magical beasts were diced apart, and the human form continued northwards. On this person's shoulders, there was an adorable little black shadow mouse. Boss, shouldn't we find a place to rest? I'm getting a bit hungry. Standing on Linley's shoulders, BB mentally spoke to Linley. Linley cast a helpless look at BB. This entire trip, he was the one who had been actively moving, while BB was either just standing on his shoulders, enjoying the wind, or sleeping inside Linley's clothes. How exactly was he tired? Fine. There's a mountain up ahead. We can kill a few magical beasts and cook them for food. Linley still pampered and spoiled BB as always. To Linley, aside from his 3 brothers and his younger brother Wharton, who was in the O'Brien Empire along with Uncle Hillman and housekeeper Harry, he had no close kin. But meeting with Wharton or his 3 brothers was and would be an extremely rare thing. Only BB would always be by his side. In Linley's heart, he viewed BB as a younger brother to be pampered and spoiled. This blood-violet godsword is still quite handy when dealing with magical beasts of the 7th or 8th ranks. But it is quite hard for it to penetrate the defense of a magical beast of the 9th rank and deliver a sufficiently deadly wound. Linley glanced at the sword at his waist inside. The blood-violet godsword was very sharp, very fast, and could bend in any which way he desired it to. It was thus extremely useful when dealing against large numbers of weaker enemies. But when used to deal with a single powerful magical beast, this blood-violet godsword of Linley's was actually not even as good as Linley's own claws and draconic tail. At the base of the stubby mountain, Linley and BB were roasting a pair of wolf legs. Bibi and Linley had not yet left the boundaries of the kingdom of Finlay, and so the area was swarming with magical beasts. But given Linley and Bibi's current power, as long as they didn't encounter any saint-level magical beasts, they would be safe. It's cooked. Bibi immediately grabbed a haunch of wolf leg and began to chomp through it. With a wave of his hand, Linley extinguished the fire, then grabbed a roasted wolf leg and began eating as well. This roasted wolf leg, when cooked alongside some wild herbs and grasses, was actually quite tasty. In the mountain wilderness areas, one could often find some ingredients which could be used for cooking. This was a survival skill one learned in the mountain range of magical beasts, and Linley naturally knew it. That wolf leg was much larger than Bibi, but Bibi finished eating it before Linley had. By the time Linley was halfway through, Bibi had finished his portion. Slither slither, dot. Suddenly, a very minute sound could be heard from far away. Linley froze in mid-bite, while Bibi's little ears perked up as well. In unison, the man and the magical beast turned to stare behind them. It was a python. An enormous python, easily the size of a house. Those two bizarre, reptilian eyes looked like giant red lanterns. Only 10 or so meters of its enormous body could be seen outside of a grove, but just judging from the fact that its body was 3 meters thick, Linley could easily imagine how terrifyingly large this creature really was. The visible 10 or so meters was just a small part of it. Seeing the dense black skin, tattooed with yellow lines, the expression on Linley's face changed. It's a titanic black python. Linley was instantly sure of this magical beast's breed. Titanic black pythons were considered one of the more powerful types of pythons. Generally speaking, adult titanic black pythons were magical beasts of the 9th rank, roughly on par with the 9-headed serpents. Amongst python-type beasts, the titanic black python was famed as a war machine. If you were to place a titanic black python in the middle of an army, it could definitely kill 100,000 soldiers. It was a darkness-style magical beast with incredible defensive powers. Its fangs were poisonous. These were the special traits of the titanic black python. Hisses. Hisses. The forked tongue of the titanic black python flicked in and out, and its cold eyes stared at Linley and Bibi. Clearly, this titanic black python had already decided that Linley and Bibi were to be its next meals. Bibi. Be careful. Linley's gaze was locked on the titanic black python, not daring to relax in the slightest. At the same time, dense black scales began to erupt from Linley's skin, and a row of spikes rose up out of his back. His forehead, elbows, and knees all sprouted fierce, sharp spikes as well. Whap! Whap! Linley's draconic tail slapped the ground a few times. By Linley's side, all of the hair on Bibi's body was standing up straight. Seeing this, the titanic black python suddenly rose up high in the air. Clearly, it was now on guard and vigilant. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the entire body of the titanic black python shot forward. In less than a second, its enormous, 100-meter-long body was striking against Linley and Bibi, who both also almost simultaneously launched attacks against the titanic black python. Swish! Blood violet flashed. Clang! Linley heard a sound similar to a hammer striking against an anvil. His blood violet godsword had only been able to leave behind a white mark on the titanic black python's skin, and hadn't managed to wound it at all. It really is very durable. The enormous body of the titanic black python began to wrap around Linley. Linley knew that if he allowed it to constrict him, not only would he be unable to breathe, the terrifyingly powerful constrictive force would probably be able to crush him to death. Ha! Linley's sharp claws suddenly pierced towards the titanic black python's body. With a rip sound, his claws penetrated the titanic black python's outer layer of scales. However, Linley could feel that his claws could go no further. Beneath the scales, Linley could sense an astonishingly durable force. Whoosh! The python was about to constrict Linley. Linley only laughed coldly. He suddenly ripped his claws free and leaped outside of the titanic black python's coils, while at the same time smashing his elbows down at the titanic black python. Linley's elbows had those sharp spikes on them, which were the unique traits of armored razorback WIRMs and possessed astonishing power. Ryup! The spike pierced through the black scales and slowly penetrated downwards. What exactly is underneath the scales of this titanic black python? Its defense is so formidable. Linley's sharp spike was only able to penetrate halfway through before being stopped. Arg! The titanic black python let out an angry, pain-filled roar, and in a flash, its massive head struck towards Linley, its bloody maw opened wide. Suddenly, a black liquid shot out from its mouth and was spat towards Linley. Venom! Linley immediately leapt off against the body of the titanic black python, hurriedly dodging backwards. But the amount of black venom was too great, and the area it covered too large. Some of it still managed to land on Linley's legs. Sizzle, sizzle. A strange sound could be heard coming from Linley's legs. Linley could feel that the black venom which landed on his legs had been totally blocked by that layer of defensive scales. The defensive powers of an armored razorback WIRM were quite formidable, and the venom didn't pose much of a danger to the scales. Boss, let's run. That titanic black python is freakishly tough. Its scales and flesh are too thick. BB urged. Run. Without hesitating in the slightest, Linley and BB went running northwards. Slithering forward rapidly, the titanic black python gave chase for a while, but in the end, Linley and BB managed to leave it in the dust. After escaping the titanic black python's pursuit, Linley and BB finally left the boundaries of the former kingdom of Finlay. However, despite having left its boundaries, they still saw the same desolate sights. It seemed as though the king of the mountain range of magical beasts had told the truth. They intended to take over half of the territory which had belonged to the Holy Union. Swish! Blood violet flashed, easily cutting a dragonhawk in two. BB, tell me, why is it so hard for us to deal with magical beasts of the 9th rank? By now, Linley had already encountered several magical beasts of the 9th rank, such as the black dragon and violet tattooed bear in Funlai City. When faced with these creatures, Linley was forced to dodge. There was no way for him to take them head-on. Even when dealing with the fairly slow violet tattooed bear and titanic black python, Linley wasn't able to truly harm them. BB was speechless as well. BB and Linley both had the same problem. BB's problem was that he was physically small, and probably wouldn't even be able to chew past the opponent's thick skin with his teeth. How would he harm the enemy? Linley! Doring Coward's voice rang out. Linley suddenly came to his senses. Right. Why not ask Grandpa Doring? Grandpa Doring had vast experience, and certainly should have seen many saint-level combatants. He must have some sort of understanding in this regard. Linley, are you frustrated by the question of dealing with magical beasts of the 9th rank? Doring Coward laughed. Linley nodded. Yes, Grandpa Doring. Do you know what I should do? Doring Coward continued, Linley, actually, your blood violet god's word is quite powerful. But the problem is, pre-dragon form, you are only a warrior of the 7th rank. Post-dragon form, you are still only an early-stage 9th rank warrior. As an early-stage 9th rank warrior, you think you can kill a magical beast of the 9th rank? Linley was startled. Right. The problem was that he wasn't strong enough. When you enter the 8th rank, you will be a peak-stage warrior of the 9th rank in dragon form. By then, you will be able to harm magical beasts of the 9th rank using your claws or using blood violet. Doring Coward chuckled. However, it's still possible for you at your current level of power to deal with magical beasts of the 9th rank as well. How? Linley exulted. Grandpa Doring really did know a way. Doring Coward said, Linley, did you notice that both Kaiser and Clade used greatswords? Linley thought back to his battles. Right, Kaiser and Clade did indeed both use greatswords. Do you know why they use greatswords? Doring Coward asked. Linley was beginning to grow curious. Right. As warriors of the 9th rank, Clade and Kaiser naturally knew that using lighter weapons would be faster. Why did they choose to use greatswords instead? Linley couldn't help but to think back to those battles he had with Kaiser. Linley, when I was young, I remember that whenever my father was cutting down trees, he would always use heavy axes, rather than small hatchets. Why is that? Doring Coward guided patiently. Linley started to have an inkling of understanding. Light weapons are sharp. When dealing with large groups of enemies, they are very effective. But when fighting in solo combat against a powerful foe, they are inferior to heavy weapons. Through usage of a heavy weapon, a person can utilize more of his power and increase the force of his blows. And, to a warrior of the 9th rank, even a weapon weighing a few hundred pounds won't slow him down too much. Linley was now beginning to truly comprehend. Only through using heavy weapons could one truly unleash all of the power they were capable of. For example, would a strongman deliver more powerful blows using a massive mace or a light sword? A Dragonblood warrior was capable of lifting boulders weighing tens of thousands of pounds. Their potential strength was extremely astonishing. No wonder why when I faced the titanic black python, I felt as though using the blood violet god's word wasn't as effective as using my own fists and claws. Linley said. Perhaps I too should find a heavy weapon to use. While chatting, Linley continued to make his way northwards into the desolate wilderness. Boss, there's a squad of knights up ahead. BB suddenly said to him mentally. Linley looked carefully. Indeed, up ahead, there was a squad of knights taking a break up ahead. Linley had already encountered quite a few such squads. Generally speaking, squads capable of surviving in these magical beast-infested lands were composed of elite soldiers belonging to major clans. No need to pay them any mind. Linley ignored these people, continuing forward. But when he drew near, Linley suddenly noticed a familiar face. Shaq? Second Prince Shaq? Linley was startled. As the Prime Court Magus for the Kingdom of Funlai, Linley knew both Crown Prince Care and Second Prince Shaq. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 12, The Rescue. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 12, The Rescue. Traveling on this desolate road, Shaq, the second prince of Funlai, was bitterly cursing at these magical beasts. Off in the distance, Linley quietly removed the interspatial ring from his fingers and placed it within one of his pockets. The royal clan of Funlai divided into several squads when they left. No doubt, they had made prior arrangements for where they would meet up. Linley was worrying about where he would find Clade, but now that Heaven had delivered Shaq and his squad to him, how could Linley not be overjoyed? In addition, Linley could guess that when he had tried to assassinate Clade, then been captured by the Radiant Church had originally still planned to make use of him and thus had most likely had ordered Clade to keep silent. Perhaps this Shaq doesn't yet know that the demon who tried to kill his father was me, but... As he was thinking these thoughts, Linley began to walk in Shaq's direction. Linley had another thought as well. If Shaq knows that I tried to kill his father, then none of them will be spared. Shaq's men were powerful in comparison to most magical beasts, but compared to these two freaks Linley and Bibi, they weren't much at all. Second Prince. Your Highness. Linley called out in a loud, friendly voice. Shaq, who had been eating roasted meat while cursing, started upon hearing Linley's shout. He swiveled his head over to look at Linley. As he did so, Linley and Bibi both watched him carefully, paying attention to his every facial expression and to his gaze. If anything seems off at all, first we capture, then we kill. Linley carefully watched Shaq's eyes and face. Upon seeing Linley, Shaq excitedly jumped to his feet. He charged over, his burly body 2 meters tall, and immediately pulled Linley into a massive hug. In an overjoyed voice, he said, "Lord Linley, you actually made it out safely. This is wonderful, wonderful. I am very happy to be able to see you here as well, Second Prince." Linley didn't detect any falseness in Shaq's eyes or expressions. He nodded to himself. Linley's guess was spot on. Clade had been instructed by the Radiant Church to remain silent, and that he could not, no matter what, reveal that the demon who had attempted to assassinate him was Linley. No matter how daring Clade was, he wouldn't dare disobey the direct orders of the Radiant Church. "Lord Linley, have you eaten yet? Come eat with us," Shaq warmly said. Right now, Shaq had no idea that he was walking on a fine line between life and death. If just now, there had been anything wrong with his facial expressions, he would have died. "Lord Linley, please don't blame my royal father for not rescuing you. Those hordes of monsters came too quickly. My royal father had no choice. He didn't even bring most of his royal consorts, only just the most important ones." Shaq explained on behalf of his father. "I can understand." Linley nodded while walking towards their camp. All of those elite knights reminded Linley of the Wild Thunder Regiment knights he had fought back when he attacked Clade at the royal palace. The knights in front of him had a very similar aura and bearing to those knights back then. Aside from those 30 or so knights, there was a slightly older lady, and a little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old. "My respects to you, royal consort." "My respects to you, princess." Linley immediately bowed towards those two women. The very beautiful, refined-looking consort was over 40 years old, but she looked as though she was barely 30. She was an alluring, attractive woman. The consort immediately laughed. Linley, when His Majesty left, he was in a terrible rush. He didn't bring a single magus with him. And, he felt confident that the Radiant Church would rescue you, thus. Both Shaq and the consort immediately made explanations for Clade. Both Shaq and the consort felt that it was very important to have good relations with Linley. They didn't know the real relationship between Linley and Clade. "I understand." But in his heart, Linley was laughing coldly. Earlier, when he was battling with Clade's men in the palace, Linley had already noticed that the guards consisted solely of knights, and that no magi were present. Similarly, there were no magi present here in Shaq's squad either. Clearly, when fleeing, Clade hadn't had time to look after his magi at all. Although magi were very useful when it came to doing battle, this time they were engaging in flight, not in battle with magical beasts. Bringing a magus along would actually slow things down. How could a magus travel as quickly as a powerful warrior? Some of the more powerful warriors could run like the wind even if they had no horse. But Magi? On this desolate road, Shaq and his squad continued to hurry forward non-stop. Some of the formerly prosperous villages on the way had already been reduced to ash, and rotting corpses were strewn everywhere. In this wasteland, magical beasts could often be seen roaming about singly or in pairs. Those lucky humans who had managed to escape the first massacre would eventually all be chased down and eaten by these roaming magical beasts. Our kingdom of Funlai is finished. Shaq, riding side by side with Linley on their horses, said with a sigh as he looked off into the distance. Occasionally, a magical beast would launch attacks against them, but the Wild Thunder Knights would easily dispose of them. Shaq and Linley's conversations weren't disrupted at all. Most likely 9 out of 10 citizens of the Kingdom of Funlai are dead now. Linley's face was full of sorrow and despair as well. Shaq nodded slightly. In his heart, Shaq was also in mourning. The destruction of the Kingdom of Funlai meant that his clan was no longer a royal clan. When there was no kingdom, how could there be a royal clan? Fortunately, Shaq's thoughts turned to the 5 magic crystal cards in his bag. With these 5 magic crystal cards, even though the royal clan of Funlai no longer had a kingdom, it wouldn't be too hard for them to become a powerful clan again, thanks to their thousands of years of accumulated wealth. Linley suddenly said, "Second Prince, where will we be meeting with His Majesty?" The purpose of Linley traveling with Shaq was to learn of Clade's whereabouts. Shaq said with resignation, "Lord Linley, my royal father and I originally didn't expect the scope of this disaster to be so wide. Thus, the 2 meeting points we had originally designated were within the Kingdom of Funlai's borders and are now useless. Right now, the only thing I can do is follow our original plan and keep heading north. When we reach one of the cities that was designated by me and my royal father, we will stop, if the city is safe." Linley instantly understood. Clade and Shaq had designated more than one city as possible rendezvous points. They most likely designated a string of cities heading north of the city of Funlai. Whichever city was safe would be the city they would stop at. "Which cities did you and His Majesty designate as meeting points?" Linley asked with a laugh. Shaq wasn't suspicious at all. He immediately said, "There were quite a few cities. Some were within the Kingdom of Funlai, while others were in the kingdoms and dukedoms to the north. We even designated a city within the O'Brien Empire." "The O'Brien Empire?" Linley began to laugh. Shaq said, somewhat embarrassed, "My royal father was worried that these magical beasts might take over the territory of the entire Holy Union. If that was the case, we would be forced to flee to the O'Brien Empire. The O'Brien Empire is the empire with the strongest military force in the Yulan continent, and definitely would be able to stop those magical beasts." Linley knew much more than Shaq did. The O'Brien Empire didn't just possess a powerful military. It also had war god O'Brien. As long as the war god was present, even that king of the mountain range of magical beasts would have to seriously consider whether or not attacking the O'Brien Empire was a good idea. "No need to overthink it. We'll just continue to make our way forward. When we reach a safe spot, we'll find the nearest city that my father and I designated, then we'll rest. Lord Linley, let's speed up. Giddy up, giddy up." As he spoke, Shaq sped up as well. Their hoofsteps speeding up, the squad of knights quickly made their way through the wilderness. Traveling with Shaq and his squad, Linley no longer had to personally act when they were attacked by magical beasts. Those Wild Thunder troops disposed of all the attackers. 3 days later, 2 kingdoms and 3 duchies have collapsed. Shaq and Linley had passed the Kingdom of Funlai, the Kingdom of Hanmu, as well as 2 duchies. They had just entered the Dukedom of Ligood, but here, too, no humans could be seen. Such a huge swath of territory had fallen. This really was an astonishing event. After all, the Holy Union only had 6 kingdoms and 15 duchies to begin with. Growl! Growl! A series of growls from magical beasts could be heard from far away, mixed with the shouts of men. Hearing those mixed sounds, Linley and Shaq immediately knew what was going on. "There's a battle between humans and magical beasts going on up ahead." Shaq frowned. Rubbing his chin, he said, "Everyone, be careful. Let's go around them." "Yes." The members of the Wild Thunder squad said respectfully. Leading his men, Shaq carefully circled around the area in front. But when they got close to the combat area, Shaq suddenly stared at the battlefield. "Prince Louis, Luoi?" Linley also turned to pay attention to that battlefield. Another elite squad of knights was there, but unfortunately, this squad had terrible luck. They had run into a pack of fire lions. Fire lions were fire element magical beasts of the 7th rank. They could easily blast fireballs from their mouths, and their bodies were wreathed in flame. Although they were only magical beasts of the 7th rank, magical beasts naturally were more powerful than most humans of the same rank. Even a warrior of the 8th rank would usually have to expend some effort to kill a fire element magical beast of the 7th rank. But clearly, within that elite squad of knights, there were very few warriors of the 8th rank. The majority were of the 7th rank. Over half of this squad of knights had died as a result of this battle against nearly 20 fire lions. Only a third of the fire lions had perished. But although half of the knights had perished, none of the warriors of the 8th rank had. Thus, in reality, the squad of knights had only lost a third of its total combat potential. "Stop!" Shaq ordered. The group of knights were startled, but they all nodded. The power of the Wild Thunder squad, when added to Prince Louis's forces, should be enough to kill those fire lions without too much trouble. But what surprised them was that Shaq didn't permit them to do battle right away. Another half of Prince Louis's men had died or been injured, including 2 warriors of the 8th rank. Half of the fire lions had died as well. Only now did Shaq give the order. "Let's go. Rescue Prince Louis." Shaq suddenly ordered his men. Yes. Instantly, the Wild Thunder squad began to charge. With the added strength of these 30-plus warriors, 10 of them of the 8th rank, 5 of the fire lions were instantly killed. The rest, seeing the writing on the wall, quickly turned tail and fled. "Prince Shaq, thank you, thank you." Prince Louis was an extremely handsome young man, but right now, he looked to be in a very sorry state. Upon seeing Shaq, Louis was so grateful that he ran over to hug him. "Prince Louis, alas, I saw your squad of knights attacked from quite far away, but due to self-preservation considerations, I hesitated for a while. Only after I saw it was you did I order my men to come attack. I hope you won't blame me." Shaq said very honestly. He regretfully added, "If I had come a bit earlier, you would have lost fewer men." Earlier, Shaq and his knights had waited far away for quite a while. How could experts like Louis and his men not be aware? But in his heart, Louis had borne a grudge towards Shaq, but now, hearing him say this, Louis somewhat believed him. It made sense. After such a disaster had occurred, who would go rescue someone who had no relation to oneself? "Prince Shaq, no need to say such things. I am already extremely grateful. If it weren't for you, most likely only 2 or 3 of us would be remaining. Hey, no need. We can take care of our own people's corpses." Seeing one of Shaq's men actually go and remove the bags from the corpses of their own volition, Louis shouted out at them. As soon as the fire lions had fled, those few lucky survivors of Prince Louis's force immediately went to remove the bags from the corpses of the deceased, then put them on. This naturally raised Shaq's suspicions. Why bring the bags of the deceased? Thus, he ordered that man to go remove some of the bags. Indeed, it had agitated Prince Louis. "All right, here you go." Shaq's knight immediately handed the bag over. When Louis's knight received the bag, he glared angrily at Shaq's knight. Seeing this, Shaq only laughed coldly in his heart. This was too easy to guess. Very few royal clans were in possession of an interspatial ring. The royal clan of Funlai had only managed to acquire one through great luck. Now that disaster had struck, naturally these royal clans would want to take the treasures in their treasuries with them. Without interspatial rings, the only option was to carry them in bags. For Prince Louis to be so agitated about these bags most likely meant that he was having his subordinates carry important treasures of the kingdom of Hanmu. Not too many men left. 100% chance of success. Shaq looked at Louis's men. He had already made his decision. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 13, A Major Treasure. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 13, A Major Treasure. Prince Shaq, thank you once again for your assistance. Let us part ways here. Prince Louis said with a smile. Shaq's face immediately turned stern. Unhappily, he said, "Prince Louis, what's the rush? Right now, this area is covered with magical beasts, and you only have 7 people left. If you meet any more magical beasts on the road, it'll be very dangerous. Come along with us. With our combined strength, we will be safer as well." Prince Louis hurriedly said, "Prince Shaq, no. Don't refuse. Otherwise, I'll get angry." Shaq said with a stern, angry look. Prince Louis looked very awkward, but in his heart, he was furious. He, Prince Louis, wasn't an idiot. He knew that his subordinates' earlier actions of collecting off the bags of the deceased had aroused suspicion. It was true. The bags of his subordinates contained the major treasures of the royal clan of the Kingdom of Hanmu. The royal clan of Hanmu had been in existence for over 1,000 years. Although its history wasn't as long as that of the royal clan of Finlay, it still possessed an astonishing amount of wealth and major treasures. However, their royal clan didn't have any interspatial rings, and so they had to carry their treasures with them. Actually, in such a chaotic period, the various noble clans of Finlay and Hanmu had all thrown their valuables and magic crystal cards in bags and fled. The number of people in the entire continent who had interspatial rings was very low. Even a powerful entity such as the Prue Gallery had only one, belonging to managing director Maya. This shack is full of bad intentions. Lewis was extremely worried. He wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Shaq really would have a falling out with him. A knight by the side of Prince Louis nudged him, then stepped forward. This knight was the instructor for Prince Louis. Since Prince Shaq is so sincere, then we shall travel alongside your squad. Only, we're sorry to have troubled you, Prince Shaq. No trouble at all. Haha, let's go together. Shaq laughed loudly. Just judging from appearances alone, this 2-meter-tall, burly man looked like a foolish boar. But having grown up in the royal clan, how could Shaq truly be foolish? He, too, could guess what the other party was thinking. Nonetheless, he led everyone traveling north. Boss, the atmosphere seems really weird. Bibi said mentally to Linley. Linley laughed inwardly. That Prince Louis didn't dare to offend Prince Shaq too much, but he had to be careful so as to prevent Prince Shaq from acting against him. Naturally, this expedition became rather special. Watching both sides, Linley knew exactly what was going on. After chatting for a while with Prince Louis, Prince Shaq separated, then rode over to Linley. In a low voice, he said, Lord Linley, did you see that? See? See what? Linley looked at Shaq. After making sure that no one belonging to Prince Louis was nearby, Prince Shaq said in a low voice, the royal clan of Hanmu was in flight. They surely took with them many of the major treasures they accumulated over their 1,000 years of existence. In my estimation, those knights' bags are all filled with major treasures. Linley knew that the existence of the Golden Bank of the Four Empires had made magic crystal cards quite popular. Even large clans and royal clans used magic crystal cards. To these clans who possessed hundreds of millions of gold coins in wealth, most treasures weren't a big deal. For example, when they were fleeing, these nobles couldn't be bothered to bring something like blue heart grass, which was worth 100,000 gold coins. The only things they would take were the most important treasures, all worth over 1,000,000 gold coins, such as magicite cores of magical beasts of the 9th rank or of the saint level, or perhaps treasures from other planes. Or divine artifacts. Lord Linley, as long as you are willing to assist, when we divide the treasures, naturally you will have a share as well. No. 2 shares. What do you say? In my view, those treasures must be worth several million gold coins at least. Shaq said in a low voice. Shaq knew very well what an astonishing amount of wealth the royal clan possessed. Because in his own hands, there were 500 million gold coins in magic crystal cards. The kingdom of Hanmu wasn't inferior to the kingdom of Finlay. They probably possessed the same amount of wealth. How could the major treasures they carried out be of low quality? Fine. Linley nodded. When you plan to make your move, notify me as to what you wish. Hearing this, Shaq was extremely excited. Perhaps when they were fleeing, magi were hindrances, but when they were able to engage in a battle, their power was astonishing. Linley was a dual-element magus of the 7th rank. With their opponents totally caught off guard, he alone could probably kill half of them. Linley carefully inspected those 7 people on Prince Louis's side. Right now, each of them were carrying 4 or 5 bags. In particular, HRM? Linley suddenly noticed that the sound of hoofsteps of one middle-aged man's horse was particularly loud. In addition, that horse seemed more tired than the other horses as well. More importantly, that middle-aged man had another horse running alongside him. He had 2 horses to himself. Clearly, this middle-aged man needed to frequently change horses. These horses are both fine horses. Even if they were carrying 3 or 4 people, they would gallop like the wind. Why would this middle-aged man cause these horses to be so tired, to the point where he would have to frequently change horses? Linley instantly understood the reason. This middle-aged man was very heavy. Or, to put it another way, the things he was carrying was very heavy. But this middle-aged man is only carrying a short sword. Can it be that within his bags, Linley's only explanation was that the 4 bags the middle-aged man was carrying included something extremely heavy? The wind howled. Both Prince Louis's and Prince Shaq's men had retired for the night. No matter how strong one was, they would still need rest. Prince Louis's and his 6 warriors all rested together, while Prince Shaq's men were divided into 4 or 5 units. These 2 forces were located in separate areas. Master, when should we leave? Prince Louis said in a soft voice. The other 5 men were all feigning sleep. Wait a bit longer. When they've all fallen asleep, we'll mount and leave. That middle-aged man said quietly. Fleeing into the dark night was a very common strategy. It was a common strategy because many people used it, and many people used it because it was effective. The 30 people on Prince Shaq's side were feigning sleep as well. Not a single one of them was truly asleep. Everyone knew that there would be a battle they had to fight tonight. Lord Linley. Prince Shaq was by Linley's side. He called out to Linley in a soft voice. HRM? Linley turned to look at Shaq. Prince Shaq continued, Lord Linley, prepare to secretly cast a magic spell. This will catch them off guard and make them suffer heavy losses. And then, my squad will charge over and finish them off. Lord Linley, it's up to you now. Fine. Linley nodded. A sudden sneak attack via magic at night was something which opponents definitely would not be able to foresee. Linley's lips began to move slightly as he quietly began to chant the words to a magical spell. By his side, Prince Shaq could only wait impatiently. Poor Prince Louis and his men actually wanted to wait a while longer and flee after Prince Shaq and his men had fallen asleep. Swish. 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 In a circular area with a radius of 10 meters, dozens of sharp earthen spears suddenly jutted out of the ground. Ah! A series of agonized screams sounded out as those sharp earthen spears suddenly pierced through those warriors' bodies, and one of them was directly impaled through and through. That poor Prince Louis was instantly killed as well by those spears. He was, after all, the weakest person amongst them. The thickly clustered array of earthen spears was enough to freeze one's heart. Earth-style magic of the 7th rank, earthen spear array. 4 of the 7 people in Prince Louis's party died in agony on the spot, while the 3 remaining warriors of the 8th rank suffered serious injuries as well, due to being caught off guard. Kill. The 30 members of the Wild Thunder squad were previously feigning sleep, but hearing those miserable screams, they all charged towards the other camp as though they had received orders. They immediately attacked those 3 wounded warriors of the 8th rank, in a 30 against 3 fight. This wasn't a fair contest at all. What's more, the Wild Thunder squad had 10 warriors of the 8th rank. Slice. Slice. Those 3 wounded warriors of the 8th rank were easily killed. They were barely able to resist at all. Second Prince, all of them are dead now. The captain of the Wild Thunder squad, an energetic, golden-haired middle-aged man reported. Shaq was overjoyed. Ha, wonderful. Quick, bring those bags over to me. For this action alone, I will award all of you 100,000 gold coins. When we reunite with my royal father, I will disperse the gold. Shaq was extremely excited. There were 30 people in the Wild Thunder squad. 100,000 gold coins each was only a total of 3 million gold coins. But the wealth contained within those 10 bags surely was worth more than 100 million gold coins. Come, Lord Linley. You pick 2 bags first. Shaq said very magnanimously to Linley. The usefulness of a magus in pitched group battles had been totally put on display. This sneak attack by magic of Linley's had killed 4 and heavily injured the remaining 3. If Shaq had ordered his men to directly attack, quite a few of them probably would have died. Linley walked directly over to Prince Louis's master's corpse, the middle-aged man. He hefted each of the 4 bags. As he did so, Linley indeed noticed something strange. 3 of the bags were very light, very ordinary. But the last bag, it seemed very small, and the object inside was only the size of a man's palm, but its weight was over 1,000 pounds. Something the size of a hand but over 1,000 pounds in weight? Linley was stunned. He had never heard of anything this dense and heavy. Even gold and diamonds were much lighter than this material. The size of a hand, but over 1,000 pounds. Lord Linley? Shaq walked over. Have you chosen? No need to choose. I'll just go with these 2. Linley randomly grabbed another bag from the remaining 3, then slung the 2 bags over his back. Seeing this, Shaq felt very happy as well. What he worried about the most was that Linley would open every single bag to take a look inside, then make his decision. This would be quite unfair to him. But Linley had just casually hefted the bags on a single person, then chose 2 of them. All of Shaq's subordinates were now carrying bags. Let's go. Shaq was now in a wonderful mood. Linley was riding on a horse as well, but while riding the horse, Linley had cast the floating technique on himself. Given his power as a magus of the 7th rank, using a spell of the 5th rank was extremely easy. Linley used the levitational powers of the floating technique to counteract the extra weight of that mysterious object. This allowed the horse he was riding to continue galloping without strain. Grandpa Doring. Linley immediately pressed him. Take a look and see what I have inside these 2 new bags of mine? Oh, you got some treasures? Doring Cowart, who had been napping inside the coiling dragon ring, was suddenly full of energy. He immediately used his spiritual energy to directly sense what was inside Linley's 2 bags. Within that first bag is a brocade box wrapped in several layers of cloth. Inside the box there is a matching pair of beautiful jade crystals. They should have quite the history, but I don't know where they are from. Doring Cowart said. The second bag, Doring Cowart cried out in surprise. What is it? Linley's heart clenched in excitement. He knew that the second bag had to be the one containing the strange item weighing over 1,000 pounds, because the item inside the second bag wasn't a perfectly rectangular box. Adamantine. Adamantine ore. There's actually a fist-sized chunk of adamantine ore in the Yulon continent. This is astonishing. Doring Cowart said in amazement. Hearing the words adamantine, Linley's heart clenched yet again. Adamantine didn't actually exist in the material plane. It only came from other planes, and it was so tough and durable that supposedly even most deity-level combatants couldn't easily break it. When he was jailed in the Radiant Temple, that lock with some adamantine alloyed into it would have been hard for even a saint-level combatant to break. From this, one could tell how tough adamantine was. A fist-sized chunk of adamantine ore. This is more valuable than even a saint-level magicite core. How could there be such a huge chunk in the world? Doring Cowart simply couldn't believe it. A fist-sized chunk is huge? Linley was rather confused. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 14, The City of Hesse. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 14, The City of Hesse. Doring Cowart was rendered momentarily speechless by Linley's question. Linley, I must tell you, if a weapon has just a little bit of adamantine alloyed into it, the weapon's durability will increase to a very high level. If a weapon were to be totally made out of adamantine, even if you gave it to a saint-level combatant and let him try to break it, he wouldn't be able to scratch it, no matter how long he tried. Doring Cowart was very resigned. Linley clearly didn't fully appreciate how valuable adamantine was. Then, Grandpa Doring, can I use this adamantine to forge a heavy sword? After listening to Doring Cowart previously explain the benefits to using heavy weapons, Linley wanted to acquire a heavy sword of his own. Originally, Linley was planning to spend some money and buy a good one. But now that he had this chunk of adamantine, naturally he had to put it to good use. Right now, Linley didn't lack for money. Forge a heavy sword with adamantine? A heavy sword is rather large, and will most likely need this chunk of adamantine to be mixed with some other metals. But of course, I don't know anything about blacksmithing myself. However, I have heard that forging weapons out of adamantine is extremely difficult. Adamantine is extremely tough. Most master weaponsmiths are not capable of melting and reforging it. Doring Cowart chuckled. Linley nodded to himself. Adamantine was a material which even deity-level combatants supposedly would find tough to break. But since it was possible for adamantine to be forged into a weapon, naturally there had to be a special technique for it as well. Only, the technique was probably too difficult. Got it. Linley nodded. Linley and Second Prince Shak continued speeding northwards, and the farther north they went, the sparser the magical beasts became. After traveling another 300 or 400 kilometers without a single magical beast appearing, they reached an area where the local cities and towns hadn't had any people die. But these villages and towns were very sparsely populated. Most likely, people were afraid of the danger and had moved northwards as well. Ha, good, it seems the kingdom of Hesse hasn't fallen. Shak laughed loudly. It's been quite a few days. Finally we can rest. Shak looked at Linley. Seated on his horse, Linley seemed as solid and unmovable as an old oak, not wavering in the slightest, seeming very stable. His face was calm, and he had been silent, giving him a reliable, taciturn aura. Towards Linley, Shak had always felt a hint of dread. Although he was a few years older than Linley, he always respectfully addressed Linley as Master Linley. Master Linley, look. That's a military camp up ahead. Shak and Linley were riding side by side. Linley nodded. The Radiant Church had clearly decided to set up a line of defense here at the borders of the Kingdom of Hesse. Seeing those countless military camps lining the border, one could tell how many soldiers had been deployed here. 2 kingdoms and 5 duchies lost. That's about a third of the territory of the Holy Union. I expect the Radiant Church isn't willing to retreat any further. Linley chuckled. Linley and the knights made their way through the guarded pass, and were quickly allowed in. This guarded pass was to defend against magical beasts. Naturally, no humans would be denied entry. Second Prince, shall we rest here? Linley seemed very tranquil. The city of Hesse is one of the agreed-upon places that my royal father and I settled upon. We still have around 300 kilometers before arriving at Hesse City. If we hurry, we should be able to reach there by nightfall today. Shaq said unguardedly. Hesse City. Linley memorized this name. Clade. Hesse City shall be where you die. They continued their journey. Linley, Shaq, and the 30 mounted knights kicked up a trail of dust in their wake. By the time Linley and Shaq saw the city of Hesse, the sun was just setting, casting its red glow upon the earth. Hesse City, the capital of the Kingdom of Hesse. It's only slightly smaller than Funlai City. Seeing the silhouettes of the enormous city walls, Linley couldn't help but be awed. How much manpower had it taken to erect such giant walls? Arriving at the gate to Hesse City, Linley and his squad found their way barred. Dismount. A gate guard of Hesse City ordered in a loud voice. Why should we dismount? Shaq shouted back angrily. The gate guard saw that Shaq's group was definitely an extraordinary one, and thus answered the question. His Highness has ordered that no horses may be ridden within the boundaries of Hesse City. Everyone, right now Hesse City is overflowing with people. There's simply not enough space to ride horses. It's best if you all dismount. Let's dismount. Linley smiled at Shaq. Shaq nodded. Linley and Shaq could both imagine that many people had fled here from the 2 ruined kingdoms and the 6 destroyed duchies. Most likely many of the people living near Hesse City had fled here as well. Those 2 kingdoms and 6 duchies possessed a combined population of hundreds of millions. Even if 90% had died, millions would have survived. And of course, there had been no magical beast sightings within hundreds of kilometers of the Kingdom of Hesse, so virtually all of the people who lived in that area had survived. So many people. Stepping into Hesse City, Linley and Shaq and the knights were all shocked. Hesse City normally could only accommodate at most 1 million people. But by Linley's calculations, right now there were at least several million people within the city, because every single street was clogged. Even in the city of Funlai, Linley had never seen anything like this. Go find a hotel first, then come back here to pick me up. Shaq immediately ordered his men to go reserve a hotel suite. Lord Linley, let's go eat dinner first. Shaq said with a laugh, and of course Linley wouldn't refuse. Shaq immediately led Linley and the others to a nearby restaurant. The bottom floor of this restaurant was full, but there were still dining rooms available in the upper levels. 3 rooms. Shaq said magnanimously. But when they sat down and Shaq saw the prices on the menu, he was somewhat flabbergasted. Shaq grabbed the nearest waiter and shouted angrily, "Do you take me for an idiot? With prices like this, a table of dishes would cost several thousand gold coins. You are trying to cheat me." Although this restaurant was a high-class one, Shaq, as a prince, had naturally been to many high-class restaurants. For a restaurant of this class, 100 gold coins a table was generally more than enough. "Milord, if you don't wish to eat, you can leave." The waiter seemed very confident. Right now, Hesse City is filled to the brim with people, including countless nobles who fled here with their valuables. All of them demand high-quality service and are willing to pay for it. Shaq was instantly stunned by these words. Right. The people who had managed to flee from the 2 kingdoms and the 3 duchies most likely all belonged to powerful clans or were powerful combatants themselves. Those powerful clans naturally wouldn't penny pinch. Oof. Shaq snorted, but still placed his orders in the end. After Shaq and Linley had finished eating their meals. "Your Highness, Second Prince." The people who had gone looking for a hotel came back. "And? Have you found a place?" Shaq asked. That guard shook his head. "All of the rooms in the major hotels have been booked. Although we only went to 5 large hotels, we could already tell this wouldn't work. There were too many people trying to make reservations. Your Highness, we arrived at Hesse City too late. The members of the clans belonging to the 5 duchies and the Kingdom of Hanmu arrived much faster than us." Shaq nodded. "Sit and eat first." Shaq turned to look at another guard, one with short jade hair. "Are you full yet? If you are, help me find a manor and buy it. I expect the prices here within Hesse City will be quite high, but no matter how pricey it is, buy it. Remember, though, don't buy something which is too gaudy and too large. This manor will only be a temporary lodging place for myself and my royal father." "Yes, Your Highness." The guard acknowledged, and then left to find a manor. Linley quietly drank his wine, watching everything. A manor? I wonder which manor it will be. When Clade comes, most likely he will head to that manor as well. By finding out the place where Clade was going to stay, all he would need to do was lie in wait. When the opportunity came, he would send Clade to his death. Hess City. A very ordinary manor on Kean Road. Under normal conditions, a manor in Hess City like this which was not located in the city center would generally be worth 200,000 or 300,000 gold coins. But Prince Shaq had to pay 1,000,000 gold coins just to buy it. A large number of nobles and magnates had entered Hess City, causing inflation to skyrocket. That night, Linley also stayed in this manor for now. That Clade, after he comes, should be residing in one of these 2 or 3 rooms. Linley was walking in the middle of the manor, carefully inspecting its internal layout. He was making preparations for killing Clade in the future. The night wind was cool and refreshing, but Linley ignored it, only paying attention to the location and layout of every part of this manor. Lord Linley, why haven't you rested yet? That enchanting consort said to Linley in a soft voice, standing in the doorway to her room. Found being in my room to be too stuffy. Thought I'd get some fresh air. Linley replied casually. I also feel it's rather stuffy. That consort walked out of her room towards Linley. Her coquettish gaze only made Linley feel apprehensive, and he immediately said, Then royal consort, you should get some air. I'll go back to my room and get some rest now. After he spoke, Linley immediately left. Watching Linley leave, the consort couldn't help but let out a little humph of displeasure. The next morning. Second prince, royal consort, princess. I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave now. Linley bid his farewells. Lord Linley, why are you in such a rush to leave? Wait for my royal father to come back first, then decide. Shaq immediately tried to convince him to stay. Linley laughed coldly and sighed. Wait for your royal father? If Clade saw that I was living here, I probably would have to openly attack and kill him. The chance of killing him openly is lower than assassinating him. Linley had already had enough setbacks. This time, Linley wanted to be absolutely certain of success. This time, I'll have to endure and be patient. I'll wait for the moment when Clade and Kaiser aren't together. When Clade is alone, I'll kill him. That will definitely be successful. Linley knew that so long as Kaiser was there, he wouldn't be able to kill Clade quickly. But as long as Kaiser was not present, he definitely would succeed. Then where are you going, Lord Linley? Shaq asked. I plan to leave Hess City and continue north. As for where exactly, I'm not yet sure. Linley replied. All right. Second prince, royal consort, princess. I bid you farewell. Bowing slightly, Linley led Bibi away from the manor. That very night, Linley moved into a small courtyard on the same street as Shaq's manor. The manor which Shaq had bought took up a large amount of space, enough to very comfortably fit 30 people. But the house which Linley bought was very small, only enough for 3 or 4 people. This little courtyard had still cost Linley 50,000 gold coins. In normal times, a few thousand coins would have been enough. Heir, have you seen anyone new enter the manor? Linley was seated at his dinner table as he asked these 2 men. No. Linley had casually picked these 2 men up from the streets for his employ. Right now, in Hess City, there were many commoners as well as nobles. After fleeing here, those commoners had no food to eat and place to live. All they could do was beg or do manual labor. Thus, it was easy for Linley to find people to work for him. A salary of 2 gold coins each day, with food and board included, was an opportunity which any of these impoverished refugees would have fought for. Linley saw that these 2 men seemed the reliable sort, and so had chosen them. At night, you can sleep, but by day, keep a close watch. As long as any strangers enter the manor, especially in large numbers, you have to inform me. Pay special attention to a man who has only one hand. Linley repeated his instructions. There was no need to keep a watch at night, because the gates to Hess City were barred shut at night. And Linley was confident that with 2 people watching during the day, as long as Clade's men arrived, he would definitely find out. Shaq and his people believed that Linley had really left the city, but in reality, Linley continued his watch from a courtyard very near them. Clade, I'll just keep waiting here for as long as it takes. Let's see how long it takes you to get here. Linley's gaze was cold. Seeing the look on Linley's face, those 2 brothers shuddered. Go. Linley ordered. Yes, me lord. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 15, The Clan of the Violet Flame Warriors. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 15, The Clan of the Violet Flame Warriors. A sky-blue magus robe and a magistaff in hand. This was how Linley was dressed now as he walked on the streets. On this outing, Bibi had stayed behind in the little courtyard on Kean Road. Linley's instructions were for Bibi to instantly tell him once Clade appeared. Given the sole link between Linley and Bibi, no matter how far apart they would be able to sense each other's thoughts. Today, Linley had made this outing for the sake of his heavy sword. HRM? Linley noticed a weapons shop nearby and immediately went inside. The weapons shop's business was quite average. There were only 2 customers inside inspecting the various weapons. Linley went straight to the counter and asked calmly, in Hess City, who was the best weaponsmith around. The store clerk glanced at Linley. Realizing he was a magus, the shopkeeper immediately said courteously, "Milord Magus, the master blacksmith of our shop possesses very high skills. There's no weapon that he cannot forge. My question was, in Hess City, who is the best blacksmith around?" Linley's face turned cold. "If your so-called master blacksmith is unable to produce the weapon I need, don't blame me when I wreck your shop." The store clerk was frightened by Linley's words. Previously, he had wanted to try and win a customer, but now he no longer dared to make any rash claims. "Milord Magus, the #1 blacksmith of Hess City resides in West Hess City. His name is Master Corby, and his weapon shop is quite close to the Radiant Temple." Corby? Linley memorized this name. He immediately left. "But Milord Magus," that store clerk said in a quiet voice. HRM? Linley turned his head to look at the clerk, curious what he had to say. The store clerk said respectfully, "Milord Magus, if you want a good magistaff, you should go to a magic weapons store. These weapons are all meant for warriors to choose from." In the eyes of this store clerk, it was very strange indeed for a magus to not only want a weapon, but to want one made by a master blacksmith. The weapon of a magus was his magistaff. And in order to produce a magistaff, one needed high skills in alchemy. Linley's lips curved upwards in a smile, and he left the weapons store. Half an hour later, Linley arrived near the Radiant Temple in the west part of the city. Based on Linley's investigations, the Holy Emperor of the Radiant Church and the other saint-level combatants hadn't arrived in Hess City yet. Supposedly, only a single cardinal had arrived here, but to better assist the ruler of the Kingdom of Hess, he had taken residence along with the soldiers at the border. As for where that group of saint-level combatants of the Radiant Church had gone, no one knew. "I really hope that king of the mountain range of magical beasts killed a few of those saint levels," Linley secretly said to himself. The Holy Emperor Haydns had used the divine baptism against Linley. Although Linley didn't know what exactly it had been meant to do, he knew that the divine power of it had tried to merge into his very soul. His soul. This was the most important core of a person. Linley was certain that Haydns had been up to no good. "This is the weapons store of the so-called #1 blacksmith in Hess City?" Linley glanced at the weapons store. The store was tens of meters long, and on each side of the door there were 2 powerfully built warriors in beautifully wrought armor standing guard, weapons in hand. This weapons store did indeed seem quite impressive. Clearly, it was much better than the store which Linley had gone into just a while earlier. Entering the weapons store, Linley saw that the attendant was a beautiful young woman. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw how Linley was dressed, and she courteously said, "Milord Magus, what sort of weapon do you desire? Come with me. We have all sorts of beautiful court rapiers." Linley chuckled with resignation. It seemed this woman thought that he was nothing more than a magus who wanted a weapon to play around with. "I heard your master Corby is here," Linley said directly to the woman. The attendant nodded. "Right. Master Corby is the head blacksmith here, and he is definitely the #1 blacksmith within the city of Hess. I've never heard of Master Corby being unable to forge a weapon of any sort." "Oh? Have Master Corby come out. I wish for him to make me a weapon," Linley said immediately. Have Master Corby come out?" The attendant laughed awkwardly. "Milord Magus, Master Corby never comes out to meet with customers. If you wish to meet with Master Corby, you'll have to go find him yourself. And, if you want to meet Master Corby, you need to spend some money, as otherwise, he won't meet with you." Linley had to admit that this man really did know how to put on airs. "Fine. How much money for me to go meet him?" Linley asked directly. "Not much. 50 gold coins," the attendant said. 50 gold coins was nothing to those members of rich clans, but this price was enough for a commoner to survive off of for a year or two. 50? Linley withdrew a sack of gold from his clothes. This sack contained 100 pieces of gold. Linley poured out 50, then instructed, "Lead the way." Linley usually only carried 100 gold coins on him. He had magic crystal cards on him, after all. If he needed any more, he could go withdraw it. Yes, Milord Magus. The attendant was extremely happy. 5 minutes later, guided by the attendant, Linley arrived at a very plain-looking residence. The guard to the residence clearly was familiar with the attendant, and let them in immediately. When Linley saw Master Corby, the man was reclining on a chair while sipping a cup of tea. This Corby's hair was totally white, but the powerful muscles bulging from his body showed that he was still a powerful warrior. Most weaponsmiths were extremely powerful warriors. Master Corby, this Lord Magus wishes to meet with you. The attendant said respectfully. Corby glanced at Linley and laughed. Youngster, my fees are quite high. If you want me to forge a weapon for you, at the very least it will cost you 10,000 gold coins. Linley could sense this Master Corby's approximate level of power. If he wasn't a warrior of the 7th rank, then he was one of the 8th. Fine. Linley nodded. But this weapon will use special materials. Right. Can the other people here leave? Of course. Master Corby nodded at his servants, who immediately left. Master Corby looked at Linley curiously. Youngster, what special materials do you bring? Adamantine. Linley said directly. Previously sitting lazily on his chair, Master Corby suddenly shot to his feet as though thunderstruck. He stared at Linley in amazement. What did you just say? Adamantine? Did I hear you correctly? Adamantine was a material that appeared only in legends. He, Corby, had been a weaponsmith his entire life, but hadn't seen any. Right. I intend to use adamantine to forge a weapon. Are you capable of doing so? Linley looked expectantly at Master Corby. Master Corby hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he sighed and said, Youngster, I actually do not have the ability to smith adamantine. Hearing these words, Linley couldn't help but feel disappointed. Youngster, can you show the adamantine to me? Corby said somewhat awkwardly. Linley could understand the desire of a master blacksmith like Corby to see adamantine with his own eyes. He immediately removed the adamantine chunk from his bag and handed it over to Master Corby. This 1,000-pound chunk of adamantine didn't seem to be heavy at all to Linley. However, when the totally unprepared Master Corby accepted the chunk of adamantine, his hand couldn't help but sink down. It really is heavy. Master Corby recovered and easily lifted it back up. But Corby still glanced at Linley in surprise. For this Linley to be able to hold this heavy chunk of adamantine so easily meant that he was at least a warrior of the 6th rank. Adamantine. Having seen it, I'm satisfied. Corby stared lovingly at the chunk of adamantine, but in the end he returned it to Linley. In truth, Corby did feel a hint of greed and desire for it, but he knew that for Linley to so casually hand it to him meant that Linley wasn't worried at all about being unable to get it back. What's more, Corby also knew that he didn't have the ability to smith this adamantine chunk. Master Corby, do you know who is capable of smithing adamantine? Linley asked. Corby considered for a moment. From what I know, the Radiant Church has specialized master weaponsmiths. The Radiant Church has a long history and it should possess the techniques needed to smith adamantine. I expect that the master weaponsmiths belonging to the 4 great empires and to the cult of shadow should all be in possession of such techniques as well. Linley nodded. Farewell, then. Linley left, somewhat disappointed. Linley knew from the beginning that adamantine wasn't so easily smelted, and so he had made some mental preparations. Departing from this location, he headed back towards his own residence. But halfway back, Linley suddenly heard a familiar voice. Third bro. Linley immediately turned his head to look. Yale, George, and Reynolds were staring back at him in astonishment. Boss Yale. Second bro, fourth bro. Linley immediately ran over excitedly. He didn't expect to be able to meet with his dear brothers again. Under Yale's invitation, Linley decided to go to the Dawson conglomerate's headquarters to have a good meal with his brothers. Within a very secluded manner. Linley, Yale, Reynolds, and George were all happily exchanging stories of recent events. You want to find a master weaponsmith? I don't know any either. Yale shook his head. Reynolds said questioningly, Third bro, you said adamantine? What is adamantine? Neither Reynolds, nor Yale, nor George had ever heard of adamantine. Adamantine was simply too rare and too precious. Linley, we just barely had a chance to meet last time. Only today do I have the opportunity to have a good chat with a genius like you. Monroe Dawson walked in from the main hall, holding his big belly and chuckling. Hey, did you just say adamantine? Linley nodded. Lord Chairman, I managed to acquire some adamantine and plan to use it to forge a weapon. But I'm not able to find a master weaponsmith capable of forging it. Oh. What sort of a person was Monroe Dawson? How could he not know what adamantine was? You actually address me as chairman? You and Yale are like brothers. Just call me uncle. You say you need to find a master weaponsmith who can smelt adamantine? I happen to know one. Linley actually didn't feel too excited upon hearing this. Because even if Monroe Dawson knew a person, that person most likely wasn't in the city of Hesse. Uncle Monroe, who is that master weaponsmith? Linley asked. Monroe Dawson grinned. That master weaponsmith is known as Master Vincente Wayland, the leader of the Hyde clan. Vincente? Linley was a bit curious. Suddenly, Linley started. Uncle Dawson, what clan did you just say he belonged to? The Hyde clan. Monroe Dawson replied with a chortle. Linley had totally memorized the book he had read back in his clan's manor, which introduced the 4 supreme warriors. One piece of information included within was the clan names of the 4 supreme warriors. The Violet Flame Warriors clan was the Hyde clan. However, there was more than one clan named Hyde, and thus this Hyde clan wasn't necessarily the clan of the Violet Flame Warriors. You thought of them? Ha ha. Right. This Hyde clan is just like your Baruch clan. They are a clan of supreme warriors. The Hyde clan lived within a small city in the Holy Union's kingdom of Hanmu. After this catastrophe, they fled here to Hesse City. Monroe Dawson said with a laugh. They are here in Hesse City? Linley was surprised. And they are living right next to my manor. I personally arranged for them to be put there. Monroe Dawson continued. Linley stared at Monroe Dawson in astonishment. Actually, Monroe Dawson knew several people who were capable of smelting adamantine. The master weaponsmith of the Dawson conglomerate was capable of smelting adamantine as well. But none of those other people whom Monroe Dawson knew were currently in Hesse City. Thus, Monroe Dawson only mentioned this one person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 16, The Furnace. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 16, The Furnace. Linley was in a dire need of a good weapon, and so Monroe Dawson decided to immediately take Linley to Master Vincente. Monroe Dawson, Linley, Yale, George, and Reynolds all went in a group to a dwelling not too far away. Lord Chairman. The guard at the entrance immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Monroe Dawson. The servants and guards of the Hyde clan had been personally arranged for by Monroe Dawson. They all belonged to the Dawson conglomerate to begin with. Lord Dawson has arrived? A middle-aged man who had been quietly lying in rest in the front courtyard instantly scrambled to his feet and walked over. His face filled with gratitude, he said, Lord Dawson, if you want to see me, all you have to do is send someone for me. I would just come to your place. This Vincente truly did feel grateful towards Monroe Dawson. In this past half year, Monroe Dawson had been extremely friendly and courteous towards his Hyde clan, but hadn't required anything of them. In particular, when they had fled for their lives, if the Dawson conglomerate hadn't assisted them while they were in the kingdom of Hanmu, perhaps many more members of the Hyde clan would have died. Let's talk inside. Monroe Dawson slapped Vincente on the shoulders. All right. Other members of the Hyde clan, such as Vincente's father, and Vincente's 2 sons all came out. Come, Mr. Vincente, let me make some introductions. Monroe Dawson beamed as he pointed at Linley. The 3 of you should already know my son, but this one here is the genius magus I have often mentioned to you. He is, Linley of the Baruch clan, a master sculptor and a genius magus. Vincente continued. Vincente turned his eyes to Linley. Even Vincente's father and his 2 children turned to stare at Linley in awe. Linley, I imagine you know about our Hyde clan. There was a very special sentiment visible in Vincente's eyes. Although both the Hyde clan and the Baruch clan had decayed in power over the years, in their heart, they were filled with pride and a certain type of arrogance. The clans of the 4 supreme warriors had 5,000 years of history. No matter how far they had fallen, this sort of innate pride and arrogance sprung from their hearts. 2 descendants of 2 supreme warrior clans looked at each other, sharing a very special moment. The Violet Flame Warrior clan. Linley said modestly. In the books passed down within our Baruch clan, there are careful descriptions regarding the Hyde clan, one of our fellow supreme warrior clans, but... Hearing these words, Vincente couldn't help but feel as though he had been given quite a bit of face, and felt all the more well-disposed towards Linley. Linley, let me introduce you. This is my eldest son, Yushing Hyde. This is my second son, Tele, hide. Vincente clearly was very proud of his sons. Linley, my two sons are quite talented as well. But of course, compared to you, they have quite a distance to go. Yoshin and Trey only nodded, but from the fierce look in their eyes, they clearly didn't submit to their father's claims that the two brothers were a bit inferior to Linley. Alright, Mr. Vincente. I've come today to ask you for your help. Monroe Dawson said directly. Vincente immediately said magnanimously, Lord Dawson, if you need anything, just tell me. As long as I am capable, I will definitely do my best. In this past half year, the Dawson conglomerate had helped the Hyde clan out in many matters. But the Hyde clan hadn't been able to repay them at all. After all, the Dawson conglomerate hadn't asked them to do anything. The feeling of owing someone wasn't a good one. Monroe Dawson laughed while gesturing at Linley. Linley wants a good weapon. I want to ask you to be the one to forge it for him. Forge a weapon? Vincente looked at Linley. Linley, a weapon for yourself? Yes. Linley nodded. A gratified look was in Vincente's eyes. Nodding, he said, right. We descendants of the four supreme warriors can't be physically puny and weak. We must train as warriors, and naturally we must have a fine weapon. Tell me, what sort of weapon do you desire? Both Vincente and his two sons, upon hearing that Linley was a magus genius, felt a bit of disdain towards him in their hearts. In their eyes, the four supreme warriors' descendants should be powerful, invincible warriors. Now that Linley was asking them to help him make a weapon, they felt very happy. A heavy sword. Linley said slowly. Mr. Vincente, I am 1.9 meters tall. You decide how long the heavy sword should be. You should know what length would be most suitable to someone of my height. Vincente was a bit surprised. A heavy sword? Not a greatsword or a warblade? Greatswords and heavy swords were two different types of weapons. A heavy sword. Linley said with certainty. All right. Any other requests? Vincente was the leader of the Hyde clan. The descendants of the Hyde clan weren't just powerful warriors, they were all extremely skilled blacksmiths as well. Linley removed the bag he was carrying. The materials for the heavy sword must include this. From within the bag, Linley withdrew that fist-sized chunk of adamantine ore. Just by looking at it, Vincente couldn't tell that this was adamantine. After all, even Vincente had never seen adamantine before. He immediately asked curiously, what is this ore called? Adamantine. Linley replied directly. Adamantine? Vincente, his father, and his two sons all stared in astonishment at the fist-sized chunk of black rock in Linley's hands. Vincente suppressed the excitement in his heart. Looking at Linley, he said, Can you let me take a look? Yes. Vincente carefully accepted the chunk of adamantine. Although he had never seen adamantine before, Vincente knew that adamantine was extremely heavy, and so he had prepared himself for it. Indeed. At least 1,000 pounds. Vincente's eyes shone. Indeed. Adamantine is over 100 times heavier than gold. The legends are true. Vincente suddenly came to his senses, and he stared at Linley in astonishment. Linley, you want to use this entire chunk of adamantine in the forging of your heavy sword? Right. All of it. Linley replied. Vincente shook his head repeatedly. Linley, this adamantine ore is 1,000 pounds by itself. Using adamantine as the base, the other materials you will need to alloy it with will have to be of high quality as well. Given the size of your heavy sword, it will most likely weigh nearly 3,000 pounds. This will be my first time forging such a heavy sword. 3,000 pounds. You want it for yourself? Even most warriors of the 7th rank won't be able to use it freely. Even a warrior of the 8th rank will be slowed down by it, despite being able to wield it with ease. Mr. Vincente, just worry about the forging. Linley laughed. Dragonblood warriors were immensely strong, physically. Comparatively speaking, in terms of battle chi, Dragonblood battle chi was a bit weaker. Of the four supreme warriors, the Dragonblood warriors and the Undying warriors possessed greater strength. The founder of the Baruch clan, Baruch, was someone who had dared to fight head-on against a 9-headed serpent emperor and win, killing it in the end. A 9-headed serpent emperor was an incredibly large creature, with strength to match. It could be considered one of the most powerful saint-level magical beasts in existence. But Baruch still dared to fight it head-on and killed it. From this, people learned how powerful and strong the Dragonblood warriors were. Vincente glanced at Linley, then nodded. Within my clan, we do indeed have secret methods for forging adamantine. But it will be hard for me to acquire all of the other rare ingredients right now. Let me handle that, Monroe Dawson said. Vincente nodded. Given the power and influence of the Dawson conglomerate, procuring some ores should be very easy. Vincente looked at Linley. Solemnly, he said, Linley, adamantine weapons are indeed very formidable. If you only use a small amount of adamantine ore in your weapon, I'll still be able to sharpen and put an edge on it. But if you want to use this much adamantine, I'm afraid that at most, I'll be able to make the edges of the sword slightly thinner. But I won't be able to put an edge on it. 1,000-pound chunk of adamantine ore. Vincente had never even heard of such a thing. The sturdiness of the weapon it was used to forge would be incredible. To put an edge on and sharpen such a weapon? Vincente knew his own limits. Unable to put an edge on it? Linley suddenly thought back to the records of his clan. The first Dragonblood warrior had used a warblade to do battle, but the later Dragonblood warriors did not. One had even used a massive warhammer, relying purely on weight and power. A 3,000-pound heavy sword would totally be a match for that warhammer of his ancestors. If you can't put an edge on it, so be it. Linley was very confident. Such a heavy sword with such weight would be able to smash magical beasts to death with sheer kinetic force when wielded by the terrifying strength of a Dragonblood warrior. Good. As long as we have the other ores needed, I can immediately begin the forging for you. A single weapon won't take more than half a day of work. Vincente said confidently. He, Vincente, had forged countless weapons, and he was very confident in the secret forging methods of his clan. Monroe Dawson laughed. Vincente, then can you provide me with your secret recipe for forging adamantine now? Fine. I'll go get it now. Vincente immediately left. The Dawson conglomerate's efficiency level was terrifyingly high. Before nightfall, they had procured a large pile of quality ores. In truth, the secret forging methods of the Hyde clan didn't require any specific ores, as every material had possible replacements as well. But the materials provided by the Dawson conglomerate were the best of the best. That night. The quality of these materials is extremely high, and all of these ores are high-value ores. Staring at the ores, Vincente was so excited that his face had a ruddy glow. Laughing loudly, he said, Linley, with such good materials to work with, I'm afraid that the heavy sword will be slightly heavier than I anticipated. That's fine. Linley laughed. A weapon weighing just a bit over 3,000 pounds could still be easily wielded by most warriors of the 9th rank, much less the astonishingly strong Dragonblood warriors. All right. Tomorrow morning, I'll begin. Vincent said heroically. That night, Linley didn't go back to his own manor. He chatted mentally with Bibi, who very obediently stayed home and didn't come over. As far as Bibi was concerned, right now his life consisted of eat, sleep, eat, sleep. This was the type of life he liked. Early morning. The sky slowly brightened. Those 3 Hyde clan members, father and 2 sons, were bare-chested as they began the forging process. Vincente was the primary worker, while Yoshin and Trey assisted on the sides. The flames spat forth by the bellows were at an incredibly high temperature. Hiss, hiss. Vincente Hyde's body began to emit a blue flame, which quickly merged with the flames in the furnace. The color of the flames in the furnace actually changed as well, and those other ores began to slowly liquefy. Only the adamantine ore didn't change at all. Vincente picked up a cup of greenish herbal liquids and poured it directly over the adamantine ore. Hiss, hiss. The green liquid actually began to transform the adamantine ore somehow, as it actually slowly began to melt as well. Finally, the general shape of a sword could be seen. Clang! 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 The forge hammer smashed down again and again, the speed of the blows coming at a terrifyingly fast rate. The hammer danced in Vincente's hands, giving everyone present the sense of watching an artistic performance. Clearly, Vincente's hammer strokes had a certain rhythm to it, and the form of the heavy sword began to become more and more clearly defined. Hiss, hiss. Vincente's body was constantly emitting that blue flame, keeping the heavy sword under high temperatures at all times. He continued hammering away at it for 3 hours. The heavy sword, which originally had been all sorts of colors, gradually turned into a pitch-black color. Vincente was covered in sweat, and his face was turning a bit white. This was perhaps the most tiring forging project he had ever done. Give me mountain spring water. Vincente shouted loudly. His elder son, Yoshin, immediately brought over a nearby barrel of water, then mixed into it a cup with a different, pre-prepared liquid inside. Using the secret liquid ingredients of their clan along with mountain spring water would definitely produce optimal tempering results. Hiss, hiss. The heavy sword was placed within the barrel. Watching by the side, Linley and Monroe Dawson's eyes lit up. After being tempered, the heavy sword would more or less be complete. But just at this time, the gloomy, overcast sky suddenly boomed with thunder, catching everyone off guard. Success! Vincente pulled the heavy sword out, his face filled with excitement. He raised it high in the air, laughing loudly. "Ha, Linley, success! This is the finest creation I have ever made." Boom! A terrifying sound could be heard as a bolt of blue lightning suddenly forked down, striking directly on top of the heavy sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 17, The Heavy Sword, Bladeless. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 17, The Heavy Sword, Bladeless. This naturally generated bolt of lightning slashed down at high speed, and was many times faster than electrical bolts which thunder element magi could produce. Nobody present was able to react in time, and the lightning bolt crashed onto the upraised heavy sword. Ah! Vincente let out a pain-filled scream as his body was suddenly enveloped in a wild blue flame, which even had some silvery white flame mixed within. Thud! The heavy sword fell to the ground. At the same time, Vincente collapsed as well, his entire body twitching, especially his right arm, which had been charred badly enough that the scent of burning flesh could be smelled. Even after collapsing, Vincente's body continued to jerk about, and blood was pouring from his mouth. "Father!" The two brothers Yoshin and Trey let out simultaneous cries as they immediately ran forward. "Mr. Vincente!" Both Linley and Monroe Dawson were shocked as well. This natural bolt of lightning had carried an enormous amount of energy. It wasn't unheard of for even powerful combatants to die due to being struck by lightning. All of them ran over, surrounding Vincente, as Monroe Dawson roared out, "Quick, have Mr. Amanda, come, quick!" Armand was a light-style magus under Monroe Dawson's command who also specialized in medicine. He was extremely skilled at healing people. Yes. Seeing this, the gate guard also was frantic, and he rushed to find the Magus Armand. Magus Armand arrived shortly afterwards. He was an old man with a snowy white beard. Without saying a word, he immediately invoked a light-style spell. The totally burnt and charred right arm of Vincente began to quickly and visibly heal. Soon, all traces of the injury were gone. I'm fine." Vincente managed to force out these words with difficulty. "How are your internals?" Armand asked immediately. A powerful warrior was easily capable of sensing his body's internal condition. This assessment would be more accurate than a magus' external observations. Vincente shook his head. "I'm fine. I just need a little time, and I will be all right. Mr. Armand, there's no further need for you to concern yourself with my father's injuries." Yoshin said bluntly as well. These words raised the suspicions of Monroe Dawson, Linley, Reynolds, George, and everyone else. They could all see that right now, Vincente was very weak. Vincente was a very powerful warrior. For him to be so weak now meant that he clearly had suffered an enormous injury. But suddenly, Linley remembered a passage from his clan's records regarding the Violet Flame Warriors. A Saint-level Violet Flame Warrior possessed a power known as the Nirvana Rebirth. Generally speaking, they were able to recover from any wounds at an astonishing speed. This Master Vincente is only at the Blue Flame level, and has just barely managed to enter the White Flame level. He is quite a distance away from the highest Violet Flame level. Most likely, he doesn't have the Nirvana Rebirth ability yet, but he should still be able to heal his wounds. Linley understood. The four Supreme Warriors. The Dragonblood Warriors could be considered as the warriors with the greatest combat potential, while the Violet Flame Warriors were famous due to their Nirvana Rebirth ability. The Tiger-Striped Warriors were known for their attacking speed, while the Undying Warriors were famed for their strength and endurance. Uncle Dawson, Master Vincente has secret techniques for recovering from his wounds. There's no need for him to take any medicine. Linley spoke. Monroe Dawson nodded, then gave instructions to Armand. Armand spoke some well-intentioned words of guidance to Vincente, then left. As for Vincente, he lay down and rested for around 10 minutes, after which he looked much better. Linley couldn't help but feel astonished. The regenerative capabilities of the Violet Flame Warriors really were something special. "Linley, your heavy sword." Immediately after recovering a bit, Vincente began to worry about his masterpiece. "Quick, bring it over and let me take a look. I hope no damage was caused to the sword." Only now did any of them pay attention to the discarded heavy sword. All of them were amazed. The formerly pitch-black sword now had a faint blue glow on its surface, as though a layer of frost had formed atop it. "Let me see," Vincente said urgently. Linley grabbed the heavy sword and immediately gave it to Vincente. Of all the people present, only Vincente had any true knowledge regarding weapons. Vincente still hadn't fully recovered from his injury, and so even lifting the sword up was hard for him. He was only able to grasp the hilt after allowing the tip of the sword to rest against the ground. Vincente's face was extremely solemn, and with his left hand, he began rap against the flat of the heavy sword's blade. Dang! 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 A series of crisp, clear sound could be heard. Vincente began to apply more and more force to each blow, and the ringing sounds were growing louder as well. Vincente rapped every single part of the heavy sword, constantly changing positions. While doing so, Vincente was staring intently at the sword while listening to the sounds. Next to him, Linley, Monroe Dawson, and the others had stopped breathing. They knew that most likely, Vincente was assessing the heavy sword to see if the bolt of lightning had caused any damage to it or had altered it somehow. After all, the bolt of thunder had struck it just after it had been quenched in the liquid solution. Re-eyeing. With a single flick of Vincente's finger, the entire heavy sword emitted a beautiful sound. Hearing this almost perfect, rich, smooth sound, a look of wild joy appeared on Vincente's face. Heaven's will! Heaven's will! His face filled with wild joy, Vincente turned to look at Linley. Linley, it must be that heaven itself desired for you to possess this divine sword. Mr. Vincente, what's the situation with this heavy sword? Monroe Dawson asked. Vincente explained, the hardest part of forging an adamantine weapon is bringing out the full potential of the adamantine, since the alloyed metals are all significantly inferior to adamantine. Although the secret method of my clan allows me to alloy a high percentage of the other metals with the adamantine, I of course am not able to alloy it 100% perfectly. In other words, the internals of the sword that I had just forged were not perfectly consistent, and there were minute inconsistencies in each spot. A look of disbelieving joy was on Vincente's face. But I didn't expect that right after I finished quenching the sword, I would get struck by that bolt of lightning, which caused all of the remaining internal irregularities in the sword to be fused perfectly. The full potential of the adamantine has been released. I simply can't believe that something like this happened. This is heaven's will. Heaven's will. Linley was overjoyed as well. Third bro, congratulations. Yale, Reynolds, and George all began to grin. They all understood. After having withstood this lightning strike, the quality of Linley's heavy sword had just improved by another level. And not just that. Look. There's a faint blue glow on the surface of this heavy sword. I've touched the surface of it, and it is unbelievably slick and smooth. Most likely in the future, when you kill someone using it, no blood will stick to it. Vincente chortled. Killing without being stained by blood. Monroe Dawson sighed in praise as well. The creation of this heavy sword was indeed miraculous, causing everyone present to sigh in amazement. This heavy sword was originally pitch black, but now it has a layer of blue light on it. At first glance, one would say that it was dark blue. Yale sighed in amazement. This sword really did have quite the majestic aura to it. Yoshin, Trey, bring me the measuring sticks. Vincente instructed. After finishing the smithing of a sword, naturally he would have to see what the sword's exact dimensions were. Linley could feel that this sword was very heavy, but he couldn't say exactly what its weight was. Monroe Dawson only chortled happily as he watched them take the measurements for this sword. The sword is 1.41 meters long. It weighs. Yale and the others quickly began to weigh the sword, but when they saw the figures, they were all astonished. 3,600 pounds. The heavy sword is 1.41 meters long and 3,600 pounds heavy. Reynolds began screaming in a high-pitched voice. This was an extremely domineering heavy sword. And as far as it was lengthwise, it was just about right for Linley. What's more, Linley wasn't finished growing yet, and his strength would continue to increase as well. Naturally, this sword would only grow more and more easy to use in the future. Third bro. What is the name of this heavy sword? Quick, pick a name. Yale was the first to say. Vincente and the others all looked at Linley. Reynolds interjected, this was hit by a lightning bolt. I say, how about calling it Heavenly Thunder? That's really cool, right? That's way too vulgar. George shook his head. How about Lightning's Majesty? Reynolds continued. Yale and everyone else began to laugh. Monroe Dawson teased, Reynolds, why call it Lightning's Majesty? Let's just go ahead and call the sword Reynolds. Translator's note, there is a pun here. In Chinese, Reynolds' name is Lei Nuwa, with Lei meaning thunder. Heavenly Lightning is Tian Lei, while Lightning's Majesty is Lei Wei. Everyone is teasing Reynolds for picking names that sound similar to his own. Reynolds pouted and fell silent after letting out a humph. It doesn't necessarily have to be related to lightning. Linley laughed. Since there's no way for this sword to be sharpened, then let's just call it bladeless. Linley casually picked this name. It was a very simple one, but Linley liked it. Bladeless? The heavy sword, bladeless? Not bad. Yale nodded. Bladeless. Vincente, Yoshin, Trey, and the others all savored the name for a while, then nodded. That day, Monroe Dawson gifted Linley with a fine sheath for a heavy sword. It was a deep blue color and forged from precious metals. It was only half a meter long, but had openings on both ends. Linley could sheath his heavy sword into it from either direction, with half of it remaining visible. This was how sheaths for heavy swords were usually designed. Scabbards that were meant to cover the entire sword were simply too long, and once the warrior removed the sword from the sheath, the meter-long sheath would be very impractical and get in the way. This half-meter-long scabbard was very light and wouldn't cause any hindrance. That night at a banquet, Linley dressed in his warrior clothes and carried this heavy sword with him. Thanks to his long-term training, his 1.9-meter-tall body was rippling with muscles, and his warrior's clothes put his charisma on full display. With this heavy sword on his back, he did indeed have the aura of a powerful heavy swordsman. Haha, Linley. Monroe Dawson laughed as he looked at Linley. In my opinion, nobody who sees you would believe that you were a genius magus. Linley was slightly startled, but then he laughed as well. Dressed like this, naturally it would be hard for others to tell that he was a magus. I remember when we first arrived at the Ernst Institute, when we were in our first year, third bro was only 9. Even then, he was able to easily lift up and throw that 9-year-old who won the tournament quite a distance. Ever since then, I knew that third bro was extremely talented as a warrior as well. Yale chortled. Everyone was enjoying this banquet immensely, and after having acquired this heavy sword, Linley felt very pleased as well. When I have some time, I'll definitely have to analyze and train in using heavy swords. Linley made his decision. When he had originally acquired the Blood Violet Godsword, Linley had also spent several months before totally comprehending all the best ways to use a flexible sword such as Blood Violet. But Linley had the feeling that, comparatively speaking, training with Blood Violet wasn't that hard, only fast and strange. But this heavy sword weighed 3,600 pounds. On the surface, it would seem that the techniques for using a heavy sword were simple. Block, smash, etc. But Linley knew that was just the most basic of movements. Using this sword to its full potential definitely wouldn't be that easy. He knew this because his clan's records had described the ways in which that ancestor of his had used a massive warhammer. Clearly, there were deep mysteries with regards to how one used weapons. To bring out a heavy weapon's full power and potential? This was very hard. But upon succeeding, it would possess tremendous power. The banquet ended. Linley began to engage in some simple sword stances in an empty courtyard within the Dawson conglomerate's estate, trying to feel for the heavy sword's balance, and how it felt when thrusting and chopping. Just as Linley was beginning to totally immerse himself in getting a basic feel for the technique behind using such a sword. Boss. Come back, quick. That Clade has finally appeared. BB's excited voice suddenly rang out in Linley's mind. Linley instantly came to his normal senses. Clade is back. Linley felt his previously calm heart suddenly fill with excitement, and his body suddenly began to brim with power. He didn't have time to explain too much to his brothers. He bid a simple farewell, and then headed for his own residence at high speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 18, A Missing Hand? Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 18, A Missing Hand? Bearing the adamant heavy sword on his back, Linley quickly made his way through the streets. However, just from appearances, nobody could tell how heavy it truly was, and so Linley didn't attract any notice from bystanders. Clade finally came. I've waited so long. Linley suppressed the excitement he felt. Come. This time, no matter what, I can't make any mistakes again. The first time, he had thought he had a better than 90% chance of success, but unexpectedly, that Saint-level Fate Guard had appeared out of nowhere and caused Linley's plan to fail. This time, Linley didn't want to make any mistakes. Linley! Doran Coward's slightly hoarse voice rang out. Remember, you previously were together for a period of time with Shaq and his men. Upon Clade's return, Shaq might report that fact to him. Understood. Linley had thought of this possibility long ago. But for the sake of being able to find the place where Clade would end up, he had to travel alongside Shaq, which resulted in them arriving together in Hess City. He definitely could not kill Shaq, because once Shaq and his group of men died, then Clade perhaps wouldn't show himself at all. I had to act in this way. But even if Clade knew that I had traveled along with Shaq for a time, there's nothing he can do, because I already know his whereabouts. There's no way he can escape. Lindley was totally confident. At the same time, Bibi, who was spiritually connected to him, was watching over Clade and his men. As they chatted, Lindley arrived at Kean Road. In order to prevent himself from being seen by Clade's men, Lindley immediately headed towards his residence via a series of back alleys. A black blur suddenly traveled several dozen meters and leapt into Lindley's arms. Bibi. Laughing, Lindley looked at the little shadow mouse in his arms. Bibi's eyes were gleaming as he delightedly conversed mentally. "Boss, I saw Clade come here not too long ago. But I only caught a glimpse of half his face before he entered the manor. Boss, those 2 people you employed were too useless. They didn't notice him at all." HRM? Lindley was somewhat suspicious. He had ordered those 2 to stay on the lookout. Logically speaking, as soon as Clade had appeared, they should have noticed him. "Milord, milord." Ade and Air ran over and said respectfully, "Milord, we just saw a large group of people enter the manor not too long ago." "A large group of people?" Lindley immediately asked. "Was one of them missing a hand?" Air shook his head. "No, milord. Milord, you ordered us to pay attention to any groups of people entering the manor, and you also told us to watch for a man with a missing hand. But we didn't see anyone with a missing hand in that group." "Impossible," Lindley said with certainty. There definitely was a man with a missing hand. Bibi had already seen half of Clade's face, and given Bibi's eyesight, he definitely wouldn't have been mistaken. Since Bibi was certain he had seen him, then Clade was definitely in that group. Definitely? Hearing how certain Lindley was, the man felt awkward. "Milord, perhaps there were too many people in the group, so my elder brother and I didn't see him." Lindley frowned. Too many people? Originally, when he fought with Clade's squad at the palace, Lindley and Bibi had killed quite a number, leaving only 10 or so knights remaining. And given the number of magical beasts on the road here, it would be quite exceptional if all 10 of Clade's men were still alive. How could this be considered too many people? Many people? How many? Lindley asked. Very many. At least 70 or 80. The man said haltingly, seemingly uncertain. Regardless, there were very many. That group suddenly appeared and then entered the manor. We 2 brothers couldn't clearly see every single person in the group. Perhaps there really was a man with a missing hand amongst them. Lindley was confused. 70 or 80 people? Even when he had attempted to kill Clade in the palace, Clade's Wild Thunder squad had only 30 or so people. What's more, after having been reduced in numbers by himself and Bibi, how could so many more people have appeared out of nowhere? Lindley didn't understand it. Boss, there really were a lot of people. Bibi's voice also sounded out now, in Lindley's mind. By the time I noticed Clade, he was just about to enter the manor. I only had the chance to catch a glimpse of half his face. But behind him there were at least 50 or so people. But as to how many people entered the manor before Clade, I'm not too sure. Lindley definitely trusted Bibi, of course. That many people? Lindley wondered to himself. Alright, you can go now. This is a reward for you and your brother. Keep watching for me. Lindley tossed the half-filled sack of gold, which had 50 coins in it. Accepting the sack, he took a peek inside through the opening. The insides were filled with gleaming gold. This half-bag had to have near 50 coins in it. His heart began to be filled with excitement. When he had escaped here to Hess City, he hadn't even been able to feed himself. Now, after only having worked for Lindley for a few days, the man tossed him a sack with 50 gold coins? How could he not be wildly excited? Thank you, milord. Thank you, milord. He made up his mind. He and his elder brother would consider keeping a close watch on the people inside the manor. He immediately departed, then ran to the top floor of the nearby restaurant where he and his elder brother kept watch. Within the courtyard. All alone, Lindley was pondering what he should do next. A white light shone out from the coiling dragon ring, transforming into the white-robed, white-haired, white-bearded Doring Cowart. Doring Cowart stroked his beard. Chuckling, he said, Lindley, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Lindley lifted his head up to look at Doring Cowart. Upon seeing his grandpa Doring, Lindley felt his heart calm down a little. With such an experienced elder by his side, at least Lindley wouldn't grow frantic or feel unsure of himself. Grandpa Doring. I'm wondering where that group of people with Clade came from, Linley said. Doran Cowart chuckled. You are wasting your time wondering about this. Why don't you act instead? Hide in a corner of a wall in their manor and take a look for yourself. By then, you will know exactly who these people with Clade are. Linley began to laugh. Right. Why was he wasting time? Carrying this heavy sword will still impact my speed. Linley removed his adamantine heavy sword, then entered his bedroom and placed it under his bed, then grabbed his bedsheets. Standing on Linley's shoulders, Bibi stared curiously at the adamantine heavy sword. He mentally asked Linley, Boss, is this heavy sword the treasure which you had created for you using that adamantine ore? Linley laughed and nodded. How heavy is this heavy sword? Bibi asked curiously. 3,600 pounds. Linley replied honestly. Bibi rubbed his little nose with his paws in surprise, while his beady little eyes spun around in shock as well as he stared at the adamantine heavy sword. Enough. You'll have plenty of time to look at it later. Linley put down the bedsheets, hiding the heavy sword. Ah. Hey boss, I suddenly remember something. That Clade probably already knows that you are right here. Bibi looked at the interspatial ring on Linley's finger and cried out in alarm. What? Why? Linley was extremely shocked. Boss, you personalized and bound your blood violet godsword using a drop of blood. I remember you saying that when you were imprisoned within the Radiant Temple, although blood violet was confiscated, you could still sense where it was. Interspatial rings are also personalized through blood. Wouldn't Clade then be able to sense the location of his interspatial ring? Bibi urgently transmitted his thoughts to Linley. But hearing this, Linley only began to laugh. Ha ha. Standing next to them, Doran Cowart began to laugh as well. Only, Bibi wasn't able to hear Doran Cowart's laughter. Immediately upon leaving the city of Finlay, Linley had already questioned Doran Cowart regarding this interspatial ring he had taken. Bibi. Linley laughed as he explained. This interspatial ring is different from a divine artifact such as blood violet. Technically speaking, an interspatial ring isn't a divine artifact, just a very valuable magical item. Its basic underpinnings are quite similar to the magic crystal cards, which use fingerprints to personalize and recognize an owner, while interspatial rings use blood to do the same. Only the owner of an interspatial ring can open it and take out its contents. However, when a magical item is taken away, there's no way for the owner of it to sense the exact location of his item. Do you think divine artifacts are that common? Even my adamantine heavy sword, bladeless, isn't at the level of divine artifacts. Divine artifacts. It was impossible for a divine artifact to be forged within this material plane, in the Yulon continent. Things such as the coiling dragon ring and the blood violet sword were both very ancient items. The coiling dragon ring had suddenly emitted a terrifying burst of energy back at the Radiant Temple and saved me. What's more, when using magic through it, it reduces the amount of mage force and spiritual energy needed to a sixth of normal. Blood violet, in turn, can become flexible or straight as the wielder chooses, and is virtually indestructible. Linley had a certain theory. It was already a fact that the coiling dragon ring had secrets hidden within that he hadn't yet discovered. That terrifying burst of energy at the Radiant Temple was proof. As for blood violet, for it to be used as a focusing seal for that mysterious magical formation meant that it definitely had special qualities to it as well. Only, right now Linley was still too weak and couldn't discover what was so special about it. Blood violet. Linley glanced at the sword at his waist which he was wearing like a belt. What was the real ability of this mysterious blood violet flexible sword? Bibi, you stay here for now. Linley instructed. Got it. Bibi obediently remained within the courtyard, while Linley stealthily slipped out of his residence and headed quietly towards Clade and Shaq's manor. Linley pressed himself against one of the walls of the manor which Shaq had purchased. Snick! Linley's sharp claws emerged. He easily cut a small opening into the wall, then transformed his hands back to normal as he peered inside through the opening. That night Linley had stayed at the residence with Shaq. He had memorized the entire layout, including the man-made hill and which rooms were which. Linley had chosen to make his cut in a very particular location. Through this cut, he was able to see into both the front courtyard and the back courtyard, without anything obstructing his vision. My royal father. Linley's sensitive ears actually managed to pick up the conversation between Shaq and Clade in the back courtyard. Linley carefully peered in that direction. Indeed, Clade and Shaq were walking shoulder by shoulder within Linley's area of vision. It's Clade. Linley watched carefully. But what he saw utterly stunned him. Clade's hand, his hand. Right now, both of Clade's hands were in perfect condition. But Linley had clearly seen Clade's hand fall off after being cut. He had even stolen the interspatial ring from the hand. There definitely was no mistake. To regenerate a lost hand would require the services of a lightstyle archmagus of the 9th rank at least. Linley was astonished. When Clade left, he didn't have a single magus with him. How did he get mixed up with an archmagus of the 9th rank? Royal Father, how did you end up encountering forces belonging to the Radiant Church? Those people are all so formidable. Shaq said in a somewhat astonished voice. Clade nodded. Of course they are. These people are amongst the most terrifying people the Radiant Church leads. The ascetics led by Lord Fallen Leaf have many combatants of the 9th rank amongst them. Traveling by their side, we were quite safe the entire time. Clade was speaking in a normal tone. Logically speaking, someone from the opposite side of a distant wall shouldn't be able to hear him. But Linley, as a Dragonblood warrior, possessed freakishly enhanced hearing and heard every word clearly. A group of ascetics? Led by Lord Fallen Leaf? The look on Linley's face changed. Lord Fallen Leaf was a peak stage saint-level combatant. And he had with him a group of freakishly strong ascetics, quite a few of whom had reached the 9th rank. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 19, with bated breath. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 19, with bated breath. Linley quietly left, returning to his own manor. On the road back from Clade's residence to his own, Linley's face was a mask of unhappiness. This news he had just received had made Linley think that things would be much more difficult now. Linley! What decision have you come to? Doring Coward appeared from within the coiling dragon ring. There was still a degree of distance between Linley's residence and Clade's manor. Doring Coward, this 5,000-year-old ghost of a peak stage saint-level combatant, wasn't afraid that Lord Fallen Leaf would see him here. Me? Linley balled his fists. Endure. I can only endure and wait. Doring Coward nodded with satisfaction. He had watched every step of Linley's journey and growth. Doring Coward felt affection and love for Linley as he might a grandson. He didn't wish for Linley to act too rashly. Linley! Don't worry. Stroking his beard, Doring Coward spoke confidently. That Fallen Leaf probably just let Clade travel along with him since it didn't inconvenience him. He definitely won't stay with Clade for too long. In the past, when Clade was still the king of a kingdom, his status was already much lower than that of Fallen Leaf. As for the current Clade, the kingdom of Funlai itself has been destroyed, making him even less important. What's more, based on my calculations, the new holy capital which the Radiant Church will select most likely will not be Hess City. Thus, Fallen Leaf won't stay here too long. Linley nodded. The previous holy capital, Funlai City, had been totally annihilated by the army of magical beasts from the mountain range of magical beasts. Only rubble was left. The Radiant Church definitely would not permit such an event to happen again. Naturally, they wouldn't erect the new holy capital in a location like Hess City, which was so near their new borders. After all, the king of the mountain range of magical beasts, Dylan, had previously said that the magical beasts under his domain could possibly expand to the point of taking up half of the Holy Union. Right now, they had only taken up a third of the Holy Union's territory. If they were to truly take over half, then Hess City would fall into that area as well. Haydns and the other top-level members of the Radiant Church simply did not have confidence in their ability to resist this deity-level Dylan. Although the Radiant Church still had untapped powers of its own that it hadn't put on display yet, once they deployed those powers against Dylan, it would be equivalent to them expending all of the resources they had saved up over 10 millennia in one battle. Haydns didn't dare to act in such a way. Just wait. Linley took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He already knew where Clade was. So long as he didn't make any mistakes, Clade definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Within a restaurant opposite of Shaq's manor, the same restaurant where Linley's two servants maintained their vigil over Shaq and Clade. That very day. Wearing a very ordinary sleeveless sweatshirt, Linley's powerful chest muscles were plainly visible. Those two mighty, muscled arms and that heavy sword on his back gave the impression of an extremely strong man. A heavy sword warrior. Linley's current appearance was a very commonly seen one. Warriors prioritized muscular training the most, and thus many of them had powerful bodies, and quite a few used heavy swords as well. 2 plates of roast meat and 2 bottles of bullfighters. Linley said in a deep voice. Sir, please take a seat first. Seeing how powerful Linley appeared, the waiter was extremely respectful to him. Linley selected a seat located towards the interior of the restaurant which still offered a clear vantage point to see through the door and the windows towards Clade's manor. The waiter immediately pulled the chair out for Linley to sit on. "Sir, please wait a moment," the waiter said with a smile. At this time, another waiter came over with those 2 bottles of bullfighters. Bullfighter was a type of extremely strong liquor, particularly favored by powerful warriors. Casting a sneak glance at the heavy sword on Linley's back, the attendant was secretly shocked. "Oh my lord! What a long, thick, heavy sword, and from the coloration, it must have been made from special materials. It must weigh at least a few hundred pounds. This gentleman must be an extremely strong warrior." At this restaurant, when the servers were bored, they would sneak peeks at their various customers. After having done so for a long time, their eyes had become quite sharp and their guesses accurate. Seeing how easily Linley was carrying this heavy sword about, they could immediately tell that Linley was an extremely powerful warrior. The elder of the 2 brothers whom Linley had stationed in this restaurant walked over at this time. "Take this roasted meat back and give it to Bibi." Linley didn't give him a chance to speak before issuing orders. "Yes, me lord." The elder of the 2 brothers didn't have anything important to do either. He immediately carried out Linley's instructions and took the roast meat back. And then, Linley just quietly sat in the restaurant and drank his liquor. Linley drank wine very slowly. A single bottle of liquor was enough to last him 2 or 3 hours. He just continued to drink while keeping an eye on Clade's manor. That night, in the higher levels of the restaurant, a traveling bard was belting out songs, and the entire bar was extremely rowdy. Quite a few warriors were shouting and laughing at each other. Because of the catastrophe, Hess City was more lively than it had ever been. Many powerful warriors patronized this restaurant, and all of them were very energetic. They actually began to compete in arm wrestling. 10,000 gold coins. The winner gets 10,000 gold coins. The contest organizer shouted in a high-pitched voice. To many of the powerful warriors who had fled here after the disaster, although 10,000 gold coins wasn't a small sum of money, it wasn't a particularly large sum either. "I'll join. These 10,000 gold coins are mine." A 2.2-meter tall brown-haired warrior with a barrel-sized chest sat down. His arms were definitely thicker than most people's legs. "HRMPH, I'll give you a go." A red-haired man with a body similar to Linley's walked over and sat down as well. The 2 immediately stretched their arms out and clasped hands. Immediately afterwards, the muscles in their arms began to bulge. Those warriors drinking next to them all began to shout out loudly in encouragement. This sort of life isn't that bad. Linley knew that waiting for Fallen Leaf to leave would be an extremely boring event. Who knew how long Fallen Leaf would stay? 1 day? 2 days? 10? Linley turned to watch with interest as well. Neither of these 2 are weak. They are at least warriors of the 6th rank. Linley nodded to himself. Right now, experts could be seen everywhere in Hess City. Their arms locked against each other, these 2 warriors were exerting 10,000 pounds of force against each other. Grr! That brown-haired warrior whose arms were thicker than most people's legs suddenly let out a mighty shout, and all of the veins on his arm began to pop out, crisscrossing his arm like worms beneath the skin. Anyone looking at him would think that his veins were about to explode at any moment. The red-haired man's face had turned red as well, as he wasn't willing to back down in the slightest. Creak! Creak! The table underneath their arms was beginning to shiver as well. The tables and chairs in this restaurant were all made from steel, and were extremely sturdy. Generally speaking, powerful warriors were able to carefully calibrate and control the amount of power released from their wrists as they engaged in arm wrestling above the table. For the table to begin quivering due to their strength was a sign that both men were at their limits. Let's go Harold, hello Oda. Damn it, Harold, try harder. Second bro, don't lose in front of me. All the warriors who were drinking around them were howling loudly in support. Slowly, that large man with massive arms named Harold gained a slight advantage, causing the red-haired warrior to immediately try desperately to resist. Ha-oa! With a loud roar, Harold smashed his opponent's arm against the table, causing an impression to be left upon the steel table. Ha, I win! Harold laughed loudly. F***CK. Second bro, beat it. Let me come. This big dumb idiot wants to win 10,000 gold? Poof. A one-eyed red-haired warrior walked over. The restaurant was very rowdy, and those energetic warriors screamed and shouted, while up above, the traveling bard was also singing loudly so as to get that bit of gold the restaurant had promised him. Noisy. But in this rowdy environment, 3 or 4 people remained silent. The warriors around them quite conscientiously didn't disturb those people. All of these warriors had significant outside experience, and they had good judgment. They knew who they could afford to offend, and who they could not. The next morning, soon after Linley sat down. HRM? Linley suddenly saw a familiar face. Lord Fallenleaf. As skinny as a beggar, Lord Fallenleaf casually walked out of Clade's manor and departed, with two barefooted ascetics dressed in sackcloth by his side. He laughed. But only Fallenleaf and two ascetics have left. Linley considered for a moment. He knew that many ascetics had come on this journey, and many experts were amongst their ranks. Right now, only 3 had left. Continue to wait. Linley took a sip of liquor. He would keep waiting. Clade, Shaq, and the others sent off Lord Fallenleaf, watching him leave from the gate. Royal Father, there is something that I forgot to tell you. Shaq slapped himself on the head. Royal Father, Lord Linley traveled with us for a time, but 2 days ago he left. He was heading north. Linley. Hearing this name, Clade almost shouted aloud in surprise. This Linley had nearly taken his life on 2 separate occasions. What's wrong, Royal Father? Shaq questioned. As far as Shaq could tell, this wasn't a major issue. After all, the kingdom of Funlai had already been annihilated. Their royal clan was royal only in name now, and not in truth. It would be surprising if Linley had actually continued to be loyal to them. He traveled with you. Did he know that you are living here? Clade immediately asked. Yes. He even stayed here a night. Shaq said, confused. Clade's heart began to shudder. This Linley is definitely still in Hess City. Clade knew that Linley wanted to kill him, and wouldn't leave just like that. No worries. There's still a large group of ascetics living here. Clade comforted himself. But when the ascetics leave, I will leave with them. Clade made his decision. Only by traveling together with the ascetics would he feel safe. Clade carefully looked in every direction. He even had this strange feeling that Linley was looking at him from somewhere nearby. A day passed. A second day passed. Aside from going back at night to sleep, Linley spent all his time at the restaurant. Once, a foolish person tried to cause Linley some trouble, but Linley booted him from the back of the restaurant to the front of the restaurant with one kick. Thereafter, no one else disturbed Linley. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. During these past 6 days, aside from Fallenleaf and those 2 ascetics, none of the other ascetics had left. Within Clade's manor. Everyone, why are you in such a rush to leave? Clade looked at the 3 representatives of the ascetics in front of him, trying to persuade them. An old, golden-haired man said calmly, Clade, we must head towards the new holy capital now. Sorry for inconveniencing you these past days. We'll leave now. These 3 ascetics totally ignored Clade's entreaties as they prepared to leave immediately. Milords, you are heading to the new holy capital? I wish to go as well. How about I travel alongside you? Clade said immediately, while at the same time, he instructed his son Shaq, prepare some things. We leave immediately. At this point in time, Clade didn't feel any sense of security at all. If only Kaiser was left with him, Clade didn't feel confident that Kaiser would be able to protect him against both Linley and that freakish magical beast of his. Travel along with us? The golden-haired old man frowned. In truth, they were not making a trip towards the new holy capital at all. They had a secret mission. Impossible. We are under strict orders from the church. The golden-haired man said coldly. The other 2 looked coldly at Clade as well. If you follow us secretly, you should know what the end result will be. After they spoke, the 3 turned and left, leaving behind a poleaxed Clade. Clade hadn't expected that these ascetics would forbid him from traveling with them. Milords. Clade chased out from the main hall, but the 50 or so ascetics had already left the manor via the gate. Not a single one of them turned to look back at him. Clade considered what to do. He didn't dare to follow them. Although the Radiant Church taught that men should be benevolent, when they decided to act against someone, they were definitely without mercy. Right now, Clade was no longer of particular use to the Radiant Church. Those ascetics definitely would not fear to kill him. Royal Father. Shaq walked over, looking at Clade. Clade frowned. He was quiet for a moment. Then, he gave his orders. Let's leave from the back gate. We will leave immediately. Yes, immediately. The danger grows with each passing minute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 20, The Full Story. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 20, The Full Story. Within the restaurant. Seeing a large group of ascetics leave Clade's manor, Linley was wildly exultant. At a glance, Linley could tell that over 50 people were in that group of ascetics. For such a large group of them to leave most likely meant that all of them had left. It's been 6 or 7 days. By now, it's almost certain that Shaq has told Clade about our meeting. Most likely, Clade has already been able to guess that I'm nearby. Linley casually tossed down a few gold coins. Suddenly, gusts of air began to wrap around him, and moving like the breeze, Linley agilely flew out of the restaurant. Despite bearing the heavy sword on his back, with the assistance of wind-style magic, he still moved with great ease. But of course, this was due to Linley having become a magus of the 7th rank. If a magus of the 3rd rank had been the one to cast the spell, the effect wouldn't have been nearly as good. "BB, watch the back door." Linley mentally instructed BB. "Boss, got it." As Linley rushed towards one of the exterior walls of Clade's manor, he began to mumble the words to another spell, Wind Scout. Whoosh! With Linley at the center, a gust of air suddenly spread out in all directions. Closing his eyes, Linley could clearly sense everything the Wind Scout had detected. HRM? Gathering near the back gate? The Wind Scout spell could only detect bodies and objects. It couldn't actually make out faces clearly. However, through the usage of the Wind Scout, Linley had already been able to discover that the people inside the manor were all hurriedly moving towards the back courtyard. Clearly, they were all getting ready to flee. Poof. As predicted. With a quiet movement, Linley flowed into Clade's manor, moving into the front courtyard with movements as light as the wind. Quietly but quickly, Linley made his way on the inside paths towards the back courtyard. Hurry, hurry. Clade berated angrily. Let's go from the back gate. We are heading out immediately. We are leaving Hess City. Clade said directly. The royal consort was confused. Your Majesty, aren't we all living here just fine? Why dash? Whap. Clade slapped her across the face. Enough crap. Clade snarled. Hurry up. Forget about the horses. You two, you are responsible for the princess and the royal consort. Clade ordered 2 of his knights, and then had a 3rd one open the back gate. Linley, hiding behind a man-made hill, watched this all while laughing coldly. As I thought. Not a single ascetic is left. With a leap, Linley retreated at high speed, moving to a place where Clade and Kaiser wouldn't be able to see him, then he leapt past the wall. And then, Linley turned and moved at high speed to the back gate. But just as Linley had rounded the corner, he came to a sudden halt. BB was right next to the back gate. Creok! The back gate began to open. BB immediately scurried over at high speed to a patch of wild grass nearby. Given that BB was only fist-sized, the wild grass was totally capable of covering and hiding BB's entire body. BB. When Clade comes out, tell me right away. Linley hid behind the corner, and his entire body began to be covered with black scales. Snick. His forehead, back, elbows, and kneecaps all began to sprout sharp spikes. And that long, iron whip-like draconic tail sprouted out as well. Linley's black eyes suddenly transformed into a dark gold color, the same color as the eyes of the armored razorback WYRM. Total dragon form. Wind-style supporting magic, supersonic. At the same time, Linley reinforced himself with a wind spell. After having completely dragon formed, Linley felt that his body was full of limitless power. Right now, that 3,600-pound adamantine heavy sword didn't have any impact on Linley at all. To a mighty warrior who could easily lift up something weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds, what was a mere 3,600? Comparatively speaking, it was like asking an ordinary man who could lift 100 pounds to carry a 1-pound item on him. Would it impact him? Clade continued to urge his men, and one wild thunder knight after another began to step out of the back gate. Clade himself walked through the gate, with Shaq by his side. And then the princess and the royal consort, under the protection of the wild thunder knights, headed out as well. As for Kaiser, he was at the very end, serving as their guard and escort. Boss, Clade came out. Just after Clade stepped out of the manor, BB's voice rang out in Linley's mind. The eyes of Linley, who had been hiding behind the corner this entire time, suddenly began to shine. Whoosh! A mighty leap forward, combined with the wind around him propelling him forward at high speed. Swish! In the blink of an eye, a black, human-sized blur slashed through a distance of 70 meters, charging directly at the back gate to Clade's manor. Somewhat caught off guard, Clade turned to look, and when he did, he saw that this human-shaped blur was already next to him. That familiar figure made Clade's heart quail. Before he even had a chance to call out or to react, a powerful force suddenly bound him. Don't move. Otherwise, you die. Linley's voice was transmitted directly to Clade's ear. Ah! The royal consort had just stepped out of the gate. Upon seeing Linley, she was so frightened that she immediately screamed. But then, with a snick sound, the consort's head went flying off. Linley retracted his claws. The severed head of the consort oozed blood everywhere, while her body collapsed to the floor. Monster! The princess, terrified, retreated backwards. Release His Majesty! The Wild Thunder Knights who had left along with Shaq immediately charged over, but as they did, a black blur flashed towards them. The little shadow mouse, Bibi, who had suddenly transformed to half a meter in length, landed on the ground. As he did, those two warriors who had wanted to charge over collapsed, as half of their necks had been severed. None of you resist. Resistance is futile. Linley's cold voice rang out. At this time, Kaiser charged over as well. Lord Kaiser, what is that monster? The princess was terrified. But Shaq, whom Clade had explained everything to, knew that this monster was actually Linley. The aberration in front of them was covered from head to toe in black scales, and there were spikes sprouting from his forehead, knees, elbows, and back. Its scale-covered feet and claws were all extremely sharp. And what's more, it had an iron whip-like draconic tail. Right now, that draconic tail was wrapping tightly around Clade, preventing him from moving at all. With each small swaying motion of Linley's draconic tail, Clade's body swayed as well. This scene stunned everyone present. Kaiser. This time, you don't have any chance. Linley's cold voice rang out. A pained look was on Kaiser's face. He knew that even if he fought one-on-one against Linley, victory was no sure thing. What's more, Linley had that freakish magical beast companion who was on the same level of power as him. Kaiser wasn't confident in his ability to deal with either Linley or the magical beast, Bibi. And now that Clade had been caught by Linley, he, Kaiser, did indeed have no chance at all. Linley! Release my royal father! Shaq shouted angrily. Linley glanced at Shaq with his cold, dark golden eyes. Shaq shivered, no longer daring to speak. Right now, Linley's appearance had stupefied everyone present. Those Wild Thunder Knights who had followed Clade had also battled against and been slaughtered by Linley and Bibi in the past. They knew exactly how powerful Linley and his freakish magical beast companion Bibi were. Linley! Just as Clade was going to beg for mercy. Crunch! Crack! Linley actually tore off Clade's ring finger and index finger, then casually tossed them in the direction of the princess and Kaiser's group. Ah! Clade couldn't refrain from howling from the agony of having his fingers ripped off. Clade, I'll tell you right now that you are definitely going to die. Linley said casually. Clade turned his fierce, tiger-like glare towards Linley. But what welcomed his gaze was Linley's cold, emotionless pair of dark gold eyes. Right now, you have two choices. The first is to be tortured to death. The second is to tell me who you gave my mother to, and who killed her. And then, I'll let you die an easy death. Linley said calmly. Linley knew very well that the best way to deal with someone like Clade was to lay it out clearly for him. Otherwise, Clade would think that there was still some hope of living. He would grit his teeth and refuse to answer, for the sake of that hope. No. If you are willing to spare me, Linley once again remorselessly ripped out another one of Clade's fingers. Calmly, Linley said, you are definitely going to die. The only question is, will you tell the truth early and spare yourself some pain and suffering? Your Majesty, Kaiser was about to immediately rush over. Kaiser, do you want everyone present to die? Linley's dark gold eyes stared at Kaiser. Kaiser instantly halted. He understood that Linley and Bibi definitely had the power to kill everyone present. Even he, Kaiser, would only have the ability to flee. Facing a combined attack from both Linley and Bibi, he didn't have any chance of victory at all. Kaiser really didn't know what to do. Linley looked back at Clade. Clade's face was totally pale. Large beads of sweat the size of soybeans had gathered on his forehead. Right now, the amount of force Linley was exerting on him with his tail was very high. Continue thinking. The longer you think, the more pain you will be in. Linley's scale-covered claw reached out and grabbed Clade's ear. Guessing what Linley was about to do, Clade howled, no. Rie up, Clade's left ear was ripped off by Linley, and he howled in agony while cursing wildly, Linley, you bastard, you are a goddamn devil. Keep on wasting time. Linley's claws slowly reached towards Clade's face. This time, it'll be your eyes. Tell me, would you prefer your left eye, or your right eye? Linley's face was still expressionless. When Clade looked at Linley, hoping to gather anything from Linley's eyes or facial expressions, all he could see was that unmoving, scale-covered face, and those cold, merciless dark gold eyes. If you don't decide, I'll decide for you. Just then, it was your left ear. Now, it will be your right eye. Linley reached out with his claws. No. I'll talk. I'll talk. Clade howled with all his might. Linley retracted his claws. Then speak. I'll talk. I'll talk. Tears actually appeared in Clade's eyes. He really had mentally collapsed. Linley had no intention of sparing him whatsoever. No matter what he did, he was going to die. If he talked, at least he would die an easy death. If he didn't, he would be tortured to death. None of the Wild Thunder Knights standing off in the distance dared to say a word. Linley and Bibi, man and magical beast, were really too terrifying, too formidable. Clade was roaring furiously in his heart, Radiant Church, this time you didn't give a damn about me and left me behind. Don't blame me for giving you an enemy which will be terrifying to deal with in the future. Linley, I'll tell you. Each year, the Radiant Church will offer extremely pure souls to the Radiant Sovereign. The Radiant Sovereign needs only two things, the faith of worshippers and pure souls. Clade said directly. Linley stared at Clade with his emotionless eyes. What does this have to do with my mother? Clade continued, the purer the soul offered to the Radiant Sovereign, the greater the gifts the Radiant Sovereign will bestow upon the Church. That year, my younger brother Patterson and I had just stepped out of the Radiant Temple. When I saw your mother, I was instantly stunned. Her eyes looked so pure, so innocent. From that first glance I had of your mother, my mind was made up. I had the feeling that your mother's soul must be extremely pure. After having heard this, Linley could guess the rest. I could tell that your father was only an ordinary person, and thus I ordered Patterson to go and directly abduct your mother. The next day, I delivered your mother to the Radiant Church. Clade took a deep breath. Indeed, your mother's soul was incomparably pure. When the Radiant Church killed your mother, offering her soul as a sacrifice to the Radiant Sovereign, the Radiant Sovereign blessed them with greater gifts than they had ever received. And this was the reason why the Radiant Temple decided to reward me with a divine blessing like none they had ever given before. The blessing raised me directly from a warrior of the 7th rank to the 9th rank. Although it would make my future advancement impossible, I was still satisfied. In addition, the Radiant Temple gifted me with a saint-level Fate Guard. Clade looked at Linley. Your mother's soul really was very remarkable. The Radiant Temple actually gave me so many things for her. From this, you can imagine how heavily the Radiant Sovereign had rewarded them when they had sacrificed your mother's soul to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 21, Fate. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 21, Fate. Hearing Clade's words, Linley fell silent. Ha, Linley, now you should know who your true enemy is, right? But are you capable of dealing with the Radiant Temple? Clade laughed wildly, on the edge of hysteria. Clade knew that he was going to die, and at the moment of his death, he had decided to bring as much chaos to the world as he could. Do you speak the truth? Linley's voice was hoarse. Actually, Linley already believed what Clade had just told him, precisely because this was the only possible explanation as to why the Radiant Church would have given Clade a saint-level Fate Guard. You yourself know whether I speak truly or not. Clade laughed wildly. Linley fell silent. Linley, you should have considered the fact that you are a genius magus and a Dragonblood warrior. In the eyes of the Radiant Church, you have much more potential than me, a warrior who was only raised to the 9th rank due to secret magical methods. In the future, you will most likely be both a saint-level supreme warrior and a saint-level grand magus. If it wasn't for the secret I just divulged, even if you had killed me, the Radiant Church probably wouldn't bear to execute you. Clade laughed loudly. Linley understood this reasoning. Clade should be telling the truth. Doran Coward's voice sounded out in Linley's mind. Given Doran Coward's experience, his ability to judge whether someone was telling the truth or not was much better than Linley's. Linley had deep faith in Doran Coward. At this time, on Kian Road within the city of Hesse, there were 6 ruthless-looking men dressed in violet robes. These 6 violet-robed men all naturally emitted the aura of cold, arrogant experts, causing everyone else around them to avoid them. These 6 people were heading directly for Clade's manor. Right now, they had no idea as to what had happened at Clade's manor. Waiters, wait-tesi, are the ascetics located here? One of the violet-robed men said in a low voice. The leader of the violet-robed men nodded. Right. From what I understand, the ascetics are all staying in this Clade's manor. This assignment of ours is extremely important. It's best that we head out together alongside the ascetics. These 6 people were the 6 special executors of the ecclesiastical tribunal. They had just arrived at Hesse City, and this was the only address they had on hand. They didn't know that a few minutes ago, the ascetics had all left. They had just barely missed them. HRM? Why is there no one here? Upon entering Clade's empty manor, they couldn't help but look around in confusion. The other 5 special executors looked at Waiters. Waiters was the leader of the squad for this assignment. Let's go inside and take a look. Waiters said calmly. The 6 headed directly into the manor, but the inside of the manor was totally devoid of people as well. Linley, release my royal father. My royal father has already told you everything. A voice rang out from beyond the back gate. Instantly, the 6 special executors turned to look at the back courtyard. The 6 men's faces turned solemn. Linley. The 6 men exchanged glances. Linley? His name is on the red list. Kill on sight. The 6 special executors immediately hurried towards the back gate. The ecclesiastical tribunal had 2 special lists. One was known as the red list. The other was the black list. The people on the red list were to be killed on sight, but there was no need to expend too much effort on those targets. Those on the black list were to be killed no matter the cost. Actually, given Linley's future potential, the threat he could pose towards the Radiant Church in the future should have been enough for him to be placed on the blacklist. However, while the high levels of the Radiant Church were fleeing, they believed that since Linley was not a member of the church, the chances of him being able to discover that his mother had been killed by the Radiant Church was very low. Thus, they only placed Linley on the red list. The special executors of the ecclesiastical tribunal all possessed astonishing power. These 6 special executors were all warriors of the 9th rank. They stealthily began to surround Linley. In the little alleyway behind the back gate of Clade's manor, Linley's iron whip-like draconic tail was still wrapped tightly around Clade. Release your royal father? Linley stared at Shaq. Letting out a cold laugh, he said, I can release your father, but what of my mother and father? Although it was the Radiant Church which killed my mother, at least half of the responsibility lies with your father. And over half the responsibility for my father's death lies on your father as well. As Linley spoke, he began to exert more pressure with his tail. Crack, crack. All sorts of strange noises were emitting from Clade's body. Clade was in such agony from the constricting draconic tail that he began to try and struggle again. Ah! Linley, kill me cleanly in one stroke. Clade moaned in agony. Crunch! Clade's 2 arms snapped off. Right now, Clade had been constricted so tightly by Linley that his formerly broad waist was now more slender than a woman's. Die! Linley looked at Clade, then exerted a bit more force with his tail. Smush! Clade spat out a large amount of blood from his mouth, and his entire face turned red. While spitting the blood out, he was coughing nonstop, and some bits and pieces of his internal organs were coughed out as well. Right now, Clade had been ripped into 2 parts at the waist. Even his spine had been snapped apart. The only thing keeping his upper body and lower body connected was a bloody layer of skin. Clade let out a few more moans. His entire face was red. A few seconds later, his breathing stopped, and his soul left this earth. But right now, Linley didn't feel any happiness or sense of accomplishment. The only thing he felt was a deep grief, a deep sadness. Father. Mother. Can you see me? Linley said to himself. Shaq, Kaiser, the princess, and the Wild Thunder Knights all stared at Linley. Many of them had hearts full of fear. After seeing how Clade had died, they didn't dare to try and avenge him. They could only hope that Linley would leave now. Linley's dark gold eyes glanced at everyone present. Cough. Shaq cleared his throat, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. His father had died, but he didn't want to die as well. Linley's draconic tail swayed slightly, then he turned and began to walk away. BB. Let's go. He called to BB. Just as BB, who was off to the side this entire time, was about to scurry away with him, BB suddenly paused, all the hair on his body sticking up. Right afterwards, Linley as well sensed sudden danger, which seemed to come from all directions. Whoosh! Several gusts of wind could be heard as 6 violet-robed figures appeared, surrounding Linley from 6 different points. Linley and BB were both trapped within their encirclement. 4 of these 6 were standing on nearby rooftops, while the other 2 were at each end of the alley Linley was in. There was no place Linley could flee to at all. Special executors from the ecclesiastical tribunal. Linley immediately understood who these people were upon seeing their uniform. Seeing this formation, Shaq and the Wild Thunder Knights all turned pale. These 6 special executors hadn't just encircled Linley and Bibi. They had also encircled Shaq and his men as well. "Milords, I am the second prince of the royal clan of Finlay. Please allow me to leave first." Shaq immediately begged. Kaiser recognized the special executors from their outfit. He also immediately said, "Milord special executors, I am Kaiser, and I am also a servant of the Radiant Church. May I leave first?" Kaiser knew very well about some of the special methods available to the special executors of the ecclesiastical tribunal. Given the current situation, he, Kaiser, wouldn't be of any use to them, and would actually serve to disrupt their actions. "Kaiser, you can leave," one of the violet-robed men standing at one of the ends of the alley said in a cold voice. "Yes." Kaiser immediately began running towards one of the ends of the alleyway. The 6 violet-robed men didn't block him at all, allowing him to flee past them. Kaiser was an expert of the Kingdom of Finlay, true, but he was also a holy knight of the Radiant Church. "Milords, what about me?" Shaq immediately said. "Milord special executors." That princess immediately begged towards the special executors as well. But the 6 special executors didn't even glance at them. The 6 special executors were clear-headed. When Kaiser left, he was but one person, and a warrior of the 9th rank at that. Linley definitely wouldn't be able to find a chance to slip past. But if they allowed Shaq and the others to leave as well, given Linley's current prowess, he definitely might be able to find a way to slip past at a critical moment. Linley stared coldly at the 6 of them. "You want to kill me?" Linley said calmly. He felt total confidence in himself. Even when surrounded by the attacks of that group of giant dragons, he was still able to flee and survive. To these 6 special executors, killing him and Bibi wouldn't be an easy affair. The protective scales on Linley's body were no joking matter. Those on the red list are to be killed on sight. The leader of the special executors laughed coldly. The 6 special executors stared fixedly at him and Bibi, ignoring everything else entirely. As high-level members of the ecclesiastical tribunal, they naturally knew that Linley was a Dragonblood warrior. Dragonblood warriors were one of the supreme warriors. They didn't dare to look down upon him. "Oh? Kill on sight?" Linley's draconic tail began to swing. Swish! Like a steel saber, Linley's draconic tail casually slashed across the ground, cutting a deep gouge into it. Linley's dark gold eyes were fixed on this group of people as well. Milord special executors. Shaq and his men were really terrified now. "Let's go!" One of the Wild Thunder Knights let out a deep roar, and immediately, a group of knights charged en masse towards one of the alleyway exits. The remaining Wild Thunder Knights numbered amongst them more than 10 knights of the 8th rank. For them to charge en masse like this, even a combatant of the 9th rank would find it difficult to stop them. Linley's eyes lit up. Linley immediately charged towards the wall on his left. Ignoring the wall's existence, Linley slammed into it as though he were a large magical beast. Bam! Linley knocked the section of wall over while fleeing at high speed to the north. Whoosh, dot. The bodies of those 6 special executors suddenly began to emit a hot, burning white light. The light from these 6 special executors was totally interconnected, forming a strange, glowing hexagram. Linley just happened to ram against one of the edges of the hexagram. Bam! Linley felt as though he had just been slapped by a violet tattooed bear. His entire body quivered as he was sent flying backwards. He remained surrounded by the 6 special executors. Ah! The bodies of those Wild Thunder Knights who struck against the glowing white hexagram all exploded, drenching the area with blood. Every single one of the Wild Thunder Knights who had touched the glowing white hexagram died. What is this? Linley was shocked. Linley, quick, do your best to escape. This should be one of the combination attack methods of the ecclesiastical tribunal. Doring Coward immediately recognized the danger that Linley and Bibi were now in. If they continued to be trapped in such a manner, it was very likely that Linley and Bibi would not be able to escape at all. Those 6 special executors charged forwards towards Linley and Bibi in a very practiced manner. And as they did, the area of movement within the hexagram began to shrink at an extremely fast rate. Ah! 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 Shaq and the remaining knights who had not touched the glowing white hexagram were unable to dodge with the 6 special executors drawing closer and closer. One after another was forced to come into contact with the glowing white hexagram, and when they did, their bodies began to vibrate before exploding. In the blink of an eye, no one in Shaq's party was left alive. But Linley and Bibi were trapped in an increasingly small, tight space. "Boss, that white thing seems really powerful. What should we do?" Bibi was frantic. Linley had both felt and could sense the power of this glowing white hexagram. When it had struck his body, he still felt extreme pain despite his defensive powers, and all the blood in his body had been agitated. "BB, you go down through the earth, I'll go up from the skies. Flee." Linley mentally directed BB. This black-scaled aberration, Linley, and his freak of a shadow mouse companion, BB, acted at almost the same time. One flew up into the sky like an arrow leaving the bow, while the other burrowed deep into the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 22, Passing Away. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 22, Passing Away. Ha! The 6 special executors simultaneously stomped the ground viciously, and suddenly the light around them penetrated the earth. BB, who had just burrowed into the earth, struck against the white light and was immediately knocked back. Whoosh, dot. At the same time, the 6 special executors retreated at high speed, suddenly expanding the area within the glowing white hexagram. With each leap, Linley was usually only able to travel a few dozen meters to 100 meters at most. In the end, he still had to fall to the ground after all. As for the soaring technique, under the current conditions, he simply didn't have enough time to utter the incantations necessary to cast the soaring technique. Haoa! BB didn't dare to touch the glowing white hexagram the 6 special executors had created again. BB jumped up in the air as well. At this time, 5 of the special executors suddenly rose into the air as well. Of those 5, 4 rose to the same height in the air as Linley, while the last one rose above Linley. Whoa! One person was above him, 4 were around him, and 1 was underneath him. Glowing with white light, the 6 special executors had formed a totally airtight octahedron, keeping Linley and BB totally sealed in within. What the hell is this? Linley was rather stunned. Doran Cowart's voice sounded out in Linley's mind. This special combination attack of these special executors of the Ecclesiastical Tribunal consumes an enormous amount of lightstyle battle chi. But perhaps they have some secret treasures of the Radiant Temple on them. 5,000 years ago, the Radiant Temple didn't possess such mysterious, agile combination attacks. Even if they practiced the same type of battle chi, every person's battle chi would have fine-minute differences. To be able to totally combine battle chi like these 6 special executors were doing, to the point of even being able to transform their battle chi to dramatically increase its power, was virtually impossible. But the Radiant Temple had succeeded. Whoosh! Above, below, front and back, left and right. These 6 special executors flew towards Linley simultaneously at high speed. All 6 of them were wielding very thin, slender longswords. No place to dodge. Boss. BB was frantic. Linley mentally roared, "BB, let's go all out against the one below us. If we can kill one of them, this formation will be broken." Got it. Linley and BB, man and magical beast, began to fall at high speeds, launching simultaneous attacks against the combatant of the 9th rank beneath them. But the combatant of the 9th rank didn't seem to be afraid at all. On the contrary, his lips quirked up slightly, a hint of disdain and mockery on his face. Through him. The white light flowed at high speeds. The light dimmed from the other 5 special executors, while the light from the one below began to blaze like the sun. Launching off from the ground, the special executor chopped towards Linley and BB with his sword. Ah! Ignoring everything else, Linley struck out with his draconic tail, risking everything to try and constrict the special executor. Slash! The sword chopped against Linley's chest. Linley only felt an incomparable degree of pain, and his protective scales instantly began to crack. It felt as though an iron rod that had been heated until it was glowing white had been pressed against his skin, causing such pain that Linley's entire body began to twitch, but he continued to constrict the special executor with his draconic tail. Fresh blood began to flow from Linley's wound. The scales of the armored razorback WIRM weren't able to block this sword. That sword blow's power was only a bit weaker than the power of a saint-level expert. Doran Cowart was astonished as well. After entering their combination attack formation, the attacks of the special executors could reach an incredible level of power. The Radiant Temple was confident that unless the opponent was a saint-level combatant, this formation attack would always be victorious. Ah! The draconic tail gripping the special executor suddenly came under assault by that powerful lightstyle battle chi. Linley felt enormous pain coming from his tail, but Linley continued to go all out, risking everything to constrict this opponent. Those dark golden eyes stared fixedly at the special executor. Humph! The special executor let out a cold laugh. Bam! White light exploded forth from the special executor, and Linley's draconic tail uncontrollably slackened. Linley's constrictive power simply wasn't able to overcome the opponent's counterattack. At this time, the other 5 special executors came charging at Linley as well. Boss! BB kicked off from Linley's shoulders, charging directly towards those 5 special executors. But on his very first attack, BB was struck simultaneously by all 5 swords, and his body was knocked back downwards. BB! Linley said worriedly. Boss, I'm fine. BB flipped to his feet, but a hint of blood could be seen on his firm, tough fur. However, BB's defense really was remarkably powerful. He barely suffered any damage to his skin and fur. These 6 special executors stared at BB in astonishment. Too monstrous. Even that hadn't been able to pierce the skin of this shadow mouse? As far as the special executors were concerned, even magical beasts of the 9th rank should have their defensive armor and skin be pierced by that blow. Even someone with defense as monstrously powerful as Linley saw the scales over his chest crack and split from a single blow. The target is Linley. The 6 of them knew that killing this monster of a shadow mouse would probably force them to use quite some effort, but killing Linley would be much easier. A single sword had been able to penetrate his defenses. Thus, a few sword strikes should be enough to kill him. What on earth is going on? Their light-style battle chi seems to be limitless. Linley mentally roared with fury, as he swept his claws to attack the special executors who were charging towards him. Scree-ee! BB's piercing screech rang out as well. Light wrapped around their bodies, the 6 special executors did a pincer attack against Linley and BB, while Linley and BB used all their force to try and counterattack. Bam! A wild series of attacks. Both sides totally ignored their defense, only focusing on attacking. The 6 special executors retreated at high speed. More than half of Linley's black scales were shattered now, revealing multiple wounds beneath. Fresh blood oozed out past the scales, and even the scales on Linley's tail were shattered. Linley wasn't able to suppress the fresh blood which had risen to his throat, and he vomited it out. Their defense, Linley was truly angry and frantic now. He had finally met people whose defensive powers were even greater than his own. These 6 special executors were using light-style battle chi in an extravagantly wasteful manner. Their combination formation attacks gave them both terrifying offense as well as astonishing defense. Linley's attack hadn't managed to wound them at all. Boss, are you okay? BB said in shock and fright. Those beady eyes of him stared at Linley with concern. BB was in much better shape than Linley. The primary target of those 6 special executors had been Linley. In addition, BB's defense was even more monstrous than Linley's. Once again, only a hint of blood could be seen on BB's fur. Fine. Linley wiped the blood from his mouth. That was the first attack. One of the violet-robed special executors standing on a distant rooftop said calmly, "Your defense isn't bad. Let's see how many of our formation attacks you can take." Waiters, let's not waste time. One of the other special executors also standing on a rooftop said coldly. Move. The special executor shouted in a loud voice. Many of the buildings nearby had toppled, and the battle aroused the interest of a large number of powerful combatants, who were watching from afar. But seeing such a large-scale, intense battle, they didn't dare draw too near. The aura of that powerful light-style battle chi alone filled them with dread. Swish! The 6 special executors moved at the same time, transforming into 6 streaks of white light that flew towards Linley. Surrounded on all sides by the walls of light, Linley had nowhere to run. Linley ground his teeth. Rhea Arg! Linley let out an angry howl, then pulled out the adamantine heavy sword from his back, wildly chopping it towards the 6 special executors. Boom! Linley's adamantine heavy sword collided viciously against a special executor, who didn't even attempt to dodge. That special executor suddenly felt a terrifying force passing towards him. HRM? The violet-robed special executor was knocked flying backwards by the blow, but under the protection of that light-style battle chi, he still didn't suffer any major injuries. Only a heavy sword such as this could allow the astonishing power of a Dragonblood warrior to be put on full display. Slash! The other 5 swords continued to chop at Linley's body. Linley used his claws, his tail, and the spikes on his body to wildly attack, and the 5 special executors once more flew backwards. Linley fell to one knee. The majority of the scales on Linley's body were shattered now, and that wound on his chest had suffered yet another slash. The wound was so deep that Linley's bones could be seen, and it was rapidly oozing blood. However, the Dragonblood warrior's powerful bloodline gave Linley an extremely fast recovery. Linley's muscles were constantly rippling and stretching out, try to once more mend themselves and stitch themselves back together. This wound, however, was simply too severe. Even Linley's bloodline only resulted in the wound growing stronger. The loss of a large amount of blood, however, was causing Linley to grow dizzy. The next one will be the one that kills you. One of the 6 special executors said arrogantly. Filled with fear, Bibi crouched next to Linley. Both Linley and Bibi felt a sense of despair. Linley angrily shook his head, forcing himself to try and focus a little. But he had lost too much blood, and even Linley's vision had grown slightly blurred. But right at this moment, a magical, illusory ray of light shone forth from the coiling dragon ring, transforming into an old man with white robes, a white beard, and white hair. Grandpa Doring. Linley was startled. He didn't understand why Doring Coward had appeared all of a sudden. Doring Coward looked exactly the way he did when Linley had first encountered him. A little smile on his face, Doring Coward gently rubbed Linley on the head. Linley, in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself. Doring Coward said, a fond smile on his face. Grandpa Doring, what are you? Linley was stunned. Doring Coward's spirit suddenly rose into the air. Hovering a meter above the ground, he spread his hands wide. A terrifyingly powerful burst of spiritual energy suddenly erupted forth from Doring Coward. Right now, Doring Coward felt extremely calm and at peace. In the past, when I lived in the Powan Empire, my life was a life of training in slaughter. In the Powan Empire, I was extremely arrogant and a difficult person to get close to. I had no children and no grandchildren. But after having spent 5,000 years in the coiling dragon ring, my temperament has changed. And then, I met you, Linley. Hovering in the air, Doring Coward was still gazing at Linley. Grandpa Doring, what are you going to do? Linley had a terrible premonition. I've watched you grow up and become mature, one step at a time. In my heart, I felt very proud of your successes. I've even come to consider you as my own grandson. The amount of spiritual energy Doring Coward was emitting grew even greater. The amount of spiritual energy was so high that aside from powerful combatants such as Linley and the 6 special executors, even those warriors watching the battle from far away could sense it. All of the 6 special executors were shocked and alarmed. Linley, don't be sad. In truth, trapped as I am within this coiling dragon ring, I don't have much of a future. Let this, then, be one final demonstration of my power. Doring Coward's smile became all the more brilliant. But Linley was now shaking with terror. What is going on? The 6 special executors were beginning to be genuinely frightened. That vortex of spiritual energy was simply too powerful, so powerful that they too were beginning to quake with fear. The power unleashed when a peak-stage saint-level combatant was igniting the spiritual energy present in his very soul was incomparably more powerful than the power which even a peak-stage saint-level combatant normally possessed. Whoosh! All of the earth elemental essence around the entire city of Hess suddenly flowed towards Doring Coward at high speed. Bound by Doring Coward's terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy, all of the earth elemental essence began to coalesce. No mage force. This was a spell that relied solely on spiritual energy to control the earth elemental essence. Under normal conditions, this would render the attack power of the earth spell to be very weak. But the spell which Doring Coward was now casting was so powerful that one could only shiver in terror. Heavenly meteors descent. Doring Coward's spirit had begun to grow blurry, but his voice remained as cold and calm as that of a celestial spirit. 6 enormous earth-colored meteors fell forth from the sky, smashing towards those 6 special executors. Swoosh! Those 6 gigantic meteors formed purely from earth elemental essence, each the size of a house, smashed towards the 6 men at such a high speed that it seemed as though they were tearing through space itself. Those 6 special executors fled in terror, but those 6 meteors only chased after them. Linley! Doring Coward looked at Linley. Goodbye. Linley looked up at Grandpa Doring, with his white beard, white hair, and white robe. Remember this. Live well. Doring Coward's face suddenly blossomed into his trademark smile, and then his now translucent spirit disappeared, like smoke being blown away by the wind. Linley opened his mouth, but felt as though no words could come from his throat. His tears began to uncontrollably roll down his face. Ah. As though he were mute and incapable of speech, Linley howled to the heavens, and his tears came pouring down. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 23, Crazed. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 23, Crazed. Bam! 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 The 6 giant meteors smashed down viciously towards those 6 special executors. The 6 special executors all used their hands to rip the ground apart beneath them and try to tunnel downwards. Those 6 giant meteors struck the ground, causing the earth to shake furiously with colossal booms, as though giant waves of thunder were suddenly emanating from the ground. Boom! 6 massive, deep gouges appeared in the earth, each of them around 10 meters wide. The tremendous shockwaves spread out in all directions, and the earth itself began to buckle and roil about, toppling houses and snapping trees in every which way. Within a circular area with a circumference of several hundred meters, everything was turned to dust. This terrifying explosive boom caused the entirety of Hess City to take notice. Whether it was the ascetics who had just stepped out of the gates of Hess City, or the men of the Dawson conglomerate, or other powerful experts, everyone felt the vibrations coming from this place. The roiling waves of force reached Linley as well, but Linley only stood there like an idiot, not moving at all. He allowed the waves of force to buffet him as they pleased. Linley just stood there like an idiot, his tears flowing down without stopping. Linley seemed to have forgotten how to speak, and his entire body trembled with panic and heartbreak as he roared into the sky. Linley fell to his knees. A sense of utter heartbreak, of his heart being ripped to shreds, consumed Linley. Linley's mind suddenly began to swim with images of him and Doring Cowart together. That first time he had seen that ray of light transform into an old man with white robes, white beard, and white hair. The child Linley had shouted in astonishment, "Who are you?" "Hello, kiddo. My name is Doring Cowart. I am a State-level Grand Magus of the Pound Empire." That was the first time Doring Cowart had interacted with Linley. "Grandpa Doring, why aren't you talking? How is the strength of my affinity for Earth Elemental Essence?" The first time Linley had been tested for his talent as a Magus. "Good. Extremely good. Your affinity for Earth Elemental Essence is extremely high." Doring Cowart's face was wreathed in smiles. "Based on what I know, only perhaps 1 in 1,000 magi would have as strong an affinity for Earth Elemental Essence as you." "Truly." Doring Cowart's praise had caused child Linley to be unspeakably excited. A Saint-level Grand Magus of the era of the Pound Empire. A young child. And so, under the tutelage of this Grand Magus of the Pound Empire, the child embarked on the road to being a Magus. Stone sculpting using the straight chisel school method. Training within the mountain range of magical beasts. Under the tutelage of the experienced Doring Cowart, Linley had progressed and matured at an astonishing rate. But when Linley had become the center of attention for everyone, no one knew that behind him stood the spirit of a Saint-level Grand Magus of the era of the Pound Empire. "Linley, in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself." Grandpa Doring had fondly rubbed Linley's head one last time. After casting that world-shaking forbidden spell, Heavenly Meteor's Descent, Grandpa Doring had faded away. "Linley, goodbye. Remember this. Live well." Linley's mind swam with images of the time he had spent with his Grandpa Doring. That kindly, forbearing old man who had taught Linley so much, had long since become someone whom Linley couldn't bear to be apart from. No. Linley shook his head repeatedly. He wasn't willing to believe it. Grandpa Doring had truly passed away. What's more, his very soul had dissipated upon his death. Impossible. "Grandpa Doring, come out. Come out." Linley stared at the coiling dragon ring, howling nonstop at first, before his words took on begging tones as his tears splashed against his ice-cold scales. Blood continued to leak out of Linley's body, but Linley didn't feel anything at all. "Grandpa Doring, . Linley so dearly hoped that once more, that ray of white light would shine forth from the coiling dragon ring and transform into the white-bearded, white-haired, white-robed Grandpa Doring. Linley simply couldn't believe that Grandpa Doring had died, just like that. Never to be by his side again. He had been together with Grandpa Doring since he was a child. Since then, Linley had never been separated from Grandpa Doring. Never. In the depths of his heart, Linley had truly become accustomed long ago to Grandpa Doring's presence. Even when Linley had been imprisoned within the Radiant Temple, he hadn't felt as alone or as helpless as he did now. His heart had always been steady, because behind him, he had the support of Grandpa Doring. But now, Grandpa Doring had left forever. Forever. Why? Why? Linley's voice was shaking. Heaven, first my mother died, then my father died. Why? Why did you have to take even Grandpa Doring away as well, Why? Linley raised his head, howling towards the heavens. His voice echoed in the sky. Linley fell to his knees, powerless. He began to sob madly, but no matter how hard Linley cried, that kindly old man would never appear again. He had died and left forever. Grandpa Doring. Linley felt more feeble and fragile than he ever had before. It was a spiritual fragility. No father. No mother. And now, even Grandpa Doring, who had always been by his side, had left. The only one left by Linley's side was Bibi, who had never even known about Grandpa Doring's existence. Boss. Hey, Linley, boss. Bibi nudged Linley, somewhat frightened. Linley turned his head to look at Bibi. Bibi. Linley suddenly pulled Bibi into his arms. Boss, just now, you were calling out for a Grandpa Doring. Who is Grandpa Doring? Just now, I sensed a terrifying spiritual energy burst. What was that? Bibi was totally baffled. Linley's heart was shot through with agony once more upon hearing Grandpa Doring's name. He lowered his head to look at the coiling dragon ring on his finger. But Grandpa Doring would never come out from it again. Rustle. Suddenly, a series of extremely light sounds could be heard. Linley turned his head to look. Within the giant craters created by the meteors, a violet-robed figure was struggling to crawl out. Not only him. The other 5 men were also slowly struggling to crawl out as well. Heavenly Meteor's Descent, an Earth-style forbidden spell. If a Saint-level Grand Magus were to use this spell, the 6 of them would have been dead without a doubt. But Doring Coward was a Saint-level Grand Magus who didn't have a single shred of Mage Force. Based on the laws of magic, Mage Force was the generals commanding the army of soldiers known as Elemental Essence. Through Mage Force, spiritual energy was able to command these soldiers to form powerful magical spells. What Doring Coward had done was to consume the spiritual energy within his very soul, using this powerful burst of spiritual energy to directly control the elemental essences and execute the forbidden spell, Heavenly Meteor's Descent. But because he had no Mage Force, even though he consumed all of his own spiritual energy, the power of Doring Coward's spell was only 10% to 20% of a normal Heavenly Meteor's Descent. Despite that though, even 10% to 20% of the power of a forbidden spell had smashed those 6 special executors to the brink of death. Watching those 6 violet-robed figures crawl out, Linley's heart was suddenly filled with unbridled, boundless, unquenchable rage. Ah! With a scream, Linley charged like a bolt of lightning towards one of the violet-robed figures. The special executor, seeing Linley charge towards him, was so terrified that his eyes turned as round as the moon. Ah! Exerting force with his arms, Linley ripped the special executor into 2 halves with his bare hands. Die! Linley physically ripped off the head of another special executor. Hararg! Linley's sharp claws pierced into the chest of a 3rd special executor, ripping his heart out and crushing it to pieces with his claws. Go die! Linley latched onto the throat of the 4th special executor with his teeth, ripping his throat out. He wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Ah! Linley's figure suddenly appeared next to the 5th special executor. The heavily wounded special executor, unable to defend himself, could only watch in terror as Linley ripped him apart into 2 pieces by his legs. As for the 6th special executor, the heavily wounded 6th special executor, upon seeing the terrifying scene before him, saw Linley charge towards him like a demon from the infernal realm. He was so terrified that his body began to shake, and then he collapsed dead from fear. Although the 6th special executor was already dead, Linley still smashed a vicious punch at his head, exploding it. Watching this, Bibi was somewhat frightened. The warriors watching from far away had been scared stupid as well. They had never imagined that a human could be so vicious, so brutal, so terrifying. This was especially true because of how Linley currently appeared. His body was covered in broken scales, and blood dyed his entire form red. Even his dark gold eyes were dimly flashing red. Boss, what's wrong? Bibi was worried. After Linley had brutally killed all 6 special executors, he suddenly sat down on the ground, his energy gone. He sat there, staring into nothing, with no clue as to what he was thinking. Boss. Bibi pushed Linley frantically. Linley suddenly raised his head, but he was unable to restrain his tears from coming out again. He then lowered his head, burying it against his legs and beginning to cry once more. Those 6 giant meteors had turned the entire area around for hundreds of meters into rubble. Those 6 violet-robed men had all been killed by that demonic freak. But then, that demonic freak suddenly put his head against his legs and began to sob. There were nearly 10,000 onlookers now, watching from hundreds of meters away. None of these people could understand what they were seeing. That demon is crying? All of them were astonished. That demon seems really sad. A young person said uncertainly to a nearby friend of his. That friend started, then nodded slowly. None of the onlookers moved any closer. They had seen the terrifying scene of just moments ago. Even the combatants of the 8th rank knew exactly how much stronger this person in front of them was. The demon is crying? Yale, George, and Reynolds had just gotten here, having traveled quite far. Hearing these words, they all started. Out of the way. Out of the way. Yale shouted angrily. Immediately, the guards of the Dawson conglomerate began to push aside the various onlookers. Yale, George, and Reynolds ran frantically towards the center of the battlefield. But upon reaching the epicenter, all of them were stunned. Everything within several hundred meters had been turned to rubble. Looking at the 6 craters, one could imagine how terrifyingly powerful those 6 giant meteors had been. And just looking at the corpses of those 6 men, one could imagine how brutal the person who had killed them was. The demon's body, covered with broken scales, was sitting there, sobbing. Upon seeing Bibi by the side of the demon, and that adamantine heavy sword which had been tossed to the ground, Yale and the others became all the more certain that this was Linley. Third bro. Yale, George, and Reynolds immediately rushed over. By now, Monroe Dawson had arrived as well. He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Quick, dispose of those 6 corpses, then leave immediately. Don't let anyone know that the Dawson conglomerate had anything to do with this." As he spoke, Monroe Dawson immediately left as well. Third bro. Yale, George, and Reynolds all called out with worry. Back during Linley's assassination attempt on Clade at Finlay City, Yale had already guessed that Linley was capable of transforming into a Dragonblood warrior. He had informed Reynolds and George as well. And now, seeing Bibi as well as the discarded adamantine heavy sword, they naturally were certain that this was Linley. Linley's body shook slightly. Raising his head and glancing besides himself, Linley saw Yale, George, and Reynolds. Linley finally spoke. "You guys. Let's go, quick." Yale immediately urged. "You just killed special executors. If the Radiant Church finds out, it'll be a disaster for you." Yale immediately helped Linley up. Linley allowed himself to be raised to his feet. "Bibi. Let's go." Linley hugged Bibi, then headed out. Yale was startled, because he noticed that Linley didn't pay any attention at all to his adamantine heavy sword. He couldn't help but call out urgently, "Third bro, your heavy sword." "Heavy sword?" Linley turned his head. After a moment, he seemed to understand, and he walked over, picking his heavy sword up. Just then, the subordinates of the Dawson conglomerate arrived as well, and they quickly disposed of those 6 violet-robed special executors' corpses. "What's wrong with Third bro?" George said quietly to Yale and Reynolds. Yale shook his head as well, confused. "No idea. Bibi seems to be fine as well." "Why then does it seem as though Third bro just suffered a worse blow than that time when he had his heart broken? He seems so downcast that it is like he has lost his soul, but..." Linley allowed the Dawson conglomerate's men to lead him away, as they crept away via small alleyways and arrived at a mysterious residence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 24, Stillness. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 24, Stillness. Within the dark, quiet residence, there was only Reynolds, Yale, George, a few dozen female attendants, and a few dozen guards. All of them were here for Linley. Beneath branches of hanging grapes, George, Yale, and Reynolds were standing around a stone desk. "Boss Yale. What do you think is going on with Third bro?" Reynolds' face was filled with confusion as he said helplessly. Yale shook his head. "I don't know either. It's been 10 days since Third bro has come here, and in these past 10 days, Third bro hasn't had any of his usual energy. He isn't even training, nor does he joke around and laugh with us anymore. He's always off by himself." George nodded as well. In the past, no matter what happened, Third bro wouldn't stop his training. But now he seems to have transformed into a totally different person. "So who can tell me what exactly is going on with Third bro?" Reynolds gnashed his teeth. "It would be great if I knew." Yale sighed resignedly. The thing which hurt their heads the most was that they had no idea what had caused Linley to become like this. He no longer trained, nor did he joke around with the 3 of them. He was always off by himself, looking as though he had lost his soul. He had become like this for no apparent reason whatsoever. As the dear brothers of Linley, how could they not be worried? Third bro must have suffered some sort of tremendous shock. Yale sighed quietly. George and Reynolds were all startled for a moment, then they fell silent. They couldn't help but think back to what they had seen that day. Thousands of observers surrounding a circular area where everything for hundreds of meters around had been reduced to rubble. Within that disaster area, those 6 astonishingly deep craters and fallen meteors. Linley, in full dragon form, had brutally massacred those 6 special executors, then sat down and began to cry. He had been sobbing like a child. "I've never seen Third bro this heartbroken, this fragile," Yale said in a low voice. George nodded as well. Third bro was very tough. Even when he suffered heartbreak from breaking up with Alice, after completing the awakening from the dream sculpture, he headed directly for the mountain range of magical beasts to engage in more training. Right. Even when his father died, Third bro had managed to endure and hold on. But this time, Reynolds simply couldn't understand. They were all certain that their beloved bro was in a fragile state right now, but none of them could find a reason why. Next to a murmuring creek in the back courtyard of the residence, Linley was sitting on top of a decorative polished stone. He stared at the creek, not moving. Bibi was standing on the stone as well, right next to Linley. Utter silence. The only sound that could be heard was the murmurs of the flowing water. Although Linley's eyes were aimed at the creek, his thoughts were still with Grandpa Doring and the time they had spent together. How he had played around with Grandpa Doring as a child. How Grandpa Doring had strictly supervised and trained him as a young man. In the mountain range of magical beasts, how Grandpa Doring had lectured him time and time again to be careful without growing tired of it. With each memory swimming to the surface, Linley felt his heart grow still. After my father died, I thought that I was now very lonely. But I didn't realize that in reality, I was very fortunate. No matter what happened, Grandpa Doring was always behind me, supporting me, consoling me, encouraging me, reminding me. But why didn't I realize this in the past? Why didn't I treasure the time I had spent together with Grandpa Doring? Linley's heart was filled with agony. Grandpa Doring had never made any excessive requests of him, but he had never considered about how Grandpa Doring had felt. He hadn't truly valued the time he had spent with Grandpa Doring. Perhaps subconsciously, he had believed that Grandpa Doring would forever be with him within the coiling dragon ring. Coiling dragon ring? Grandpa Doring was always inside the coiling dragon ring by himself. It must have been very painful and miserable for him to always be alone in there. Grandpa Doring probably also hoped that I would chat with him often, right? Only now did Linley think of these things. But in the past, Linley usually would only ask for Grandpa Doring's advice when he met with some insurmountable difficulties. He would very rarely actively seek out Grandpa Doring just to chat. He only took, without giving back. Why is it that only after I have lost, that I now understand how to cherish? Linley's body began to tremble. How he hoped that Grandpa Doring would return and would be by his side again. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Grandpa Doring was dead. Dead and gone forever. Linley could feel his heart clenching, as though it were contorting. His entire body was convulsing with pain. But there wasn't a hint of pain on Linley's face. Deep in Linley's heart, he even began to think. If he could just die now from the pain, then he would have escaped from it all. Boss. Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's head. Linley turned to look at Bibi. Bibi's beady little black eyes were staring at Linley, a look of concern in them. You are thinking about that Grandpa Doring again? Even Bibi only learned after Doring Cowart's death that Linley previously had a ghost saint-level Grand Magus by his side. Linley nodded. Bibi mentally spoke to Linley. Boss, can you tell me all about that Grandpa Doring? Looking at Bibi, Linley nodded slightly, then reached out and held Bibi in his arms, hugging him. He began to tell Bibi all about Doring Cowart. That year, I was 8 years old. There were 2 saint-level combatants who had appeared at Wushan Township. Standing outside the gate to the back courtyard, Reynolds and the others quietly watched as Linley hugged Bibi while seated on that smooth, polished decorative stone. I feel extremely miserable myself, seeing Third bro like this. Reynolds sighed softly. Yale and George were both silent. We have to think of something. George's eyes suddenly sharpened, became fierce. No matter what, we can't let Third bro just collapse like this. Yale and Reynolds both nodded. Second bro, do you have any ideas? Reynolds and Yale looked at George. George said, we have no idea what has caused Third bro to become like this. But there are a few things that we can extrapolate. George said gravely, Third bro's clan was the Dragonblood warrior clan. As a clan which once dominated the entire world, the members of the clan naturally wished to revive their clan to their former glory. Yale's eyes lit up. Right. Third bro values his clan highly. For the sake of acquiring his ancestral heirloom, the Warblade Slaughterer, he was even willing to auction off Awakening from the Dream. Exactly. George nodded. My theory is, the reason why Third bro was always so hard on himself in training was because he had something important to him that was driving him. Most likely, restoring his clan to its former glory was that motivating impulse. Third bro has worked hard for so many years now. He definitely wouldn't give up that easily. We have to use this to agitate and encourage him. Agitate him? Would that work? Yale was a bit suspicious. George said helplessly, "Do we have a better method of helping him?" "We'll use this method." Reynolds harumphed. "I can't stand watching third bro continue to act like this any longer. Let's go. The three of us will go talk with him. Let's see what exactly is going on. Fourth bro, let second bro do the talking. The more you talk, the more you screw things up." Yale reproved. Knowing his own temperament, Reynolds nodded. George, Yale, and Reynolds looked at each other, then walked towards Linley. After listening to Linley's story, Beebe was quiet as well. He was also very heartsick for Doran Cowart's death. Suddenly, Beebe felt people approaching them from behind. He leaped out of Linley's arms and looked towards that direction. It was Yale, George, and Reynolds. But right now, having just finished the tale of Grandpa Doran, Linley was lost in his memories once more, and didn't even realize that people were approaching him. Yale, George, and Reynolds glanced at each other, all sighing internally. Linley was an expert. Normally, Linley probably would have noticed the three of them before they had even entered the courtyard. But now, all three of them were right behind Linley, and yet Linley didn't react at all. "Third bro." Yale spoke. Linley trembled, then slightly turned his head to look at the three of them. His eyes were very calm. "You guys came." After speaking, Linley turned his head back towards the creek, continuing to stare at the water. Yale, George, and Reynolds immediately walked to stand next to the boulder Linley was sitting on. "Third bro." Yale suddenly grabbed Linley by his shoulders, forcing Linley to look at him. "Third bro, do you remember those things which had happened at the Ernst Institute, and what you often said to me?" "Forgot," Linley said calmly. Yale stared. "Forgot?" "Third bro, you often put me down, saying that I don't work hard or train hard, and that in our dorm, I would be the weakest out of us four, despite physically being the largest." Back when the four of them were dorm mates, naturally they would often joke with each other. But Linley remained silent. George looked at Yale, nodding slightly. Yale released Linley's shoulders, and then George walked in front of Linley, saying solemnly, "Third bro, I want to ask you. You have trained so bitterly for all these years. What was it all for?" Linley started. He couldn't help but think about how he had been focused on training, ever since he was young. "For the clan." Linley finally responded. Next to him, a hint of delight appeared on the faces of Yale and Reynolds. George immediately said, "Then let me ask you this. As you are now, are you behaving responsibly towards your clan?" Looking at George, Linley smiled bitterly. In a dreary, desolate voice, he said, "My father's dead. My mother's dead. Tell me, what's the point of working hard on behalf of the clan?" Linley rose to his feet, walking towards the back courtyard. Yale, George, and Reynolds all stared at Linley's back, then exchanged stunned looks. "Pointless. Everyone is dead. What's the point of doing my best?" Linley said in a desolate, mournful voice before he disappeared past the door. 15 days. Linley had stayed within the residence for 15 days. During these 15 days, Yale and the others had tried everything they could think of, but no matter what they did, Linley remained as he had. George, Reynolds, and Yale were seated together, drinking unhappily. "What should we do? What exactly should we do? We can't just watch as third bro drowns in this abyss of despair." Reynolds angrily smashed the wine cup against the floor. Yale and George both shook their heads as well. These past few days, they had tried everything they could. They also asked Linley what had caused him to become like this, but Linley didn't say a word, remaining silent. What could they do? When I see how silent third bro is, I really worry about him. My heart hurts. Third bro, alas, Yale grabbed the bottle of wine and poured it directly into his mouth, drinking half of it at a swig. They had grown up alongside Linley, and their love for each other was even greater than that between real brothers. How could they just watch as Linley collapsed like this? Seated on a chair within his room, Linley stared at the coiling dragon ring on his hand. Linley could clearly recollect how Grandpa Doran looked each time he came out of the ring. But that scene would never, ever play out again. On Linley's other hand, he was wearing a second ring, an interspatial ring. After Clade had died, the ring and its contents had become items without an owner. When he had been engaging in battle against the 6 special executors, the blood from Linley's body had covered the ring long ago, and it naturally had become personalized and bound to him. But these past 15 days, Linley hadn't so much as glanced at this interspatial ring or its contents. His mind was elsewhere. Even when he didn't actively dwell on it, his thoughts would always turn to scenes of him together with Grandpa Doran. How Grandpa Doran had looked when stroking his beard, or how he had looked when he was sternly instructing Linley. All sorts of memories, all of them so clear and vivid. Why? Why? Even Grandpa Doring, the last person I had, was taken away? After having lost Grandpa Doring, Linley had also lost his strongest source of support. He felt more fragile and more lonely than he ever had before. Linley tightly held Bibi in his arms. In that quiet little room, he continued to sit there, alone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 7, Chapter 25, Departure. Book 7, Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down, Chapter 25, Departure. At the borders of the Kingdom of Hesse was an army numbering over 800,000 soldiers. On a vast expanse of ground, military camps dotted the land like a series of mountain ranges, limitless and without end. This enormous army was, however, quite organized. But in front of the military camp, there was a vast expanse of empty land. Hey, Uncle Rand, Lanti. If the army of magical beasts attack, will we be able to hold? An armored young man who looked to be in 16 or 17 said in a soft voice. Next to him was a muscular, bearded man. Removing a small flagon of liquor from his pouch, he took a small swig, then laughed loudly. Relax. This time, in addition to the elite troops of our Kingdom of Hesse, the Knights of the Radiant Temple have been sent by the Radiant Church, along with many Lord Magi. Don't worry. The spells of Magi are quite powerful. Right. This was the young man's first battle. Hearing the words of the veteran, he felt slightly steadier. But that muscular man was sighing to himself inside. Because he, in fact, had seen how vicious and powerful magical beasts were. If thousands or tens of thousands of magical beasts charged towards them, the only way humanity would be able to survive was by paying a price in blood. Roar! Suddenly, a low growl could be heard coming from an extremely far distance. Uncle Rand, I think I heard something. The young man was growing nervous. It's fine. Rand said loudly, but suddenly, Rand squinted and looked to the south. Atop that barren, empty plain, a countless number of thickly clustered dots could be seen. Magical beasts. A horde of magical beasts. From another part of the military camp, a shrill cry rang out. Instantly, the entire military camp began to move. From the highest-ranking generals to the lowest-level soldiers, everyone heightened their vigilance. The entire 800,000-man army was preparing to do battle. So many. Many human soldiers, upon seeing the horde of magical beasts off in the distance, couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. From far away, countless vampiric iron bulls had formed into a series of formation lines. Their muscles knotted, they were charging towards the humans at high speed. There was well over 10,000 vampiric iron bulls. Rumble, rumble. The vampiric iron bulls charged wildly, causing the very ground to shake. The eyes of each and every vampiric iron bull had turned red, and their bodies were emitting flames. They looked like a sea of fire. The shaking earth. The endless sea of flame. Swish. Swish. Swish, dot. Suddenly, the sky became filled with many translucent, azure-colored javelins. These javelins fell down upon the vampiric iron bulls like the rain. The Lord Magi. Many human soldiers exulted. Poochie-eye. Every single javelin possessed astonishing power. As one of the water style's pure water element spells, they were extremely powerful against fire-type magical beasts. These icy javelins descended, either piercing into the ground or into the bodies of the vampiric iron bulls. Poochie-eye. Some of the icy javelins penetrated directly through the internal organs of the vampiric iron bulls, who roared in fury, ran a few steps more, then collapsed. One vampiric iron bull after another died, but the vast majority of them continued to charge forward. Even if they had suffered some light injuries, they would only grow more furious. Fresh blood stained the ground. Snort! The vampiric iron bulls roared angrily. Archers! Ready, fire! The officers shouted loudly. Instantly, the skies were filled with countless arrows. The thickly clustered arrows arced down from the heavens in a dense wave. One sharp arrow after another struck the vampiric iron bulls, but their tough, knotted muscles easily deflected many of the arrows. The tactics which human armies used against other human armies wasn't necessarily effective against magical beasts. Pikemen, formations. One heavily armored and thickly muscled warrior after another strode forward, all holding steel pikes. Assuming a defensive formation, they quietly awaited the onslaught of the vampiric iron bulls. Snort! The red-eyed vampiric iron bulls charged forward. Countless steel pikes were there to welcome the vampiric iron bulls, but the vampiric iron bulls only lowered their horns and continued to charge forward while roaring. Like a solid flood, they slammed viciously against the pikes. Poochie eye. The vampiric iron bowls were skewered by those steel pikes. The people capable of wielding steel pikes were all at least warriors of the third rank. In addition, all of the pikemen were mutually supporting each other in their bristling pike formation, borrowing and lending strength as needed. The first wave of vampiric iron bowls were not able to break this defensive line. But behind them, more vampiric iron bowls continued to charge. The battle between the army of magical beasts and the army of men was extremely fierce. The army of beasts was composed of more than just vampiric iron bowls. There were also packs of windwolves, and also elite prides of the even more terrifying fire lions. There were also landworms, velocidragons, and more. But the human army wasn't weak either. In addition to the ordinary common soldiers, they also possessed some truly powerful magi who hadn't yet made their moves. In addition, the Radiant Church had also sent a number of magi of the 7th, 8th, and even 9th ranks. There was also a division of elite knights of the Radiant Temple. The battle raged for 3 days, and in the end, the human army was forced to retreat. In just 3 days, the human side had lost over 300,000 soldiers, and the number of wounded was even more staggering. But the magical beasts' army had suffered high casualties as well. However, both armies seemed to have a tacit understanding, as neither side made use of their saint-level combatants. The saint-level combatants only watched from afar, and didn't act. Hess City was in a state of chaos. This battle at the border had resulted in the human army retreating 100 kilometers at once. They were now extremely close to Hess City, and many of the people within Hess City had made the decision to evacuate. Hess City. The quiet manor where Linley was residing. Yale, we're leaving immediately. Quick! Don't waste any more time. Monroe Dawson shouted. I expect that the human army won't be able to hold for many more days. The flames of war are about to engulf Hess City. Yale nodded. Understood, father. But third bro, Yale was still concerned about Linley. George and Reynolds, by Yale's side, were both worried as well. Monroe Dawson frowned. How about this? You go try to persuade him one final time. No matter what though, we must leave tonight. After he spoke, Monroe Dawson turned and left. Yale, George, and Reynolds looked at each other. Finally, the three of them headed in the direction of Linley's room. As soon as they entered the rear courtyard, they saw Linley sitting on a chair next to a stone table, calmly staring at the straight chisel in his hand. Seeing this, Yale, George, and Reynolds didn't feel happy or excited at all. For the sake of wanting to help Linley wake up, they would often place the straight chisel there, along with sculptures. But Linley didn't seem to have any desire at all to sculpt. Each time he saw the chisel, he would think back to how Grandpa Doring had painstakingly trained him to sculpt. He could still remember how proud and majestic Grandpa Doring had looked when he had first imparted to Linley the secrets of the straight chisel school. At that moment, Grandpa Doring really had the regal bearing of a grandmaster. Third bro. Yale walked directly over to him. Linley raised his head to look at Yale. A smile formed on his face, but he said nothing. Third bro, the army of magical beasts is about to break through the borders. The human side has already been forced to retreat 100 kilometers. It's only a matter of time before they break into Hess City. We have to leave. Yale said solemnly. Leave? Linley was briefly startled. Oh. Got it. Seeing how Linley was acting, Reynolds, the most hot-tempered of the four, grabbed Linley by his clothes. Staring straight into Linley's eyes, he angrily shouted, Third bro, what the hell is wrong with you? Speak. Why have you become like this? The person whom I, Reynolds, admire most in this world is you. I often brag to others about you. But now? Look at yourself. Look at what you have become. Admire me? Linley said self-mockingly. Admire what? I heard Boss Yale say that because of the enmity between you and Clade, you were willing to throw away everything to be able to kill him. You dared to act and you dared to accept the consequences. As your brother, I admired you. But now? You killed Clade, then you killed 6 special executors of the Radiant Church. Isn't this something you should be proud of? Why have you become like this? Reynolds was truly furious now. Next to him, George frowned. Third bro. George suddenly shouted at Linley. Reynolds and Yale both turned to look at George. Linley looked at him as well. Third bro, why did you kill those 6 special executors? George asked with a shout. George suddenly realized, even if Linley were to kill Clade, there was no reason for special executors of the Radiant Church to try and kill Linley. After all, Clade was no longer one of their kings. They wanted to kill me, Linley said in a low voice. Why did they want to kill you? George had a feeling that he had touched upon the reason behind Linley's depression. Because it was the Radiant Church who killed my mother, Linley said calmly. Standing next to Linley, both Yale and Reynolds were both surprised, but a flash of insight suddenly appeared within George's mind. He immediately roared, "The Radiant Church killed your mother? But you, third bro, aren't going to seek revenge? What, are you afraid? Not seek revenge?" Those 3 words seemed to have struck Linley like a lightning bolt. Right. It was the Radiant Church. Linley's dull eyes slowly began to sharpen. If it wasn't for the Radiant Church constantly searching for pure souls to offer to the Radiant Sovereign, then Clade wouldn't have given my mother to the Radiant Church, resulting in my mother's death. If it wasn't for my mother's death, my father wouldn't have died. If my father was alive, why would I go seek revenge? How could Grandpa Doring have died as a result? What's more, Grandpa Doring died as a result of helping me against those 6 special executors. Linley began to feel hatred in his heart. This was all due to the Radiant Church. Radiant, huh? The Radiant Church is radiant? If it was radiant, then why would they murder people with pure, innocent souls and offer them to the Radiant Sovereign? Linley's heart began to beat with hatred. The Radiant Temple's actions were really too vicious. Because of their viciousness, a series of tragedies had occurred, and his own life was one of those tragedies. Boss. BB saw that Linley's face was growing firm. He was worried that Linley would be rash. He mentally said, "Boss, the last words that Grandpa Doring said to you were that he hoped you would live well." Linley's heart trembled. How could Linley forget the final words which Grandpa Dorings had said just before his soul had dissipated? "BB, don't worry. I will never act rashly again. I will endure. The entity I will act against is the Radiant Church, rather than one specific individual. I know my own limits." Linley's eyes had grown firm and hard. Seeing the changes in Linley's eyes and expression, Yale, George, and Reynolds couldn't help but feel ecstatic. In recent days, Linley had always seemed so lost, so distant. He had never looked as resolved as he now did, and his eyes had never been so firm. "Boss Yale. Second bro, fourth bro. I've decided to leave." Linley made his decision. Third bro, you, Yale and the others were surprised. "Don't worry. I'm fine." Linley laughed, giving each of his 3 brothers a punch to the chest. Yale and the others began to laugh as well. Seeing Linley like this, they felt much more relieved. Wearing a warrior's uniform, carrying the adamantine heavy sword on his back, and with BB on his shoulders, Linley left by himself. After leaving the chaotic city of Hesse, Linley headed towards the east. After half a day, Linley arrived at the border to the outer regions of the mountain range of magical beasts. Seeing the boundless mountain range of magical beasts, a hint of a smile appeared on Linley's face. "Radiant Church, just wait. There will come a day when I will pull you out by the roots." Linley's gaze was extremely firm. He lost his father. He had lost his mother. He had lost Grandpa Doring. The only one Linley could now rely on was himself. "Boss, are we going to cut through the mountain range of magical beasts?" BB was confused. Linley laughed, shaking his head. "No. First, we go to the core regions of the mountain range of magical beasts, and then we'll head straight north, until we reach the very end. That's a distance of 10,000 kilometers. BB was somewhat stunned. And the core regions have a lot of extremely powerful magical beasts. BB was absolutely shocked that Linley wanted to travel in the core region of the mountain range of magical beasts for 10,000 kilometers. "If not, how shall I train? I haven't yet mastered the correct way to use the heavy sword. If I can't even master the heavy sword and use it properly, how will I deal with the Radiant Church?" Linley immediately strode forward, entering the mountain range of magical beasts. And with this, Linley began the longest period of training in his entire life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 1, Thunderbolt. Book 8, The 10,000 Kilometer Journey, Chapter 1, Thunderbolt. The central regions of the mountain range of magical beasts rarely saw humans passing through. Here, magical beasts of the 7th to 9th ranks could appear at any time. Most likely, only warriors of the 9th rank would dare trespass here. But Linley, upon arriving at the central region, began to embark on a northwards journey, along the central lines of the mountain range of magical beasts. Such an incredible journey was something which even most combatants of the 9th rank wouldn't be so wild as to attempt. Linley was only wearing a pair of raggedy hempcloth pants. His upper body was bare, and he was barefooted as well. On his back, he carried the adamantine heavy sword. Step by step, he continued on this path which few dared tread. As always, Dee stood on Linley's shoulders, scanning the nearby area. Rustle, rustle. Linley walked through a thick layer of dried leaves, his face calm. His backpack, blood violet, straight chisel, and other clothes were all stored inside the interspatial ring. Within Clade's interspatial ring, aside from that enormous fortune of 2.2 billion gold coins worth of magic crystal cards, there were also dozens of precious items. Even the least valuable of them was worth millions of gold coins. The wealth accumulated by the royal clan of Finlay over centuries was indeed a terrifying figure. But to Linley? Wealth was merely a worldly possession. What he truly valued was his own strength. Hadn't the Dawson conglomerate been willing to directly offer him 100 million gold coins to join them? And this was just based on the mere possibility that Linley would reach the saint rank. To truly invite a saint rank to join, the price would be astronomical and astonishing. From this, one could tell how important one's personal strength was. Although Linley was in the core regions, Linley still quite sensibly avoided a region where he couldn't detect any magical beasts for tens of kilometers around. For such a large place within the core regions of the mountain range of magical beasts to be devoid of magical beasts most likely meant that the region was the territory of a saint-level magical beast. Although Linley was self-confident, he still didn't want to irritate a saint-level magical beast. Cutting his way through brambles and thistles, Linley wasn't traveling at a particularly high speed. Everything needs to start from the basics. Linley was extremely pragmatic. Every day, he carried the adamantine heavy sword on his back. Slashing, chopping, piercing, upward swinging. Linley continuously practiced with every possible move, trying non-stop to raise his attack power. Linley didn't train using only one method either. He would often ponder how to train next. Using the scant information in his clan's records regarding how some of his ancestors had trained, he tried to form a correct training regime for himself. The correct way of training was to not aim too high and too far right away. The dawning spring, the flourishing summer, the cool autumn, the freezing winter. No matter what season it was, Linley continued to only wear those tattered pants, which had been ripped countless times due to his dragon form transformation. His upper body remained bare. Linley had discovered something. When he was barefooted, he could more clearly sense the thrumming pulse of the earth. Standing on the ground, his heart was as steady as the vast earth itself. Linley's usage of the adamantine heavy sword also began to embody the weight of the world itself. His upper body was bare. Feeling the movement of the air against his body, Linley felt as though his entire being had become part of the wind itself. Wind, by its nature, was invisible and formless. When using the blood-violet flexible sword, Linley felt that he was wielding it with greater and greater ease. Because of this, Linley now emanated an aura that was both stable and immovable as well as graceful as the wind. These two auras should have been opposites, but the strange thing was, coming from Linley, they felt very natural and innate. Focusing primarily on the heavy sword, secondarily on the flexible sword, and also sparing some time for stone sculpting. At night, Linley would be in the meditative trance. Linley's entire life had entered a very particular regime of training. Sometimes, when he saw massive waterfalls crashing down from the top of the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley would feel excited and leap into the waterfalls, training beneath the water. Seeing those long, pure rivers, Linley would often wade into their waters. When he saw boulders atop mountain peaks, if Linley felt struck by inspiration, he would directly climb onto the top of the peaks and carve out a statue, perhaps spending several nights on each one. He did whatever he wanted. Linley's mind and spirit were more natural and more at ease than they ever had been before. Training under these conditions, Linley totally forgot the passage of time. He only felt that his strength was improving every single day, and every single improvement made him feel happy and moved. The path of training was a long, winding one. This was a hard road to travel, but on this path there were constant new breakthroughs, making one feel gratified and moved. Linley began to grow a beard, and his originally short hair began to grow long as well. His eyes, previously filled with a proud aloofness, had become calm and tranquil, due to the influence of being in touch with nature for so long. Only occasionally while training would his eyes become terrifyingly sharp. Linley's temperament, as well, had become molded by nature to become more stable. Without Doring Coward's guidance, Linley had no one to rely upon. Naturally, he continued to develop and mature even more. Rumble. Water thundered down from the 100-meter-high waterfall, smashing down against the deep pool below, spraying water everywhere. Right next to the waterfall, there was a large boulder sticking up from the ground. There was a person seated cross-legged atop the boulder, with a black heavy sword resting atop his legs. It was early dawn. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Within the mountain range of magical beasts, one of the things Linley enjoyed doing was enjoying the clear dawn air. Ah, Linley opened his eyes. He glanced behind him, and saw Bibi curled up right next to him. Bibi's two little claws were stuck directly into the stone itself, so as to make sure there was no possibility he could roll off and fall. "Bibi, time to move," Linley said with a laugh. Bibi opened his eyes lazily, glancing all around himself. Then he shook his head, clearing it of the last remnants of sleep, and stood up. "Boss, I'm hungry. Let's go. We'll eat later." Linley leaped off the boulder. Moving as gracefully as the wind itself, Linley traversed several dozen meters with that leap, landing on the opposite shore of the pond. Also jumping off the boulder, Bibi transformed into a black streak, finally landing next to Linley's feet. A man and a magical beast once more began their voyage. But before they had gone too far, Linley's footsteps suddenly halted. Bibi looked questioningly at Linley. "There's a magical beast nearby," Linley said mentally. Bibi stared. Bibi could now be considered an early-stage magical beast of the 9th rank. Generally speaking, there were very few magical beasts that could draw near without him sensing it. But this time, he hadn't sensed anything. With his feet pressed against the earth and his ability to sense the wind, it would be difficult for anything moving nearby to not attract Linley's attention. This magical beast's movements are light and graceful. I can't sense its movements on the earth at all. But when it moves, it causes vibrations in the wind, Linley said mentally. Bibi nodded. A golden tattooed panther was latched onto a tree trunk, not moving at all. Panthers could be considered one of the fastest type of land-based magical beasts. In particular, the Saint-level Electrobolt Panther's movement speed made it an incredibly terrifying Saint-level magical beast to deal with. Golden tattooed panthers were magical beasts of the 7th rank. But as a panther-type magical beast, it naturally possessed the high speed which all panthers were known for. Its explosive, short-distance pouncing speed was even superior to magical beasts of the 8th rank. The golden tattooed panther suddenly exerted pressure with its 4 limbs. Swish! It leapt atop another tree. Panthers were extremely skilled at running and leaping about on treetops, and were very well known for that as well. From within the dense leaves, the golden tattooed panther had already seen that distant human figure. The golden tattooed panther waited quietly. Waited for the human to draw near. Indeed, the human and the black shadow mouse were beginning to come nearer. A black shadow mouse? Not a threat. Magical beasts of the 7th rank possessed very high intelligence. The primary focus of the golden tattooed panther was that human. The aura that human emitted had already raised the golden tattooed panther's caution level. But the golden tattooed panther had the feeling that this human shouldn't be too powerful. Indeed, in his base form, Linley was only a late-stage warrior of the 7th rank. Generally speaking, when a magical beast of the 7th rank fought a human of the 7th rank, the magical beast would have the advantage. Swish! Leaping off from the tree trunk, the golden tattooed panther transformed into a vicious golden blur, gracefully soaring towards Linley. The seemingly totally unprepared human, suddenly, as fast as lightning, drew that adamantine heavy sword from his back while retreating. At the same time, he chopped down with that sword against the golden tattooed panther with tremendous power. Already in mid-leap, there was no way for the golden tattooed panther to change its trajectory. The only thing it could do was to do his best to move his head away. Bam! Flashing out like a lightning bolt, the adamantine heavy sword viciously slammed against the golden tattooed panther's body. Where it landed on the golden tattooed panther's body, a deep crevice appeared. The sounds of bones shattering could be heard. With that bam sound, the golden tattooed panther's body crashed to the ground. It lay twitching there, blood pouring out of its mouth. But within 10 seconds, the golden tattooed panther moved no more. Linley gracefully resheathed his adamantine heavy sword. Bibi, our breakfast today will be panther flesh, Linley said casually. To Linley and Bibi, this was just a very ordinary event. Within the mountain range of magical beasts, they would kill several magical beasts every day. If an expert at using the sword had been present, they would clearly be able to tell that Linley, despite only being a late-stage warrior of the 7th rank, was able to utilize this 3,600-pound heavy sword at an extremely high level. Not only did the weight of the heavy sword not hinder Linley was even able to make use of its weight to make the speed of the heavy sword's blows faster. When chopping, he could actually chop a magical beast of the 7th rank to death at one blow. This power was simply astonishing. Linley and Bibi began to roast panther flesh in the middle of the mountain range of magical beasts. Boss, how powerful is the most powerful attack you can now use with that heavy sword? A few days ago, you said you had a breakthrough, Bibi asked. They had been in the mountain range of magical beasts for over a year now. During this year, Linley's mind had become one with nature, and he had completely immersed himself in his training. This year and a half of training had improved his abilities at an extremely rapid pace. My most powerful attack? Hard to say. Speaking in more general terms, I should be able to fight most magical beasts of the 8th rank in human form alone. Linley said confidently. This wasn't arrogance. This was confidence in his own power. The panther meat smells so good. BB sniffed the air with his nose. HRM? Linley frowned, then suddenly laughed. BB, when we roast meat, we often attract attention from magical beasts. Only, this time, this magical beast seemed to be quite a slow and clumsy one. After waiting a good while, Linley and BB finally saw a magical beast appear. A Velocidragon. Velocidragon? Linley began to laugh. Linley was now quite familiar with Velocidragons. Despite being magical beasts of the 7th rank, they possessed extremely powerful defense. Although both were of the 7th rank, a Velocidragon's defense was far more formidable than that of a golden-tattooed panther. But in turn, the golden-tattooed panther was far faster than a Velocidragon. Boss, you say that your attack power is really high now. Do you think you can chop a Velocidragon to death with one sword stroke? BB suddenly said. The scales of a Velocidragon were nearly half a meter thick, and the bones of its skull were extremely hard and dense. Although Velocidragons were fairly slow, their defense could match an ordinary magical beast of the 8th rank. One sword blow? I haven't tested it yet. Let me give it a try. Linley drew the adamantine heavy sword from the sheath on his back, then began walking step by step towards the Velocidragon. The Velocidragon was 2 stories tall and nearly 20 meters long. Compared to this enormous creature, Linley was nothing more than a small speck. Grulul. The Velocidragon roared angrily at Linley. But wielding the adamantine heavy sword in his hands, Linley continued to walk towards the Velocidragon, one barefooted step at a time. Suddenly, Linley's movements sped up dramatically as he charged towards the Velocidragon. Letting out an angry roar, the Velocidragon sent its draconic tail whipping towards Linley. The Velocidragon's tail was an extremely quick weapon. Clang! Linley's adamantine heavy sword suddenly moved at high speed and blocked the draconic tail. Despite the great lashing force of the Velocidragon's tail, Linley leapt off the ground, borrowing the force of the tail to fly over the Velocidragon. This is a human? The Velocidragon was surprised to discover that the man in front of him had wielded that adamantine heavy sword as easily and as naturally as the grass bowing from the wind. And now, that man was smashing directly down at his head with the sword. The Velocidragon was extremely confident. Its skull was, after all, the toughest part of its body. Indeed. When that agile, flowing black heavy sword touched his skull, it posed no danger to the Velocidragon at all. But all of a sudden, just as it touched the skull, an incredibly powerful force exploded from the sword. Like a sudden flood bursting through a dam, that astonishing power poured out all at once. It only heard a crack sound, and then everything went dark. BB watched the scene in astonishment. Linley had only struck the skull, the toughest part of a Velocidragon's body, with a single blow from his sword. And then, the Velocidragon's head had split open like a fragile egg, with brain matter and blood pouring out. The massive, powerful body of the Velocidragon slunk to the ground, as Linley gracefully landed as well. Boss! Wow! You are that powerful now? BB ran over excitedly. Linley laughed. Over the past year, I have been able to almost perfectly merge my own strength with my Dragonblood battle chi. And then, based on what I have learned from my connection to the earth, I broke past the simple levels of using strength and battle chi. I have arrived at the level which the ancestors of the Baru clan described as wielding the heavy as though it were light. Only now, I have managed to develop this technique, Thunderbolt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 2, The Howling World Wolf. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 2, The Howling World Wolf. The most basic underpinnings of training with the heavy sword lay in combining battle chi along with physical strength and utilizing it. Right after the adamantine heavy sword had been forged in the city of Hesse, when Linley had used the adamantine heavy sword to attack the violet-robed special executors, he was not capable of combining his strength and his battle chi to use the heavy sword in a meaningful way. The heavy sword was not meant to be used with pure brute force. It lay in conserving every little bit of strength to allow the heavy sword to reach its maximum possible velocity, while at the same time combining physical strength and battle chi to reach the most optimal level possible. After spending more than a year, Linley had finally become able to wield the adamantine heavy sword as easily as though it were his hands, without wasting any strength at all. Despite a limited amount of strength and battle chi, he was able to raise the power of the adamantine heavy sword to an extremely high level. But this was still just the basics. Above this basic level was the second level, a different realm of possibilities. This was something Linley had suddenly awoken to when he saw the crashing waterfalls within the mountain grotto. To wield something heavy as though it were light was easy to say, but hard to do. In truth, it required one to be able to perfectly control one's battle chi and physical strength. And then, one could suddenly unleash all of one's power, like the unending, cascading waters of the waterfall. The power that erupted from a blow such as this was extremely great. This was the principle underneath Linley's thunderbolt technique. But this was easier said than done. It required an extremely solid grasp of the basics. If one didn't have enough control over one's strength and battle chi, even after one understood the principles of this technique, one still wouldn't be able to utilize it. As powerful as that? Boss, is this the most powerful way to use the heavy sword? Bibi said in surprise. Laughing, Linley shook his head. Not even close. Based on the information contained within my clan's records, the way of using heavy weapons can be described as having 3 levels. The first is to master and perfect the basics. The second is to be able to wield something heavy as though it were light. And the third is known as impose. Impose? Bibi was a bit confused. What is that? I don't know either. Linley shook his head. After all, my clan's records, aside from the secret Dragonblood manual, primarily consists of general descriptions of the history of my clan and some stories of my ancestors. With regards to that ancestor who was able to wield something heavy as though it were light, there were only a few lines describing his power. That record also mentioned that the third level was impose, but what exactly impose is, it didn't describe in detail, so I don't know either. Linley didn't understand. Could impose be referring to an imposing manner? But when wielding the adamantine heavy sword, how much could an imposing manner possibly add to attack power? I haven't had that moment of enlightenment yet. No way to understand it. Linley shook his head. Linley knew very well that he had not yet in fact mastered this level of using something heavy as though it were light. Because the most important part of the thunderbolt technique was to suddenly release all of the power available at the last moment. How would one further increase the power of this technique? Right now, Linley was suddenly releasing all of his strength and battle chi in a brute force manner, but Linley knew that this was a stupid, crude method. Pity that there's no signposts on the path of training. Linley chuckled, then ceased his idle speculations. Deep autumn. The prime, virgin forests of the mountain range of magical beasts were covered with yellowing leaves. This was the late autumn of year 10001 of the Yulan calendar. Linley had already entered the mountain range of magical beasts for more than a year and a half, but he had only traveled 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers thus far. He spent most of every day in training, progressing only a few dozen kilometers at most in his journey. Late at night, not a sound could be heard. Within the central areas of the mountain range of magical beasts, beneath a giant tree which would take 5 or 6 men linking hands to embrace the trunks of, Linley was quietly sitting cross-legged in the meditative trance. Slowly, the skies began to brighten. Linley opened his eyes, a hint of a smile on his face. The light, pure dawn wind was blowing. Several leaves slowly spun about and fell down. Watching these leaves fall, Linley was silent. Boss? Bibi casually opened his eyes. Questioningly, he said, You woke up? Why didn't you wake me? Actually, every day, when Linley woke up, Bibi would wake up as well. But every day, Bibi would wait for Linley to wake him up before he would be willing to open his eyes. Today, though, Linley hadn't called him. Bibi, I seem to have made a breakthrough. Linley suddenly said mentally to Bibi. A breakthrough? Bibi immediately jumped to his feet. He asked with excitement, What sort of breakthrough have you had? Linley laughed. My spiritual energy has finally reached the level of a magus of the 8th rank. A magus of the 8th rank? Bibi immediately yelped in surprise. That winter, when he was 16 years old, Linley had crafted the sculpture Awakening from the Dream, and the rapid improvement he had gained over those 10 days and 10 nights had resulted in Linley's spiritual energy strengthening tenfold, arriving at the level of spiritual power possessed by a late-stage magus of the 7th rank. He was 16 years old that winter, and already at the late-stage 7th rank. From then until now, 3 years had passed. While he had been at Finlai City, Linley's spiritual energy hadn't improved that fast, and based on that rate of improvement, Linley probably would have needed 5 or 6 years to advance from the late stage of the 7th rank to the 8th rank. But this year in the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley had totally submerged himself into nature, and each time he had engaged in stone sculpting, he had been so natural and unrestrained. His rate of improvement in spiritual energy was quite noticeable. Right now, Linley's spiritual energy finally reached the 8th rank as a magus. "Boss, how powerful are spells of the 8th rank?" Bibi said curiously. "You'll find out if you are willing to give it a try." A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. Bibi stared at him, then said proudly, "Come." "I, Bibi, am not afraid of magical beasts of the 8th rank, much less a spell of the 8th rank." Linley immediately began to chant the words to a spell. Shortly afterwards, a large amount of earth elemental essence began to rapidly solidify and condense near Linley. The mage force in Linley's body, as well, was beginning to rouse. Whoosh! A wind suddenly arose in front of Linley, catching and tossing up all the fallen leaves around him. An angry howl could suddenly be heard, as an earth-colored, 3-meter-tall wolf suddenly appeared in front of Linley. This massive wolf was 3 meters tall and 10 meters long. All the muscles on its body seemed as tough and gnarled as steel, and its 4 limbs were filled with power. Earth-style spell of the 8th rank, the Howling Whirlwolf. Hool! The Howling Whirlwolf let out an enraged snarl, then charged at Bibi, but Bibi only playfully stood there with confidence, staring at the Howling Whirlwolf. Swish! Suddenly, an earthen spear array erupted from the ground beneath Bibi. Whoa! Bibi let out a cry of surprise, leaping into the air. The earthen spear array hadn't managed to hurt Bibi in the slightest, but at this time, the Howling Whirlwolf had arrived next to him. Bibi immediately let out a shrill screech, and his body suddenly enlarged. Holol, dot. Fangs bared and maw bloody, the Howling Whirlwolf bit down at Bibi, while Bibi also bit angrily at the Howling Whirlwolf. With a crunch sound, Bibi ripped apart the throat of the Howling Whirlwolf. But the Howling Whirlwolf didn't seem to be hurt at all as it slashed at Bibi with his fierce claws. Whap! Bibi was knocked flying, smashing against the ground, creating a minor crater. Bibi immediately crawled out, staring angrily at the Howling Whirlwolf. Just then, the Howling Whirlwolf had carried a tremendous amount of power in its claws. Bibi, this Howling Whirlwolf isn't a magical beast. It's an earth element construct, totally composed of mage force and elemental essence. It has no vital weak points. Linley's voice rang out playfully. Bibi instantly understood. To a construct created solely from mage force and elemental essence, whether you bit it on the tail or at the throat, there really was no difference in terms of damage done. Shkree, dot. Bibi was truly furious now. Transforming into a black blur, he flew at the Howling Whirlwolf, which ripped towards Bibi with its fangs. But Bibi dodged its attack, and then raked the Howling Whirlwolf with his claws. In the blink of an eye, Bibi had raked the Howling Whirlwolf nearly 100 times, forcibly bringing his opponent to the breaking point. Bam! The Howling Whirlwolf's body suddenly began to grow brighter, and then the blink of an eye, it exploded. Bibi was knocked flying by the force of the explosion, smashing hard against a nearby tree, snapping the tree in half, then falling to the ground. Bibi, what do you think? Linley knew exactly how powerful Bibi was. This bit of offensive force wasn't enough to hurt Bibi. Bibi quickly ran over to him. In a wounded voice, he said, "Boss, that Howling Whirlwolf's offensive attacks weren't lower than an ordinary magical beast of the 8th rank. And it doesn't have any weaknesses either. What a freak." Even when it was about to die, it engaged in a suicidal explosion. When its body was about to collapse, a construct formed from mage force and elemental essence would naturally explode. A dual-element magus of the 8th rank. Now, even in human form, Linley would still be considered a truly formidable person. The power of 8th rank spells was very astonishing. For example, the Brutal Tornado Wind-style spell. This Brutal Tornado spell could easily annihilate an army of thousands of soldiers. In truth, even the attack of the Howling Whirlwolf would destroy most small armies. The Howling Whirlwolf possessed astonishing defensive powers. Only a freak like Bibi would be capable of so easily penetrating the Howling Whirlwolf's defense. The Howling Whirlwolf was extremely fast and possessed astonishing defensive powers. And, it had no weak points. One could imagine how much havoc it would wreak upon an army. To a kingdom, a magus of the 8th rank is more important than an army with 10,000 soldiers. Linley understood this logic. And magi of the 9th rank, in turn, were more important than an army of 100,000 soldiers. As for saint-level grand magi, they were more important than an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. By casting a single forbidden spell, Annihilating Tempest, an entire army of 1,000,000 soldiers would instantly be destroyed. Linley's elemental essence affinity was exceptional. Naturally, he didn't need too much time to refine more mage force. Given the additional support provided by the straight chisel school of sculpting, Linley didn't need to spend too much time training himself as a magus. And since he could dragon form now, the speed of his training as a warrior was many times faster than before as well. His adamantine heavy sword in hand, Linley was walking atop a large mountain. He casually swung and chopped the adamantine heavy sword in every direction. Whap! Slap! Every movement was very natural and graceful. But whenever the adamantine heavy sword touched any boulders, the boulders would immediately shatter. Either they would shatter into dozens of pieces, or they would explode, or they would turn to dust. Linley constantly tested himself and tested out how to have his thunderbolt technique release more power. How to, using the same amount of battle chi, increase the effectiveness of his attacks. Phew! Sensing that he had used up over half of his Dragonblood battle chi, Linley immediately sheathed his adamantine heavy blade. With a flip of his hand, Blood Violet appeared in his grasp. Linley immediately began to leap about, the Blood Violet flexible sword in his hands flashing every which way gracefully. The strength of the Blood Violet sword lay in its speed and its ability to attack unpredictably. Swoosh! The Blood Violet sword slashed in the direction of a small nearby tree. Halfway there, though, Blood Violet suddenly curved like a serpent, and in a flash, it wrapped itself around the tree. With another violet flash, the tree was cut in half. With a quiver, the Blood Violet sword suddenly became straight again. Swish! The Blood Violet sword stabbed forward. Its sharp edge wreathed with a greenish-black light, the sword easily plunged straight into a nearby stone wall. HRM? Linley suddenly frowned, pulling out Blood Violet. He stared at the Blood Violet sword suspiciously. Inside the sword, what in the world? Just then, Linley had been focusing his spiritual energy on Blood Violet, controlling its fluctuations and contortions. As he had done so, he suddenly had discovered an aura that made his heart tremble with fear. Can it be that? Linley's heart suddenly clenched. Previously, when he had been in that dangerous situation in the Radiant Temple, the coiling dragon ring had emitted a tremendously powerful burst of power. This Blood Violet flexible sword was also a divine artifact, but it wasn't as powerful as Linley had thought it would be. Linley had always been wondering if there was some secret contained within this Blood Violet flexible sword. Linley immediately focused his spiritual energy inside Blood Violet, carefully probing it from within. In the past, Linley also tried to do this before he had reached the 8th rank as a magus, but he hadn't been able to find anything. But now, he was a magus of the 8th rank. HRM? Linley's spiritual energy finally seemed to detect something. A bloodthirsty, crazed aura suddenly came into contact with Linley's spiritual energy. Linley suddenly seemed to see a boundless sea of blood. Countless corpses. An endless number of bones. That crazed, bloodthirsty, violent aura directly invaded Linley's spiritual energy, and then, as fast as lightning, it began to pervade Linley's very soul. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 3, A Slaughter. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 3, A Slaughter. That endless sea of blood was filled with countless white skeletons, and all sorts of different corpses. Some of the corpses belonged to 10-meter-tall giants that were covered in scales with 2 horns sprouting from their heads. Others had white skeletons that glimmered with a faint gold color. Ah! Linley's eyes began to turn red, as he suddenly began to emit a terrifying, baleful aura. That baleful aura somehow seemed to take physical form as a faint, bloody mist began to emanate from around Linley's body. And surrounded by that baleful aura, Linley seemed like he was a fiendish god. Bibi, not too far away from Linley, naturally could feel that oppressive, baleful aura. Shocked, all the fur on Bibi's body stood straight up, and Bibi could clearly feel that all of his muscles were quivering, and his blood was pumping faster. Even his claws were shaking, not entirely under his own control. Terror. Terror the likes of which he had never felt before. Boss, what's going on? Bibi said frantically. Right now, Linley was still in control of himself. Only, after being pervaded by that baleful aura, Linley felt a powerful desire to go out and kill. This Blood Violet is, Linley forcibly suppressed his desire to kill, lowering his head to stare at the sword. Linley could see that in his hands, Blood Violet was glowing with a devilish red light that flowed, as though blood was flowing on and through it. The entire Blood Violet sword was shuddering slightly. Linley could feel the intense desire of Blood Violet to kill. Kill unceasingly. But right now, the more strongly Linley tried to suppress the urge to kill, the more powerful that urge grew. Linley's eyes began to turn more and more red. Ah! Linley let out a wild howl. As though he had transformed into a tornado of movement, Linley ran down the mountain. In his hand, blood violet was flashing everywhere like lightning. Every place Linley passed by, the trees and the stones were all transformed into rubble and debris. Seeing Linley's wild charge, Bibi stood where he was hesitantly for a moment. Bibi had truly been terrified by that baleful aura, the likes of which he had never felt before. But for the sake of his boss. Gore! Bibi ground his teeth, then suddenly flew down the mountain as well. Not too far away from the mountain Linley had been on was a clear pond of water. There was a pack of goldmane mastiffs living next to the pond. Goldmane mastiffs were pack-type creatures, unlike the solitary panthers or tigers. Generally speaking, panthers or tigers might band together for major battles, but in their day-to-day lives, these types of magical beasts would generally live separately. But goldmane mastiffs were different. Goldmane mastiffs had a strong pack mentality and were adept at teamwork. Goldmane mastiffs possessed extremely powerful claws. This pack of goldmane mastiffs numbered over 100. Although goldmane mastiffs were magical beasts of the 8th rank, even your average magical beast of the 9th rank wouldn't dare provoke such a pack. They definitely were a local power to be reckoned with. Right now, these goldmane mastiffs were either lying in rest next to the pond, or casually strolling about, or perhaps frolicking and swimming in the water. This wasn't yet the time for them to hunt for food, and given their strength, they never feared that they would lack for food. But many goldmane mastiffs suddenly looked cautiously up the mountain. Given their alert senses, they could easily sense that something living was moving towards them at high speed. The goldmane mastiffs which had been lying down all stood up, staring coldly at this creature which was moving towards them. Goldmane mastiffs were 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. Their entire bodies were covered with golden fur, and they seemed lion-like. But their eyes radiated a strange golden glow. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. The pack of goldmane mastiffs suddenly began to growl. They finally saw the creature which was provoking them. It was a human wielding a devilish violet sword whose body was wrapped up with a red light. These extremely intelligent goldmane mastiffs suddenly felt at ease again. It was just a human. Unless this human was at the saint level, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But suddenly, when the human drew close enough for that red mist to cover them, all of the goldmane mastiffs suddenly felt terrified like never before. This terrifying aura was far more powerful than even the aura of a saint-level magical beast. Under this oppressive, baleful aura, all of the goldmane mastiffs felt as though their limbs were no longer under their own control, and one after another knelt down in terror as they lowered their proud heads. Blood, blood. Linley was doing his best to remain clear-minded, but he could feel the intense desire of Blood Violet to drink blood. After having roused the baleful aura contained within Blood Violet had to be sated by drinking enough blood. Swish! Transforming into a violet ray of light, Blood Violet passed straight through the neck of one of the goldmane mastiffs. A meter-high mastiff head flew off. Linley's speed was simply too fast. No. Accurately speaking, Blood Violet's killing speed was too fast. Only after it had chopped through 8 goldmane mastiffs' heads did the first head fly off. And only now did the remaining goldmane mastiffs, who had all been kneeling in terror, wake to their senses. Howl. Nearby, the largest of the goldmane mastiffs forced itself to stand up, then raised his head up and began howling angrily. But despite this, its limbs were still trembling, and its eyes were still filled with disbelieving fear. Their intelligence, however, was very high. These goldmane mastiffs all knew that this human emitting this terrifying aura was going to kill them all. Even though they were terrified, they were still going to resist. Having drank so much fresh blood, Blood Violet emitted a joyful sound. Die! Die! The more he killed, the more Linley felt as though the desire to kill was consuming him. Right now, the only desire he had was to kill. The remaining 100 or so goldmane mastiffs didn't dare to directly face Linley. All of them turned tail and ran. Swish! Linley's Blood Violet sword chopped towards the head of another goldmane mastiff. Knowing that it wasn't going to be able to flee, this goldmane mastiff turned back and opened its mouth, biting down at Linley while breathing flames from its mouth. Instinctively, Linley's body became covered by his azure-blackish Dragonblood battle chi, which protected him and blocked the flame breath of this goldmane mastiff. When the violet sword drew close to the goldmane mastiff's head, the goldmane mastiff could clearly sense that the baleful aura this violet sword was emitting was now several times stronger than before. This terror, the likes of which it had never felt before, caused its limbs to go soft. Even the energy being generated by the magicite core in its body had come to a halt, and it just stood there, allowing the violet sword to cut its head off. Surrounded by a baleful aura that had taken physical form, Linley constantly chased after and killed one goldmane mastiff after another. These local tyrants, the goldmane mastiffs, were now truly panicked. They had no idea where this fiendish god had come from. That baleful aura was now so strong that even their bodily functions were being affected. Even if they wanted to fight, their bodies were no longer under their total control. Blood sprayed everywhere. Hacked limbs and severed heads flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 30 Goldmane Mastiffs had died on the spot. "Boss, boss!" BB called out frantically. BB could sense the state which Linley was currently in. He was terrified that in the future, Linley would have permanently transformed into a constantly slaughtering madman. Slowly, Linley's form slowed its movements. "BB. I'm fine." Linley's voice rang out in BB's mind. BB immediately ran over. BB could clearly see Linley's bare upper body, his forehead covered in sweat, and that faint layer of red on his skin. Right now, Linley's eyes were closed, and his chest was rising and falling like a blacksmith's bellows. Phew. Letting out a long breath, Linley finally opened his eyes. Linley's eyes had now returned to their normal clarity. "Boss, what happened to you?" BB said worriedly. With a hint of lingering fear, Linley looked at the blood-violet sword in his hands. Right now, Linley was very certain that this blood-violet sword had been a slaughterer's sword, and that it had killed an extraordinarily high number of people. Linley even suspected that the endless sea of blood, bones, and corpses that he had sensed earlier had all been the handiwork of blood-violet. But those corpses, Linley didn't even recognize most of them, or what races they belonged to. Is there a race of humans with the heads of bulls? Can it be that these are the legendary minotaurs from other planes? Linley thought to himself questioningly. From his books, Linley had seen references to minotaurs before, but there were no such creatures in the Yulan continent. But many of the other corpses, Linley had never seen or heard of, even in the books and records he had read. For example, those massive giant creatures that were 10 meters tall, covered with thick black scales, and had 2 massive horns sprouting from their foreheads. The aura emanating from their corpses alone filled Linley with dread. Linley had the feeling that those massive creatures definitely were not one whit weaker than some of the saint-level magical beasts he had seen. But there were innumerable numbers of corpses of those giant creatures. It was true. Those corpses of creatures which were no weaker than saint-level magical beasts could be seen everywhere in that boundless sea of blood. Who was the previous owner of this blood-violet sword? He actually killed this many powerful combatants. Linley was secretly shocked. He was absolutely certain that this sword definitely came from one of the higher planes, because the Yulan continent simply never had this many powerful combatants. As he thought back to how he had originally acquired blood-violet, Linley understood something. This blood-violet godsword truly did not originate from the Yulan continent. With a thought, Linley absorbed blood-violet into his interspatial ring. Phew. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I definitely cannot activate the baleful aura hidden within this blood-violet sword again. Linley had already made up his mind about this. At this time, BB leaped onto Linley's shoulders. "Boss. What just happened?" BB asked. Linley laughed as he looked at BB. "BB, do you remember how we discovered that magical formation back when we were in the Foggy Valley?" At that time, Grandpa Doring had said that the mysterious magical formation was even more complicated and mysterious than saint-level magical formations. And blood-violet was used to support that magical formation. At that time, we suspected that blood-violet wasn't as simple a sword as it appeared to be. And indeed, that is the case. BB immediately listened alertly. This blood-violet godsword most likely has experienced endless amounts of murder and slaughter, and also killed many powerful combatants, including those of the saint level, or even higher. And precisely because that is the case, within this blood-violet sword there is a terrifyingly powerful baleful aura. Once it has been activated and agitated, even those Goldmane Mastiffs quaked and knelt down in fear. But despite having its positives, it also has its negatives. Once it's been activated, blood-violet absolutely must be fed blood. Otherwise, blood-violet will refuse to obey my intentions and won't obediently go into my interspatial ring. BB nodded. "Boss, this blood-violet sword really is terrifying." Just then, that baleful aura even made me tremble with fear as well, and my limbs were shaking too. In a situation like that, even though I'm a magical beast of the 9th rank, I perhaps would have only been able to use half of my power. BB said honestly. As for magical beasts of the 8th rank, when oppressed by that baleful aura, they probably wouldn't even be able to use a tenth of their power. When the baleful aura within blood-violet was activated, the opponent's own power would be impacted and drop. If even a magical beast of the 9th rank would be influenced so dramatically, one could easily imagine how useful this sword would prove to be in battle. But being possessed by that cruel, vicious, wild, murdering urge really is not a good feeling. Once the baleful aura is activated, I absolutely must kill a large number of living creatures before that wild, cruel, murdering urge is sated. Linley had just experienced that urge, so he knew full well what it was like. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to activate that baleful aura. Alright, BB. Let's collect the magicite cores and continue. Magicite cores? Wow, so many. BB excitedly went to collect the magicite cores. After collecting the cores of those several dozen Goldmane Mastiffs, Linley and BB continued on their journey, letting the corpses of the Goldmane Mastiffs remain there. In the mountain range of magical beasts, once dead, even the most powerful of magical beasts would be no more than food for other animals. Their discovery of this secret contained within Blood Violet was nothing more but a side event. Linley continued his lifestyle of training. Every day, he would travel around 10 kilometers, with most of his time spent training. As far as how the heavy sword was meant to be used, almost every day, Linley would have a new insight. Linley was totally immersed in that wondrous feeling of training and improving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 4, The Black Shadow. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 4, The Black Shadow. The first snow of that winter was a major one. Many places in the mountain range of magical beasts were covered with snow as well. Various tracks could be seen clearly, some belonging to humans, and as well as magical beasts of various sizes. What a large blizzard! Linley still wore only those ragged hemcloth pants, his upper body bare. Although the temperature was so cold that even rapidly flowing water would freeze, Linley didn't fear it in the slightest. Barefooted, Linley continued to stride forward. Boss, it should almost be the time of the Yulon festival, right? BB guessed. After having been in the mountain range of magical beasts for so long, Linley didn't even have a rough idea of what day it was. Although Linley did have a pocket watch, the watch was only capable of keeping simple time, and didn't track dates. Should be around that time. Linley nodded. After having been in the mountain range of magical beasts for around 2 years, Linley's prowess as a warrior had increased at a fairly rapid rate. He was at the peak stage of the 7th rank now. But in terms of using the heavy sword, his skill in wielding his adamantine heavy sword was immeasurably higher than it was originally. In particular, after becoming a dual-element magus of the 8th rank, when he used his magic and his warrior skills simultaneously, his power was raised to a very high level. HRM? BB and Linley both turned to look back. Not too far away, 2 sturdy warriors dressed in leather armor and holding weapons were running frantically, seemingly panic-stricken. Seeing that it was other humans, Linley continued on his path. The mountain range of magical beasts had a large number of human experts training within it, and in these past 2 years, Linley had encountered quite a few humans. With respect to the humans in the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley had a simple principle: don't irritate others. After all, plenty of people were here with the intention of taking the magicite crystals and other people's bags for themselves. Because Linley had an interspatial ring, he didn't have to carry his bag with him. Thus, there were very few people who had the desire to act against Linley. Wait! A frantic shout from behind. But Linley didn't pay them any mind at all, continuing to walk forward. Those 2 people ran quite fast, and they quickly overtook Linley. When they drew near, Linley immediately halted and turned around. What do you want? Linley stared coldly at those 2 men. Linley could tell that these 2 were not weak. However, a human's level of power was hard to judge at a glance. Linley was fairly cautious in dealing with these 2. Us? The 2 sturdily built men exchanged glances, and then forced out awkward smiles towards Linley. One of them, a one-eyed bald man, said apologetically, "We don't have any bad intentions. Only, the core regions of the mountain range of magical beasts are too dangerous. We 2 brothers would like to travel with you, friend. That way, we can help each other out. Wouldn't that be safer?" The other bald man started momentarily, then quickly nodded repeatedly. Right. The core region is very dangerous. If we travel together, we can help each other out. How about this? Once we all leave the core regions and leave the mountain range of magical beasts, we'll go our own ways. Not interested. Linley frowned. Turning back, he continued on his journey forward. Linley wasn't that easily fooled youngster of the past. He could tell that these 2 were clearly lying. Helping each other out in the mountain range of magical beasts? What a joke. These 2 people definitely didn't have any good intentions in wanting to travel with him. Linley didn't want to cause any trouble, and couldn't be bothered to kill these 2 either. Naturally, he wouldn't want them to travel with him. Seeing how bluntly Linley refused and continued on his journey, these 2 bald men glanced at each other. Hesitating only slightly, they immediately rushed over again. Wait, friend, please wait. The 2 bald men caught up again. Linley couldn't help but frown as he turned his head to stare coldly at these two. The two men looked awkwardly at Linley. The one-eyed man said apologetically, "I'm so very sorry, but we too really would like to travel alongside you. Don't worry, once we leave this place, we'll definitely show gratitude to you." Linley glanced at each man. "If you want to follow, then follow," Linley said calmly. After having been in the mountain range of magical beasts for so long, Linley was quite experienced now. If these two insisted on traveling with him, then let them. Linley was confident in his own ability to deal with them. After all, Linley had Bibi with him as well, on his shoulders. Thank you," those two bald men said gratefully. Immediately, those two moved together to walk alongside Linley. At the same time, they constantly scanned the area around them, a hint of dread in their eyes. "Friend, we hail from the O'Brien Empire's Southwest District Administrative Province. Where are you from?" The one-eyed bald man seemed to want to have more friendly relations with Linley. Linley's eyebrows twitched. The O'Brien Empire? Linley knew very well that if he were to cut directly through the mountain range of magical beasts, he would be able to arrive in the territory of the O'Brien Empire quite quickly. Why so many questions? Linley glanced at the man. "If you want to follow, then follow. Don't make a sound." All right. The one-eyed bald man nodded repeatedly. They could tell that Linley definitely was no ordinary person. It wasn't too strange for him to be only wearing hempcloth pants in the winter, but what was quite amazing was that a human in the core region of the mountain range of magical beasts could be so calm and unhurried. It was as though this dangerous region was nothing more than a flower garden to him. "Big brother." The bald man pulled at the arm of the other, one-eyed bald man. In a low voice, he said, "Big brother, do you think we'll be able to preserve our lives?" The one-eyed bald man looked at their surroundings in fear, then said in a low voice, "Don't overthink things. For now, let's follow this mysterious fellow. If we follow him, we might have a chance." "Right." The first bald man nodded. But in his heart, he still felt fearful. Up ahead in front of them, Linley was walking very naturally. Linley noticed that the two men behind him were whispering, but Linley had a feeling that these two men were not the type to try and act against him. After a while, Linley took a rest. Each day, Linley would only travel 10 kilometers. The rest of his time was spent in training. The two men behind him became truly frantic when Linley rested so soon. "Why have you stopped?" The one-eyed bald man said frantically. "HRM?" Linley glanced unhappily at the two men. The younger man hurriedly laughed. "Me lord, this is still the core regions. Wouldn't it be better for us to hurry out of the core regions before resting?" Linley frowned, then spoke. "Don't annoy me. If you want to follow me, then follow. If you want to go, then go. As for me, if I want to stop, I'll stop. If you keep kicking up such a fuss, then don't blame me if I kill you both." The two bald men exchanged glances, then laughed awkwardly. Sorry. The two immediately retreated slightly, no longer daring to disturb Linley. These two are acting in a strange way. Linley glanced at these two men. These two men said that they wanted to leave the mountain range of magical beasts, but they insisted on following him. If he didn't leave, they wouldn't leave either. Why did they insist on following him? He didn't know these two men at all. Linley sat down cross-legged, placing the adamantine heavy sword across his legs. But just at this moment, Linley suddenly felt a tinge of fear in his heart. Swish! Linley suddenly turned his head. A black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him, then disappeared. Ah! From far away, a terrified cry could be heard, but after 2 or 3 cries, it fell silent. Only now did Linley realize that of the two bald men, only one was left now. The one remaining was the one-eyed bald man. As for his younger brother, the man was gone now. Next to the man, there was a pool of blood. Ah! No! The one-eyed bald man seemed to have suffered some sort of unspeakable shock, as he began to scream. Linley solemnly rose to his feet, and Bibi began to grow cautious as well. "Boss, that creature is extremely fast." Bibi mentally spoke solemnly. "We've been in the mountain range of magical beasts for a very long time. This is the fastest creature we've encountered yet. I couldn't even clearly see if it was a man or a magical beast." Linley hadn't been able to see it clearly either. That creature's speed was simply too fast. In terms of movement speed, it was even a bit faster than Bibi. What exactly was that? Bibi has entered the 9th rank now, and we have spent quite some time here in the mountain range of magical beasts. But in terms of speed, we've never met anything that was faster than Bibi. Linley began to feel suspicious. BB's speed was his greatest strength. It was hard to find a magical beast able to outspeed BB, even amongst the 9th rank. What was that strange creature? Could it have been a saint-level creature? Linley felt a slight shock. Saint-level magical beasts would naturally be fast. It would make sense for it to be faster than Linley. Linley immediately turned his head to stare at the one-eyed bald man. Right now, the eyes of the one-eyed bald man were filled with fear, and his mouth was continuously muttering something. Every so often, he would look around in fear, as though in terror of being attacked again. Ah! Feeling himself being grabbed, the one-eyed bald man couldn't help but scream in terror. But when he came to his senses and looked behind himself, he saw that it was Linley who had grabbed him by his clothes. Speak. What is going on? Linley stared at him accusingly. Otherwise, I'll abandon you here and travel by myself. No, don't abandon me. The one-eyed bald man directly fell to his knees. I'll talk. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but frown. He had heard long ago that the O'Brien Empire was a major military power. The people of the O'Brien Empire deeply venerated the war god, and thus many of the citizens of the empire would train in the path of the warrior. Powerful warriors were extremely proud. For this bald man to be able to enter the core region of the mountain range of magical beasts, he clearly wasn't weak either. Even if he wasn't a warrior of the 7th rank, he must be a warrior of the 6th rank at least. But the one-eyed bald man had just fallen to his knees, showing no spine at all. Milord, you don't know how terrible these recent days have been. They've been like a terrible, terrible dream. The one-eyed bald man's eyes were beginning to fill with tears. Linley immediately began to listen closely. This time, myself, my younger brother, my wife, and a group of friends formed a squad to enter the mountain range of magical beasts and begin our training. We hoped to acquire some magicite cores as well. To people like us, who had entered the mountain range of magical beasts for more than 5 times, this was an ordinary trip. But we didn't expect. The bald man's entire body was trembling. On the 3rd day after we entered the mountain range of magical beasts, just as we entered the inner regions, we entered a nightmare. This squad of mine had 6 warriors of the 7th rank, and 2 magi of the 6th rank. As long as we stayed within the inner regions of the mountain range of magical beasts, there shouldn't have been any danger. But who would have thought that we would encounter a terrifying monster? Monster? Linley frowned. The first time we encountered it, it immediately ambushed us, killing one of my good friends, just like how it acted just now. The one-eyed bald man's entire body was shaking. I was furious, because this monster was simply too fast. We couldn't even tell what it looked like. Only after hearing our friend's miserable cries did we know that we were under attack. And then, seeing the blood on the ground, we realized that our friend was most likely dead. At the time, we all believed that magical beast was only able to attack from ambush, and didn't dare to face us directly. Clearly, it wasn't that strong. In our fury, we even thought about killing it to gain vengeance. But at first, we couldn't find the monster. The one-eyed bald man took a deep breath, calming his agitated heart before continuing. But that very night, shortly after we finished dinner, the monster came again. As he spoke, the lone eye of the man opened wide. Clearly he was very nervous. This time, like the previous time, that monster ambushed and carried off one of our magi. But this time, it carried the magus only a few dozen meters away before beginning to eat him. Right in front of us, the monster began eating our squad's magus. But what did this monster look like? Linley immediately asked. It looked like a panther whose body was almost totally pitch black. The one-eyed bald man said. Totally pitch black body? The 8th ranked magical beast, Blackstripe Panther? But saying this, Linley found that he didn't believe it. A magical beast of the 8th rank couldn't possibly reach such an astonishing speed. Not even a panther, a land-based magical beast of incredible speed. It wasn't a Blackstripe Panther. Our squad was fairly experienced, and we know that Blackstripe Panthers are covered in extremely dense straight black stripes, while this monster's body was covered in curved black stripes that look like a decorative pattern. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 5, The Mysterious Black Panther. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 5, The Mysterious Black Panther. Linley was beginning to frown. He, too, had never heard of such a creature. There were several types of panther-type magical beasts, but one which was entirely pitch black and covered with dense black wavy lines which formed decorative patterns, was totally unheard of. Generally speaking, creatures that one had never heard of must not be underestimated. The one-eyed bald man said, "That monster decided to eat the meat on the face and the legs of our magus right in front of us, one large bite at a time." Watching this, we were all furious, and we instantly charged forward to attack it. However, the bald man shook his head. What we didn't expect was that the monster was far too powerful. We originally thought that the reason it attacked from ambush, then slipped away, was because it was weak. However, when our entire group attacked it, it only heavily wounded us. Heavily wounded? Lindley questioned suspiciously. Right. The one-eyed bald man said in fear and anger. That monster definitely was capable of killing us all, but it didn't. It only heavily wounded us. We originally thought that we still had a chance of living, only to find that the monster was focused on us now. Each day, it would take away 2 of our people. Sometimes, it would take them away, while other times, it would just eat our friends not too far away from us. Lindley's heart trembled. He knew that magical beasts were highly intelligent. The magical beast that this one-eyed bald man had encountered clearly was extremely powerful and extremely intelligent. Most likely, this magical beast was a perverted creature. We wanted to flee back, but each time we tried to head away from and out of the mountain range of magical beasts, that monster would come again and heavily injure us again. That one-eyed bald man laughed bitterly. We simply weren't able to escape the mountain range of magical beasts. Each day, that monster would come and take away 1 or 2 people. In the blink of an eye, our 12-person squad only had 6 left. Having already seen this happen several times, my wife finally broke down mentally when the monster once again began to eat our friends in front of us. She begged me to kill her. The one-eyed bald man laughed bitterly. You have no idea the terror we felt after those 3 days. All of us were at the point of collapse. My wife was fairly weak, even weaker than me. Faced with this terrible choice, in the end, I finally made the choice to put my wife out of her misery. You killed your wife? Lindley frowned. Yes. I killed her with my own hands. The one-eyed bald man said painfully. But the very day I killed my wife, we encountered several other people, one of whom was a major figure in our Southwest Administrative Province. A combatant of the 9th rank named Pruitt Pulutii. We had been at the brink of despair and collapse. I killed my own wife, but right afterwards, a combatant of the 9th rank appeared. How do you think I felt? The one-eyed bald man's entire body was shaking. I almost went mad. Truly. I almost killed myself, I was in such pain. Lindley could totally imagine how, when overcome by despair and mentally broken down, one would personally kill one's wife, so as to not allow one's wife to suffer the fate of being eaten alive, 1 bite at a time. But then, after killing one's wife, a combatant of the 9th rank appeared? This sort of contrast was definitely capable of driving someone insane. I was filled with pain, but my other friends were very happy, because they knew that we now had a chance. A combatant of the 9th rank. That was someone whom only the saint level would surpass. We told our story to him, and Lord Pruitt immediately promised to dispose of this beast for us. When that monster once more came for us, Lord Pruitt immediately made his move. A strange expression was on the face of that one-eyed bald man. Just 1 blow. The monster took a blow from Lord Pruitt head-on, then smashed Lord Pruitt's head open with a blow from its paws. Lindley's heart shook. It was actually able to take a blow from a combatant of the 9th rank head-on? Its speed and defense were both incredibly terrifying. A monster like this definitely couldn't be underestimated. This time, the monster was extremely excited. Right before our very eyes, it suddenly transformed, increasing in size from 2 meters tall to nearly 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. It devoured Lord Pruitt with 1 gulp. The one-eyed bald man said in terror. The look on Lindley's face changed. Able to change its size? Lindley was truly shocked. All saint-level magical beasts were capable of changing their size. They could easily make themselves much larger or much smaller. But of course, a very small number of magical beasts of the 9th rank with extremely high natural talent could do this as well. For example, BB was capable of changing his size slightly. In other words, this magical beast was either a saint-level magical beast, or an extremely talented magical beast of the 9th rank. It wouldn't be a saint level, would it? Lindley's heart was somewhat unsettled. Although Lindley was very self-confident, he still didn't have any hopes of dealing with a saint-level magical beast at all. That one-eyed bald man laughed painfully. Just like that, the monster continued to torment us, eating 2 of us each day. In the end, only my younger brother and I were left. We continued to flee along the core regions, hoping in vain that this monster would engage in battle with some other powerful magical beast, giving us a chance to flee. But clearly, no magical beasts were capable of stopping that monster. Linley nodded. He now totally understood. But this one-eyed bald man didn't have any good intentions towards Linley, insisting on following Linley. Clearly, this was out of the hopes that Linley would protect him. Acting like this showed that this man didn't care about whether Linley lived or died at all. The expression on Linley's face grew hard. "Milord, I had no other choices." The one-eyed bald man knew what Linley was thinking. He hurriedly said, "I have kids. My second brother had kids as well. We didn't want to die." "Do you think I want to die?" Linley said coldly. Just based on what that one-eyed bald man had said, Linley had a general sense of how powerful this monster was. It was faster than Bibi, and wasn't hurt from a sword blow from a combatant of the 9th rank. Just based on these 2 points, Linley couldn't help but feel nervous. What's more, that was only the power that had been revealed. What was the true level of power possessed by this monster? Was it a saint-level magical beast? Linley couldn't be certain. If it was a saint level of magical beast, then even if he and Bibi joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match at all. "You didn't want to die, so you pulled us underwater as well?" Linley felt extremely dissatisfied. "Bibi, let's go." Linley immediately sped up his footsteps, heading forward. The one-eyed bald man continued to follow Linley. Linley couldn't help but turn his head and stare at him coldly. This bastard was still following? Clearly, that monster had its mind set on that one-eyed bald man. "Milord, please save me." The one-eyed bald man's eyes were filled with a beseeching look. But his actions only made Linley dislike him more and more. This man was selfish, only caring about himself. He didn't care about others at all. Even a 9th rank combatant died. "Do you think I'm a saint-level combatant?" Linley suddenly drew the adamantine heavy sword from his back, and the one-eyed bald man was frightened into beating a hasty retreat. "If you continue to follow me, then don't blame me for being merciless to you," Linley said coldly. Linley was now a peak stage warrior of the 7th rank, and a middle stage warrior of the 9th rank in dragon form. Although he was somewhat more powerful than when he was in Hess City, Linley was only capable of fighting that warrior of the 9th rank, Kaiser, to a draw. Right now, it would be very difficult for Linley to be able to kill a combatant of the 9th rank in one blow. But that monster had easily done just that, killing a 9th ranked combatant. Risking his own life for a person he didn't even know? Was that worth it? Linley returned his adamantine heavy sword to its sheath, then left by himself. The one-eyed bald man just stood there, not daring to follow. He only stared with despair and hatred at Linley's back. "Ah!" After walking less than 100 meters, an agonized scream came from behind him. Linley immediately turned to look back. On the snow ground, there was a black panther that was 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long. The black panther had, in its maws, the body of that one-eyed bald man. Save me." The one-eyed bald man was still alive. Linley's attention was totally focused on the Black Panther. The Black Panther's body was covered with a large number of wavy, pattern lines. It was quite beautiful, actually. And right now, that Black Panther's cold eyes were currently looking at Linley with curiosity. Clearly, the Black Panther was playing a game. The previous game had just come to an end, and now, Linley had become the next victim in its game. "Save me." The one-eyed bald man stared at Linley, begging Linley with his eyes. But that Black Panther just bit down viciously. With a crunching sound, half of the one-eyed bald man's waist was bitten off, and his intestines began to slide out. The one-eyed bald man spasmed on the ground a few times, not dying right away. The Black Panther walked forward gracefully, stepping on the one-eyed bald man's chest with its sharp paws. Crunch! The one-eyed bald man's chest caved in, and seconds later he stopped moving. The Black Panther looked at Linley with interest, and then it began to slowly, gracefully move towards Linley. It must be said that its graceful stride was indeed quite beautiful to behold. "BB. Prepare to ambush him. This time, we're going all out." Linley could tell that this unidentifiable panther-type magical beast now had its eyes set on him. Instead of allowing this creature to ambush him as it pleased, it was better to engage it head-on. Linley drew the adamantine heavy sword from its sheath, staring at the Black Panther. Linley's body began to transform. Cold, sharp horns erupted from his forehead, while black scales quickly covered his entire body. That sturdy tail erupted from behind him as well, and his knees, elbows, and spine became lined with sharp spikes. In the blink of an eye, Linley had totally dragon-formed. The Black Panther, seeing this human suddenly transform into a strange, human-shaped aberration, couldn't help but be startled. Its sleek, glossy hair immediately rose up in caution. One was a Dragonblood warrior. The other, a mysterious panther-type magical beast. Come. Wielding the adamantine heavy sword in his hands, Linley didn't move at all, just standing there on the snowy ground. As stable and unmoving as a mountain. The Black Panther's body began to crouch down slightly. It was gathering its power. Whoosh! His dark golden eyes locked onto the Black Panther. This time Linley was just barely able to see the Black Panther's movements. In the blink of an eye, the Black Panther had crossed the 100 meters distance between them and arrived in front of him. Whap! Moving as fast as lightning, Linley's draconic tail swung at the Black Panther's body. In terms of speed, the attack speed of Linley's tail was actually much faster than the Black Panther's movement speed. The Black Panther was knocked back over 10 meters onto the snowy ground. But immediately upon landing, the Black Panther let out a deep growl as it stared at Linley with its cold eyes. This time, the creature was clearly going to attack at full power. With a leap, the Black Panther charged at incredible speed, so fast as to make one's heart tremble. Linley could clearly tell that there wasn't a single hint of blood on the Black Panther's body. The draconic tail of a middle-stage Dragonblood warrior of the 9th rank wasn't able to injure it at all. The adamantine heavy sword of Linley swung downwards, chopping as fast as lightning. Black light seemed to flow off the blade of the adamantine heavy sword. The Black Panther actually dared to swing a paw to directly claw at Linley's adamantine heavy sword. Clang! Linley's adamantine heavy sword was actually deflected to the side by the Black Panther's paw. Slash! The other paw slashed against Linley's arm. On the black scales covering Linley's arm, a rather deep scratch could be seen, and 2 scales had been split open as well. The man and the magical beast had each exchanged a blow. They immediately separated. Growl, growl, standing in the middle of the snow, the Black Panther stared coldly at Linley. He now saw Linley as a serious opponent. Just now, his attack hadn't been able to totally rip apart that scaled defense and tear off Linley's arm. This made the Black Panther very surprised. Linley stared at the damage done to his scaly armor. Most magical beasts of the 9th rank were not capable of breaching Linley's defense. But just now, that panther had been able to rip 2 scales apart. The Black Panther's body suddenly increased in size, transforming from 2 meters tall to 5, and lengthening to 10 meters as well. That black tail of the panther was waving around like a whip. The panther continued to stare coldly at Linley. Growl! This enormous creature once again charged towards Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 6, Another Transformation. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 6, Another Transformation. Boss. Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Holding the adamantine heavy sword with one hand, Linley leapt backwards in an arcing dodging pattern. At the same time, he mentally said, Bibi, don't panic. Let me first have a good fight with this mysterious Black Panther. If I can't beat it, you can make your move against it. You are my secret weapon. Bibi, understanding, rapidly retreated to one side. Right now, Linley had been filled with a growing urge to do battle. Despite having spent this much time in the mountain range of magical beasts, he hadn't yet encountered an opponent who required him to truly use all of his power. Saint-level beasts were too powerful, while Linley could now totally dominate ordinary magical beasts of the 9th rank through his higher speed. Only, this mysterious Black Panther was even faster than Linley. Growl! The enormous Black Panther landed on the ground, cold gaze fixed upon Linley. But Linley only had a hint of a smile on his lips. It increased in size, but no doubt its speed is now slower. Linley could clearly tell that this Black Panther's speed had dropped by 20% to 30% just now. With the support of the wind-style supersonic spell, Linley was totally confident in his ability to deal with it. But Linley also understood something. With greater size came lesser speed, but most likely, the Black Panther's offensive abilities had just greatly increased. Even in its normal form, the Black Panther had been able to rip open 2 of Linley's scales. Linley no longer dared to allow the Black Panther to land any more claw attacks against him. With a swish, that mysterious Black Panther once more pounced towards Linley at high speed, arriving in front of Linley in mere moments. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Linley suddenly slid down on the snow beneath the Black Panther, passing below it while simultaneously stabbing at the Black Panther's chest with his adamantine heavy sword. Clang! Linley's heavy sword once again slammed against the sharp claws of the panther. Although the Black Panther's speed had decreased with its increased size, the attack speed of its paw strikes was still astonishingly fast. Swish! That 7 or 8 meter long Black Panther tail ripped through the air, viciously slashing towards Linley. Linley kicked off powerfully against the ground with his right foot, launching himself towards an enormous nearby tree. As he arrived, Linley kicked viciously against the massive tree with both legs. Crack! The tree was broken in half and fell down, while its dense array of branches also smashed everywhere. With astonishing speed, Linley used the bounce-back force to dive back towards the mysterious Black Panther, while at the same time, gripping the adamantine heavy sword with both hands in a vicious downward stroke against the Black Panther. Slash! The adamantine heavy sword moved so fast that it ripped through the air, creating an ear-piercing, howling sound. But right at this moment, the Black Panther turned its head to stare at Linley, staying there without moving, allowing Linley to strike it at will. Clearly, this Black Panther understood that after having transformed to a larger size, it would no longer be able to rely on its speed to suppress Linley. Swish, dot. The adamantine heavy sword in Linley's hand suddenly seemed to lose all weight and force, floating gracefully downwards at an astonishing speed. The tip of the sword, however, was beginning to tremble. Bam! The adamantine heavy sword collided against the Black Panther's body. A look of surprise appeared in the cold, arrogant eyes of the Black Panther, because this sword blow seemed to have no force behind it at all. Without hesitating in the slightest, it sent its 7 or 8 meter long tail slashing fiercely towards Linley. Thunderbolt! Linley's formerly calm eyes suddenly seemed to spit lightning bolts. The Black Panther suddenly felt as though that adamantine heavy sword which had just touched its back suddenly exploded with a terrifyingly powerful blast of force. The force was like the eruption of a volcano, blasting out power wildly and at high speed. Bam! The Black Panther felt its limbs grow soft, and its body was pressed down by a significant amount. Its glossy black fur suddenly began to ripple like the waves of the sea. Growl! A small amount of blood leaked out from the corner of the Black Panther's mouth. This level of wielding something heavy as though it were light required perfect coordination between physical strength and battle chi. It wasn't just raw, brute force, rather, it was concentrating all of the rushing power and unleashing it at one blow. Although the Black Panther possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, with its fur neutralizing more than half of the offensive power, a significant amount of power still entered its body, causing the Black Panther some internal injuries. Whap! That whip-like black tail of the Black Panther landed viciously on Linley's body, smashing apart the armored scales on Linley's waist and sending Linley flying. Just as Linley was about to smash into the top part of the trunk of another large tree, Linley suddenly stretched out his right hand and plunged his claws into the tree trunk like a grappling hook. Hanging onto the trunk, Linley looked down from his position at the upper trunk of the tree. As I thought. Once it transforms to a large size, its offensive power increases greatly. Linley looked at the shattered scales on his waist and the fresh blood leaking from beneath it. He now understood much more about this mysterious Black Panther. As for its defense, however, it didn't increase that much. When it transformed to a larger size, the Black Panther's defense didn't change much. Its speed dropped, and its attack power increased. It seems as though my Thunderbolt technique is still effective against it. Linley was very satisfied with the effect of his Thunderbolt attack. This Black Panther possessed a terrifyingly powerful defense. Even the explosive power unleashed by Thunderbolt was largely blocked by its extremely tough black fur, and the fur itself seemed to be totally undamaged. If Linley were only to use raw, brute force and battle chi against this Black Panther, he probably wouldn't be able to wound it at all. Time to use my magic. Linley began to mumble the words to a magical incantation. Right now, Linley was hanging around 30 or so meters up above the ground off that tree trunk, while the Black Panther was staring up at him coldly from below. Seeing that Linley didn't come down, this peak stage, highly intelligent magical beast of the 9th rank, came to a snap decision. If you aren't coming down, I'm coming up. Swoosh! That 5-meter-tall, enormous Black Panther suddenly flew into the air, leaping directly towards Linley. With its astonishing springing force, it cleared 30 meters with a single bound. Linley's heart was as tranquil as water. Despite seeing the enormous Black Panther fly upwards towards himself, he still continued to chant the words to his spell. Only, he slapped the trunk of the tree with his right hand, sending himself flying upwards at an incline at high speed. The tree which Linley had just slapped instantly split apart by the force of that blow. Crash! The tree toppled to the ground towards the panther. This tree was enormous enough that when it was falling, it took up half of available space. To the physically small Linley, it didn't prove a problem at all, but the enormous panther was forced to slash at it with its paws and rip it in half. Seizing this moment, Linley finally completed the magical incantation he was chanting. Swyish! On Linley's back, a pair of translucent, blue wings suddenly appeared. Flashing with azure light, the translucent wings seemed extremely beautiful. With a gentle flap of the wings, Linley's body rocketed into the air. Wind-style spell of the 8th rank, Air Wings. Seeing this, the enormous Black Panther instantly howled with fury. It actually pounced once more towards Linley at high speeds, as Linley flew higher. Bam! Although the Black Panther had increased in size, it was still extremely dexterous and agile, capable of leaping dozens of meters at a single bound. Borrowing force against the tree trunk, it continued to leap higher and higher up the trees. But after 5 or 6 leaps, the enormous Black Panther had reached the top of the tallest tree, while right now, Linley flew high above the mountain range of magical beasts with his translucent wings. Now, time for me to thrash you. Linley saw that the enormous Black Panther had already leapt towards him from the top of the tallest tree. But now, with nothing to grab on, the Black Panther had no choice but to allow its body to fall down. Just as its body began to fall. Whoosh! Linley suddenly spread his wings and rocketed downwards at an astonishing speed. Through using the astonishing downward speed granted to him by the air wing spell, Linley quickly arrived next to the falling enormous Black Panther. The enormous Black Panther glared angrily at Linley, but in mid-air, it had nothing to latch onto. Ha warg! Linley suddenly activated all of the Dragonblood battle chi in his body. Reaching the absolute maximum limit of Dragonblood battle chi power in an instant, and with both hands gripped tightly around the adamantine heavy sword, Linley delivered a vicious mid-air chop against the falling Black Panther, which had nowhere to dodge. Clang! The Black Panther's sharp claws once again clashed against the adamantine heavy sword. But Linley only confidently swung his adamantine heavy sword against it again at high speed. At this moment, the dancing adamantine heavy sword in Linley's hands had seemed to become one with the wind, slashing down more than 10 times against the falling Black Panther in the space of 1 second. With each sword blow, he executed the thunderbolt technique. Bam! Bam! After blocking the very first strike, the Black Panther's body had begun to accelerate its downward falling speed. But using his air wing spell, Linley was still able to match the Black Panther's rate of descent. One sword, then another, then another. The Black Panther felt as though each sword stroke of Linley's was more forceful and heavier than the last, and each sword stroke unleashed the same explosive, flood-like burst of power, causing its internal organs to shake. After taking over 10 blows, the body of the enormous Black Panther was smashed all the way into the ground by Linley. Boom! An enormous crater appeared, and cracks appeared in every direction on the ground. The roots of the massive trees around them began to emerge from the ground, uprooted from the force of this collision. In the middle of the crater, the enormous Black Panther spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, and even a hint of blood could be seen coming out of its fur. These repeated blows by Linley's heavy sword had caused even the Black Panther's fur to be unable to withstand all of the attack force. Black Panther. Linley stood in midair, over 10 meters above it. His translucent wings fluttered. I know that you understand the human tongue. I'll give you a chance. As long as you submit to me, I'll spare your life. Right now, Linley really wanted to tame and acquire this magical beast. Linley had been in sore need of a good mount this entire time. And, even more importantly, this Black Panther was an extremely superior creature, especially after it transformed in size. Its enormous, 2-story tall body, combined with its astonishing speed and defense, made it an absolute war machine. Growl! The enormous Black Panther stood up, staring coldly at Linley. Its deadly eyes were filled with boundless wrath. Its head was still raised proudly. How could it possibly submit so easily? But right now, the Black Panther understood that this human warrior in front of it wasn't the prey it had thought he was. For a warrior to possess such terrifying power and also be able to use a high-level wind-style spell such as air wings was an expert which was extremely rare in the human world. Are you willing to submit? Linley shouted from up high. As far as magical beasts were concerned, only martial force could make them submit and subdue them. And the higher the rank of a magical beast, the more difficult it was to make them submit. Gruel! The enormous Black Panther let out an angry roar. If you won't submit, then I'll beat you until you do. Linley was very confident. When combining his magic with his warrior abilities, his power could rise to an astonishing level. Right now, due to the pair of translucent air wings on his back, Linley was in total control of the battlefield. Swish! Linley once more dived downwards. The movement speed of the pair of translucent wings was higher than that which 4 limbs provided. In the blink of an eye, Linley appeared in front of the enormous Black Panther as he once more smashed downwards viciously against it with his adamantine heavy sword. But the Black Panther only retreated over 10 meters at high speed, then pounced forward again. Flexing his translucent wings, Linley began to dodge about very agilely in the air while constantly chopping downwards with his adamantine heavy sword. Every sword carried with it a terrifying force, capable of flattening a hill. Bam! Dot! The enormous Black Panther's body was once more struck by the adamantine heavy sword and knocked flying. Blood had matted its glossy black fur with a red color. Linley stood confidently in midair, ready to strike another blow at the Black Panther at any moment with his adamantine heavy sword. Will you submit? Linley said in a solemn voice. The Black Panther once more rose to its feet, staring coldly at Linley. Suddenly, the Black Panther's body began to shrink. It once more shrunk down to a height of 2 meters and a length of 4 meters, but the strange thing was, this time, the Black Panther's entire body began to glow with a hazy black and white light. What on earth? Sensing danger, Linley quickly flew a bit higher using his translucent wings, cautiously staring down. That black and white light disappeared. The Black Panther's body, previously covered with a large, dense amount of black stripes, now only had a few thick black stripes on its upper body, while the fur on its 4 limbs had turned as white as snow. Seeing this, Linley sucked in a cold breath. Black-Cloud Panther? The legendary Black-Cloud Panther? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 7, A Battle of Speed. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 7, A Battle of Speed. The most powerful Panther-type magical beast would probably be the Saint-level magical beast, Electrobolt Panther, a lightning-type magical beast. It was so incredibly fast that other Saint-level beasts simply couldn't compare to it. But the most secretive, most mysterious Panther-type magical beast would be the 9th-ranked magical beast, Black-Cloud Panther. According to records, the last time a Black-Cloud Panther appeared was over 1,000 years ago. Despite so many years having passed, the amount of information which people had managed to collect regarding Black-Cloud Panthers remained very scarce. Black-Cloud Panthers were magical beasts of the 9th rank, and extremely fast. Their bodies were covered with just a few black stripes, but their 4 limbs were snow white, as though they were traveling within a cloud. This was why people gave them the name, Black-Cloud Panthers. But with regards to what special abilities the Black-Cloud Panthers had, or what element they were, the records had no information. Most likely, all of the experts who encountered Black-Cloud Panthers lost their lives. As for those Saint-level combatants who knew the truth about Black-Cloud Panthers, perhaps they intentionally did not reveal any information. Linley knew very well that many of the more powerful organizations held secrets which were closely guarded. Even spells of the 7th rank would not be revealed. From this, one could imagine how secretive these organizations were. Within this densely forested area in the core region of the mountain range of magical beasts, the Black-Cloud Panther was exchanging stares with Linley, who was floating in midair with translucent wings on his back. Black-Cloud Panthers can change their size as well as their appearances. They truly are quite mysterious. Linley didn't dare to relax at all. The Black-Cloud Panther stared coldly at Linley, its icy eyes filled with fury. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the Black-Cloud Panther crossed the 50-meter gap between itself and Linley. Compared to before, when it was in its first form, normal size and covered with wavy black stripes, it was almost 50% faster. 50%. For its speed to increase by that much prevented Linley from being able to dodge, and the Black-Cloud Panther landed a vicious blow against Linley's chest. Immediately, the scales on his chest shattered. Crack! With a cracking sound, fresh blood leaked out from behind the scales. Whoosh! Linley immediately activated his translucent wings, rapidly rising higher into the air. What incredible speed! Linley felt shocked in his heart. The Black-Cloud Panther, in its first form, was slightly faster than BB. In its second form, the large form, the speed of the Black-Cloud Panther decreased by 30%, roughly on par with Linley. In its third form, the one it was in right now, it was 50% faster than the original form. At this current speed, it could cross 100 meters in the blink of an eye. How utterly terrifying! Gruel! The Black-Cloud Panther raised its head to look up at Linley, its eyes filled with arrogance. Linley slowly flapped his translucent wings, but didn't descend yet, merely hovering. Linley knew very well that once he descended, he would find it very difficult to deal with the Black-Cloud Panther's speed. Boss, my turn. Having watched for so long, BB could no longer hold himself back. Screech! With a terrifying, high-pitched shriek, BB transformed into a ferocious black blur, charging at the Black-Cloud Panther. The Black-Cloud Panther, which hadn't paid any attention to BB at all, was now shocked by BB's speed. Supersonic! Linley immediately cast the supportive magic spell. He cast the supportive supersonic spell directly on BB. In the past, BB had never encountered any magical beasts of the 9th rank faster than himself. Thus, Linley had never seen the need to cast supersonic on BB. But now, Linley finally did so. In truth, the supersonic spell was generally used by magi to increase the power of warriors in their squad. Swish! Aided by a supersonic spell of the 8th rank, BB's speed instantly increased by 30%. Slash! The Black-Cloud Panther clawed at BB with its fierce claws. But with his speed increased 30% by the supersonic spell, although BB was still slightly slower than the Black-Cloud Panther, the difference wasn't too huge. More importantly, BB was extremely small and nimble. BB constantly changed the direction he was moving in. Screech! BB suddenly sped up, pouncing towards the Black-Clawed Panther. In mid-pounce, BB's body suddenly enlarged, and then BB swiped viciously at the Black-Clawed Panther with his paws. Staring coldly at BB, the Black-Clawed Panther clawed viciously at BB with its own paw as well. Slash! Slash! Both magical beasts landed blows on each other. BB's claw managed to leave a clear mark on the body of the Black-Clawed Panther, and fresh blood began to seep out. But although BB was knocked flying as well, he just flipped up to his feet and stood back up, not harmed at all. HRM? Lindley's eyes turned round in surprise. BB's attack power is about on par with mine. So how could BB so easily wound it? Lindley was shocked. Lindley knew very well how powerful BB's defense was. After all, when they had been in the mountain range of magical beasts last time, BB was just an early-stage magical beast of the 8th rank, but he could withstand the dying blow of an armored razorback WIRM without perishing. Now that BB had entered the 9th rank, his terrifyingly strong defense was even more powerful than Lindley's. Lindley didn't find it surprising at all that BB was uninjured. But the strange thing was, the defense of the Black-Clawed Panther had just dropped. Ah! I understand. Lindley suddenly understood the special characteristics of the 3 forms of the Black-Clawed Panther. The first form was a balanced one in terms of defense, speed, and offense. The second, giant form, prioritized offense at the expense of speed. As for this form, the third one, although it raised speed to an astonishing level, its defense dropped in turn. Right now, the Black-Clawed Panther and BB were staring at each other. The Black-Clawed Panther could feel that it was bleeding, and it was beginning to worry, because this freak of a magical beast in front of it hadn't been hurt at all. Black-Clawed Panther. Lindley spoke. The Black-Clawed Panther looked up at Lindley. Lindley didn't speak to the Black-Clawed Panther as though it were an inferior life form. Rather, Lindley spoke to it as he would a creature of equal intelligence. Black-Clawed Panther, in your current form, you should possess great speed but low defense. In this form, you aren't even able to overcome BB. Growl. The Black-Clawed Panther snarled unhappily. The Black-Clawed Panther then stared at BB, and from its jaw came a series of strange growls. BB was startled for a moment, and then let out an enraged growl of his own. Boss. This Black-Clawed Panther can speak the tongue of us rodent-type magical beasts. BB said mentally to Lindley. Lindley knew very well that BB was born understanding the rodent language. But the languages of other magical beasts were different. Each different type of magical beast had their own language. Some extremely long-lived magical beasts, however, were skilled at communicating using the languages of other types of magical beasts. This Black-Clawed Panther was a peak-stage magical beast of the 9th rank. Not only did it know many languages of other types of magical beasts, it also understood the human tongue. Only, it was unable to reproduce the human sounds due to physical reasons. Only upon reaching the saint level, when it could begin to alter its body, could it speak the human tongue. What did it say? Lindley asked. BB and the Black-Clawed Panther engaged in a discussion through growls and angry snarls. Suddenly, BB and the Black-Clawed Panther seemed to get into an argument, as the fur on both magical beasts stood up straight. Growl! Screech! The two magical beasts suddenly began to engage in a wild battle, as their shadows flashed against each other again and again. Fresh blood began to fly everywhere. Their angry growls unabated, the two magical beasts exchanged blows at high speed, and the trees and boulders nearby suffered the brunt of their fury. The trees toppled. The boulders shattered. Every place these two magical beasts crossed through turned into a debris-strewn area. Suddenly, the two beasts separated again. BB hunched down, growling as he stared at the Black-Clawed Panther. The Black-Clawed Panther stared at BB in the same manner, as though facing a fierce opponent. But the Black-Clawed Panther's body was covered in blood. With its defense lowered, it was unable to resist BB's claw attacks. And in terms of speed, boosted by the supersonic spell, BB was only slightly slower than it was. BB growled angrily towards the Black-Clawed Panther. The Black-Clawed Panther roared back towards BB. Boss, this Black-Clawed Panther isn't willing to submit. It says that you simply don't have the ability to defeat it on your own. BB said mentally to Lindley. Boss, let me kill it. Right now, the Black-Clawed Panther was extremely frustrated. If it used its first two forms, its speed was inferior to its opponent and it would be trampled. But after increasing its speed by entering its wind-style form, its defense was lowered. The Black-Clawed Panther knew that the human opponent was capable of flight. The speed one could reach flying was definitely greater than the speed one could reach through running on all fours. In terms of short-term bursts, it could exceed Linley in speed. But if it were to flee, BB and Linley would definitely be able to easily catch up to it. "Black-Cloud Panther, you think I can't beat you?" Linley said loudly. The Black-Cloud Panther immediately raised its head arrogantly as it looked at Linley. In close-quarters combat, the speed boost provided by the translucent wings couldn't be put on full display. It didn't fear Linley at all. "Fine." Linley nodded. And then, Linley began to mutter the words to another spell as well, causing the Black-Cloud Panther to be suspicious. But as a wind-type magical beast as well, the Black-Cloud Panther wasn't afraid of Linley having access to any particularly powerful wind-type spells. In addition, it knew that if it were to now flee, Linley would be able to catch up to it. Through him. Centered around the body of the Black-Cloud Panther, a circular area 100 meters in circumference suddenly began to glow with a layer of earth elemental essence. These earth elemental essences were throbbing with a certain frequency. The Black-Cloud Panther suddenly felt a terrifyingly powerful gravitational force tug at it, causing it to hunch over. Even the blood inside its body as well as its heart were affected, causing it to feel rather dizzy. Earth-style magic, supergravity field. The supergravity field created by a Magus of the 8th rank was able to increase the local gravity by a factor of 8. This increased gravitational field's effect wasn't as simple as say adding 1,000 pounds of weight to a man who already weighed 200 pounds. The eightfold gravity also impacted the heart, the spleen, and the other internal organs. An ordinary person might be able to carry 100 to 200 pounds of weight. But under a double-strength gravitational field, his heart might not be able to stand the pressure and might break down. After all, although the external muscles were easily trained, it was very hard to train internal organs such as the heart. At the very least, the rate of training the internal organs was much slower than the external muscles. Suddenly ambushed by a field of eightfold gravity, the Black-Cloud Panther couldn't help but feel dizzy. Not giving it a chance to recover, Linley, his entire body covered with earth elemental essence, charged in, and began to wildly unleash upon the Black-Cloud Panther, vicious punches and kicks. Yes, he didn't use the adamantine heavy sword. Only his fists and his feet. Growl. The body of a magical beast of the 9th rank was extremely sturdy, and very soon, it became used to the greater gravity. But under the influence of an eightfold gravity, it didn't even have half the speed it previously had. Swish. Swish. Bam. A kick landed hard against the Black-Cloud Panther's waist, and then Linley rushed to the opposite side, landing a vicious punch on the Black-Cloud Panther's body and sending it flying back in the other direction. In 10 short seconds, the Black-Cloud Panther had been thoroughly ravaged by Linley's punches and kicks. Its current speed was totally insufficient for escaping the confines of the supergravity field. And what's more, BB was watching intently from the side as well. "Do you submit? Do you submit?" While shouting loudly, Linley wildly continued to wail away at it with his fists and feet. Linley was beating this peak-stage magical beast of the 9th rank, the Black-Cloud Panther, into a state where it couldn't resist at all. One mouthful after another of blood was leaking from its mouth. Grolul. The Black-Cloud Panther suddenly let out a howl of grief and anger. "Boss. He submits." Bam. Linley's fists were moving too fast, and he landed one final punch on the Black-Cloud Panther's skull, smashing it to the ground. Laughing, Linley looked at the Black-Cloud Panther, which was on all fours, pressed against the ground. Under the influence of the eightfold gravity, the blood flowing through the veins of the Black-Cloud Panther had grown sluggish as well. And now, after having been beaten wildly by Linley in such a manner, the Black-Cloud Panther had become quite dizzy. "Do you submit?" Linley laughed as he looked at the Black-Cloud Panther. Although Linley was laughing, under the total dragon form transformation, Linley's eyes were still that calm, emotionless dark gold color. And how could one tell that Linley was smiling beneath all of those scales on his face? The Black-Cloud Panther raised his head to look at Linley, paying particular attention to the translucent wings on Linley's back. His heart trembled. He was afraid of being brutalized by Linley yet again. Immediately, it nodded. And in fact, he really had mentally submitted to Linley's display of prowess. For a combatant to be so powerful as a warrior and as a magus was more than enough to force it to submit. Smiling, Linley immediately began to set up a soul-binding magical array. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 8, Leaving the Mountains. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 8, Leaving the Mountains. Virtually all magi knew how to set up a soul-binding magic array. But in terms of actually setting one up, there were certain requirements. Generally speaking, only upon reaching the 7th rank as a magus did one have sufficient spiritual strength to set it up. A nearly translucent pentagram was floating in midair. And then, the pentagram magic formation flew towards the head of the Black-Cloud Panther, who didn't resist at all, allowing the magical formation to enter his mind. Suddenly, both Linley and the Black-Cloud Panther could feel that their spirits were now interconnected. This was not the same as the bond of equals which Linley and Bibi shared. In the bond of equals between Linley and Bibi, both of their souls had become intermingled. With this soul-binding magic array, however, was formed solely from Linley's spiritual energy. When the Black-Cloud Panther accepted the soul-binding compact, naturally Linley was the master. Master. The Black-Cloud Panther was extremely respectful. Linley looked at the Black-Cloud Panther. What is your name? Linley knew that some high-class magical beasts had names of their own. For example, that armored razorback Wyrm which Linley had encountered in the mountain range of magical beasts Foggy Valley had been named Sartius. The Black-Cloud Panther's voice sounded in Linley's mind. Master, my name is Haru, Halu. Haro? Linley memorized the name. Haro, tell me about your transformation abilities. Towards this topic, Linley felt quite a bit of interest. The Black-Cloud Panther nodded. Master, it is because I am a dual-element magical beast of both darkness and wind elements. In my brain, I have two magicite cores, one is darkness element, the other is wind element. Normally, I am in my first form, where my defense, offense, and speed are all equal. When I rely primarily on the energy from my darkness magicite core, my body will increase in size and my attack power will go up, at the expense of speed. When I rely primarily on the energy from my wind magicite core, I will be in this form, the wind-style form, with great speed but weaker defense. The Black-Cloud Panther, Haru, said honestly. Linley now understood. So Black-Cloud Panthers were dual-element magical beasts of wind and darkness, and this current form was the wind-style form. The giant form was the darkness-style form, and only the original form was the normal form. I had originally thought that Haru's current form was his normal form. Linley snickered to himself. Linley suspected that the person who had written the records which Linley had read regarding Black-Cloud Panthers had only seen this wind-style form, and thus mistook this as the only form of the Black-Cloud Panthers. Growl! Bibi ran over, growling in a low voice towards the Black-Cloud Panther. The Black-Cloud Panther began to chat with him as well. Looks like our journey will be more interesting in the future. A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. Alongside his two magical beast companions, Bibi and Haru, Linley continued his daily training regime. Linley immersed himself in the world of sword training. Every so often, Linley would have some new insights regarding how to use his heavy sword. Spring left, autumn came. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. That fall in the second year, the temperature had dropped to a murderous low. Linley was seated cross-legged beneath an ancient oak, training. The Dragonblood battle chi had suddenly begun to boil, causing his blood vessels and his heart to once again begin to change and transform. In addition, within Linley's Dantian, the Dragonblood battle chi had finally begun to change as well. Excited, Linley let out a laugh. He had finally broken past the late stage of the 7th rank and reached the 8th rank. He had become a warrior of the 8th rank. As a warrior of the 8th rank, upon totally dragon forming, Linley's power was now at the peak stage of the 9th rank. There was a significant difference between a peak stage 9th rank warrior and an early stage 9th rank warrior. When I was in Hess City, it was hard for me to even break past the armor of an ordinary magical beast of the 9th rank. But now, even without using the adamantine heavy sword, I can kill most magical beasts of the 9th rank. Linley was extremely confident. A peak stage Dragonblood warrior of the 9th rank could definitely vanquish a peak stage magical beast of the 9th rank. Aside from saint levels, perhaps there was nobody in the world who could threaten him anymore. Only, the higher level of using this adamantine heavy sword, this so-called impose level, what is it? Linley began to frown. Right now, Linley had completely mastered the technique of wielding something heavy as though it were light. He walked barefooted on the ground. Linley continued on his path of training, constantly harmonizing himself with the pulsing thrum of the earth and the indistinct ebbs and flows of the wind. In turn, Linley's spirit became purified by nature, becoming more agile and graceful. Winter arrived. In the morning, a great blizzard had descended, covering the entire world with blankets of falling snow. Standing in the middle of the snowstorm, Linley stared up at the snowflakes falling from the sky. His heart was very peaceful. Suddenly, Linley sat down cross-legged, placing the adamantine heavy sword across his lap. His upper body was still bare, and he still wore that ragged pair of hemcloth pants. The snow settled on top of Linley's body, but Linley didn't notice it at all. Time passed. The snow continued to fall from morning until nightfall, covering the entire area with a layer of snow as thick as one's foot. Bibi and Hera had hidden themselves underneath a large pine tree, where they watched Linley. Impose. Linley's eyes opened. Within them, there was a hint of a smile. Raising his head to stare in front of him, he saw that the snow had ceased to fall. Although it was almost dark, the entire world had been painted a light white color by the snow. Grolul. From far away, the roar of a magical beast could be heard. A glacial snow lion was striding on the snow. Apparently having discovered Linley, it began to draw close to Linley, one step at a time. Watching the glacial snow lion draw near, Linley didn't seem to react at all. Swoosh! With a mighty leap, the glacial snow lion pounced towards Linley. Linley watched as the glacial snow lion pounced towards him. Very casually, he grabbed the adamantine heavy sword that had been lying in his lap and chopped directly towards the glacial snow lion. Rumble! The moment Linley swung the adamantine heavy sword, space itself seemed to suddenly be compressed in the area around the sword, in the direction of the glacial snow lion. Terrified, the glacial snow lion wished to flee, but the entire area around it was compressed by that pressuring force. It had nowhere to run. Facing this heavy sword, it had no choice but to take it head-on. Bam! The heavy sword slammed against the glacial snow lion's body. The glacial snow lion's entire body trembled momentarily, then suddenly disintegrated into a pile of flesh and blood. So impose refers to imposing one's will on the heavens and the earth, to the point where even space itself can become used to constrict someone. Haha, Linley laughed. After having experienced that huge blizzard, Linley finally entered the third level of wielding heavy weapons, the impose level. Only, Linley understood that he had just barely begun to grasp this level. To be able to so quickly grasp the impose level, I really must give thanks to my training as a stone sculptor as well as my insights as a magus. Linley felt very happy. Because he was a magus, Linley's soul could more clearly sense the throbbing pulse of the earth as well as the flows of the wind. His soul was capable now of becoming one with nature. In addition, this entire time, Linley had been extremely focused on his training and had accumulated a great deal of experience. This allowed Linley to finally surpass that initial barrier and enter the impose level of wielding the heavy sword. In terms of power, the impose level was far more terrifying than the level of wielding something heavy as though it were light. It was also far more profound and mysterious. Spring. Year 10003 of the Yulan calendar. The northernmost edge of the mountain range of magical beasts was only a few kilometers away from the North Sea. In fact, from the northernmost point in the mountain range of magical beasts, one could see the vast, endless expanse of water known as the North Sea. Between the mountain range of magical beasts and the North Sea, there was a corridor which linked the Holy Union and the O'Brien Empire together. Almost every day, large numbers of people passed through this wide road. Virtually everyone, be it the merchants of the O'Brien Empire, the merchants of the Holy Union, or others, passed through this corridor. However, the citizens of the O'Brien Empire, when facing the citizens of the Holy Union, felt a sense of natural superiority. This was because the O'Brien Empire was the most powerful empire in the entire Yulan continent. What's more, it possessed the war god. In the war-loving O'Brien Empire, virtually every citizen was proud to belong to the O'Brien Empire. Right now, on the wide corridor, there was a merchant caravan with hundreds of people that were camping and resting. Many people were currently eating. Old Het, Hey. A young man riding on a carriage chuckled at a chubby man next to him. You've made a fortune on this latest deal. Ha ha. That middle-aged fatty laughed contentedly. Petrie, Lee, you are a smart young fellow. If you continue to work for me, in 3 years' time, you'll be able to buy a manor in your hometown, then buy a few beautiful serving maids and hire a few manservants. You'll be able to live a happy life as an estate owner. 3 years? Shit, in 3 more years I probably will have lost my life. The youngster swore. A new person like myself is always assigned the most dangerous tasks. Alas, in 1 year, I'll go back home, buy a beautiful girl, and enjoy life. Estate owner? That'll depend on whether or not I have that good fortune. The middle-aged fatty began to laugh. You are a newcomer. Of course it falls on you to take on the most dangerous tasks. However, that means you get a large share as well. Oh, right. Petrie, this time in our caravan, there's a very beautiful girl. As we are headed the same way, we are escorting her. Are you talking about Miss Jennen? The young fellow's eyes instantly lit up. If I had a woman like that, I'd be willing to work for 10 more years. That figure. That aura. Oh, man. But she clearly is a noble, and that old servant of hers isn't weak either. The middle-aged fatty chortled. Can I at least fantasize? The youngster said unhappily. The middle-aged fatty began to laugh, but then he suddenly looked towards the south. HRM? Petrie, look. Someone is coming out from within the mountain range of magical beasts. Petrie immediately looked south towards the mountain range of magical beasts. Dressed in an ordinary blue warrior's uniform, a man carrying a heavy sword on his back was walking out from within the mountain range of magical beasts. His long brown hair just barely reached his shoulders. By the looks of it, he was nearly 2 meters tall. By his side was a black panther that was nearly as tall as he was, and on the back of that black panther was a black shadow mouse. "What is that black panther?" Petrie said in astonishment. Staring with wide eyes, the middle-aged man said, "Don't cause a ruckus. I've heard that all panther-type and lion-type magical beasts are very powerful. Generally speaking, they are at least magical beasts of the 6th rank, or even higher." Immediately, Petrie no longer dared to make a sound. Right at this moment, the brown-haired man began jogging towards their caravan with long strides. The caravan guards immediately became alert. The person coming towards them was clearly a powerful warrior. Right now, Linley was in an excellent mood. After 3 full years of hard training, he had finally left the mountain range of magical beasts. The Northern Sea is indeed vast. This was the first time Linley had seen the North Sea, and the sight of that enormous, boundless sky-blue sea stunned Linley, filling him with awe. Seeing the resting caravan in front of him, Linley jogged in that direction. "Hey, friend, what do you want?" a heavily bearded guard shouted out loudly. Smiling, Linley replied, "I'm headed for the O'Brien Empire. I hope you can take me along with you." The heavily bearded guard looked at Linley, then turned towards a middle-aged, golden-haired man next to him. After exchanging a few words, he said to Linley in a loud voice, "That's easy. 20 gold coins, and we'll take you with us." "Fine." Linley agreed very readily. He immediately pulled out a small sack of gold, counted out 20 gold coins, and handed it over. This outfit Linley was currently wearing had been stored in the interspatial ring, ready for just an occasion such as this. In his interspatial ring, Linley naturally had prepared quite a few things. "Hey, friend, since you already have a mount, do you plan to ride in a carriage, or on this panther?" the heavily bearded man asked warmly. "In a carriage, I suppose," Linley said. "Fine. You can go get inside that cart in the back. That one right there, the flat cart with 2 people in it." The heavily bearded man pointed as he spoke. Actual covered carriages were rather expensive, and in this caravan, the majority of the soldiers all rode in flat carts. "Sure." Linley agreed quite casually. As he walked over to and reached that flat cart, the 2 men already in the cart, previously engaged in conversation, were immediately terrified by Harrow, who was walking alongside Linley. Panther-type magical beasts were generally high-class magical beasts, after all. Friend, please, sit." The 2 men were incredibly friendly. Linley entered the cart. The cart had mattresses made of hay inside, which were covered by a thick cotton cloth. As Linley sat on top of a hay mattress, Bibi jumped right onto Linley's shoulders as well. "Come, friend, have some wine," the slightly older one of the 2 men warmly offered. "Thanks." Linley accepted the wineskin and took a large gulp. "Hey, everybody, get ready. We're about to start moving again." A loud voice rang out, and all the people who had got off their carriages for a rest immediately got back into their carriages. The caravan began to move forward again, embarking once more on its journey towards the O'Brien Empire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 9, Olivier. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 9, Olivier. Traveling on this seemingly endless, winding road, this caravan with hundreds of people didn't move at too rapid a pace. All of the guards of the caravan maintained a careful eye in the direction of the mountain range of magical beasts at all times. There were 2 major sources of danger on this road. The first was the magical beasts and the mountain range of magical beasts. The second was bandits. Because this road, which was hundreds of miles long, was controlled by neither the Holy Union nor the O'Brien Empire, there naturally were many bandits here. Squeak! Squeak! The carriage wheels squeaked rhythmically, and Linley lay back, enjoying the strong liquor in the wineskin. "It's been 3 years since I've touched alcohol. This rough liquor feels even more enjoyable to me than those exquisite wines the Jade Water Paradise used to have." Though he laughed, Linley was sighing in his heart as well. Meanwhile, by his side, Bibi was very enjoyably munching on pieces of roasted meat. The older of the 2 soldiers whom Linley was sharing this cart with said, "Friend, my name is Lowndes, Lang S.I. This is my younger friend. His name is Luther, Luda." Linley was slightly startled. He understood that these 2 wished to know his name, but Linley knew that his name was already on the red list of the Radiant Church as someone who must be killed on sight. You can call me Lei. Linley said with a laugh. Lei, what level of magical beast is this panther of yours? That young fellow named Luther immediately asked enthusiastically. This magical beast's fur is so smooth. Riding on such a magical beast really would be so majestic. I think it must be at least a magical beast of the 7th rank. All you need to know is that he is a high-class magical beast. Linley said casually. The black-clawed panther, Haru, who had been loping alongside the cart, suddenly fixed Luther with its cold eyes. Seeing Haru's gaze, Luther immediately was so frightened that he could only smile weakly in response. Everyone in the Yulan continent knew that magical beasts possessed intelligence which was no less than that of men. They definitely couldn't be treated like domesticated household pets. If you tried to, the results would be disastrous. The two of you belong to the Holy Union? Or to the O'Brien Empire? Linley asked. Linley knew very little regarding the O'Brien Empire. We are both from the O'Brien Empire. Lowndes said with a chortle. Lei, how about you? This will be my first trip to the O'Brien Empire. I've long heard that the O'Brien Empire has a tremendous martial spirit, but have never experienced it for myself. Linley said calmly. Both Luther and Lowndes lived by the edges of their blades. They possessed quite good insight, and could easily tell that Linley was an extremely powerful person. After all, in order to be able to subdue a powerful magical beast, one had to be able to totally dominate it with power first. Only then would it submit. Lei, we citizens of the O'Brien Empire greatly revere powerful combatants. No matter where you go, you will be received with great courtesy, given your power. Lowndes said with a chuckle. Lei, if this is your first time visiting the O'Brien Empire, do you know much about it? Aside from knowing that the O'Brien Empire has 7 administrative provinces and knowing about the War God, I don't know much. Linley laughed. As the most militarily powerful of the 4 great empires, the O'Brien Empire's territory was also the largest amongst the 6 major powers. Each of those 7 provinces was significantly larger than a kingdom. Lei, let me explain. Our empire has a large number of experts. Even combatants of the 9th rank don't dare to be arrogant in the imperial capital. After all, the War God's College is settled down atop one of the mountains just outside the imperial capital. Lowndes explained enthusiastically. The War God's College? Linley had no idea what this was. Next to him, Luther hurriedly said, Lei, you absolutely must be aware of this. The highest, most holiest training site in the entire O'Brien Empire is the War God's College. Every 100 years or so, or sometimes every few hundred years, the War God will accept a single disciple whom he will personally teach. The number of direct disciples he has is extremely few, but 8 or 9 out of every 10 people whom the War God accepts as a disciple will become a saint-level combatant. Hearing this, Linley was truly stunned. Previously, he was under the impression that the O'Brien Academy was the most elite training academy in existence, but now, clearly, this War God's College was far superior to it. But it really is too difficult for one to be accepted as a disciple by the War God. Even the honorary disciples whom he doesn't personally teach will only see one added to their number every 2 years or so. Lowndes sighed. Just one disciple every year or two, and an honorary one at that. This acceptance rate was even lower by far than that of the Ernst Institute. But one could understand if one thought about it. After all, this had to do with taking the War God as one's teacher and master. The War God, an entity who had surpassed the saint level over 5,000 years ago. Therefore, Lei, in the future, if you meet anyone from the War God's College, you have to be careful. Even if they decide to kill someone, usually no one will interfere. Lowndes advised. Linley understood. The War God, O'Brien, was the founding emperor of the O'Brien Empire. Although he had abdicated long ago, his influence in the O'Brien Empire was much higher than the reigning emperor. The War God O'Brien absolutely was the backbone and main pillar of the entire O'Brien Empire. Right. Have you heard of any geniuses appearing recently in the O'Brien Empire? Linley suddenly asked. What Linley was thinking was, the density of Dragonblood in the veins of Wharton was even higher than mine, hence he could naturally become a Dragonblood warrior. His potential should be higher than mine as well. By now, Wharton should be 17. He should be very famous in the O'Brien Empire. Given the speed at which a Dragonblood warrior trained at. Generally speaking, in a few decades, they could reach the saint level. If one trained hard, one would be able to reach the 9th rank within 20 years, and the 8th rank within 10. Wharton's innate talent definitely should be enough to stun the Empire. Prodigy? Are you talking about Olivier, the Prodigy Sword Saint? Lowndes asked. The Prodigy Sword Saint, Olivier? Linley had never heard this name before. Why is this Olivier known as the prodigy sword saint? Next to him, Luther hurriedly said, Lay, if in the Empire, someone hears you say that you don't know who the prodigy sword saint is, they will laugh at you. Do you know how old Lord Olivier was when he reached the saint level? He was a saint level combatant? How old? Linley actually was extremely calm. He was a member of the Dragonblood warrior clan, who generally could reach the saint level in a few decades. Generally speaking, those so-called prodigies would still need nearly a century. 47. Luther said worshipfully. Lord Olivier was a combatant of the 9th rank by age 30, and by age 47, entered the saint level. And 3 years ago, that year when the Holy Union and the Dark Alliance suffered the Apocalypse Day, Olivier entered the saint level. Linley nodded slightly. It seemed as though that cataclysmic day had been dubbed the Apocalypse Day. No wonder I haven't heard of him. Linley understood now. When this person's fame became widespread, Linley had just entered the mountain range of magical beasts and embarked on his 3 years of toilsome training. That Luther clearly worshipped this prodigy sword saint, Olivier. He hurriedly said, Lay, let me tell you something. When Lord Olivier reached the 9th rank, the war god actively reached out to him and invited him to become his student. But Lord Olivier refused. He wanted to walk on his own training path. Linley couldn't help but begin to admire this Olivier. A war god who had surpassed the saint level long ago wanted to accept him as a disciple, but he actually refused. Indeed, only a man with supreme confidence could do such a thing. This is the first person to refuse the war god in all of history. Luther said worshipfully. Lay, at first, many people thought that Olivier was insane and insulted him. But, Lord Olivier wasn't just bragging. 3 years ago, when Olivier entered the saint level, he immediately challenged the stellar sword saint, Dylan. Dylan? Linley frowned. Linley could still clearly remember that when those two saint-level combatants did battle in the skies above Wushan Township, one of them had been the stellar sword saint, Dylan. The other was a saint-level grand magus, Rudy. These two names had been forever engraved in Linley's mind. Right. Lord Dylan, the stellar sword saint, has been famous for a long time, and he has been a saint-level combatant for nearly a century. Olivier had just entered the saint level, and he immediately went to challenge Dylan. Many people thought that Olivier was too brash and arrogant. But the day of their duel, Luther's eyes were filled with awe and worship. Within 3 sword strokes, the stellar sword saint, Dylan, had been defeated. To be able to defeat the stellar sword saint, Dylan, as soon as he entered the saint level was something which stunned everyone. Only now, due to his power, was he publicly acknowledged as a genius. Linley, too, was filled with admiration. In the past, he had often discussed powerful combatants with Grandpa Doring. Linley knew very well that there was a large difference between early-stage saints, middle-stage saints, late-stage saints, and peak-stage saints. Dylan had reached the saint level nearly 100 years ago, but he was defeated in just 3 sword strokes by the prodigy sword saint, Olivier. Linley had to admit that Olivier was incredibly powerful. What's more, he had only been 47 years old. For someone to reach the saint level at 47 years of age and be so powerful, even the supreme warriors wouldn't be much better than this. Chatting with these hired soldiers who traveled everywhere, Linley learned a great deal regarding the O'Brien Empire, giving him a good sense of the area. By nightfall, the caravan once more came to a halt. Campfires were lit everywhere, and all sorts of wild roasted dishes were brought out. Linley followed Luther and Lowndes to a campfire, where they began to roast chunks of leg meat. Linley suddenly turned to look in the direction of Heru. Right at that moment, a young nobleman dressed in a suit was standing next to the black-clawed panther, looking excitedly at it. What a beautiful panther! The young nobleman's eyes were shining like gems as he stared at the black-clawed panther. He even stretched his hand out, intending to touch him. The black-clawed panther was a peak-stage magical beast of the 9th rank. He was extremely arrogant. How could he allow an ordinary person to touch it? The black-clawed panther suddenly swung its head, fixing its cold eyes upon that young nobleman. Unhappily, he began to let out a menacing growl. Grulul. Ah! Terrified, the young nobleman quickly retreated, falling on his back as he did. His face was white with fear. Ha ha! Luther, Lowndes, and Linley all began to laugh. At this time, the brocade door to a nearby carriage was pushed open, and a young woman dressed in a light violet dress immediately jumped out of the carriage, frightened. Keen, Keen, what happened? Seeing this woman, Linley's eyes suddenly lit up. This full-body dress was rather tight, revealing her lithe, slim little waist, as well as making her chest swell all the more. As she ran, her long hair fluttered about. That slender figure was one of the top 3 female figures Linley had ever seen. Judging by her appearance, she should be 17 or 18 years old. Big sis, big sis. That young noble clutched this lady in terror. Harrow, the black-clawed panther, let out another dissatisfied growl in the direction of the young nobleman. This terrified the young noblewoman so much that her face instantly turned white as well. Don't be afraid. Harrow won't hurt you. Linley called out, laughing. Ha, Miss Jen, you need to take good care of your little brother. This powerful magical beast isn't one of your household pets. If he pisses it off, it might eat him. Ha ha ha. Lowndes laughed loudly. These words made the faces of both Jen and the young nobleman turn white. Jen pulled the young nobleman to his feet, and then quickly curtsied in apology. Sorry. No need to apologize to us. This Black Panther is Lay's. You can apologize to him. Luther joined the fun as well. Jen glanced at Linley. Clearly, she wasn't good at interacting with people. Her face immediately turned red upon looking at him. Lord Lay, so sorry. It's fine. In the future, just make sure your little brother doesn't irritate Harrow anymore. Linley laughed. It had been a long time since he had met a girl who was so easily embarrassed. Jen immediately pulled the young nobleman by the hand in the direction of that nearby carriage. Amusing. Linley laughed, raising the wineskin to his lips for another swig. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 10, A Single Sword. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 10, A Single Sword. Lay, what do you think of that Miss Jen? She's quite something, isn't she? Lowndes said with a quiet chortle. She is quite something. Linley nodded in praise. Next to them, Luther walked over. She isn't just something. In all these years I've been roaming about, I've seen countless beautiful women. But Miss Jen, she's absolutely tops. Lay, are you interested in Miss Jen? Linley blinked in shock. Lowndes also glanced at Linley with a wink that all men understood. Lay, it's quite normal for powerful people to have beauties with them. If you don't seize the opportunity, after you leave the caravan, you won't have another chance. You too. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alice had long ago caused Linley to seal off his heart with respect to romantic love. And right now, Linley wasn't yet at the stage where he was ravenous and would just go chasing after every beautiful girl he saw. Miss Jen and her little brother just came out. Luther suddenly said in a soft voice. Linley turned to look. Indeed, Miss Jen and her younger brother Keen were headed towards a campfire, which was currently manned by her elderly servant. That young noble, Keen, couldn't help but turn to look at the black-clawed panther again. The black-clawed panther immediately revealed its gleaming, cold fangs. Keen was so terrified that he tightly clutched his sister's hands. Miss Jen, as though sensing something, turned to look in Linley's direction as well. Nodding somewhat apologetically at Linley, Miss Jen led her little brother to sit next to the campfire. Big sis, that magical beast is so handsome. Keen's eyes were as bright as gems and filled with longing. It'll be great if one day, I too have a powerful magical beast. The old servant chuckled. Young Master Keen, taming a magical beast is no easy feat. To tame a powerful magical beast, you must totally subdue it, and to subdue it, you must defeat it head-on. From what I know, the weakest type of panther-type magical beasts are all of the 7th rank. That Lord Lay is a truly powerful combatant. The weakest is a magical beast of the 7th rank? Keen sucked in a cold breath. Grandpa Lambert, is it as powerful as you, Grandpa Lambert, Lonbotii? In Keen's mind, the person he worshipped the most in the world was his Grandpa Lambert. When him and his sister were in the Holy Union, they had no one to rely on at all. The entire time, it was Grandpa Lambert who had protected them. If it wasn't for Grandpa Lambert, those nobles in the town they lived in would have sent people long ago to seize his sister. He had personally seen Grandpa Lambert shatter a noble's guard's shield with one punch, then easily defeat 10 guards. Me? I just have a bit of ability. He could kill me in one blow with ease. Lambert chuckled, rubbing Keen's head. Young Master Keen, when we arrive in the O'Brien Empire, you must be careful. There are many experts in this world. I'm only able to protect you in places like those small towns. But when we reach the big cities, it's fine. This time, we're going to assume the position of city governor, right? Keen arrogantly raised his little head up high. When I'm the city governor, who will I fear? Looking at Keen, Jen couldn't help but also affectionately pat Keen on his little head. Keen, in the future, you will be a majestic city governor. Of course. Keen was very confident. Slowly, most people in the caravan began to drift off to sleep. Only a few mercenaries remained awake in a defensive perimeter around the caravan. Linley was seated cross-legged on the ground, the adamant and heavy sword placed on his lap as always. Linley didn't know how the ancestors of his clan had trained in the third level of using the heavy sword, the imposed level. But Linley's training method was to allow his soul to become one with the great earth and one with the boundless wind. The earth possessed a wondrous throbbing pulse of its own. That unique pulse had its own unique rhythm, which Linley submerged himself into. As for the boundless wind which filled all the skies, it had a deep, intimate connection with space, which was also an important part of being able to understand the essence of the imposed level. Submerged within nature, understanding nature. In this state, Linley didn't notice the passage of time at all. By the second half of the night, when the vast majority of the caravan was asleep, only a few hired mercenaries maintained their watchful vigilance. Rasp, rasp. Deep night. The cold wind was blowing, and it rustled against the tips of Linley's hair. Linley's closed eyes suddenly opened, and then he sheathed the adamant heavy sword onto his back. Get up. Linley patted Lowndes and Luther twice each. Lowndes and Luther were both mercenaries who lived by the edges of their weapons. They slept very lightly. Immediately, they woke up. Lowndes and Luther quickly saw that it was still midnight. It's late at night. Why aren't you sleeping? Lowndes was a bit unhappy, but he didn't dare to complain. Bandits are coming. Linley said casually. Oh. Luther's eyes were drifting closed again, but then suddenly they snapped open. Staring at Linley in shock, he said, what did you say? Bandits are coming? A group of roughly 100 or so bandits are approaching us from approximately 300 meters in front. They're slowly making their way here. Linley continued. Just then, Linley had been communing with the throbbing pulse of the earth and the flows of the wind. Linley could clearly feel those 100 or so feet coming from hundreds of meters away. Naturally, under normal conditions, Linley wouldn't have been able to detect them so early. But after having become one with nature, he naturally was far more sensitive. Luther was frightened. Don't stand there like an idiot. Wake up all of our brothers. Lowndes was far calmer. Oh. Got it. Luther immediately left to wake up one mercenary after another, while Lowndes went to warn all of the mercenaries who were on guard. Being woken up from their sweet dreams in the middle of the night, the mercenaries were naturally all unhappy. Bandits coming. But that phrase was enough to shock them into scrambling up. Where are they? Staring in all directions into the pitch-black night, the awakened mercenaries couldn't even see the shadow of a bandit. All of them began to grow unhappy. The leader of the mercenaries, a heavily bearded man, grabbed Lowndes by his shirt. You said there are bandits. Where? Not me. It was Lay who said there are bandits. Lowndes hurriedly explained. Oh? The heavily bearded man was shocked. With regards to this expert whom they picked up midway through their journey, just by looking at that Black Panther, the heavily bearded man knew that this was no one he could afford to offend. For an expert to make this claim, he clearly wouldn't just be playing a prank. And just at this moment, the heavily bearded man could also begin to hear the extremely soft sounds of stealthy footsteps coming from afar. Given the heavily bearded man's power, he could make out the sounds quite clearly now. Bandits. Prepare, prepare. The heavily bearded man's terrifying roar immediately woke everyone up. Even many slumbering merchants as well as their carriage drivers were woken up. These 100 or so mercenaries lined up in an orderly fashion. Big Beard Malone. I didn't expect you to be so alert. You've made some progress over these years. Looks like our ambush failed. We'll have to make a frontal attack then. A loud laugh could be heard, and then a figure dressed in black appeared in front of the caravan. It's you? The heavily bearded man's face changed as he stared at that one-eyed, golden-haired man. McKinley, my Gene Lee, the one-eyed viper. In this long road which nobody controlled, this name was a very famous one. This person was famed for both his viciousness as well as his power. Waya! An infant in the caravan behind began to cry. Bandits! Many people began to panic. Quiet! The heavily bearded man roared angrily. Many people in the caravan immediately began to arrange themselves in groups, making sure that everyone was together. A number of youngsters armed themselves with weapons, preparing to resist. The heavily bearded man looked at the one-eyed golden-haired man. One-eyed viper, don't push things too far. How about this? I'll offer you 5,000 gold coins for you and yours to allow us past. Deal? 5,000 gold coins? The one-eyed man laughed coldly. Malone, do you take me, McKinley, to be a beggar? Listen up. 100,000 gold coins, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, humph. The faces of all the mercenaries sank. 100,000 gold coins? Their compensation for this escort mission was only 60 or 70,000 gold coins. If they were to offer 100,000 gold coins, they would be paying out of pocket. After all, according to the mercenary escorting rules, once they accepted an escort mission, even if they had to pay off some bandits, the mercenary company would have to pay out of pocket. One-eyed viper, don't go overboard. You should be satisfied to earn 5,000 gold without a single man of yours dying. The heavily bearded man hefted his battle axe. Otherwise, we'll just have to see who is stronger. Big Beard Malone was quite confident. In the past, he had battled against McKinley, and they were about equal in strength. He believed that with the ambush a failure, McKinley wouldn't dare to risk everything in an all-out assault. That's how it should be. Brothers, attack! McKinley shouted in a high voice. Instantly, all of the bandits drew their weapons and, howling angrily, began to charge. This really did completely shock Malone. Swish! 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 The archers on both sides began to release their arrows without mercy, but in a small-scale skirmish like this with only 100 people on each side, archers didn't have too great an impact on the overall battle. Malone, die! McKinley charged forward, a sharp polearm in his arms. Leaping into the air, with all his might, he delivered a tremendous blow against Malone. Malone swung his battle-axe upwards, unwilling to show any weakness. Through him! The dark aura covering the polearm suddenly dramatically intensified. Bam! Malone felt his hands grow numb, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. You? Malone stared at McKinley in astonishment. He knew exactly how powerful McKinley was. In terms of frontal assaults, his own weapon held an advantage over McKinley's. But just then, the opponent had an advantage over him. Your guess is correct. I've already entered the 8th rank as a warrior. McKinley's face was filled with arrogance. No wonder you weren't worried about making a frontal assault at all. Malone now understood. Boss, there's a pretty woman here. A voice suddenly rang out. McKinley immediately turned his head and saw Jen, her face pale from terror and shock. Right now, Jen was frantically protecting her little brother. The pitiable look on her face was quite stirring indeed. Ha, that woman is mine. McKinley immediately grew excited. The mercenaries were battling against the bandits. A bandit decapitated a mercenary, and then was run through the chest by another mercenary's sword. Retreat, retreat! Malone bellowed as he quickly retreated. All of his mercenaries retreated with him as well. Lord Lay, I beg of you, please rescue our caravan. Malone said respectfully towards Linley, begging him for aid. Right now, the mercenaries had formed into a circle, with all the merchants and the others inside the ring. Linley and Malone were both located at the outermost layer of the circle. Faced with Malone's plea, Linley nodded once. I'll only help you deal with the leader. Linley said. Malone instantly was so excited that his eyes shone. If McKinley was killed, how could they be afraid of those remaining bandits? Jen was tightly holding her younger brother near the campfire. Sis, that mercenary captain seems to be begging Lord Lay. Keen's eyes were glowing as he watched all of this. Jen turned to look at Linley as well. Linley was standing in the middle of the road, calmly looking at the bandits. F***ck off. Wielding his polearm, McKinley charged forward at high speed. He was advancing at an extremely fast speed, and his body was also flickering from left to right, as though he had transformed into two separate figures, making it difficult for one to determine who the real McKinley was, and which was the illusion. Illusionary Blade. This was the trademark special skill of McKinley, the one-eyed viper. How laughable. Linley, having already reached the level of impose, held techniques of this level in absolutely no regard at all. Die. A terrifying, ferocious gleam appeared in McKinley's eye. Linley drew the adamantine heavy sword from its sheath on his back. This drawing motion carried with it an astonishing, imposing aura, as though all of the space around it had suddenly become frozen. The adamantine heavy sword chopped towards McKinley in a very simple manner. McKinley immediately wanted to dodge, but to his terror, he discovered that the space around him seemed to have become suddenly compressed and locked. In that moment, not even sound could escape from the area. He had nowhere to dodge, and in fact, he couldn't even see anything else. His eye could only watch as the adamantine heavy sword drew closer and closer. He wanted to raise his polearm to block, but he felt as though he had been mired in an endless pit of quicksand. The polearm felt as though it weighed 10,000 pounds, and was extremely slow. Bam! The adamantine heavy sword landed against McKinley's body. Suddenly, McKinley's entire body, from head to toe, transformed into meat pulp. The bandits, the mercenaries, Jen, Keen, and the others all stared in astonishment, their mouths hanging open. The rest of those little bandits are for you to handle. Lindley replaced his sword into its sheath as he spoke calmly to Big Beard Malone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 11, Hands. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 11, Hands. Under the glow of the campfires, everyone's faces were half-lit, half-shadowed. The smell of blood still infested the area, but now, the men on both sides of the battle only stared in shock at that corpse that had been transformed into a pile of flesh and blood, then at Lindley and the adamantine heavy sword he carried. A combatant of the 8th rank had been killed in one sword stroke. This was hard to believe. My brothers, let's kill these bandits. Big Beard Malone was the first to react, and he immediately shouted in excitement. Kill these bastards and avenge our slain comrades. Hearing this roar by Big Beard Malone, all of the bandits woke up as well. Their leader, the one-eyed viper, McKinley, was killed in one stroke. Even if the mercenaries weren't there, Lindley alone could lay waste to them all with that heavy sword. Vengeance! Vengeance! Kill! The mercenaries' eyes were blazing as they were suddenly filled with confidence. One after another charged forward, weapons at the ready. Flee, quick! The bandits shouted loudly, as they all began to flee, forgetting everything else. The archers of the mercenary company immediately began to knock their bows. Staring coldly at the backs of the fleeing bandits, one sharp arrow was shot out after another. Swish! Swish! 6 bandits were hit by arrows and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 70 or so remaining bandits disappeared into the darkness. The mercenary company didn't engage in pursuit for too long, chasing after them for only 100 or so meters before returning. After all, their prime responsibility was to protect the caravan. Phew! The many merchants and travelers in the caravan all sighed in relief. But at this time, the faces of the mercenaries were quite ugly to behold, as they began to collect the corpses of the 10 or so comrades who had died. Everyone, you can get back to your rest, Malone said loudly. Quite a few mercenaries had been wounded as well, and had to rest and be treated. Those hundreds of people in the caravan began to calm down, each returning to their own places. As longtime travelers, they often experienced such events, and wouldn't be too shocked or concerned now. One campfire after another was lit, and the 10 or so mercenary corpses were buried within the desolate earth at the sides of the road. Mercenaries who lived by the edges of their blades could die at any time. And once they died, their bodies would all be buried thusly, with the other mercenaries at most bringing some keepsakes of theirs back home for them. Leaning against a large tree by the roadside with the adamantine heavy sword on his back, Lindley quietly watched everyone else. Lord Lay. Many of the caravan merchants ran over, expressing their gratitude towards Lindley. Many of them even wanted to give gold coins to Lindley as a gift, but Lindley respectfully declined them all. Brothers, a good journey to you, Malone roared loudly. All of the mercenaries present were standing in front of the graves. In unison, they bowed deeply towards the graves. In the lives of these mercenaries, death was a common occurrence. After paying their respects, all of them returned to their normal positions. The captain of this mercenary company, Big Beard Malone, headed towards Lindley with Luther and Lowndes alongside him. Very gratefully, he said, Lord Lay, thank you. If it wasn't for you, our mercenary company, Malone fell silent, shaking his head. Lay, thank you so much for saving our mercenary company, the young Luther said gratefully. Lindley's initial warning to them as well as his assistance at the end had both been utterly invaluable in saving the mercenary company. No need, Lindley said with a calm laugh. Lord Lay, here is 10,000 gold coins. Malone withdrew a magic crystal card from his pockets. This magic crystal card is an unbound one, and has 10,000 gold coins within it. Lord Lay, you must accept it. If it wasn't for you, not only would our mercenary company have failed our mission, we most likely would have all died as well. Lindley shook his head with a laugh. Lay, please accept it, Lowndes immediately urged. Mercenaries were usually quite magnanimous. These people who spent their lives living by the edges of their blades generally held in high regard the codes of valor, brotherhood, and friendship. Do I look like someone who needs money to you? Lindley looked at the three of them. Within his interspatial ring, Lindley had 22 magic crystal cards, each with 100 million gold coins. 2 billion gold coins. Even the Dawson conglomerate wouldn't be easily persuaded to bring out such a vast fortune at once. Some of the clans in the four great empires were very powerful and very wealthy, but no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't compare to the wealth of a royal clan. After all, those extremely large and powerful clans in the four great empires still had to pay an enormous amount of taxes each year to the emperor. By comparison, the ruler of the kingdom of Funlai, compared to those major clans, had much more power in his own domain. The wealth that had been built up over thousands of years was a frightening sum indeed. After hearing Linley's words, Malone was briefly startled, but then didn't press it. He didn't dare to keep squabbling with a powerful combatant such as Linley. And in addition, it truly wasn't easy for his mercenary company to make a living either. Captain Malone, go take care of your mercenaries. I see that quite a number of them suffered serious injuries. Linley said. Then Lord Lay, I leave you to your rest. I'll take my leave now. Malone said respectfully. Powerful combatants were treated with respect no matter where they were. The campfires blazed. Many of the people in the caravan weren't able to fall asleep. Many of them hunched over campfires. Aside from a minority who had managed to fall asleep, most were talking about what had just happened. Every so often, glances would be sneaked towards Linley. Clearly, the topic of their conversation was Linley. Right now, Linley was seated cross-legged, attuning himself to the vast, boundless earth, as well as the wind which spanned the skies. After having spent 3 years training in the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley had learned quite a bit about the proper way of training. Both warriors and magi, in the end, had to learn how to understand and become attuned to nature. For example, just now, both Linley and McKinley were warriors of the 8th rank. But in terms of true understanding, McKinley was still on the most basic level of attack, while Linley had already reached the 3rd level, and was able to impose in battle. This imposing power was the power to impose upon the heavens and the earth to constrain his enemies. When he struck out with his sword, he had disrupted the entire surrounding space. The difference between the two of them was too great. For him to be killed in a single stroke wasn't strange at all. If I had not trained within the mountain range of magical beasts and forgot about everything besides training for 3 years, no matter how long I stayed in Hess City, I probably wouldn't have been able to rise to another level of understanding. Linley mused to himself. Many of the people in the caravan were discussing Linley, but Linley didn't pay any attention to them as he quietly meditated. Lay, Lord Lay? A nervous voice rang out next to Linley. Hearing this voice, Linley turned around. It was that young nobleman, who was standing up as straight as a ramrod. Keen. A hint of a smile appeared on Linley's face. Keen. Right? What is it? Hearing Linley call him by his name, Keen felt very proud. He said quietly, Lord Lay, I have a request. Sit first, then talk. Linley's attitude made Keen relax just a little, and he sat down next to Linley. His eyes filled with worship, he said to Linley, Lord Lay, just then, your sword blow was so powerful. I've been bullied ever since I was a kid. I want to be a powerful warrior as well. Can you teach me? Linley was startled. Warrior training wasn't a matter of just a few days. It required many years of accumulated hard work, as well as good natural talent. It also required good instructors. Only when all 3 criteria were fulfilled could a powerful combatant be produced. That's a bit difficult, and I don't have enough time to train you. Linley laughed. Keen hurriedly nodded, waving his hands frantically. No, Lord Lay, I don't need to learn too much. I don't need to be too powerful. I just want to learn that sword stroke you used just now. Just that one sword stroke. As he spoke, Keen even pantomimed the actual sword blow. Just that one sword stroke? Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Although that sword stroke of his had seemed easy, it had required over 10 years of hard training as well as changes to both his mind and spirit. Only then was he able to understand this impose level. Not even most warriors of the 9th rank were able to grasp any level of impose, much less those of the 8th rank. According to the Baruch clan's records, that ancestor who wielded the heavy warhammer, upon reaching the saint level, was still only capable of reaching the level of wielding something heavy as though it were light. Only after being at the saint level for more than 10 years did the ancestor begin to understand how to impose. Magi found it naturally easier than warriors to become one with nature. For a pure warrior to truly understand and comprehend impose was far more difficult than a dual-class combatant such as Linley, who was both magus and warrior. Is it very, very hard? I'm not afraid. Keen said. Keen. A gentle voice called out, and Jen rushed over, dressed in light blue and holding some clothes in her hands. She said towards Keen with concern, the night is growing cold. Bundle up. Keen pouted, shaking his head. No. Jen couldn't help but frown, but there was nothing she could do. Keen continued, "Big sis, look, Lord Lay is only wearing a thin shirt. I'm already wearing a lot, and you want me to wear even more?" Linley couldn't help but let out an unexpected laugh. This Keen was actually comparing himself to him? Even in the most freezing of winters, Linley wouldn't feel cold, much less now. "Keen, bundle up," Linley said. Linley's words seemed to have more of an effect than Jen's. "Oh." Keen accepted the clothes from Jen, then put them on. Jen gratefully looked at Linley. "Thank you, Lord Lay." Linley smiled and nodded. As Jen and Linley exchanged glances, Jen immediately blushed red slightly. But Linley, quite by accident, noticed Jen's hands. When he saw them, he was quite surprised. From what Linley could tell, Jen was without question a young noble lady, but Jen's hands seemed rather coarse. "Keen, don't disturb Lord Lay for too long. Lord Lay needs to rest as well." Jen smiled apologetically towards Linley, and then she went back to her own carriage, face still slightly red. Linley looked at Keen. "Keen, does your sister often do chores at home?" Linley was very curious. Most noble ladies had hands that were extremely tender and soft. In terms of both bearing as well as clothing, Jen was definitely a noble lady, but her hands. Keen nodded. "Right. Lord Lay, you probably can't tell from the way I've dressed, but I feel really awkward in these clothes. It's been a long time since I've dressed this formally." Keen tugged at his collar. "Actually, my sister and I were living in an ordinary mountain village. Only Grandpa Lambert was there to take care of us. Big sis usually had to do most of our family chores." "Oh?" Linley was beginning to grow curious. "But your sister's demeanor doesn't seem like that of an ordinary village girl." Keen nodded. "Of course. Our father was the governor of a prefecture-level city and had an exceedingly high social status. When we were young, we stayed in the governor's mansion. But when I was 6, my mother, my sister, and myself were forced out by our aunt. Thus, my mother took my sister and I back to her home. My big sis, when she was young, received all the education that a young noble lady should have, and when we left our father's home, she was already 10. So she naturally continued to maintain the noble customs which had already become ingrained within her. But I was young, and my mother was never in good health. Grandpa Lambert couldn't take care of both of us by himself, so Big Sis often had to do housework. Big Sis can do anything. I remember in the heart of winter, Big Sis' hands had begun to split from the cold, but she'd still cook for me. I wanted to help, but she wouldn't let me." Keen bit his lips, eyes starting to turn red. "This time, when I take over the position of city governor, I definitely won't let Big Sis do any more chores. I'm going to let a huge number of servants take care of Sis." Hearing this story, Linley couldn't help but admire this Jen, who outwardly looked so fragile and so shy. "You are going to take over the position of city governor? Didn't your aunt expel you though?" Linley asked. Keen didn't hide anything. "At first, my aunt used every method available to her to make us leave, so as to guarantee that her son would be the next city governor. Unfortunately, that garbage son of hers did nothing but drink and fool around. Immediately after my father died, that piece of trash felt delighted as he had nothing to fear now, and became even more dissolute. From what I heard, not too long ago, he died in the arms of some woman. After he died, naturally the position of city governor falls to me." Keen looked at Linley with excitement. "Lord Lay, please teach me. Once I become city governor, I'll definitely give you a really, really high position. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 8, Chapter 12, A Black Rock City. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 12, Black Rock City. Right. A kid who had lived in a small village after the age of 6 would naturally be very innocent. Linley felt that Jen was quite innocent as well. Through that short conversation, Linley had already learned a great deal about this little fellow, Keen. At the same time, Linley more or less also understood what was going on with him and his sister. Assume the position of city governor? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Linley thought to himself. Compared to these two innocent siblings, Linley could see much more deeply. The highest level of city in the O'Brien Empire was the imperial capital, followed by the provincial capitals of the 7 provinces. Beneath the level of the provincial capitals were the prefectural cities, then ordinary cities, and then countryside villages. The status of a governor of a prefectural city was actually quite high. How could the position of governor of a prefectural city be so easily acquired by an innocent countryside-raised child? After training the entire night, when Linley next opened his eyes, it was already dawn. Lord Lay, by nightfall tonight, we should be at the border cities of the Empire. Lounge chortled. Lord Lay, let's eat breakfast together. All right. Linley and BB headed over to them. As for Harrow, the food there wasn't nearly enough for him. Late last night, Harrow had entered the mountain range of magical beasts and only returned after having eaten a good, full meal. Within a carriage not too far away from Linley. Sis, I'll get off first. Keen happily hopped off the carriage. Lambert looked at Keen, who had not a care in the world. He shook his head mentally, and then looked at Jen. Lambert knew very well how innocent and how kind Jen was. Miss, don't rush off just yet. Lambert squeezed out a smile. Grandpa Lambert, what is it? Jen looked questioningly at Lambert with her big eyes. Lambert said, Miss, you saw as well how we met with bandits on the way. When we reach the border cities, we'll have to separate from the caravan. By then, I, an old man, along with you and the young master will be all alone on the road. If we meet with any bandits on the way, I might not be able to overcome them. Jen couldn't help but to think back to that bloody scene of attacking bandits from the previous night. Right. Then what should we do? Jen was a bit nervous. Lambert laughed. Miss, didn't you notice that Lord Lay? Even the leader of those bandits was killed by Lord Lay with a single sword stroke. As long as Lord Lay is willing to protect you, you definitely won't be in any danger. Jen was 18 years old, after all. She wasn't as irresponsible as Keen. Grandpa Lambert, if I try to invite a powerful combatant like that to assist us, do you think he will agree? Jen looked at Lambert. Lambert laughed encouragingly. Don't worry. Just tell him that you and Keen are the children of the governor of the prefectural city of Sheer, and that this time you are returning for the purpose of Keen assuming the governorship. If he can guard you on your way back, once you arrive at Ser, you will definitely thank and reward him heavily. Remember, don't tell him too much. Don't tell him that in the past, you were living in a small village. Just tell him what I told you now. Lambert knew very well that if Linley became aware of the details of their situation, he probably wouldn't agree. Oh. Jen didn't even notice that there were some slight differences between the truth and what Lambert had just instructed her to say. Go, and remember what I told you. Act sincerely. Lambert encouraged. Okay. Jen nodded. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and descended from the carriage. Watching Jen leave the carriage, Lambert secretly sighed. Alas. Madam, even on your deathbed, you weren't willing to swallow your anger. You insisted on having Jen and Keen go assume the position of city governor. Lord Count Wada, is already dead, but the senior madam probably won't so easily allow Keen to assume the position of governor. If we had a combatant of the 9th rank protecting us though, then we will have a good chance. Late at night, Lambert had heard others whisper that McKinley had already reached the 8th rank as a warrior. But Linley had been able to easily kill him in one blow. As Lambert saw it, Linley should therefore be a warrior of the 9th rank. The wind was blowing. After eating to his content, Linley was relaxing comfortably for now, as they would depart again soon. The O'Brien Empire. We should be there tomorrow. Linley was reclining on his cart, lazily awaiting their departure. But right at this moment, from the corner of his eyes, Linley suddenly saw someone approaching. Jen? Linley sat up curiously. Somewhat cautiously, Jen was walking over to him. Seeing Linley sit up and look at her, Jen forced out a small smile. Lord Lay, hello. Miss Jen, hello. Linley was a bit confused. Why had this Miss Jen come? Jen just stood there hesitantly for a moment, not knowing how to start. Miss Jen, is there something I can help you with? Linley asked preemptively. Jen's face turned slightly red. Clearly, she was very nervous. Lord Lay, it's like this. My younger brother and I are journeying to my father's prefectural city. My younger brother is going to assume the position of city governor. But we're afraid that the journey to the city will be dangerous. Therefore, we were hoping to ask you, Lord Lay, to protect us. Getting this all out in one breath, Jen began to stammer a bit. Linley had a basic understanding of the general geography of the O'Brien Empire. His younger brother, Wharton, was in the southernmost administrative province of the O'Brien Empire, known as the O'Brien Administrative Province. Linley himself currently was in the northwest administrative province of the O'Brien Empire. From the northwest province to the southernmost province was a journey that would most likely take a year and a half or so. But of course, if Linley hurried along the way by riding on the Black Cloud Panther, he could cross 1,000 kilometers per day and arrive within 10 days. But Linley was in no rush. His younger brother was in school at the O'Brien Academy. Why the need to rush over there? Right now, the most important thing for him was training and raising his own strength as much as possible. Protect you? For how long? Linley asked with a laugh. Not too long, Jen hurriedly said. The city of Serre is in the Northwest Administrative Province. From here to there, it should only take us around 10 days or half a month or so. When we get there, I will definitely thank you and reward you heavily. Thank and reward me? Linley was sighing to himself. Based on Linley's experience, he knew very well, how could the position of city governor of a prefectural city be so easily taken by a pair of innocent siblings who had no powerful backers at all? We'll give you lots of gold coins. Jen looked hopefully at Linley. Jokingly, Linley said, "Oh? How many gold coins?" Jen gritted her teeth. 10,000 gold coins? What do you think? Jen had been living in the village since she was 10. Normally speaking, 1 or 2 gold coins could last for quite a while in a place like that. She knew that the prefectural city was a wealthy place, and she believed that although 10,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure, the prefectural city should be able to support it. 10,000 gold coins? That previous night, the mercenary captain had wanted to offer Linley 10,000 gold coins as a token of his thanks as well. But frankly, even aside from the wealth in Linley's interspatial ring, each of Linley's sculptures, given his status as a master sculptor, would be worth over 100,000 gold coins. Is that not enough? Jen stuttered. Linley looked at Jen. Miss Jen, generally speaking, how much did you and Keen spend each year in the village? In the village? Jen was startled. Lambert had just instructed her repeatedly not to say that in the past she had lived in a village, but Linley had already known about it. Jen said honestly, a few dozen gold coins each year. After all, we had to pay for my mother's medical treatment. Right. Lord Lay, I don't have that much money on me right now, but in the future, I will. Linley had to admit that she really was an innocent girl. So, actually, it should be fairly safe inside the Empire's borders. Grandpa Lambert probably was just overthinking things. I should leave. Jen felt rather awkward, and began to just blurt out random things. No. I just wanted to ask, right now, how many gold coins can you pay up front? Linley asked. After hearing that her prefectural city was in the Northwest Administrative Province, Linley had already made up his mind to help them, as it was on the way for him. After all, he was going to pass through the Northwest Administrative Province en route to the O'Brien Administrative Province. Right now? I have around 10 gold coins on me. Jen withdrew a small pouch in her purse. Uncle Lambert has a few more coins on him also. Linley accepted the pouch, retrieving a single gold coin from it. Done. Linley placed this gold coin into his own pouch. From this moment forward, I've accepted this escort mission. But of course, this gold coin is just your down payment. When your younger brother becomes the city governor, I'll collect the remaining 9,999 gold coins. Jen was wildly overjoyed at her success. Thank you, thank you. Jen was so excited that her little face turned pure scarlet. The caravan began to move forward once more, and the Black-Cloud Panther once more began to lope alongside Linley's cart. At the same time, Hera looked suspiciously at Bibi and growled, "Bibi. Master accepted an escort mission for just 10,000 gold coins? Even 100,000 gold coins wouldn't be enough to invite an expert like Linley to help out. Just by killing a magical beast of the 8th rank, Linley would be able to procure a magicite core of the 8th rank that was worth 500,000 gold coins. Generally speaking, it was difficult for combatants of the 8th rank to kill magical beasts of the 8th rank. Only combatants of the 9th rank were able to kill magical beasts with confidence. Haru, what do you know? The boss is being benevolent, get it? Bibi growled back to the Black-Cloud Panther. Growling to each other, the two magical beasts conversed in the language of magical beasts. Seeing them chatting to each other, Linley chuckled, continuing to sit quietly in the cart. Squeak, squeak. The cart's wheels rhythmically squeaked, constantly moving forward. By the time the sun went down past the mountains, this caravan finally arrived at a border city of the O'Brien Empire. Riding on the cart, Linley's body swayed back and forth as he watched the distant city grow closer. This was a pitch-black city that looked as if it were an enormous magical beast that had taken the land for itself. The walls of the cities were over 30 meters tall. Only powerful combatants would be able to scale such heights. Blackrock City. The wall of the O'Brien Empire in the Northwest Administrative Province. Linley had long since heard of this famous city. Historically, there were quite a few major battles that had been fought at Blackrock City. Although many years had passed by, when they drew near Blackrock City, they could still see the dark red color staining many of the enormous black stones making up the walls of the city. These were dried bloodstains that had accumulated over countless years in battles. "Everyone, we'll part ways here," Malone shouted loudly from outside the city walls. Based on their mission requirements, their mercenary company was only responsible for delivering the caravan to this location. Immediately, the various merchants and travelers began to drive their carriages or carry their bags towards the city gates. "Big Brother Lay," Keen called out from his carriage. On the journey over, Keen had learned that Linley was going to escort them. Immediately, he grew even closer to Linley, and Linley, in turn, told Keen to just address him as Big Brother. After all, Linley was only 21 years old. "Let's go together." Linley led his 2-meter-tall, 4-meter-long Black Panther directly towards the city gates. The previously lazy-looking guard, seeing Linley's Black Panther, was so scared that he immediately took a few steps back. Panther-type, Tiger-type, and Lion-type magical beasts were all high-class magical beasts. Even the weakest Panther-type magical beasts and Lion-type magical beasts were generally of the 7th rank. Right now, in a time of peace, the security at the gates wasn't too strict. The gate guards didn't even inspect Linley, directly allowing him entrance. My heavens, what rank of magical beast is that Black Panther? When it looked at me, my heart almost stopped from fear. A gate guard cried out loudly in fear. An older gate guard next to him lowered his voice and said, "Lower your voice. From what I know, the weakest type of panther, the golden tattooed panther, is a magical beast of the 7th rank. This Black Panther is at least a magical beast of the 8th rank. Wow! Blackrock City is so developed." Keen's eyes were shining. On the main streets of Blackrock City, Linley, Keen, and Jen were walking side by side. Jen was wearing a peaked cap on her head, pressed down firmly and with a veil in front of her face. After all, Jen's beauty could cause a great deal of trouble. "He thinks this is developed?" Dee Dee squeaked on Linley's shoulders. Blackrock City was a city meant for war. Although it was fairly developed due to traders, there was no way it could compare to the now-lost holy capital, Funlai City. Even when compared to Hess City, the capital of a kingdom, there was quite a big difference. "Careful." Linley's body suddenly turned into a blur as he flashed in front of Jen and Keen. Swish! Swish! With a wave of his right hand, Linley snatched 2 arrows out of the air. "You think you can run?" With a wave of his hands, Linley sent the 2 arrows going back the way they came, piercing through the throats of the 2 distant men who were preparing to flee. Ark! Those 2 men clutched their throats in shock, and then collapsed, dead. Ah! The previously calm street became filled with screams, and many people began to run about in a panic. "Let's go," Linley said to the stunned Jen and Keen. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 8, Chapter 13, Persuasion. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 13, Persuasion. "Move, now." That old servant, Lambert, reacted quickly as well, immediately urging them to leave. Totally baffled and confused, Jen and Keen were tugged by Lambert and Linley away from this area. After all, given that people had just been killed on the streets, the city guard would soon arrive. Linley wasn't afraid of the guards, but dealing with guards while also escorting Jen was an extremely annoying task. Aside from Linley and his group, many others around them were running away and fleeing wildly as well. It was nightfall, and it should have been the most bustling time for this major road in Blackrock City, but in the blink of an eye, this part of the road became totally deserted. Nobody was within 100 meters of those 2 corpses. "Captain, what should we do?" Seated next to a window within a private room in a hotel, 2 men were staring down at the scene below. One of them had long red hair, with a face that looked as though it had been carved with a knife. But right now, he had a sinister look on his face as he listened to the nearby subordinate query him. "I didn't expect these 2 country bumpkin siblings to have such a powerful helper," the red-haired man said coldly. "Captain, that man even has a Black Panther. Panthers are all high-class magical beasts. For the likes of us to deal with such a powerful combatant will be difficult." A burly, broad-chested man beside the captain said in a quiet voice. The red-haired man was frustrated as well. Per the orders of the senior madam, they came to kill these 2 bumpkin siblings. Per their intelligence, only the old servant with these 2 bumpkins posed any threat. But he was only a warrior of the 6th rank. In the O'Brien Empire, which was filled with experts, a combatant of the 6th rank was nothing. Perhaps in some villages, a warrior of the 6th rank was powerful. But the leader of this squad which had been sent out per the senior madam's orders was himself a warrior of the 7th rank. A Black Panther, Why haven't I ever seen this type of panther before? The red-haired man was frowning. As an expert of the 7th level, he knew quite a bit about magical beasts. Panther-type magical beasts included the golden tattooed panther, the black striped panther, and others. But this black panther with wavy black stripes was something he had never seen. That brown-haired man is clearly the master of this black panther. He is, at the very least, a combatant of the 8th rank. The red-haired man thought back to the scene of Linley suddenly snatching the arrows out of the air, and as he did, he shivered. Arrows moved at an extremely high speed. To be able to react and immediately move in front of Jen and Keen, and then snatch the 2 arrows out of the air was something even most warriors of the 8th rank couldn't do. "Captain?" The burly man next to him asked quietly. The red-haired man turned to look at him. In a cold voice, he said, "Humph. That brown-haired man is extremely powerful. For this mission, we can't fight them head-on. Arrange for some people to keep watch on them secretly. I refuse to believe that Expert will neither eat nor sleep. He can't always be together with those 2 siblings. As soon as that brown-haired man and those 2 are separated, immediately have our men kill the 2. The red-haired man issued his order. "Yes, Captain." The burly man nodded and immediately left the room. The red-haired man turned his head back, once more staring below through the window. Those 2 corpses still lay on the street with the arrows through their throats. The mounted city guards were just now rushing over. On the 2nd floor of an ordinary hotel in Blackstone City, Linley, Jen, Keen, and Lambert were seated in a private room. Even Beebe had a seat of his own. As for Harrow, he was lying down on the ground, his eyes contentedly half shut. Right now, Jen and Keen's faces were both still rather pale. Just now, I was so scared." Keen's eyes were still filled with terror. Ever since he was young, Keen had lived in a countryside village. The most violent struggles he had ever seen were just some of the young men getting into serious fights with each other. How could he ever have experienced something like what he just saw? Although on the road here, they had suffered a bandit attack, the bandits were fighting against the mercenaries, and hadn't harmed them yet. But this time, the opponents had come for his life and his sister's life. Jen's eyes were filled with a hint of terror as well. "Jen, Keen, don't be afraid." Linley laughed as he consoled them. To Linley, a small event like this couldn't even impact his mood at all. In the mountain range of magical beasts, he was constantly on guard for magical beasts laying in ambush for him. And thus, within the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley learned how to keep his heart as tranquil as water, come what may. How could a small event like this disturb him? "Young master, young miss." Lambert consoled as well. "We're fine now. Don't worry. Fortunately, we had Lord Lay with us today. Otherwise, things would have been terrible. Young master, young miss, you absolutely must offer your thanks to Lord Lay." Only now did Jen and Keen recover from their panic. "Big brother Lay, we really owe you our thanks this time," Keen said gratefully, and his eyes were glowing. "Big brother Lay, just now, you waved your hand and snatched the 2 arrows out of the air, and then with another wave, those 2 guys were dead." Keen was indeed a child. In his excitement, he had totally forgotten his fear. Jen looked gratefully at Linley as well. "Thank you, big brother Lay." Towards Linley, Jen felt gratitude from the bottom of her heart. That first time she had seen Linley, Jen had felt that he was a mysterious, powerful expert, an amazing person who commanded a mighty magical beast as well. In particular, when Linley had agreed to escort and protect them, he had only taken a single gold coin. Although Linley said that he would collect the other 99.99 when Keen became the city governor, Jen, being an 18-year-old adult, knew when someone was acting out of kindness. "No need for thanks. I agreed to protect you. This is nothing more than what I'm supposed to do." Linley frowned. "What's going on though? As soon as you entered Blackrock City, people tried to assassinate you? Who exactly have you offended?" Keen was instantly baffled. Jen was confused as well. I haven't offended anyone." "Then who has enmity with you too?" Linley continued to ask. Jen was quiet for a moment, then said, "Right, if we talk about enmity, perhaps the only one with enmity towards us is my aunt." Right at this moment, the old servant, Lambert, immediately interrupted their conversation. Laughing towards Linley, he said, "We don't have any enemies. Their aunt just has some disagreements with them, that's all. Lord Lay, no need to worry about these annoying things. Let's all eat." Linley glanced at Lambert, then laughed and nodded. "Fine, let's all eat." In truth, ever since Keen had told Linley about himself and his sister, Linley had a rough idea as to what was going on. This assassination attempt showed that clearly, it was because the main wife of the departed city governor didn't wish for Jen and Keen to assume the position of city governor. But Linley didn't say these things openly. That very night, the two siblings, Lambert and Linley, each retired to their own rooms. They had reserved a private, standalone villa. Darkness descended. Linley's room was totally dark. Linley sat cross-legged on his bed, his heart totally calm as he quietly attuned with the throbbing pulse of the world and the flows of the wind. Occasionally, when Linley had some insights, he would rise to his feet and casually swing his heavy sword. Squeak! Dressed in her sleeping clothes and her long hair unbound, Jen walked towards the room of her old servant, Lambert. "Grandpa Lambert, are you sleeping yet?" The door opened very quickly. "Miss, quick, come in." Lambert immediately opened the door for Jen, then closed it after Jen entered his room. "Miss, what is it?" Lambert asked. Jen stared at Lambert. "Grandpa Lambert, tell me. Why does someone want to kill me and my younger brother? Is it my aunt? Why would you think such a thing?" Lambert's heart trembled. Jen said stubbornly, "Grandpa Lambert, don't treat me like a little kid. The day my younger brother and I left the village, I thought we would be making a joyful return as we went to assume the position of city governor. But now, I understand. Aunt and her people won't allow us to take the position over. The people who tried to kill us just now definitely were acting on her behalf. I can't think of anyone else." Lambert looked at Jen and let out a long sigh. "Fine, miss. I admit, your suspicions are correct," Lambert said resignedly. Jen started. "So it really is," Jen murmured. Jen looked at Lambert. "Grandpa Lambert, why didn't you tell me and my younger brother from the start?" Sigh. Lambert shook his head. "What would be the point? Even on her death's bed, your mother couldn't let go of this grievance. She insisted on having you and your little brother go take over the governor's position. I know that given your temperament, you wouldn't go against your mother's dying wish." "Right. I'll carry it out, even if it costs me my life." Jen nodded stubbornly. "Since this is the case, it was better to let the two of you travel happily. In addition, I was trying to come up with ways to protect you two as well. If we hadn't encountered Lord Lay, I would have come up with other ideas here in Black Rock City, so as to allow you two to safely reach Sayre City," Lambert said honestly. Living in the village, Jen and Keen's lives weren't happy at all. The nobles of the village all lusted after Jen's beauty, while Keen was often bullied as well. Even if Jen and Keen had known how dangerous this journey would be, they still would have made this trip. After all, once Keen assumed the governorship, his destiny would be totally transformed. "Grandpa Lambert, will this trip be very dangerous?" Jen had a very complex look on her face. Lambert let out a deep sigh. "Originally, I didn't think it would be too dangerous, but now, it seems as though that aunt of yours has really made up her mind to be vicious. She's arranged for assassins as far away as Black Rock City. Most likely, the road to Sayre City will be very dangerous after all. Then, Grandpa Lambert, why didn't you explain clearly to Big Brother Lay?" Jen stared at Lambert. "We can't." Lambert shook his head. "After your father died, your aunt virtually took total control over Sayre City. She has quite a few experts under her control. If you openly ask your Big Brother Lay to fight against the power controlling a prefectural city, I'm afraid that he won't do so for the sake of you and your brother. After all, it is extremely dangerous. The real power controlling a prefectural city possessed an astonishing amount of power. Such a power should have several combatants of the 8th rank. Of course, combatants of the 9th rank weren't very likely. Even one would be astonishing. After all, combatants of the 9th rank usually serve the managing clan of an entire administrative province, or the emperor himself. To serve a governor of a prefectural city, unlikely. However, assassins didn't have to rely solely on brute force. Poison, traps, all of these were possible. Very dangerous? Jen paused for a moment. "Grandpa Lambert, get some rest." As she spoke, Jen left Lambert's room. But after leaving Lambert's room, Jen didn't immediately go back to her own. Rather, she headed for Linley's. Knock, knock, knock. 3 raps on the door. "Come in." Linley's voice rang out, while a lantern was lit inside the room. Jen pushed the door open and entered. Linley left his bed and took a seat on his chair. Smiling, he said, "Miss Jen, it's very late. Is there something you need?" "Big Brother Lay." Jen sat down. Taking a deep breath, she mustered up all her courage and said to Linley, "Big Brother Lay, I have to tell you something." "What is that?" Linley looked at Jen. Jen said apologetically. Actually, Keen and I have been living in a countryside village this entire time, and it has been a long time since we had seen our father. We aren't familiar at all with Sare City, and we might not be successful in our attempt to take over the governorship of the city. Jen really was an extremely compassionate girl. Knowing how dangerous it was, she decided that she didn't want Linley to suffer these risks alongside them. Oh. Linley only said this in response. But in his heart, Linley sighed to himself. This Jen really was a pure, innocent girl. Seeing Linley's reaction, Jen thought that Linley didn't understand. She hurriedly explained, Big Brother Lay, originally, with regards to assuming the governorship, my thought was that either we would succeed, or we would fail and go home. But it looks like it won't be that simple. There are people out to kill us, and most likely, they were sent by our aunt. In the future, she'll probably use even more vicious means against us. If you stay by our side, it will be dangerous for you too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 14, Repeated Assassination Attempts. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 14, Repeated Assassination Attempts. Very dangerous? Linley began to laugh. How dangerous, exactly? Seeing Linley's reaction, Jen couldn't help but nod frantically. Extremely dangerous. My aunt is currently in control of Sare City, and her authority is on par with that of a city governor right now. Jen said somewhat awkwardly, Big Brother Lay, I am so sorry. I didn't tell you these things earlier. There's no need for you to risk yourself for me. It isn't worth it. Ha ha. Linley laughed. Not worth it? I don't have anything else to do right now either. Escorting you along the way is just a matter of course. As far as the danger is concerned, I have a much better understanding than you of whether or not it will be dangerous. Alright, Jen, go back and get some rest. Big Brother Lay. Jen stared at Linley, somewhat stunned. Go back. Linley said with a faint smile. Jen cast a grateful glance at Linley. Thank you, Big Brother Lay. But then, Jen looked solemnly at him. However, Big Brother Lay, I really don't want you to risk yourself for my sake. Go back to sleep. Linley intentionally hardened his face, barking at her. Oh. Like a scolded child, Jen nodded obediently, then turned and left via the door. Actually, in her heart, Jen was feeling quite happy right now. She was, after all, an 18-year-old child. When such a girl saw such an outstanding young man treat her so well, of course the girl would feel happy. Jen didn't truly want to separate from Linley. After walking outside the door, Jen suddenly turned her head. Jen smiled beautifully. Big Brother Lay, when you harden your face like that, you look really grim and scary. And then, like a playful child, Jen fled down and away from Linley's room. Watching her flee, Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Taking a deep breath, Linley calmed himself down, then returned to his bed, quietly seating himself in the meditative position as he began to train his spirit. No matter when or where he was, Linley would always seize every possible moment for training. Linley would never forget about seeking vengeance for his parents. Could never forget about the death of Grandpa Doring. Could never forget that right now, he had a goal set for himself, destroying the entire Radiant Church, root and stem. There will come a day, Linley's resolve was extremely firm. Right now, he desired neither authority nor status. All he wanted was to be able to train in peace. In another standalone residence facing this hotel complex, there was a room where a lamp had been lit the entire night. The grim red-haired man sat alone in that room, 6 others surrounding him. If we succeed with this initiative, everyone will benefit. But if we fail, you all know how cruel Madame Wade can be. The red-haired man said calmly. The 6 men's hearts were all filled with fear. Madame Wade was heartless and vicious. When Count Wade had been alive, virtually everyone in Sare City knew that although Count Wade was the city governor in name, in reality, the true governor was Madame Wade. Even Madame Wade's son always felt frightened and cold when facing her. Unfortunately, her son was dead now. Per the rules, the successor to Count Wade as city governor should be his son. But how could Madame Wade so easily allow those 2 countryside-dwelling siblings to take the position? Captain, don't worry. We definitely won't fail this time. Although that expert is very powerful, he can't always be protecting them. One of the 6 men said with force and determination. The others all nodded as well. Fine. I've already arranged for this hotel's owner to be bribed. On the 3rd floor of the hotel, there are 2 rooms which are facing the siblings' residence. When the time comes, the 4 of you shall take up those 2 rooms. The other 2 will come with me. Remember, we will make our move as soon as we see the opportunity to, but our primary target is the boy. The red-haired man reminded. After all, right now, Keen was the first in line for succession. Jen was a girl. It would be much harder for her to become the city governor. When the boy comes out, we move. After killing him, if we have the chance, we can kill the girl as well. The red-haired man said coldly. All right. Let's go wait. Perhaps the boy will need to make a trip to the bathroom at night. That will allow us to complete our mission easily. Yes, Captain. Per the red-haired man's orders, 4 of the 6 men immediately left the residence, heading directly for the hotel and for the 2 rooms on the 3rd floor that had been prepared. A curved moon was hanging in the sky tonight, and moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the world. The archers that the red-haired man had brought on this trip were the elite archers of Ser City. They should have been able to easily shoot a weak, unprepared boy from the distance of 50 or 60 meters. Captain, what should we do? The other 2 men asked, standing by the red-haired man's side. The red-haired man said calmly, your mission is, if those 4 do not have a chance to kill the boy, dress up as hotel attendants and deliver breakfast to them. When you near the boy, immediately kill him with 1 hit. Captain. The 2 immediately became frantic. Order them to dress as attendants to go assassinate the boy? But that powerful combatant with the Black Panther companion was right there. Even if they succeeded, would they be able to survive? Poof. The red-haired man looked coldly at them. The 2 of you have no options. When the 8 of you came with me, your families were all taken into custody by Madam Wade. Once your mission fails, not only will you be doomed, your families are finished as well. But if you succeed, even if you die, your families will be treated well. Both men's faces turned white. The 2 of you should know what type of person Madam Wade is, and what type of person I am. The red-haired man said mercilessly. Although this red-haired man was nominally their captain, in reality, he was nothing more than Madam Wade's loyal hound. He was merciless when killing people. But of course, if the other 4 succeed, then there will be no need for the 2 of you to risk your lives. The red-haired man said calmly, right now, you 2 should pray. Pray that the war god blesses you. Both of them were silent. They were so-called elite soldiers from the army. But how could small figures like them possibly struggle against Madam Wade? And what's more, the red-haired man was keeping his eyes on them. Right now, there were 4 archers based in the 3rd floor of the hotel. All of them were lying in ambush in their separate rooms. In each room, one was resting, while another was on watch. They had to stay in top condition, and once Keen stepped out, they would immediately awaken the other person. The night slowly passed on. This night, Keen didn't take a single step out of his room. The sky began to brighten, and the fresh morning air freshened the minds of the 4 archers considerably. Squeak! The door opened. He's coming out. The archers on watch in each room reminded their partners. The 4 archers in the 2 rooms all felt their heart rates speed up. All of them secretly looked out the window in the direction of Jen and Keen's residence. It's the girl. Don't be impatient. Wait. The archers were waiting quietly. Pushing the door open, Jen's face was wreathed in smiles. After knowing that Lindley wouldn't leave and would continue to protect them, although she knew the path ahead was still perilous, Jen still felt very happy. Ah! What nice, fresh air. Jen closed her eyes, taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air. And then, Jen began to walk in the direction of her younger brother's room. In a clear voice, she called out, Keen, time to get out of bed. Don't be lazy abed. As she spoke, Jen knocked on the door. Hearing Jen's voice, Lindley opened his eyes, ending his training. As for Harrow, Lindley's black-clawed panther who was sleeping at the foot of Lindley's bed, he didn't even bother to open his eyes. Still wearing his sleepwear, Keen opened his door. Rubbing his eyes sleepily, he muttered, Sis, why are we getting up so early? I haven't woken up yet. It's been a long time since I've had a good sleep. Right at this moment, the eyes of the archers in the 3rd floor of the hotel lit up. Target acquired. The 4 archers simultaneously knocked their bows, preparing to fire. Young miss, young master. You 2 have gotten up quite early. The old servant, Lambert, pushed his door open as well. Good morning, Grandpa Lambert. Jen said warmly. Keen just pouted, still rubbing at his eyes. Grandpa Lambert, it isn't that I got up early, it's that big sis woke me up. Right at this moment. Fire! From one of the rooms in the 3rd floor, an archer let out the order in a quiet voice. Simultaneously, 2 of the archers rose to their feet, their bows appearing in view of the window. Swish! Swish! 2 sharp arrows shot out simultaneously. At the same time, the two archers from the other room shot their arrows as well. Swish! Swish! 2 arrows in front, 2 arrows behind. In the blink of an eye, they ripped through the air, arriving directly in front of Jen. 2 of these arrows were aimed at her, while the other 2 were aimed at Keen. At this moment, Linley was still in his room. The old servant, Lambert, was over 10 meters away from the 2 siblings. Given his speed, there was no way he would be able to block in time. "Young miss!" Lambert could only cry in alarm. Jen and Keen both felt the danger coming and turned their heads to look. But all the 2 siblings saw, as though in slow motion, were those arrows growing closer and closer to them. The metal arrows sliced through the air with an ear-piercing hissing sound. Clang! 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 4 sounds in a row. Jen and Keen both stood there, frozen with shock. Next to them, Lambert was also frightened stiff. With a squeak sound, the door to Linley's room swung open. Linley left his room. "Bibi, all yours." Bibi was standing directly in front of Jen and Keen. Just then, in the blink of an eye, Bibi had easily blocked 4 arrows in a row. After the ambush attempt yesterday, Linley had expected this band of assassins to try again today. Thus, he had ordered Bibi to stand guard all night outside, just to be safe. Given Bibi's physically small size, when he hid amidst the grassy areas in the courtyard, not even Jen and Keen would notice him, much less the archers. "Boss, just watch." Bibi excitedly licked his lips. Swoosh! A cruel black shadow suddenly flashed through the air. A height of 10 or so meters was nothing to Bibi, who jumped directly through the open windows. When the archers who had just failed with their sneak attack saw the little black shadow mouse, their hearts shook and they immediately attempted to flee. But before they had a chance to leave their rooms, Bibi had entered. His 2 claws flashed forward, and 2 archers immediately collapsed in pools of blood. Bibi then smashed hard against the wall, going straight through the hole he had created into the other room. The 2 remaining archers were hurriedly fleeing as well. Turning, they saw a black blur flying towards them. The 2 of them didn't even have the chance to call out. Slash! Slash! The sounds of 2 claws ripping through jugulars could be heard. Bibi disdainfully looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, then immediately turned and left via the window, returning to the courtyard. From start to finish, only a few seconds had passed. "Bibi, nicely done." Linley praised with a laugh. Bibi delightedly raised his head up high. At this moment, the black-clawed panther, Harrow, growled unhappily towards Bibi. "Humph, if I had gone, I would have been even faster." Bibi immediately growled unhappily back at the black-clawed panther. Linley couldn't be bothered trying to placate the 2 of them. Instead, he walked towards Jen, Keen, and Lambert, who were still in states of shock. They had escaped from life-and-death encounters twice in 2 days. Although in the past, the 2 siblings had often been bullied, they had never been in such danger. "Everything's fine now, everything's fine now." Linley lightly patted Jen on her shoulder. With a wah sound, Jen suddenly burst into tears, hugging Linley. Next to her, Keen began to blubber as well, also charging forward to hug Linley. Linley had no choice but to console these 2 siblings. After the 2 of them had calmed down, Linley asked the nearby Lambert, "Lambert, you made our breakfast arrangements already, right?" "Yes. In a bit, the hotel will probably send people with our breakfast." Lambert looked at Linley with the utmost gratitude in his eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 8, Chapter 15, The Apothecary. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 15, The Apothecary. After experiencing yet another assassination attempt, Jen and Keen both truly understood how dangerous this trip to Ser City would be. They were at risk of dying at any moment. Unconsciously, both of them turned towards Linley. "Big Brother Lay, what should we do in the future?" Jen looked at Linley as she asked this question, her heart filled with worry. Right now, both Keen and Jen felt as though they were lost within a boundless haze, unable to see the future. They didn't know what would happen if they persevered. Looking at this pair of innocent siblings, Linley consoled them, "Don't worry. I'm confident in my ability to deal with an acting city governor of a prefectural city." Right now, Linley had reached the 8th rank, and was a peak stage combatant of the 9th rank when Dragon formed. The black-clawed panther, Harrow, was also a peak stage magical beast of the 9th rank, and Bibi's power was no lower than that of Linley and Harrow's either. If this man and these 2 magical beasts attacked together, if no Sate-level combatants appeared, no matter how many people came, they would not be able to stop these 3. Hearing Linley's words, Jen and Keen couldn't help but begin to worship Linley. Although up till now, the two of them still had no idea as to how powerful Linley truly was. In their eyes, Linley was an amazing, mysterious individual. As for Lambert, upon seeing all this, he felt gratified as well. As long as Jen and Keen could live a safe life, he would be happy even if he had to die. For such an expert to be willing to help these two countryside-raised siblings without quibbling about anything else was more than enough for this old servant to be filled with gratitude. Knock. 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 A knocking sound could be heard from outside. I'll get it. Lambert chortled. It is probably the attendants bringing breakfast. Let's get ready to eat. Linley chuckled as he led Jen and Keen to the living room. Lambert opened the gate to their residence, and two attendants pushing two food-laden trolleys entered. Deliver these to the living room. Lambert chortled as he instructed them. Yes, sir. The two attendants were extremely meek as they each pushed their trolleys inside. But as they moved in, they glanced at each other, a hint of determination in their eyes. In this assassination attempt, regardless of whether or not they would succeed, they definitely would die. They knew that Linley, that powerful expert, was still present. Either Linley or his Black Panther could easily kill them. Within the living room, Linley was seated at the head of the table. Jen and Keen were seated at the sides. The two attendants smiled meekly as they pushed the carts into the room. Sir, miss, where should we place this whole roast sheep? The attendant opened one of the lids. Place them over there. Linley gestured at the stone floor nearby the table. The Black-clawed panther, Harrow, was resting next to that table. Smelling the roasted meat, he raised his head. For Harrow, an entire roast sheep was nothing more than a light breakfast. Yes, sir. The attendant very obediently placed that huge lamb-covered tray onto the floor. BB immediately ran over as well. With a swipe of his sharp paws, he ripped off one of the roasted lamb's legs. Hera stared at BB, and then he too went over and began to bite off large chunks of the roasted sheep. Sir, please enjoy. The attendant placed a tray in front of Linley, and then put another tray in front of Jen. At the same moment, the other attendant was placing a tray in front of Keen. Currently, the two attendants were to each side of Keen. Keen wasn't suspicious at all, and happily picked up his knife and his fork as he prepared to enjoy this sumptuous meal. The two attendants exchanged glances. As though they were psychically connected, they suddenly reached out at the same time towards Keen. Their forehands were formed into claws, piercing at Keen's chest, head, and throat. Four hands attacking at once. Ordinary warriors of the 5th and 6th ranks could shatter stones with a single blow. Even warriors of the 4th rank could shatter thick wooden planks. The vital points of a weak child like Keen probably couldn't withstand a single blow, whether it was at his head, his chest, or his throat. They were simply too close. The two attendants were simply too close to Keen, and they attacked from too close as well. At such a close range, even a warrior of the 8th rank wouldn't be able to react before Keen was already dead. Linley let out a cold snort. A dazzling violet light suddenly flashed, then disappeared. Ear-piercing screams could be heard as the four limbs of the two attendants fell to the floor. Ah! Jen was so scared that she jumped to her feet. Young master! Only now did Lambert realize what had almost happened. He angrily kicked the two attendants into the walls, causing the walls to shake. Those two attendants were moaning in pain. They only exchanged glances, despair in their eyes. You, how? One of them stared at Linley disbelievingly. They had been less than half a meter away from Keen. Although they were only warriors of the 4th rank, at such a close distance, they didn't even need more than a brief instant to kill Keen. In such a short period of time, even an expert shouldn't be able to react fast enough. But not only did Linley manage to react, he had been able to cut all of their arms off. Surprised as to why I was able to react in time? Linley looked calmly at the two of them. How would ordinary attendants have arms like yours? The two of them looked at their severed arms. The people under the command of that red-haired man were all elite archers. As elite archers, they would often train, causing the veins and muscles in their arms in particular to be protruding. The two attendants exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair. What's more, their arm sockets were constantly leaking blood. Very soon, the two of them would definitely die of blood loss. But they knew, having failed their mission, even if Linley spared them, their captain and Madam Wade wouldn't spare them. Don't pay them any mind. We leave now. Linley stood up. Jen and Keen, having experienced 2 assassination attempts already, didn't have as huge a reaction to this third one as they had before. Keen said softly, Big Brother Lay, what about breakfast? Should we wrap it up and take it with us? No. Linley shook his head. Be careful about the food you eat in the future. I suspect all this food is poisoned. Poisoned? Keen looked at the food in his plate, terrified. Squeak. Off to the side, Bibi suddenly began to squeak at Linley. Looking at Bibi, Linley couldn't help but begin to laugh. Yeah, you aren't afraid of poison. All right? Linley said resignedly. Magical beasts and humans were very different, biologically. Many magical beasts contained venomous parts and sacs within their bodies to begin with. The poisons which humans feared, they might not fear at all. The more powerful a magical beast was, the stronger their natural immune system was. In addition, since magical beasts generally resided in pristine, untouched forests, they often interacted with various natural toxins from a young age. Thus, one generation after another, magical beasts' resistance to poisons would increase. Linley's group left the hotel very early in the morning. The red-haired man watched Linley's group depart from afar, his face exceedingly ugly to behold. Lay? The red-haired man muttered. Where did such a powerful expert come from? And why must he travel with these two countryside-raised siblings? The red-haired man was extremely unhappy. This mission to assassinate Keen and Jen was originally quite simple. That old servant, Lambert, simply wasn't powerful enough to do anything. But this originally simple mission suddenly became extremely difficult once that mysterious expert got involved. Nothing for it. I have to report to the madam. Knowing how powerful Linley was, the red-haired man didn't dare to take any more risks. As the most militarily powerful empire of the four great empires, the O'Brien Empire had an extremely thorough communication system sustained primarily by a special communications corps who used blue-winged hawks. Every single prefectural city in the O'Brien Empire had quite a few blue-winged hawks who were controlled solely by the communications corps. Blue-winged hawks were extremely intelligent. They recognized roads and, under the orders of their owners, could take a letter to any place at all. But only the governing clans of the O'Brien Empire had the authority to use these blue-winged hawks. Most commoners, and even most nobles, didn't have that authority. And of course, the army had its own standalone communication system. Carrying the seal of the city governor of the prefectural city of Serre, the red-haired man requested Blackrock City to send a blue-winged hawk towards the city of Serre. Flying in a straight line in the air was far faster than running on the road. Not long after Linley's group had left Blackrock City, the blue-winged hawk arrived at Serre. The prefectural city of Serre. This was a fairly large city. In the Northwest Administrative Province, it was one of the top 10 cities. At this moment, within the castle that was reserved for the city governor, the mood was very dark and very sinister. The master of this castle was Madame Wade. An infamously cold, grim, arrogant person. Sis. Two middle-aged men came running into the rear flower garden. At this moment, Madame Wade was enjoying the radiant sun while being tended to by two serving women. What's wrong, my two dear brothers? Madame Wade lifted her head up as she looked at the two men. Sis, this is the mail that just came by courier. This mission was a failure. The slightly chubbier of the two men said. Failed? How coulda, be so useless? Madame Wade took over the letter. Reading it, she began to scowl, confused. A mysterious expert who has a black panther as a magical beast companion? Per what the red-haired man, was saying, that Black Panther was at least a magical beast of the 8th rank, and that mysterious expert was at least a combatant of the 8th rank, and perhaps even the 9th. Madame Wade suddenly felt that the letter was extremely heavy. Sis, what should we do? Madame Wade's eldest brother, that chubby man, asked. Madame Wade's second brother also looked at her hopefully. Madame Wade frowned as she considered the issue. My two brothers, please request the services of Apothecary Homer, Mo. Madame Wade said calmly. Homer? That old freak? Her second brother immediately cried out in surprise. Madame Wade said coldly, according to Kurd's investigations, this mysterious lay fellow is at least a combatant of the 8th rank, perhaps even of the 9th. I don't have the ability to kill a combatant of the 9th rank face to face. It's best to have Apothecary Homer take care of this affair. After all, Apothecary Homer has killed a combatant of the 9th rank before. But Homer, Madame Wade's eldest brother, hesitated as well. Oof. If the two of you keep on acting like this, you'll never accomplish anything. Even if I kill Keen, if you two act like this, do you think you will be fit to be city governors? Madame Wade snorted coldly. Fine, sis. We'll go speak to Apothecary Homer right now. Madame Wade's two older brothers submitted to her. Apothecary Homer was a title which Homer had given himself. Others viewed Homer as a murderer, but Homer viewed himself as an apothecary. And indeed, Homer's abilities in preserving life were quite high. Homer was almost 300 years old now. For a warrior of the 6th rank to live for nearly 300 years was nearly impossible, but Homer had done so. What's more, Homer looked as though he was in quite good shape. This was because Homer often used various bizarre concoctions, allowing his 300-year-old body to be as strong and healthy as a young man's. Ha! Madam Wade is quite generous. This business transaction, I accept. Homer stroked his graying beard, laughing delightedly. In front of Homer, Madam Wade's 2 brothers were still rather nervous. Apothecary Homer, it would be best if you act quickly. Madam Wade's eldest brother urged. Our people will deliver you to your target. First give me a down payment. I'll head out right away afterwards. Homer laughed loudly. Down payment? The 2 brothers looked at each other. In the prefectural city of Serre, the 2 of them had never been treated like this before. But after learning a bit about Homer, the 2 brothers didn't dare to irritate this elderly, self-proclaimed apothecary. Once this old man got angry, no one knew how many people might die as a result. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 16, The Yulon River. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 16, The Yulon River. The greatest river within the Yulon continent was, without a doubt, the Yulon River. The Yulon River's main stream flowed through the O'Brien Empire, the Yulon Empire, the Rhine Empire, and the Roalt Empire. Its countless tributaries were densely spread across each of the 4 empires. It would be fair to say that the Yulon River nourished and gave life to over half of humanity. What a wide river! Seated on the deck of a multi-level ship, Linley stared with awe at the vast, turgid waters of the Yulon River. This ship had been employed by Linley for his usage alone. He spent 10,000 gold coins to have it take the group directly to the harbor nearest to Serre City. That harbor was less than 100 kilometers from Serre. As Linley had explained it, if they continued on their originally planned route, who knows how many more assassination attempts they would have to endure. It was better for them to directly commission a boat to take them southwards through the Yulon River. This boat had been commissioned by Linley on the spot. Linley didn't believe that the people who worked on this ship all belonged to Madam Wade's forces. Madam Wade's influence did not, after all, hold much sway near Black Rock City. Big Brother lay. Jen came out of the ship's cabin. In the middle of this river, the wind was very strong. It blew against Jen's long hair and long dress. Smiling, Jen looked at Linley. Walking next to him, she sat down as well. Big Brother lay, to think that originally, I had wanted to employ you for 10,000 gold coins. Jen said these words with quite some embarrassment. To Jen and Keen, 10,000 gold coins was an enormous sum of money. But how could they have imagined that Linley would go ahead and specially commission the services of this ship? The amount of money it cost to specially commission a large ship such as this was quite high. Although the distance between Serre and Blackrock was not that far, the cost was 10,000 gold coins. And what's more, this was an extremely discounted price that they had given Linley as a show of respect to him, a powerful combatant who had a Black Panther for a companion. So far, Linley had taken only a single gold coin out of the 10,000 gold coins he had been promised as his hiring fee. But by now, Linley himself had already spent 10,000 gold coins. It wasn't strange for Jen to be embarrassed. Jen and her brother had wanted to pay for the boat themselves, but of course, they currently had no money. Jen, don't you think that the scenery here is quite beautiful? Linley walked to the end of the deck, which was surrounded by protective steel chains. Linley rested his hands against the steel chains, looking at the surroundings. The rolling waves of the Yulon River could be seen for kilometers about. At its widest, the Yulon River was several kilometers wide. At its narrowest, it was still hundreds of meters wide. This was the mother river for the entire Yulon continent. Who knows how many people it had given life to? The recorded history of the Yulon continent had stretched back for hundreds of thousands of years. This Yulon River must have existed for hundreds of thousands of years as well. Gazing at the turgid river waters, Linley couldn't help but imagine what it would have been like hundreds of thousands of years ago. As he lost himself within this massive, boundless river, Linley felt his heart become unbounded as well. The people and kingdoms from hundreds of thousands of years back have turned to dust long ago. Compared to the endless march of history, where kingdoms and empires rise then collapse, personal grudges and enmities are so meaningless and small. Facing this vast river, Linley had a very strange feeling. Right now, the Yulon continent has 6 major political entities. The 4 great empires, the Holy Union, and the Dark Alliance. Linley's heart was extremely calm. Ever since he was young, Linley's goals had been to realize his father's dreams, and to stand at the highest levels of training and power. But after his father died, Linley's heart had fallen into a dark abyss. He had embarked on a road to revenge, a road of slaughter, and on this road, Linley had lost his grandpa Doring. The 3 years of training he had spent in the mountain range of magical beasts and his communing with nature had allowed nature to cleanse his soul. His heart was now as calm as still water, and he had transformed, like a butterfly emerging from the cocoon. Only by reaching the pinnacle of power can one realize one's dreams. Despite being such an enormous organization, when the Holy Union came face to face with that Dylan, didn't they choose to retreat? Linley had total confidence in himself. There will come a day when I, too, will reach those heights. Staring at the raging waves, Linley felt nothing but great ambitions, as boundless as the river. The captain of this ship had an extremely easy life. Although the rapids of the Yulon River were rather fast, it was still far safer than the sea. The captain even had time to casually chat with his sailors. "Hey, did you guys see that Black Panther?" the captain said delightedly. "That's a magical beast. You just wait and see. My own son will tame a magical beast of his own soon. Captain, that's a panther-type magical beast. Do you think your son could tame one of those?" The nearby sailors began to laugh. There wasn't too much of a social stratification between a captain and his sailors. Both were men who made their livings on the sea. The captain sighed emotionally. "High-class magical beasts. I really admire those people who can tame one. I remember how last year, when we went to the Imperial capital, I saw the War Gods College accept new honorary disciples. Wow. You have no idea how many experts were there. Some were mounted on enormous magical beasts, while others were seated on flying magical beasts. So many experts all rushed there, struggling to be the one to qualify for that soul slot. Those battles and those movements between the experts, all I saw were blurs. They were too fast, too fast." The sailors all began to make wild boasts about the experts they had seen before. In the O'Brien Empire, every single child wanted to become a powerful combatant, with being recruited by the War Gods College being their ultimate goal. Linley was seated meditatively on the wooden deck, allowing the wind to blow against him. His adamantine heavy sword was on his legs. His eyes closed, Linley was quietly attuning with the boundless vastness of the Yulon River's waters. The power to impose is the power of the heavens, the power of the earth, the power of the boundless oceans. Linley's spirit had totally become one with the wind. He almost felt as though he could sense the vast riverbed of the Yulon River as well as the boundless land surrounding it. Naturally, he could also sense that rushing river as well. The ship continued to sail forward. They did stop occasionally in their journey so as to allow everyone to have some food, but Linley remained in the meditative posture on the deck, not eating at all. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. "Sis, is Big Bro Lay gonna be okay? He hasn't eaten or drank anything." Keen pointed at Linley, who was still in the meditative posture, as he worriedly asked Jen. Jen was somewhat worried as well, but she shook her head helplessly. "I don't know either. That BB won't let us get near him though." "Don't worry." The captain of the ship walked over, chuckling. "Those high-level experts aren't like us ordinary folks. To them, even traversing a precipice 10,000 fathoms deep is of no issue. Not even a 1,000,000-man army can stop them. I've heard of people who, in the course of their meditative training, neither ate nor drank for months. At their level, not eating or drinking for months is actually quite normal." Although the captain used the word normal when he spoke, a trace of envy was in his eyes. Hearing the ship captain's words, Jen and Keen began to feel even more astonished. "Can it be?" Suddenly, a murmur could be heard. Jen, Keen, and the captain all turned their heads towards Linley, and when they did, they were shocked. Holding the adamantine heavy sword in his hands, Linley jumped directly into the river. "Big Brother Lay!" Jen shouted in alarm. The three of them immediately ran over to the deck. Running to those locked steel chains, they stared down. To their amazement, they saw that Linley was currently standing on top of the water, the adamantine heavy sword in his hands. He floated up and down with the waves, but didn't sink down at all. This sight stunned them all and left them gaping in shock. Mid-air flight was something only a person at the saint level could do. "Earth, fire, water, wind," Linley murmured in a quiet voice, and then suddenly, he thrust his adamantine black sword towards the sky. As the adamantine heavy sword shot up, it seemed as though a hole had been pierced in the sky, as a dreadful, screeching howl could be heard from the air. At the same time, all the water surrounding Linley suddenly erupted skywards like a geyser. "Ha ha!" Linley laughed loudly and happily, and then his body could be seen constantly moving and spinning about amidst the waves. The river water seemed to follow Linley's movements, as the heavy sword constantly shrieked and howled with each stroke. All the river water in an area of 100 meters around Linley had gone wild. Sometimes, the water would all rise tens of meters into the sky, while at other times, they would form a giant whirlpool. Other times, the water would shoot out like sharp arrows in every direction, while at other times, it would just circle around Linley. Clang! A crisp, clear sound rang out from the heavy sword entering its sheath. Those wild waters suddenly calmed down. In the blink of an eye, the Yulon River once more returned to its ordinary state, with just a few lingering effects. Striding on the waves, Linley didn't sink down at all. But this time, Linley wasn't using his wind-style magic to counteract the effects of the weight of the adamantine heavy sword. Rather, he was using his new insights on how to impose. This imposing force was the force of the heavens. It is also the force of the enormous earth and the boundless seas. A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. With a gentle leap, Linley vaulted back onto the deck of the ship. This entire time, Linley had been focusing on understanding impose through his affinity to earth and wind. But over the course of these 6 days of meditation, Linley was able to sense the movements of the waves, and he also remembered the blazing passion of the fire elemental essences in fire-style magic. Dense, graceful, pliable, and passionate. When these aspects of these 4 elements were merged with each other in a sword stroke, they could make the universe move. This was what impose truly meant. In the past, Linley's understanding of impose was nothing more than the most rudimentary of understandings. Big Brother Lay, just now, what was? Keen was very excited, but he didn't know what to say. Jen was looking at Linley with awe as well. What Linley had just done had truly stunned them. Even the captain, who was well-traveled and worldly, had never seen such an awesome spectacle. Just training, Linley said with a calm smile. Although in the records of his clan, the highest level of using heavy weapons was this 3rd level of impose, Linley suddenly had a certain feeling. Impose was not the end of the road. There was something even greater than it. After reaching the impose level, and in particular, after his soul could become attuned to nature, Linley always had this feeling, that there were even more profound truths awaiting him. Linley could dimly sense them, but he had no way of actually comprehending them. Battle chi and brute strength are only the most basic of building blocks. In order for one's attacks to become more powerful, having a deep grasp of these profound principles is extremely important. You might possess the power to lift something that weighed 1,000,000 pounds, but if your movements were too stupid and clumsy, you might only be able to unleash 10% of your total power. After training hard, you might be able to unleash 30%. Experts would be able to unleash 70%. But what Linley wanted to do was to unleash 100%. And, borrowing from the imposing force of the universe itself, strike blows that were more powerful than he himself was physically capable of. Jen, Keen, how far are we from the shore? Linley asked. We are another day off, the nearby captain replied. Linley nodded, then instructed, how about this? Let's not get off too close to Ser City. Let's get off at the harbor 1 stop removed from Ser City. Yes, Lord Lay. Although the ship captain didn't understand the reason, he still agreed. Linley's choice to travel by river had thrown all of Madame Wade's forces into a state of confusion. That red-haired man, Kurd, in the end had managed to learn that Linley's group had traveled by ship and were advancing through the Yulon River. No matter how powerful Apothecary Holmer was, he couldn't just leap past a river that was hundreds of meters across at its narrowest and get onto the opponent's boat, right? Even if he was able to get on the boat, they would no doubt be highly suspicious of his intentions. Thus, they could only lie in ambush at the port, as if they were waiting for a hare to fall into their snare. However, based on their calculations, the ship should have already arrived by now. What's going on? Shouldn't they have arrived yesterday? Apothecary Holmer was resting in a commoner's house in a town that was located quite near the port. Master Holmer, please wait a bit longer. Madame Wade's subordinates were extremely frantic as well. Suddenly, the door to the residence swung open, and one of Madame Wade's subordinates rushed in. He angrily said, Master Holmer, they didn't stop at this harbor, they stopped at the previous one. They have already reached a small city named Redsand which is quite near Ser. Most likely, they will reach the prefectural city of Ser by tonight. They are arriving tonight? Apothecary Holmer was startled. Quick, we need to head out immediately. Apothecary Holmer immediately ordered, and the entire group frantically hurried back in the direction of the prefectural city of Ser. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 17, Poison Gas Fluttering in the Wind. Book 8, The 10,000 Kilometer Journey, Chapter 17, Poison Gas Fluttering in the Wind. The city of Redsand was a small one, and there were only a few tens of thousands of people within it. When Linley's group left the boat, they headed directly towards the prefectural city of Serre. On the way there, they stopped by Redsand City, preparing to have a quick lunch. In a private room on the second floor of a hotel, Jen and Keen both had excited smiles on their faces. By tonight, we will reach Serre City. By then, we'll have much fewer troubles. Keen chortled. Jen nodded as well. Once we reach Serre, our aunt probably wouldn't openly move against us, right? Jen, Keen, things won't be as easy as you think. Linley laughed calmly. Once we reach Serre, it will actually be even more dangerous. Your so-called aunt isn't as timid and fearful as you seem to think she is. When women decided to be venomous, they could be extremely terrifying. During his 3 years in the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley had encountered all sorts of cruel, vicious people. Jen's aunt was totally capable of having Keen killed within Serre City, and in a manner which didn't implicate her at all. Really? Keen was somewhat afraid now. After all, he was a 14-year-old boy. Linley laughed. But don't worry too much. There's no need for us to rush to Serre City this afternoon. Let's have a good rest in Redsand City first. Tomorrow morning, we will head out. Tomorrow morning? Jen and Keen both looked at Linley. If my predictions are correct, the people your aunt undoubtedly stationed at the river have already discovered that we disembarked one harbor early. They should be able to calculate that we would arrive at Serre City at around nightfall. Thus, there is an 80% to 90% chance that they will be waiting for us there, tonight. Linley could easily deduce such simple stratagems. As long as one could think things through from another's perspective, one could easily lead them by the nose. Let's rest up and recover our strength. Tomorrow morning, we head out. Linley laughed loudly. There's no rush right now. Let's have a good lunch. Jen and Keen revealed hints of smiles on their faces. Indeed, as Linley had predicted, Apothecary Holmer and his group had headed directly for Serre City. Madame Wade's people in Serre City had received this information as well. On the walls of Serre City, Madame Wade was leaning on a parapet, staring outside the city. Behind her were her 2 brothers as well as Apothecary Holmer. As for the city guards, they had all scattered at her command. Mr. Holmer, I'll have to trouble you to wait here tonight for a while. Madame Wade turned her head towards Holmer, smiling. Apothecary Holmer knew his own limits. He personally wasn't that powerful. The most powerful weapon available to him was his poisons. Naturally, he wouldn't want to offend this malicious person in front of him, who was the true power in Serre City. Madame Wade, don't worry. Those siblings definitely will not live to arrive at Serre City. Holmer was very confident. Even if they have an escort who is of the 9th rank, humph. As long as he hasn't reached the saint level, I am confident in my ability to deal with him. But of course, he can't already know who I am. If a combatant of the 9th rank were to recognize him and activate his battle chi, the battle chi would be sufficient to easily repel the poison. Mr. Holmer, all these years, you've resided here in Serre City. You aren't a person who likes to show yourself either. How many people could have possibly seen you? What's more, I've heard that you, Mr. Holmer, possess the ability to change your appearance? Madame Wade laughed as she looked at Holmer. Holmer laughed happily. Stroking his beard, he said, "Haha. Madame Wade, change my appearance? You praise me too highly. All I do is to use some medicinal concoctions to change the color of my skin and hair. And then a little makeup. Even people who know me, as long as they don't carefully inspect me, won't be able to recognize me." Madame Wade smiled as she nodded. Then I leave everything in your hands, Mr. Holmer. Tonight, I will stay in the nearby hotel and await your good news. Holmer laughed confidently. But as time went on, Madame Wade, who was in that hotel nearest to the city walls, was beginning to grow confused. Because quite soon, the city gates would close for the night. The rule of Serre City was that at 10 o'clock sharp, the gates would be shut. But Jen and Keen's group still had yet to arrive. Based on Madame Wade's information, Jen's group had arrived at Redsand City by lunchtime. Even if they traveled slowly, they should have reached here by now. 10 o'clock arrived. Those enormous city gates began to slowly close as a large number of guards pushed at them. Apothecary Holmer, who had meticulously prepared for this battle, descended from the walls with a belly full of anger. Madame Wade also walked out of the hotel. Madame Wade, what is this? Holmer was truly upset now. After receiving the news, he had run all the way back from the harbor to the city. The bumpy, long ride was quite miserable for this 300-year-old Holmer. And then, he had stood up there on the walls for half the night, with the icy wind blowing at him the entire time. And now, the city gates were shutting. But no one came. Who knows what is going on with that group of people? I'm afraid they might have taken a rest at Red Sand City. Mr. Homer, why don't you rest here at the hotel tonight? Let's see what tomorrow brings. Madam Wade was not in a good mood either. That's the only option we have right now. Homer was extremely disgruntled. The next dawn, just as the city gates opened, Homer began to quietly wait for them to arrive. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Homer was truly furious. Homer rushed down from the city walls and charged directly into the second floor of the hotel. Madam Wade. If they aren't coming to us, I'll go to them. Homer said directly. Give me some men, at least one of whom recognizes those two siblings. Madam Wade approved of this idea. All right. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Homer, to make this trip. This time, I really have to give these people a taste of my power. Homer said quietly, his eyes filled with a murderous look. After purchasing a carriage in Red Sand City, Jen and Keen entered the carriage, with the old servant, Lambert, being the driver. As for Linley, he rode on the back of his black-lowed panther, Harrow. Harrow was more than 2 meters tall and very broad-backed. His fur was very smooth and soft as well. Riding on the black-lowed panther, Linley couldn't feel any bumps in the road as well. The ride was far more comfortable than that of a horse or a carriage. What's more, the black-lowed panther ran up mountains as easily as it ran on prairies. Big Brother lay. What time is it now? Keen poked his head out of the carriage and asked Linley. Linley glanced at him. Don't be impatient. It's only 10 o'clock. We most likely will arrive at Sayre City by 11 o'clock. The black-lowed panther which Linley was riding on was very awe-inspiring. Everyone on the road who saw Linley all moved aside early on to allow Linley the right of way. Giddy up, giddy up. From far away, the sound of hoofsteps could be heard. Soon, 3 mounted knights could be seen in the distance, but as soon as they saw Linley, all 3 were terrified and came to a halt. What a massive panther! One of the knights sighed, staring at the black panther Linley was riding. Stop staring. Let's move. The other knight said. Just at this time, another stallion trotted past them. This stallion was ridden by a kindly-looking old hunchback with pure white hair. The speed of the old man's horse was fairly slow, and it clip-clopped its way forward. Ha, look at him. He's so old, but still rides a horse. Ha, one of the knights laughed loudly. Let's go. We have business to attend to. The 3 knights laughed calmly, continuing on their way. Right at this time, that hunchbacked old man raised his head to glance at Linley's group. This hunchback immediately understood. Per their prearranged agreement, if they encountered the targets, the knights would say, "Ha, look at him. He's so old, but still rides a horse." What's more, Homer also knew that the mysterious expert had a black panther as a pet. Those 3 knights don't have any knightly chivalry at all. Keen, who had seen all this through the window, said unhappily once the 3 knights left. But Linley frowned as he stared at the hunchback. The hunchback rode the horse in a manner that did indeed inspire concern. Just from the look of him, one could tell that he was extremely old. Although the horse wasn't moving too fast, the hunchback continued to sway back and forth on the horse's back, as though he could fall off at any moment. His legs didn't seem to be too firmly clamped on the horse's back either. Right at this moment, a carriage appeared from behind the old hunchback as well. F***ck off, you old fart. One of the knights cursed loudly. The hunchback immediately whipped his horse, moving it to the side of the road. Ah! When the horse was roughly 10 or so meters away from Linley's group, the old hunchback swayed again and fell off his horse. The old grandpa fell off. Keen, seeing this from through the window, immediately pushed open the door to come out and help. But just as the old man fell off, a light blue wave of gas emanated from his body. That light blue gas was extremely thin and light, so much so that if someone wasn't specifically looking for it, it would be quite hard to discern. The wind just so happened to be blowing from the east, and it blew the gas directly towards Linley. But of course, the first people to be impacted by the poison gas was the people in the carriage which had just passed by. Crumple. One knight after another collapsed from their horses to the ground, fresh blood leaking out of their noses. HRM? Linley also felt that something in his body seemed off, and his head felt a little dizzy. Not good. Poison. Attuned to the wind, Linley could clearly sense that a light blue poisonous gas was wafting in his direction. By now, Linley had already taken 2 breaths of it. The Dragonblood battle chi in Linley's body immediately rose up, absorbing all of the poisonous gas in Linley's body, with none of it harming him at all. This poisonous gas was a poison which Homer had specially designed to be used against humans, based on human biology. But Homer could never have imagined that Linley was very different, biologically speaking, from ordinary people. Within his veins was the bloodline of the Dragonblood warriors, an ancestral bloodline that was many times more exalted than even the bloodlines of magical beasts. In the past, even the magicite core of the armored razorback WIRM had been absorbed and consumed by just the small amount of dragonblood that was in Linley's veins at that time. Normal people simply couldn't imagine or understand the special abilities and attributes of each of the four supreme warriors. This sort of poison gas couldn't hurt a Dragonblood warrior at all. Wind. Based on his mastery of wind elemental essence granted to him by being a wind-style magus, Linley immediately controlled the air around him to blow the wind backwards. The poisonous gas immediately blew back towards the east. By now, the squad of knights that were between the hunchback Homer and Linley had all died. The poisonous gas blew back towards Homer, but he didn't dodge. He was not afraid of his own poisons. But what he was afraid of was Linley. Giddy up, giddy up. Homer suddenly became quite agile, leaping back onto his horse and then sending it galloping east as fast as he could. Haru! Linley said in a cold voice. Swoosh! The Black-Cloud Panther's speed was terrifyingly fast, many times faster than an ordinary stallion. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several hundred meters, and actually passed by Homer, landing in front of him. All that had been visible during this motion was a black blur. Seeing Linley suddenly appear in front of him, Homer immediately grew frantic. My friend, I was paid by others to do this. If you are willing to spare me, I will give you as much gold as you wish. Although Homer was more than 300 years old, he didn't want to die yet. Thinking back to what just happened, Linley still felt afraid. Fortunately, he had managed to react in time and blow the poison gas back before it had entered the carriage. Poison gas? Are you a necromancer? Linley looked at Homer. Necromancer? Homer was startled, then shook his head. No. I'm an apothecary. My friend, I am quite wealthy. 10,000 gold coins? 20,000? Or perhaps 100,000? At a time like this, Homer was still trying to save money. But Linley couldn't even be bothered to speak to him. Haru, deal with it. Linley hopped off the Black Panther, heading back towards the carriage. As for the Black-Cloud Panther, he revealed his sharp fangs, and then pounced directly towards Homer. Ah! 1,000,000. 10 million. Ah! Before Homer had even finished calling out, he had been flattened by a single blow from the Black-Cloud Panther's massive paw. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 18, The Prefectural City of Ser. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 18, The Prefectural City of Ser. The Desolate Wilderness. The tens of people escorting the carriage were all dead. The black blood oozing from their bodies made the scene all the more sinister. Homer, in turn, had been smashed to death by a single blow from Haru. Jen and Keen, who had watched this all from the carriage, were totally stunned. Big brother lay. Keen called out in alarm. Jen's face was rather pale as well. Just as Linley was about to respond, that old servant, Lambert, who was driving the carriage, suddenly called out in surprise as he stared at the corpse of Homer. Him. He's the deadliest killer in Ser City, Homer. That old freak who styled himself an apothecary. Homer? Grandpa Lambert, who are you talking about? Keen looked at Lambert. Lambert took a deep breath. Young master, young miss, this Homer was an extremely dangerous individual within Ser City. In the past, when I was serving your mother in the city, I encountered him a few times. At the time, Count Wade had mentioned this Homer to your mother as well. This Homer is an extremely skilled user of poisons. Although he is only a warrior of the 6th rank, he once killed a combatant of the 9th rank. Only now did Jen and Keen understand. Linley, listening to the side, nodded as well. This Homer is extremely greedy. Most likely, his actions this time were at the direction of the senior madam as well. Lambert's face was extremely solemn. The senior madam really has her mind set on killing you. With Big Brother Lay, we have nothing to fear. Keen was very confident. Jen also looked confidently at Linley. Enough. Let's head out immediately so we can arrive sooner at Ser. Linley said directly. Linley's group immediately made haste towards the prefectural city of Ser, leaving behind a cloud of dust on the desolate road. The prefectural city of Ser. This was a city with around 200,000 to 300,000 people. Its red walls stretched off into the distance. In terms of architecture, the buildings of Ser tended towards the ornate. Keen pushed open the door to the carriage. Seeing the beautiful, majestic city in front of them, Keen's heart was filled with boundless ambition. His eyes lit up, and he said, "From this day forth, I shall be the master of this prefectural city." Outside the city gates. Black Panther? When the gate guards saw Linley's mount from the distance, they had immediately called out to the other guards nearby, "Quick, someone go speak with the madam. The person she spoke of is arriving." Okay. A gate guard immediately ran towards the hotel located nearest to the city gates, rushing up to the second floor. At this moment, there was a warrior stationed outside the stairway. Seeing that it was a gate guard who was running this way, the warrior allowed him passage. "Madam Countess." The guard fell respectfully to one knee. "Madam Countess, the expert riding a Black Panther which you spoke of has arrived. There is a carriage behind him." "What?" Before Madam Wade had reacted, the two brothers of her who were standing behind her called out in alarm. Madam Wade frowned. "Leave for now." "Yes." The guard respectfully withdrew. Right now, both of Madam Wade's brothers were growing frantic. Her eldest brother hurriedly said, "Sis, they actually survived their journey to Serre." "Can it be that Holmer, that old freak, failed?" "Hard to say." Madam Wade was frowning. Perhaps that expert with the Black Panther who was escorting those two countryside-raised siblings didn't come on the main road from Red Sand City. Perhaps they intentionally took a detour and caused Holmer and the others to miss them. Hearing her words, her two brothers couldn't help but nod. Indeed, it was very possible that their opponents had craftily taken a roundabout path en route to Serre City. Then what should we now do? Madam Wade's two brothers looked at her. "Go down and welcome them." A hint of a smile was on Madam Wade's face. "My two darling children have returned, after suffering for so many years. They are finally back. As their loving aunt, how can I not go welcome them?" And as she spoke, Madam Wade headed down the stairs. Right as they walked out of the main door of the hotel, Madam Wade saw the tall and sturdy man with a heavy sword on his back who was riding a handsome Black Panther, as well as the familiar face of Lambert. "Oh, Lambert, long time no see." Madam Wade immediately called out in a high-pitched voice. Linley, Jen, Keen, and Lambert all swung their heads to look at her. Lambert started, then respectfully said, "Senior Madam." Madam Wade laughed warmly. These two children should be Jen and Keen. Jen is even more beautiful than before, and she looks more like her mother now as well. Keen isn't the child that he used to be either. He's even more handsome now. Jen and Keen could both recognize Madam Wade. Although nearly 8 years had passed, Madam Wade's appearance hadn't changed much, with the exception of a slight wrinkle at the corner of her eyes. "Senior Madam." Jen and Keen both paid their respects. "Wonderful, wonderful. And there's no need to stand on courtesy." Madam Wade chortled, then looked at Linley. "And this is?" "This is Big Brother Lay." Keen hurriedly answered. "Lay?" Madam Wade's eyelids flickered, then she laughed. "Oh, Mr. Lay. I imagine it must have been you who protected and escorted them to Serre City. I absolutely must thank you on behalf of Jen and Keen. Come, let's all go to the castle. Tonight, I am going to arrange a magnificent banquet for my two poor little children." The castle of the city governor was a square block, and was quite an imposing sight. What a useless fellow. After hearing the news which the messenger knights had delivered, Madam Wade was even more furious. Holmer had been a chess piece that she had trusted. But now that Holmer had failed, Madam Wade felt extremely frustrated. With that Mr. Lay present, it will be very hard for me to kill Keen. Madam Wade was extremely angry. Poison? The poison used by ordinary poison experts won't be able to escape detection. Assassins? How many can deal with this Lay? Madam Wade's eyes slowly sharpened. Looks like there's only that one method left. The worry disappeared from Madam Wade's eyes. The only thing left was confidence and callousness. Within the enormous dining room of the castle, the giant glass chandelier had been lit, casting its resplendent, bewitching light upon the room. All of the nobles of Serre City were present today. I've heard that Count Wade's son has returned. I wonder how Madam Wade will deal with this. Who knows? But Madam Wade definitely will not give up her authority. Madam Wade is extremely vicious. Sadly for her, her baby boy died in the arms of a woman. What a joke. The various nobles chatted in soft tones. Whom amongst them did not know that Madam Wade was a tyrannical, domineering woman? But since they lived in Serre City, at most they would mock her in private. They didn't dare to publicly offend her. Madam Wade has arrived. Instantly, all of the gossiping nobles ceased their discourse. They all turned to look towards Madame Wade, who had just descended from the stairway. Madame Wade still looked as stately and arrogant as she ever had. Madame Wade enjoyed the attention of the people present. She tilted her head up slightly as she descended. Everyone. Madame Wade laughed. Today is a joyous occasion. Those two poor children of mine, who have suffered outside for 8 years, have finally returned today. At this time, 2 more people suddenly appeared at the stairway. One was a young man wearing a black gentleman's suit, while the other was a golden-haired young lady wearing a white, full-bodied dress. They came out together, and the eyes of many nobles lit up. Although Jen was dressed very simply, when matched with her appearance, her figure, and her kind, innocent demeanor, she was a soul-stirring sight. Many young nobles present made up their minds to go over later and ask who that girl was. Jen, Keen, come. Madame Wade called out to them warmly. Jen and Keen walked down the stairway together, standing beside Madame Wade. Madame Wade called out warmly, "This is Jen. Look, what a beautiful girl she is. And this handsome young man is Keen." Madame Wade sighed emotionally. Jen and Keen have finally escaped their bitter lives. But their mother, my dear sister, Madame Wade's eyes grew red, as though she were about to cry. Senior Madam, if the second Madam knew how much you cared about her, she would undoubtedly be very moved. An ancient voice rang out, and Lambert walked in with Linley by his side. Madame Wade glanced at Lambert. Lambert was previously the second Madam's most faithful servant. Even after the second Madam had fallen into dire straits, he continued to follow her without complaint. Jen and Keen felt extremely unhappy as well. They knew that the reason for their mother's deaths and those 8 bitter years they had suffered were all caused by the senior Madam in front of them. Jen knew how to hide her thoughts, but the 14-year-old Keen ridiculed angrily, "Senior Madam, why didn't you ever come visit us during these 8 years? We've missed you so terribly." Madame Wade's facial expression didn't change at all. She sighed, "All these years, I've been working on behalf of Serre City, and I've never had time. Every time I think about this, I feel I've mistreated the 2 of you." Linley suddenly laughed and said directly, "Madame Wade, Count Wade has now passed away, and Keen is his successor. The reason he has returned this time is to assume the position of city governor. Madame Wade, I wonder if you have already decided on a date for Keen to assume the city governor's position?" Everyone in the dining room fell silent upon hearing these words. All of the nobles present knew that the main act of the play was starting. At the same time, all of the nobles stared at Linley in puzzlement. They didn't know where this youngster had come from, for him to dare to so boldly and directly say these words. "Mr. Lay." Madame Wade's face grew hard, and she said coldly, "As their aunt, I must thank you for escorting Jen and Keen to Serre City. But the question of Keen taking over the governorship is an internal affair of our clans. It isn't very appropriate for you, an outsider, to get involved, is it?" Keen immediately refuted, "And who says Big Brother Lay is an outsider? If he isn't an outsider, what is he?" Madame Wade's face was very cold. Keen was startled, then he looked up at Linley and said, "Big Brother Lay is my sister's fiancé. How could he be an outsider?" "Fiancé?" Madame Wade was flabbergasted. Jen was flabbergasted. Linley was flabbergasted. "Fiancé?" Linley immediately looked at Keen. Keen only winked at Linley. Linley immediately understood what Keen meant. Right at this moment, Jen's face turned red. "How about that?" Keen arrogantly tilted his head up. "My brother-in-law to be is qualified to discuss this, isn't he? Aunt, my father is dead, as is my elder brother. I am now the primary successor." Madame Wade was silent. All of the people present looked at Madame Wade. Keen's position as primary successor to the governorship was indisputable and protected by imperial law. They wanted to see how Madame Wade would handle it. "Ha, Keen, what's the rush?" Madame Wade laughed. "Your father is dead, and you are his only surviving son. Naturally, you are his primary successor. The governorship is yours, of course. No one will take it from you." Linley looked suspiciously at Madame Wade. Linley wasn't alone. Everyone's hearts were filled with suspicion. Madame Wade wasn't the sort to so easily give up. "Then thank you, Aunt." Keen smiled. "Then when shall I assume the governorship?" Madame Wade chuckled, "No rush, no rush. Right now, Keen, you aren't of age yet. How about this? In 2 years, when you reach the age of maturity, you can assume the governorship." 2 years later? Keen stared. Madame Wade was beaming. "Keen, be a good boy. You aren't of age yet. You don't have enough ability to manage a city. Don't worry. 2 years from now, you will definitely be the governor of the prefectural city of Serre. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 19, Search and Seizure. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 19, Search and Seizure. Assume the governorship 2 years from now? Who knows what would happen within these 2 years? How could Keen endure 2 years under the rule of Madame Wade? I think I already have the necessary ability, Keen said firmly. Madame Wade's face turned slightly more solemn. Keen, be calm. You are still only a child. The governor of the prefectural city of Serre is in charge of hundreds of thousands of citizens. Right now, you aren't capable of assuming this heavy responsibility. At this time, Jen, who was next to Keen, spoke. And, imperial law makes no requirements with regards to a person having to be of the age of maturity before assuming a governorship. Madame Wade looked at Jen. Not backing down in the slightest, Jen stared back at Madame Wade. The two women of different ages just stared at each other. True. Madame Wade laughed. Imperial law does not openly state that one must be of age before assuming the governorship of a city. However, Madame Wade seemed a bit saddened. Not long ago, after your father passed away, when the clan learned about this news, they had originally planned to let your elder brother assume the governorship. But alas, my poor child. After they learned that Keen was only 14, the clan ordered that as the prefectural city of Serre was one of the important prefectural cities of the Northwest Administrative Province, and is located very close to the provincial capital of Basel, the management of Serre is an important matter. The clan ordered that Keen must be of age before assuming the governorship. The clan? Jen and Keen were both startled. Hearing this order from the clan, both Jen and Keen were caught off guard. As a collateral descendant of the Jacques clan, Jen and Keen knew what it meant for the clan to issue an order. And, did the clan truly issue such a decree? Jen stared at Madame Wade. Madame Wade frowned as she looked at Jen. Jen, do you think I would dare to make a false decree on behalf of the clan? Before Keen is able to assume the governorship, all matters in the prefectural city are for me to manage. As the future governor, I have the authority to select my own steward. Keen called out unhappily. Madame Wade stared coldly towards Keen. Right at this time, Linley, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. Madame Wade, the clan that you spoke of didn't issue the order for you specifically to be the steward of the city on behalf of the governor, did they? Madame Wade was stunned. No matter how daring she was, she didn't dare to fabricate an order from the clan. Jen and Keen were both members of the Jacques clan by blood, while the Jacques clan itself was one of the most powerful, flourishing clans within the O'Brien Empire. The entire Northwest Administrative Province, one of the 7 great provinces of the O'Brien Empire, was under the management and control of the Jacques clan. Jen and Keen's father, Wade Jacques, was only a collateral descendant of the Jacques clan, not a lineal descendant. If it wasn't because of the support of the Jacques clan, how could a coward like Wade Jacques have assumed the position of city governor? But now, Wade was dead. In the eyes of the Jacques clan, the prefectural city of Serre naturally would have to remain in the custody and management of the Jacques clan. Although Madame Wade had married Wade Jacques, she herself did not, after all, carry any Jacques blood. It wasn't likely that the Jacques clan would allow Madame Wade to assume the position of steward of the city of Serre. If it wasn't for those old relics in the clan, Madame Wade was inwardly hateful. No matter how formidable Madame Wade was, there was no way she could compete against the clan. A single word from them could turn her, a noble lady, into a beggar. I'm not of the age of maturity yet, but my sister is. I will send people to the provincial capital of Basel. I trust that the elders of the clan will allow my sister to be the steward of the city, rather than you. Keen said forcefully. There was no way that the enmity between Jen, Keen, and Madame Wade could be resolved. In just a few words, it had been totally exposed for everyone to see at this dinner. After all, Keen and Jen's mother had been hounded to her death by Madame Wade. Jen and Keen, as well, had been the victim of repeated assassination attempts at Madame Wade's orders on this trip. Fine. If you have the ability to do so, go ask the clan. I really want to see for myself if the clan will hand the stewardship of the prefectural city of Serre to an 18-year-old girl. Madame Wade raised her chin, speaking arrogantly. Keen's face was filled with stubbornness as well. A young man at 14 years of age was at his most rebellious. The more arrogant Madame Wade was, the more Keen would retaliate against her. Keen believed that the clan would definitely stand on his side. He was, after all, a member of the clan. After the dinner banquet, Linley, Jen, Lambert, and Keen were all together. After asking a few questions, Linley finally realized how enormous and powerful the Jacques clan of Jen and Keen was. And their father, Wade Jacques, was nothing more than a collateral descendant and not part of the ruling line. The true ruling branch of the clan had an astonishing amount of power. The entire Northwest Administrative Province was under their control, and what's more, the control was hereditary. The Jacques clan had already managed the Northwest Administrative Province for around 1,000 years. The imperial clan of the O'Brien Empire really is very confident to allow a single clan to manage one of his provinces for 1,000 years. Linley sighed in amazement. The amount of territory a province controlled was greater than the amount of territory the Kingdom of Funlai had. To allow a clan to manage a province for so long was to allow a clan to easily accumulate an astonishing amount of power. This was a common reason for eventual rebellion and an empire breaking down. But the imperial clan of the O'Brien Empire was extremely confident. Because they had the War God, as well as the large number of powerful combatants of the War Gods College. Additionally, the two most important administrative provinces in the O'Brien Empire, the Central Administrative Province and the O'Brien Administrative Province, were both under the control of the imperial clan. As long as the War God is present, not a single clan dares rebel. Even if the War God doesn't intervene, the disciples his War Gods College had admitted over the past thousands of years now constitute an astonishingly formidable force. Linley understood. In the face of absolute power, those so-called armies were just a joke. Armies were only used as a show of force for the commoners. Only saint-level combatants could truly determine the fate of a nation. The Jacques clan must be extremely powerful, after having managed the Northwest Administrative Province for 1,000 years. Linley said to himself, "Humph, that venomous woman. I refuse to believe the clan will support her." Keen said angrily. Lambert only chuckled. "Young master, don't worry. If the clan were likely to support her, she wouldn't have acted the way she did tonight." Indeed. Right now, Madame Wade was both very angry and very frustrated. How dare those two countryside siblings be so wild and arrogant? It's a pity that I didn't send someone to kill them years ago. If I had, I wouldn't have so many problems today. In the past, Madame Wade had believed that her own son was sure to be the next governor of the prefectural city of Serre. But she didn't expect that her son would die so early. Homer, that fool. 300 years of life were wasted on an idiot. Cold light glittered in Madame Wade's eyes. Over the course of 300 years, Homer must have accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Late night. Serre City was very peaceful. Homer's residence was located in the East District of Serre. It took up an extremely large amount of land, and had many beautiful female servants. Homer was quite a lecherous man. Suddenly, many hoof steps could be heard. Two guards at the gate of Homer's residence looked suspiciously towards the outside. Instantly, their faces turned pale. A large number of armored city guards had clustered around the main gate. "Open the gate." A tall, arrogant knight clad in white metal armor and riding a fine stallion called out loudly. Madame Wade and her two elder brothers were there as well, smiling as they watched. Homer's clan didn't have any experts. With his death, his clan had become a piece of fresh meat which anyone could take. The main gate slowly opened. "Milords, why have you come here so late at night?" A middle-aged ran out in a state of partial undress. He had just come running from his bed. "Madam Countess." He suddenly saw Madame Wade was here, and his heart instantly shook. Madame Wade said coldly, "Based on our evidence, Homer is under suspicion of having attempted to assassinate Keen, the successor to the governorship of Serre. All members of Homer's clan are to be arrested, and all of the clan's possessions are to be searched and seized." Hearing these words, the man's legs couldn't help but feel soft, and he fell to his knees. "No, Madam Countess," the middle-aged man said hurriedly. "My grandfather was invited by your two brothers. You dare to slander a noble clan? Your crimes increase a level in severity. Kill him." Madame Wade's face turned cold. The leading knight suddenly thrust forward with his lance, striking like a serpent from its lair. With a swish sound, the lance pierced through the throat of that middle-aged man. Madame Wade's eldest brother, putting on a brave display, called out loudly, "Everyone, hurry up." Those city guards immediately charged into the manor like a pack of ravenous wolves and tigers. The thing which these city guards loved to do the most was search and seizures. Because when they carried these activities out, they would always be able to secretly take a few things for themselves. But of course, they wouldn't dare take too much, as many people were present and watching. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" A hastily dressed man and woman rushed out, shouting loudly. Some of the manor guards also hefted their weapons, but none of them dared to act. Because, they could tell that these were the city guards. How would the private guards of a manor dare to struggle against the city guards? Homer is under suspicion of having attempted to kill young Master Keen. All members of Homer's clan are to be arrested. Those who resist, kill them. The knight leader said coldly. When the members of Homer's clan heard this order, they were all stunned. In the face of the assault by the ferocious city guards, many people were taken without a struggle. But there were still a number of people who were unwilling to surrender, and they turned tail to flee. The soldiers of the city guard chased after them, one by one. That Wade whore. A white-haired old man said. She asked Grandpa to help her. Now that Grandpa is dead, she's actually coming to ransack our manor. How venomous. That white-haired old man left a secret room, holding 3 magic crystal cards. Homer was 300 years old. Of his sons, only 2 were still alive, the other had died of old age. The 2 remaining sons were the youngest ones. As for grandsons, the oldest grandchildren of his were 200, while the youngest were only around 30. Stop. A city guard suddenly noticed the old man. The old man threw a handful of dust out. Ah! The guard's face immediately turned blue. He grabbed at his throat, emitting several pained noises, then collapsed. He was dead. With a sneer, the old man very agilely ran towards a small alleyway. Hold it! A loud shout from far away. The old man didn't pay it any heed, increasing his speed instead. Swish! An arrow pierced through the air at astonishing speed, howling as it pierced into the old man's back. The handsome, golden-haired knight lowered his bow. With a cold laugh, he said, "You thought you could run? In your dreams. Go search his body and see if he has any magic crystal cards." Yes, me lord. Not only was the manor itself filled with people, a large ring had formed around the manor as well. Not a single member of Homer's clan had been able to flee. Although some members of the clan knew how to use poison, they were far inferior to Homer. Within the main hall of Homer's manor, Madame Wade and her 2 brothers were staring at a pile of treasure and magic crystal cards. This old fart's money-making abilities were quite impressive. Madame Wade's older brother's eyes were gleaming. Madame Wade laughed calmly. The 2 of you shouldn't lust after a small amount like this. When we take over control of the city's governorship, our wealth will be far greater than this. In the air, high above Homer's manor, Linley had a pair of translucent wings on his back. He was flying in the air, watching the looting and ransacking scene below in Homer's manor. Madame Wade really is vicious and ruthless. This Homer really is quite unfortunate. In mid-air, Linley laughed calmly as he watched all of this happen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 20, The Summer Inferno. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 20, The Summer Inferno. This had been a peaceful night. The miserable screams of the people of Homer's clan being slaughtered were thus all the more jarring to the ear. Those sounds had traveled very far. Even Jen and Keen, who were within the castle, could hear them. What is that? Keen ran out dressed in his sleepwear, while Jen came out with her hair undone. The 2 siblings curiously walked out towards the direction of the castle gates. As for the extremely cautious old servant, Lambert, he had run to the castle gates already. By the madame's orders, no one is permitted to leave the castle at night. 2 castle guards standing at the gate formed a cross with their spears, forbidding entry, as they spoke coldly to Lambert. What is going on? The 2 of you, move! Keen snapped at them. Seeing that Keen and Jen had come, the 2 castle guards exchanged glances. Everyone in the castle knew that Keen was the successor to the governorship, but at the same time, Madame Wade wasn't going to easily give up her power. Young Master Keen, Miss Jen. We are very sorry, but the madam has ordered that no one is to leave the castle at night. Please go back and rest. The taller of the 2 guards spoke. Keen's face turned cold. Out of my way. The taller guard didn't budge. He only begged painfully, "Young Master Keen, please don't make things difficult for us. If you force us to let you pass, you'll be killing us. We really can't afford to disobey the madam's orders." Keen was boiling with rage. By his side, Jen said to him, "Enough, Keen. Let's not make things difficult for them. They are in a very pitiable situation." "Thank you, Miss Jen. Thank you, Miss Jen," those 2 guards hurriedly said. In their hearts, they felt very grateful to Jen. Jen was as beautiful as a holy angel, and she possessed a kindly soul as well. Jen asked gently, "May I ask, what exactly happened outside?" "I heard screaming. It seems as though there was some sort of disaster in the East District of the city." The taller guard said in a low voice, "Miss Jen, not too long ago, the madam led a group of people out of the castle, and quite a large number of city guards passed through as well." "And? City guards?" Jen and Keen were both confused. Why was Madam Wade leading a large group of city guards so late at night? "Miss, young master. Let's sit down and rest for now." Lambert pointed at a nearby stone bench. Jen and Keen nodded, then walked over, the three of them sitting down. Jen, Keen, and Lambert were all extremely irritated. Madam Wade's existence was like having a fishbone stuck in their throats, causing them a great deal of misery. "That damn woman wants to use me not being of age as an excuse to try and force me to wait 2 years. HRMPH. 2 years. Within those 2 years, I probably would have been killed by her long ago." Keen cursed in a low voice. Jen nodded as well. The two siblings knew very well that they couldn't allow Madam Wade to continue to act as she pleased. "Young miss, young master. The senior madam has been in charge of Sayre for quite a long time. The city guards as well as the castle guards all obey her orders. The senior madam's prestige is at a very high level. If young Master Keen is unable to become the governor, it really will be very hard for us to fight against her. After all, there are too few people here who wholeheartedly support us." Lambert was very resigned. Jen, Keen, and Lambert were all silent. Within Sayre, there were very few people who supported them. Perhaps even if there were people who supported them, they wouldn't dare to do so openly. In the prefectural city of Sayre, Madam Wade was like a local tyrant. Whoosh! A wind began to blow. "Who is it?" The two gate guards cautiously raised their heads, and saw a man dressed in a black warrior's outfit and wearing a heavy black sword on his back descend from the air. "Me." Linley looked backwards at the guards. Instantly, the two guards no longer dared to speak. They had heard of how powerful Linley was. At these guards' level of power, they couldn't even dream of stopping Linley. Big Brother lay. Jen and Keen stood up. Linley turned to look at them. Summer was just starting, and the temperatures at night were still fairly high. Keen and Jen were only dressed in simple sleepwear, and their hair was all mussed. "Big Brother lay, what exactly is going on outside? Why is it so noisy?" Keen looked at Linley and asked. Linley said casually, "Madam Wade led a group of city guards to Holmer's Clan Manor and launched a search and seizure operation." "Tell me, how could it not be noisy?" "Search and seizure?" Jen and Keen were stunned. "Holmer's Clan?" Lambert was greatly shocked as well. Linley casually sat down on another end of the long bench. Laughing, he said, "Just wait and rest here for a bit. Very soon, you'll hear some good news." "Good news? Can it be that she intends to give us the money she's seized from that bastard?" Keen cursed quietly. Boom! Right at this moment, a thunderous explosion could be heard from the east. The explosive sound was so noisy, it sounded like several dozen thunderbolts going off at once. This explosion probably woke up at least half of the residents of Sayre City. "What was that?" Jen, Keen, and Lambert jumped to their feet in shock. The nearby guards, as well as the castle servants and female attendants, all stared eastwards as well, and as they did, they saw that blazing flames were rising into the sky from the east. How could there be such a large inferno? And where did that explosion come from? Linley looked questioningly towards the east as well. All of the people in the castle were mystified. They all waited quietly for the city guards to return, as well as Madam Wade. Perhaps they would know what was causing that huge inferno in the east, or that massive explosion. After a while, a chorus of hoofsteps could be heard outside the castle, followed by countless shouts. Immediately following these shouts were a series of frantic knocking sounds from the gate that came as quickly as raindrops in a storm. Bam! 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 The knocking sounds were frantic and ringing. "Open the door, quick!" Angry roars could be heard from outside the castle gates. The two gate guards didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately opened the castle gates, as Linley, Lambert, Jen, and Keen watched. Once the castle doors were opened, they saw that in front of the castle were a large number of knights as well as heroic warriors. Their leader was a golden-haired man who was wielding a spear. "Out of my way!" The golden-haired man roared to the two gate guards. But upon seeing Keen and Jen, the golden-haired man started, then immediately said with respect, "Deputy Commander Ritter, Lee of the City Guards pays his respect to Miss Jen and young Master Keen." Deputy Commander Ritter could be considered the second highest ranking person in the City Guard. Not too long ago, he had participated in that welcoming banquet. Naturally, he recognized Jen and Keen. "Mr. Ritter. What happened to cause all of you to be so frantic?" Keen spoke. Ritter immediately fell to one knee. He painfully said, "Young Master Keen, forgive me for being useless in my protective responsibilities. Madam Wade and her 2 brothers died in the explosion just now." "Oh, ah." Keen's eyes immediately bulged out, and Jen and Lambert were greatly shocked as well. Disbelief painted the faces of all of the nearby guards as well. Madam Wade had died. Just as Keen and Jen were worrying about her, Madam Wade and her 2 brothers had suddenly both died. Her death only filled the hearts of Jen and Keen with joy. Jen and Keen glanced at each other, their eyes filled with wild joy. "What exactly happened? Explain clearly." Keen adopted the attitude and posture of a superior lecturing a subordinate. The golden-haired Ritter immediately replied, "Your subordinate led several hundred members of the city guard, under the command of the Madam Countess, to launch a search and seizure operation of Homer's Manor. After we finished the search and seizure operation, Madam Countess ordered that all the treasures of the Homer clan be placed within the main hall, then ordered all of us soldiers to leave, leaving behind just her and her 2 brothers in that hall." Hearing this, Keen couldn't help but quietly curse, that B*TCH really is shameless. Ritter continued, "We were stationed outside capturing the escaping members of the Homer clan, but who would have thought that suddenly, the Homer clan's manor would catch fire? As soon as it did, everyone charged in to rescue the Madam Countess. But we hadn't even made our way inside before we heard that terrifying explosion. Half of the building suddenly blew up and was destroyed." Ritter said painfully, "By the time we reached Madam Countess and the other 2, we found only their bodies, which had already been blown apart by the blast. All 3 of them were dead." "Fine. Order people to bring my aunt's corpse here, then go back and rest." Keen directly ordered. "Yes, sir." Ritter immediately issued the order. Everyone all understood that with Madam Wade's death, all of the authority in the prefectural city of Serre now rested with this 14-year-old boy. Everyone watched as Ritter's men brought the charred, blasted remnants of the corpses inside. Only now did Keen and Jen totally believe that it wasn't just a dream. That detestable Madam Wade had truly died. From this day forward, their lives would no longer be lived in fear. Big Brother lay. Jen suddenly came to her senses. She turned to look at Linley. "Thank you." Lambert only now understood as well. Looking at Linley, he said with gratitude, "Mr. Lay, the good news you wanted us to hear truly was excellent news. It was the best type of news, the news that we've been saved." "What are you talking about?" Keen was flabbergasted. "What do you mean by mumbling about good news and excellent news?" "Oh." Finally, Keen understood as well. "Big Brother Lay, just now, you came in from outside the castle?" Keen asked quietly. "Yep." Linley nodded. "Then you," a hint of a smile was on Keen's face. Linley began to chuckle as well. "Seeing how nervous and restless you all were, I helped you address the root of your troubles. Alright, time to go to bed and have a good sleep, so you'll have the energy to take over the governance of this prefectural city." As he spoke, Linley turned and headed towards his own residence. Lambert, Jen, and Keen all were amazed. Staring at each other with shock and joy, they really wanted to scream with happiness. But of course, Madam Wade's corpse was right next to them. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to celebrate like that. "Boss. It's done?" BB was lying on the ground, his eyelids drooped sleepily. Linley chuckled. "Yep. All done." To the current Linley, someone like Madam Wade wasn't even qualified to be considered an opponent. Those small schemes that Madam Wade could come up with were nothing more than jokes to Linley. "Try whatever tricks you want. I'll just straight up kill you and resolve the issue once and for all." "Why was there an explosion?" BB asked curiously. "How should I know?" Linley shook his head. "All I did was kill Madam Wade and her 2 brothers, then use some fire-style magic to set the manor on fire. Afterwards, I just rushed back alone. Who would have expected that as soon as I returned to the manor, there would be such an explosion?" What Linley didn't realize was that one of Homer's experimental laboratories was located in that building. Many strange and bizarre chemicals and experimental materials were stored in that room. When Linley set fire to that building, he also unknowingly set ablaze some special materials, resulting in that massive explosion. "You don't know?" BB was startled. "Oh. Then let's go to bed." "Yep. Bedtime." Linley casually climbed into his bed, then went to sleep. Madam Wade and her brothers had suddenly died, just like that, in one night. This news shook the prefectural city of Serre like an earthquake. And, to Jen and Keen, this joyous news made them so happy that they couldn't sleep at all. But to Linley, it was nothing more than a trifling matter. Right now, the Holmer clan's manor continued to blaze merrily into the night. Many of the local city guards were frantically trying to put out the fire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 21, Gift. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 21, Gift. The prefectural city of Serre administrated around 10 or so other cities, as well as a large number of villages and farmers. The total population it controlled was in the millions. It would be fair to say that the prefectural city of Serre could be considered as equivalent to a duchy. And the city governor of the prefectural city of Serre could be considered equivalent to the Grand Duke of a duchy. About to become the city governor of a prefectural city at just 14 years of age. This really makes one feel envious. In many of the hotels in Serre, countless people were discussing this event. Madame Wade and her brothers had suddenly died in that massive fire. This caused the somewhat complicated lines of power in Serre to suddenly grow distinct and clear. There was no longer any question. Keen, who possessed the blood of the Jacques clan, would definitely assume the position of governor of the prefectural city of Serre. That Madame Wade went in the middle of the night to ransack someone's home, but she didn't expect that she would lose her life as a result. What a farce. A red-bearded old man grabbed a large flagon of wine, laughing loudly. Heard she was burnt to death. Another nearby person said. How could she have been burnt to death? There were so many city guards around her. If she really was just burned by fire, the Madame Countess definitely would have been able to escape. A skinny man suddenly lowered his voice. Let me tell you a secret. Madame Countess and her brothers were first killed, and then their corpses were burnt by the fire. All the people nearby immediately turned to stare at him. This is the truth. The skinny man said confidently. All of you are full of crap. A burly man laughed coldly. I'm an actual damn city guard, and I was there that night. Do you know more, or do I know more? That skinny man immediately laughed awkwardly. Friend, I'm just kidding. Madame Countess and her two brothers weren't killed by fire. They probably died due to the blast. The burly man said what he believed to be the truth. Burnt to death? Wouldn't they call for help? But the brothers in our squad didn't hear a single cry for help the entire time. What most likely happened was that the sudden explosion instantly blew them apart, so they didn't have any chance to cry for help. All the people nearby nodded, including the skinny man. This explanation was a very logical one. Forget about Madame Wade. Right now, the city governors of Serre are that pair of siblings. The burly man took a deep drink of liquor, then spoke loudly. Indeed. Right now, the center of attention in the prefectural city of Serre was that pair of previously unremarkable countryside-raised siblings, Jen and Keen. Within the castle of the prefectural city. Why are there so many? Flipping through the list of gifts in front of him, Keen also looked at the gift-filled room. He couldn't help but be stunned. After Madame Wade's death, all of the nobles of the city immediately wished to draw closer to Keen now. They gave him gifts, they gave him beautiful women, they gave him powerful guards. All of these nobles knew that given Keen's young age, their clans would probably be under the direct control of Keen for the next century at least. Naturally, they had to have good relations with him. This isn't that much. Lambert shook his head. Jen and Keen stared at Lambert in surprise, while Linley sipped his tea at a nearby table. Grandpa Lambert, this isn't a lot? Jen said with surprise. Lambert shook his head. Miss, young master. These gifts, all combined, are only worth a few 100,000 gold coins. A few 100,000 gold coins? HRMPH, Miss, young master, do you know how much the senior madam's net worth was? I believe it was over 10 million gold coins. Over 10 million gold coins? Jen and Keen were both stunned. They had lived for so long in the countryside. When had they ever seen such wealth? Lambert, on the other hand, had followed their mother for many years. When he lived within the governor's castle, he had seen many things. This is very normal. After managing millions of people for so many years, given the senior madam's avaricious nature, it would be strange if she didn't have 10 million gold coins. Unfortunately, we've still yet to find where she hid her magic crystal card. Even if we found it, most likely, that magic crystal card was linked to the senior madam's fingerprints. We wouldn't be able to withdraw the money. Lambert shook his head helplessly. The rules that the Golden Bank of the Four Empires had set were all to the advantage of the Golden Bank of the Four Empires. Once a Magicrystal card had been imprinted with a fingerprint, only the owner of that fingerprint could access the contents. Even if others acquired the Magicrystal card, it would be of no use to them. Of course. The owner of the Magicrystal card could go to a physical branch and transfer their wealth to someone else. But if that person were to suddenly die without initiating a transfer of funds, then the assets would be claimed in its entirety by the Golden Bank of the Four Empires. In truth, the Golden Bank of the Four Empires had no choice but to do this. The amount of gold coins stored in Magicrystal cards in the world was actually 10 times greater than the amount of gold coins the Golden Bank physically possessed. But how often would extremely wealthy people, who were in possession of at least 100 million gold coins, actually go to the bank and physically withdraw 100 million gold coins? Even if they managed to withdraw it, physically moving the money back would be a problem. This was one of the reasons why the Golden Bank of the Four Empires dared to issue so many Magicrystal cards. At the same time, the bank didn't dare to indiscriminately issue them either, because the bank was jointly run by all four empires. And behind the empires was the war god O'Brien, as well as the longest living human expert, a high priest. No one dared to act too rashly. 10 million gold coins disappeared, just like that. Keen said painfully. He really agonized for the loss of such a sum of money. Young master. Being a city governor isn't just about collecting money. You have to pay for the salaries of the city guards, to renovate the city, and so on. There are multiple expenses. Lambert added. Keen started. Wah! Being a city governor costs money? Keen had no idea about this. That is why I said these few 100,000 gold coins don't mean much. Fortunately, the prefectural city does have its own treasury, which should have a fair amount of money inside. Lambert said. Keen rubbed his head. Ah. It seems as though being city governor is quite complicated and quite burdensome. Sis. Keen looked hopefully at Jen. You have to help me out. Jen nodded honestly. Keen, I'll definitely do my best to help. But this simple nod of the head was the beginning to a painful life for Jen. Right now, neither Keen nor Jen nor Lambert knew that while they were worrying over money, the tea-drinking Linley was in possession of an astonishing fortune that had been built up by a royal clan over thousands of years. Most likely, even their clan, the Jacques clan which had managed the Northwest Administrative Province for 1,000 years, couldn't match Linley for wealth. After all, no matter how money-grubbing they were, they couldn't outcompete the royal clan of a kingdom. Jen, Keen. Linley suddenly spoke. You guys can stay here. I need to go train. Jen and Keen both looked at Linley. Keen chortled, Big Brother Lay, don't spend too much time training tonight. You have to remember to come for dinner. Tonight, my sister is going to personally cook. Jen immediately blushed. Ever since the night of the banquet, when Keen had openly said that Linley was Jen's fiancé, all of the citizens of the prefectural city of Serre had really come to believe this was the case. Even the servants believe it. Naturally, this made Jen quite embarrassed. Oh, right. Linley waved his hand with a smile. Suddenly, in front of the courtyard, 4 large chests appeared out of nowhere. The chests were all open, and they were filled with all sorts of artworks, valuable magicite cores, and some rare, highly precious materials. What is this? Keen and Jen were both stunned. These are the possessions of Holmer's clan. I'm not too sure what the valuation of these 4 chests is. Most likely, over 1 million gold coins. Take these as well. Linley took out 8 Magicrystal cards. These are the unimprinted Magicrystal cards of Holmer's clan. There's 8 cards in total. Each of them should have 1 million gold coins stored within, but Linley had overheard this information from Madame Wade's conversation with her 2 brothers. Only then had he learned about the value of these Magicrystal cards. Keen and Jen, and even Lambert, stared at Linley in shock. All combined, this should be worth nearly 10 million gold coins, right? With these, you won't have to be too stingy and tight-fisted in managing the prefectural city of Serre. Alright, time for me to go train. Linley casually tossed the 8 Magicrystal cards into the chests, then turned and left. Jen, Keen, and Lambert all stared at the 4 chests, as well as the 8 runed Magicrystal cards. They didn't know what to say. Sis. Keen looked at Jen. Jen was stunned. Originally, when I asked Big Brother Lay to help us, I said I would give him 10,000 gold coins. The 2 siblings really had no idea as to what they should say. They had offered 10,000 gold to Linley to ask him to help them out, but he only took a single gold coin, and now, gave them this fortune worth 10 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins. This was an extremely amazing fortune. When the Debs clan of the Kingdom of Funlai was at its most flourishing, its net worth was only around 100 million gold coins. After the repercussions of the smuggling affair, their net worth dropped to around 10 million gold coins, but despite that, they were still a major clan of Funlai. Miss, young master, this Mr. Lay really is no ordinary person. Lambert's expression was very solemn. Jen and Keen both nodded. That went without saying. How could an ordinary person so casually toss out 10 million gold coins? Just then, when Mr. Lay waved his hands, these 4 chests appeared out of nowhere. If my prediction is correct, Mr. Lay is in possession of a legendary interspatial ring. Lambert's face was extremely serious. An interspatial ring? Jen and Keen had never even heard of such a thing. Lambert nodded. Right. Interspatial rings are priceless treasures. In the Yulan continent, they are a proof of one's stature and power. In the legends that I have heard, even when people offered to buy one for hundreds of millions of gold coins, no one has ever been willing to sell one. Hundreds of millions of gold coins? Jen and Keen were wide-eyed. What would hundreds of millions of gold coins look like if you put them all in one place? They didn't even dare imagine what an enormous fortune like that would look like. In the entire Northwest Administrative Province, only the legendary clan leader of the Jacques clan, the governor for the entire province, has an interspatial ring. Having been in the prefectural city of Serre for many years, Lambert knew quite a bit about the affairs of the Jacques clan. Are you talking about great-grandfather Mackenzie, my Kukan? Keen immediately said. The 2 greatest source of pride for the Jacques clan was their first clan leader, Jacques, and their legendary clan leader, Mackenzie Jacques. In the past, Jacques had been an ordinary commoner. He ended up joining the army, and was continuously promoted through the ranks, and also made major contributions to the O'Brien Empire. In the end, he even founded a new legion for the O'Brien Empire, the Jacques Legion. As Jacques grew famous, he founded his own Jacques clan. The emperor even gave the Northwest Administrative Province to Jacques for his clan to manage. From this, one could tell how greatly Jacques was favored by the imperial clan. But of course, the first clan leader was famous because of his military abilities in leading armies. With regards to how personally powerful he was, up till his dying day, he was still just a warrior of the 8th rank. But Mackenzie Jacques was the pride of the clan. Over 50 years ago, Mackenzie had entered the saint level before the age of 200. A saint-level combatant. Once a clan produced a saint-level combatant, so long as that combatant didn't perish and the clan didn't rebel, the clan's glory would never diminish. Great-grandfather Mackenzie has an interspatial ring? Keen was surprised. Right. And he has one only because in the past, His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor himself, personally gifted it to him. Lambert said emotionally. The Jacques clan has always been proud of this fact. You must understand, even many of kings of various kingdoms in the Yulan continent do not possess an interspatial ring. Only now did Jen and Keen completely understand how rare and valuable these interspatial rings were. But I didn't expect that Mr. Lay would also be in possession of an interspatial ring. No wonder 10 million gold coins was nothing to him. Jen and Keen felt as though they couldn't breathe. I thought I had a very high rank as the successor to the city governorship. I thought I could give Big Brother Lay a really important official position to serve in. But it seems as though Big Brother Lay, Keen was now beginning to understand. The governor of a prefectural city, to the ordinary people, was someone as high above them as the heavens were. But to experts such as Linley, it was nothing at all. He could kill one whenever he wanted to. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 22, The Vast Earth. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 22, The Vast Earth. A month later, the order came down from the clan leader of the Jacques clan. Keen was to assume the position of city governor of the prefectural city of Serre. However, prior to achieving the age of maturity, his sister, Jen, was to assist him in managing the affairs of the city. Big Brother Lay, you are leaving? Jen, Keen, and Lambert all looked at Linley with astonishment. With Keen the governor of Serre and Jen his steward, the two of them now had comparatively relaxed lives. Just as the two of them wanted to find a way to repay Linley, he suddenly declared his intention to depart from the prefectural city of Serre. Big Brother Lay. Jen's eyes were starting to turn slightly red. Linley was carrying his heavy sword, and Bibi was on his shoulders. By his side was Haru, his black-loud panther. Smiling, Linley said, "In this developed, urbanized environment within Serre City, my training is negatively influenced. I won't be going too far. I just intend to go to a valley in the mountains near Serre City to quietly train for a time." To Linley, the most important thing was still training. Linley, who was still constantly improving himself, hadn't yet reached a bottleneck, which made training all the more important. At a time like this, he had to seize the opportunity to raise his power as much as possible. There were records of Dragonblood warriors of the Baruch clan reaching the saint level and dominating the world in a matter of decades due to intensive training. Experts had to be able to endure loneliness. Valley? Jen and Keen both inwardly let out sighs of relief. Alright, if I have some free time, I'll come visit. I've already helped you as much as I can. In the future, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Linley said with a laugh. When he looked at these two siblings, Keen and Jen, Linley would often think of his own younger brother, Wharton. Right now, he and Wharton also had lost their parents. I wonder how Wharton is doing. After I finish understanding the level beyond Impose, I'll go pay him a visit, but... Linley knew very well that right now, over the course of Wharton's training in the O'Brien Empire, there was no need for him to go disturb Wharton. In addition, only by learning on his own would Wharton grow fastest. Once Linley was by Wharton's side, Wharton would probably be unconsciously negatively impacted. East of Sayre, there was a vibrant, green mountain range with an unassuming little valley. Linley erected a wooden room here, then began to engage in quiet training. Late at night, within the mountain valley, there was a green plain of grass, and even a little lake in the middle of it. Linley was seated in a meditative trance close to the lake. His eyes were closed as he attuned himself to nature. By his side, there was a lit campfire, casting a flickering light across Linley's face. Linley could feel the expansiveness of the vast earth, the flows of the wind, and the streams of water. He could feel the passion of the flames. As a magus, especially one with exceptional affinity for both wind and earth elemental essence, Linley's ability to attune with nature was far superior to most warriors. This was the reason why that ancestor of the Baruch clan who used a heavy warhammer as his weapon only managed to reach the level of Impose after entering the saint level. After all, it was harder for warriors to become one with nature, compared to magi. The thunderbolt technique learned when I reached the level of wielding something heavy as though it were light contained explosive force, like the eruption of a volcano. As for the so-called Impose, it contains the imposing force of nature itself, of earth, fire, water, and wind. However, after meditating for a long time, Linley suddenly understood. The Impose level is merely an imposing force that borrows from the strength of the surrounding, nearby nature. The level that is above Impose should be all-embracing. I need to pursue the most suitable avenue for this. In the darkness of the night, Linley remained there in the meditative pose. His eyes then suddenly opened, and they were as resplendent as the stars in the night sky. Different weapons will need to be used in different ways. The strength of the heavy sword lies in its weight. As for this heavy sword, bladeless, it naturally doesn't rely on a sharp edge. It openly relies on its tremendous weight and makes open, direct assaults. Linley's spirit was dimly sensing something. The principles of training with the heavy sword were very similar to the fundamental principles of the earth itself. The vast earth is dense and heavy. The vast earth is boundless. The vast earth is stable. Linley was holding the adamantine heavy sword in his hands, but his heart had totally merged with the throbbing pulse of the earth. The unique vibrating pulse of the earth had a one-of-a-kind, heart-shaking rhythm. Generally speaking, only people who had reached a very high level of attunement to the earth would sense it. Linley rose to his feet. He began to silently wield the adamantine heavy sword about. As the adamantine heavy sword danced about, Linley's own movements and the movements of his sword began to enter into a certain unique rhythm. This was a rhythm that was like the pulse of one's heart. Whoosh! The adamantine heavy sword seemed to carry 1,000,000 pounds of force, as it heavily slashed through the air again and again. As Linley swung his heavy sword repeatedly, he felt as though he had totally become one with the earth. Just by training with his heavy sword, he felt as though he himself now carried the weight of the earth. Boom! Linley's heavy adamantine sword suddenly pierced directly up into the air. Several explosive booms could be heard in succession. This empty stab upwards had caused the air itself to explode. This was inconceivable. This was because no matter how fast a weapon could move, it could at most cause a single sonic boom. To cause multiple sonic booms was virtually impossible. HRM? Linley's eyes suddenly lit up. But just like that, upon becoming distracted, Linley was no longer absorbed with that near-miraculous feeling of being one with nature. What happened just then? I didn't use any battle chi, but my power split into multiple rhythmic pulses in that attack. Linley began to ponder this question. When in the middle of training, people would sometimes enter into a certain state and reach an astonishing level of power. But if they weren't able to totally understand that state they had entered, they wouldn't be able to wield its power again so easily. What Linley needed to do now was to constantly ponder and constantly train. He needed to master everything and be in complete control. The sky was ocean blue, a pure azure color without a hint of other colors. A few beautiful, lazy clouds drifted across it. Linley's life in the valley was indeed very quiet. The blowing wind. The rippling lake. Right now, Linley wasn't training. He was fishing in the valley lake. A person couldn't always be training. If they did, it could actually be counterproductive. If he wanted to go fishing, he would. If he wanted to go to sleep, he would. His heart had become one with the world, one with nature. When he did train, this made his rate of improvement extremely high. Big Brother lay. From outside the valley, a happy voice could be heard. Linley turned and saw Jen on a fine stallion. Behind her, there were two pretty female servants on horses. These two female servants were clearly quite talented, as their movements on their horses were those of practiced riders. Jen. Linley put down his fishing pole and stood up. Neither Bibi nor Hera were currently present. The two of them would often go deeper into the mountains to hunt for wild beasts to eat. The beasts in this mountain range Linley had chosen to stay in were all ordinary animals. Magical beasts were extremely rare. Big Brother lay, these are some of the dishes that I prepared. Jen removed a package from the back of her horse. The package was well wrapped. You definitely can't have been eating too well here. Come, Big Brother lay, have a good taste. Jen unwrapped the package, one layer at a time. Inside was a metal box, which was filled with all sorts of dishes as well as rice. Linley took a sniff. Mmm. It really does smell good. Linley laughed. Jen's face immediately turned red with excitement. But in his heart, Linley was sighing. How could Linley not tell how Jen felt? In terms of both appearance as well as temperament, Jen was all but perfect. But having experienced so much, it was hard for Linley to open the depths of his heart and let anyone else in. Love? Linley sighed to himself. He didn't have any interest in affairs of the heart. The most important thing for now was to focus on his training. Right at this moment, a scene couldn't help but suddenly flash through Linley's mind. After Linley's father had died, all the nobles had come to pay their respects at Wushan Township. That night, Delia had come to visit him. She had wanted to tell Linley that she was returning to the Yulan Empire. And that night, before she had left, Delia had kissed him. Delia? Aside from Alice, perhaps the only person Linley felt some romantic affection towards was this girl whom he had known since his very first year at the Ernst Institute, especially after the open displays of affection Delia had shown him. Although Linley had never admitted it openly, in his heart, Delia's image had been engraved in his mind. Big Brother lay, eat up. Jen said hopefully. Linley sighed to himself. I can't let Jen waste her youth like this. As he thought to himself, Linley began to eat heartily while praising, this really is excellent. The taste is wonderful. Hearing Linley's praise, Jen was all smiles. Jen, in the future, though, you don't need to come visit me. When I am training, I don't like to be disturbed. Linley said to Jen. Jen was startled. Oh. Jen mumbled, then she squeezed out a smile. Then when you have some free time, Big Brother lay, come visit us in the castle. Sure. Linley could only respond affirmatively. The days of Linley training in the mountain valley passed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. With regards to how to properly use his adamantine heavy sword, Linley had gradually begun to find the proper path. So long as he persevered down this path, in a few years' time, he definitely would be able to reach a new level that was beyond the imposed level. Within a secluded hotel in the prefectural city of Serre. This hotel was very dimly lit, and the atmosphere tended towards the dark, giving the impression of dusk. Each table was arranged in a very orderly manner, and between each booth, there was a screen. This was a very quiet hotel with a great deal of atmosphere. The first time Linley had come here, he had taken a liking to it. The expenses here were fairly high as well. While he was training, generally speaking, every 7 or 8 days, Linley would come here and drink wine while listening to the elegant, beautiful music of the hotel. Every so often, he would hear some gossip from travelers. It's almost July. Wharton's school year should be starting soon. Linley thought to himself. Right now, there were quite a few customers in this hotel. All of the customers engaged in conversations were quite conscientiously lowering their voices as they spoke, but when Linley focused, he could clearly hear every word of every conversation they were having. Suddenly, a quiet conversation attracted Linley's attention. Have you heard? In the imperial capital, an incredible genius has emerged. A 17-year-old named Wharton. On a table next to Linley, there were 3 middle-aged men. They were discussing the various geniuses of the empire. Wharton? Linley focused his attention on them. After having spent so much time in the O'Brien Empire, Linley had yet to learn anything regarding Wharton. Are you talking about that genius who popped up out of nowhere in the O'Brien Academy? The bald man's eyes lit up. I've heard of him too. The end-of-the-year competitions for students of the 7th grade always receive a great deal of attention. Even some students who have reached the 8th rank will participate on occasion. As the #1 warrior academy of the Yulon continent, the O'Brien Academy was divided into 7 grades. Upon reaching the 7th rank, a warrior was admitted into the 7th grade. A warrior of the 7th rank was qualified to graduate, but many of them still elected to stay in the academy. Even some warriors of the 8th rank were in no hurry to graduate. Old Bald Vulture, you've heard this news as well? That Wharton is really, wow. A jade-haired middle-aged man sighed. Only 17 years old. In the past, he had never participated in any of the yearly competitions. This time, when he took part in the 7th grade competition, he actually defeated a warrior of the 8th rank to become the champion of the 7th grade class. What? A 17-year-old who defeated a warrior of the 8th rank? Are you serious? Is this real? A pudgy man who had only been listening up till now suddenly spoke in shock. The bald man glanced at him. Of course it's real. I personally witnessed it. You have no idea. This Wharton was around 2 meters tall and extremely powerfully built. His physical presence alone exerts tremendous pressure on people. His weapon of choice is an extremely terrifying giant warblade. Wielding that warblade, that Wharton was actually able to defeat a warrior of the 8th rank to become the champion of the 7th grade class. From what I heard, for this Wharton to already be able to defeat a warrior of the 8th rank now means that he most likely will be able to reach the 8th rank himself by age 20. In the past, the prodigy sword saint, Olivier, reached the 9th rank when he was 30. This Wharton's natural ability isn't too far off. The jade-haired man praised as well, for a 17-year-old to be able to defeat a warrior of the 8th rank is amazing. It has been a long time since the Empire has produced a genius like this. He's even been publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of the O'Brien Academy, and the Emperor has already conferred upon him the title of Count. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 23, The Cardinal. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 23, The Cardinal. The fat man said questioningly, "Hey, according to what you two are saying, someone like this Wharton should have become famous a long time ago. Why hadn't anyone heard of him until now?" The bald man nodded. I was suspicious about this question as well, so I did some investigating. This Wharton, in all his time at the O'Brien Empire, had never participated in the yearly tournaments, nor did he ever duel against any experts. That's why he didn't have any fame at all. To have power but not reveal it. The jade-haired man and the fat man both sighed in appreciation. Forget about the past. The bald man was very confident. After the 7th grade tournament at the O'Brien Academy, this Wharton is going to be the center of attention. But within that secluded little hotel, Linley continued to sip his wine. There was a hint of a smile on his face. Little Wharton is 2 meters tall? That's a bit taller than me. When Wharton left Wushan Township, he had only been 6 years old. At the time, he still had his baby teeth, and was very adorable. In the blink of an eye, 11 years had passed. Little Wharton. A warm feeling swelled in Linley's heart. This was the affection and bond between siblings. Little Wharton's density of dragonblood in his veins is even higher than mine. His natural talent as a warrior is higher than me as well. He defeated warriors of the 8th rank at age 17? I expect Wharton should have reached the 7th rank at least 2 or 3 years ago. Linley's guesses were absolutely correct. That year, the 6-year-old Wharton had followed housekeeper Harry on the long, winding road to the O'Brien Empire. Given Wharton's natural ability, it was easy for him to enter the O'Brien Academy. But housekeeper Harry understood that the Baruch clan still belonged to the Holy Union. Thus, all this time, he had made sure that Wharton would conceal his true strength and not reveal it. If Wharton shone too brightly, after graduation, the O'Brien Academy wouldn't easily allow him to return to the Holy Union. Thus, per housekeeper Harry's guidance, this entire time Wharton had been concealing his strength. Although he had revealed a little when he was a child, at that time he was too young and thus no one paid attention. Once he grew up and matured, he naturally understood the importance of concealing himself. Long years of hard training. At the O'Brien Academy, the top warrior academy of the most military powerful empire in the world, Wharton's rate of improvement had been quite rapid. When Wharton turned 14, Hillman, per Linley's instructions, had arrived at the O'Brien Academy. Actually, by the time Hillman had arrived at the O'Brien Academy, the Apocalypse Day had already happened long ago. The Imperial clan and major noble clans of the O'Brien Empire all had their own unique communication systems and had known about it long ago. As the elite military academy of the O'Brien Empire, the O'Brien Academy naturally knew about this news as well. When Hillman reached the Empire, Wharton already knew that Apocalypse Day had occurred. Hillman informed Wharton of the death of Hogg, as well as Linley's decision to seek revenge. Wharton was totally stunned. He had no idea what he should do. With Hillman and Harry at his side, and with the Warblade Slaughterer in his hands per Linley's bequeathing, Wharton made up his mind to assume the responsibilities of the clan. But in his heart, Wharton remained concerned for his big brother, Linley. Wharton didn't know what the situation was with Linley. The distance from the Holy Union to the O'Brien Empire was simply too great. A one-way journey would take at least a year. Fortunately, afterwards the Dawson conglomerate had gotten in contact with Wharton and sent him a secret letter. That secret letter was written by Yale. It clearly described the enmity between Linley and Clade, as well as the Radiant Church. It also informed Wharton that Linley was fine, but that he would embark on a long period of solo training. After hearing this news, Wharton felt a bit more at ease. Wharton felt all the more proud of his big brother, and that made him all the more determined to work hard, so that in the future, he would stand side by side with his brother. In the past, Wharton was already very hard-working, but the 3 years after that, Wharton trained even harder. When he was 15 years old, Wharton had reached the 7th rank as a warrior. When he turned 17, Wharton believed that he had reached a certain level of attainment in the use of the Warblade Slaughterer. At that time, he made up his mind to participate in the yearly tournament. As a result of that participation, Wharton shocked the Empire and became the most dazzling new star in the Imperial capital. The Emperor himself had bestowed the title of Count upon him. Seated in the corner of the hotel, Linley was happier than he had been in a long time. "Boss, Wharton? That's your little brother, right?" BB was curled up on a chair, staring at Linley with his beady little black eyes. Laughing, Linley nodded. "That little tyke can beat a warrior of the 8th rank?" BB sighed in surprise. "Boss, your little brother should be able to transform into a Dragonblood warrior, right?" "Naturally." Linley was very proud of his younger brother Wharton. "BB, I transformed into a Dragonblood warrior through drinking the dragon's blood of the armored razorback WIRM and agitating the Dragonblood in my veins. My younger brother has a higher density of Dragonblood in his veins. He can directly become a Dragonblood warrior. But his dragon form isn't the same as mine." Linley clearly remembered how the dragon form transformation was described in his clan's records. Once the density of Dragonblood in one's veins was high enough, after one trained according to the secret Dragonblood manual, one could transform into a Dragonblood warrior. Normally, a Dragonblood warrior's body would be covered with azure draconic scales, have an azure draconic tail, and a single draconic horn sprouting from the forehead. Linley's transformation, however, was a dragon form covered with black scales and with black spikes piercing from his forehead, back spine, elbows, and knees, as well as a black tail. A bottle of green jadeite for each person. A voice which Linley was familiar with rang out in the hotel. "This is..." Linley seemed to have been struck by lightning. His entire body turned stiff, and then he immediately said mentally to BB, "BB, come to me. Don't reveal yourself." Linley placed BB onto a chair in the corner of his little booth. This hotel was very dimly lit. What's more, every table was separated by a wooden screen. Linley's body was almost entirely blocked by that wooden screen, and so that familiar person didn't see Linley at all. Linley turned his head to peek out just slightly. That pudgy figure. Those eyes which turned into slits when beaming. "It's him." Linley immediately pulled his head back. "Cardinal Lamson. Why is he here in the O'Brien Empire? And those people by his side aren't weak either. What's more, one of them is one of the ascetics who appeared at the highest level of the Radiant Temple that year." But indeed, that ascetic was one of the men who had worked with Haydns in setting up that magical formation. He was a powerful combatant. There were at least 2 combatants of the 9th rank here, Lamson and the ascetic. I don't recognize the others, but judging from their auras, they aren't much weaker than Lamson. Perhaps they are also experts of the 9th rank. Linley's heart began to tremble. In a place such as the prefectural city of Serre, why are so many experts of the Radiant Church present? Could it be that? Linley's heart clenched. Could it be that my identity has been revealed? Linley knew that an enormous organization such as the Holy Union definitely had intelligence networks in the various other kingdoms and empires. But could their intelligence network really have deeply penetrated even a place such as the prefectural city of Serre? Boss, what's going on? Bibi was still confused. Having been ordered by Linley into a corner, he had no idea what was going on. Linley looked at Bibi, a hint of a smile on his lips. Bibi, experts from the Radiant Church have arrived. There should be several combatants of the 9th rank. The Radiant Church? A murderous look flashed in Bibi's eyes. If they plan to act against me, I'll make sure none of them leave Serre alive. Linley's heart was filled with a killing intent as well. Linley's current level of power was far greater than what it had been in the past. When Dragon formed, his power was that of a warrior of the peak stage 9th rank. And what's more, with regards to the usage of his adamant and heavy sword, Linley had also reached the peak of the imposed level, and had just dimly begun to sense his way to an even higher level of attainment. Linley listened carefully. Those people from the Radiant Church hadn't discovered Linley's presence yet. For this fellow's sake, we've spent 2 years. Finally, in another 10 days or half-month or so, we'll be able to go back. Lamson's voice was very soft. Lamson was very careful when he spoke as well, not giving any hint as to the identity of this fellow. 2 years. Another black-robed man whose back was facing Linley shook his head. For the sake of dealing with that old fellow, several of my good friends have died. As long as we capture him, it will all have been worth it. Lamson said. Linley frowned as he listened to their conversation. What do they mean? He had indeed killed 6 special executors of the ecclesiastical tribunal, but he definitely wasn't an old fellow. Old fellow? And they are going back soon? Linley was beginning to understand that these people were here, most likely for the purpose of dealing with that person. Linley began to grow curious. Who, exactly, was worth the Radiant Church expending this much effort on? Old fellow, what are you staring at? One of the black-robed men snapped quietly. Why the arrogance? An ancient-sounding voice spoke out. If it weren't for the fact that you outnumbered me and used some tricks, how could I have fallen into your hands? What a joke. Linley's eyelids twitched. It seemed that the owner of this old voice was the person whom the Radiant Church desired to acquire. The Radiant Church didn't send such a large number of experts to other countries to pursue and kill me. But they did for this old man. Who exactly is he? Linley wondered to himself. No matter what, and no matter who this old man is, I'll definitely rescue him. Linley laughed coldly to himself. Being able to disrupt the important plans of the Radiant Church will make myself feel a bit better. To totally destroy the Radiant Church and uproot it entirely was very hard. Right now, he could only proceed one step at a time. After waiting about half an hour, Lamson and his group of men finally left the hotel, taking the old man with them. From start to finish, Lamson and the people with him hadn't cast a single glance towards Linley, who had been hidden by his screen. Linley walked out from his booth. Bibi, let's go. Linley casually tossed down a few gold pieces, immediately leading Bibi out of the hotel, following Lamson's group from behind. Linley's understanding of the impose level had already reached the peak of mastery. Just by using his knowledge of impose, Linley was able to stand on top of water without sinking down, something which most combatants of the 9th rank could not do. This was a higher level of understanding, which couldn't be accomplished simply through powerful physical strength or battle chi. Following behind Lamson's group, Linley finally managed to see who these people were. The Radiant Church has 6 people, along with that mysterious old man they have under guard. Linley had the sense that these 6 were all combatants of the 9th rank. 6 experts of the 9th rank, guarding and escorting a single old man. And with Cardinal Lamson personally leading the squad. Hearing their conversation, it seemed that Cardinal Lamson's squad had spent 2 years on this assignment, and had lost quite a few people as well. Just who is this old man? From behind, Linley managed to catch a glimpse of how the old man looked as well. He was extremely skinny, and his white eyebrows were so long that they drooped down to his chest. Most importantly, this old man was shackled by the hands. Only, there was a piece of cloth wrapped around the manacles. Most people simply wouldn't notice it unless they had carefully inspected it. Even Linley had only noticed it after tailing them for a long time, and only because a gust of wind had temporarily blown the cloth wrapping aside for a moment. HRM? This was the first time Linley had seen this legendary tool. Anti-magic manacles? According to the records, anyone shackled by these anti-magic manacles wouldn't be able to use any of the mage force in their body. Even the most powerful of magi would be like an ordinary person. But these anti-magic shackles were extremely expensive. This was the first time Linley had seen such a thing. Linley slipped in and out of the crowds on the street, sometimes dodging, sometimes hiding. His movements were very graceful. Lamson and his men had no idea he was there at all. After a while, Lamson and his men arrived at an alleyway. They stopped in front of a two-level residence. One of the black-robed men knocked on the door. "Milord." The door to the residence opened, and a middle-aged man came out with a bow. "Everything is prepared. Milords, please come in and rest." Lamson and the others nodded. "Zardes, Kuesidiasai, you and your brother, stand guard on the old man. We will come relieve you later," Lamson instructed. Linley secretly was startled. Even shackled by anti-magic manacles, they still intend to watch him this closely? This old man really is something special. This made Linley desire to ruin the Radiant Church's plans even more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 24, Zassler. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 24, Zassler. The sky slowly grew dark. Linley remained hidden outside the walls of this residence the entire time, but up till now, he still hadn't found any opportunity or method by which he could stealthily get near that mysterious old man. Based on their conversation in the hotel, the Radiant Church seems to have sacrificed several powerful experts for the sake of catching this person. Linley frowned as he considered the question. This old man is at least of the 9th rank in power. But he shouldn't be at the saint level yet. Even a large group of powerful experts of the 9th rank could at most force the saint level to flee. It definitely is highly unlikely that they would seize him. Although Linley wasn't too sure about exactly how powerful that mysterious old man was, without question, that mysterious old man had the ability to deal with multiple experts of the 9th rank. This old man must be very important for the Radiant Church to expend so much effort on catching him. I'll definitely disrupt their scheme. Linley's eyes were radiating a cold light. But killing these 6 experts of the 9th rank and preventing a single one of them from escaping Serre is a difficult task. Linley himself was living quite close to Serre. Naturally, he wouldn't want his movements and his presence to be exposed. If he was to act, he would have to kill all 6 of them. Myself, Bibi, Haru. We are totally capable of dealing with 3 combatants of the 9th rank. Against 6, if we use some tactics, it still isn't out of the realm of possibility. However, it's best if we release the old man first and have him ally with us. That will give us an even greater chance of success. Linley knew how to deal with anti-magic manacles. The power and value of anti-magic manacles lay in the complicated magical rune formations etched onto them. But the materials which the manacles were made out of actually weren't that durable. Although anti-magic manacles prevented the prisoner from using any mage force and was fairly sturdy, Linley was totally confident in his ability to break them. Linley wasn't in a rush. At this time, he mentally commanded Harry to return to the city from within the mountain valley. Humans and the magical beast companions they had tamed were spiritually bound. The more powerful the spiritual energy of the two was, the greater the distance the two could exchange mental conversations. For example, Linley and Bibi could exchange thoughts from a distance of several hundred kilometers. But if they were to become separated from an even farther distance, it would no longer be possible. As for some weak members of noble clans who use soul-binding scrolls to tame magical beasts of the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd ranks, they might not be able to communicate past a distance of just a few hundred meters. The main issue was spiritual energy. Linley and Haru, as well, could spiritually communicate from a distance of hundreds of kilometers. But once the distance grew too great, they would only be able to vaguely sense the direction each was in, and could no longer send messages. Darkness descended. It was approximately 9 o'clock at night now. Dressed in a black warrior's outfit, Linley was hiding outside the walls of the residence, alongside the similarly black Shadow Mouse, Bibi, as well as the Black Cloud Panther, Haru. They were quietly waiting for their opportunity. Bibi, Haru, the 2 of you stay here. Only make your move after I mentally command you 2 to act. Linley instructed. Haru and Bibi both nodded. Linley immediately removed his black warrior's outfit, then allowed black scales to manifest on top of his skin. A black spike jutted forth from his forehead, and spikes jutted out along his entire back spine. That draconic tail silently pierced through Linley's long pants. Linley's eyes became a cold, merciless dark gold color. Remember. Await my order. Linley once again instructed Bibi and Haru. And then, like a phantom in the darkness, Linley glided towards the courtyard. After having mastered the imposed level, Linley could now move without causing any disturbance to the surrounding air. The main building had 2 floors. Beside it were 3 rooms, the central one clearly being the place where the old man had been locked into. Because outside this room, there were 2 black-robed men. Linley crept behind a man-made hill, not moving at all as he quietly awaited his opportunity. I refuse to believe you won't lose your focus for even a second. Linley was extremely patient. Right now, the two black-robed men were engaging in conversation out of boredom. Bro, after completing this mission, the two of us have to have a good, long rest. These past 2 years have exhausted us. I've been nervous this entire time, not daring to loosen up at all. One of the black-haired men said. Right. On this mission, 2 of our ascetics of the 9th rank died, and 3 special executors of the 9th rank as well. 11 of us had to work together, aided by poison, and yet 5 of us still died. This old fellow is such a monster, but. Right now, the 2 black-robed men were fairly relaxed. In order to pursue and capture this old fellow, their group had been sent out as soon as the Radiant Church had received news of his whereabouts. They had passed through the O'Brien Empire, traversed the 48 anarchic duchies, and entered the Great Plains of the Far East. They had battled against this mysterious old man for months, finally capturing him in one of the duchies of the anarchic lands. But as long as they had managed to seize this old man, all their sacrifices would have been worth it. They were very careful on their way back as well. They were afraid that the experts of the O'Brien Empire would discover them. But by now, they were halfway back, and the towns they would pass by in the future were all small ones without many experts. They shouldn't pose much danger. Naturally, Lamson and the others now felt slightly more relaxed. Bro, I'm going to the bathroom. You stand guard here. I'll be back in a minute. One of the black-robed men said. The other black-robed man laughed. I was fine before you said anything, but now that you mentioned going to the bathroom, I want to go as well. Fine, you go first, and I'll go later. Although they were a bit relaxed, they still didn't dare to have both guards be gone at the same time. After all, if they let this old man escape, they would have committed a grave sin. Hiding behind the man-made hill, when Linley saw the black-robed man leave, he felt a hint of surprised excitement. Only one left. Killing him isn't a problem at all. Only, I can't let him make any noise. Linley narrowed his eyes, while beginning to quietly mouth the words to a magical spell. Supersonic. At this moment, Zardes was currently standing at his bedroom door, keeping a casual eye on his surroundings. In a mere prefectural city, Zardes, an expert of the 9th rank, still felt quite self-confident. But suddenly, Zardes saw a black light flash in the corner of his eyes. What was that? Zardes turned his head over to look. An enormous bluish-black sword had suddenly appeared in his field of vision. The most terrifying thing was, this bluish-black sword seemed to be using all of the surrounding area to apply pressure and force on him, locking him into place. Space itself had been totally locked. Zardes wanted to cry out in alarm, but he couldn't make a sound. In truth, even if he had managed to shout, the sound wouldn't have managed to leak through that frozen space. Zardes' eyes were round and bulging. Suddenly, he slammed his palm, now glowing with radiant battle-chi, in the direction of the sword. Bam! When the enormous sword struck Zardes' hand, Zardes felt as though he had suddenly slammed against a boundless, roiling flood. He wasn't able to suppress it at all. Boom! His hand and his arm disintegrated and liquefied, the bones in them shattering. And then, not slowing down, the adamant heavy sword struck Zardes on his chest. Zardes only felt his chest tremble, felt something break, and then, he felt nothing else. In the blink of an eye, the opponent was killed. He didn't have a chance. After dragon forming, Linley was a peak-stage combatant of the 9th rank, and had the adamant heavy sword for his weapon. At the same time, he had reached the realm of understanding and mastering the power of impose. The two were on totally different levels. Hurry! Linley gently pushed the door open. As he did, he immediately saw that skinny old man with long white hair and the long white eyebrows, seated cross-legged on the floor. Hearing Linley enter, the old man casually opened his eyes while saying, "Why have you come?" But upon seeing Linley, the old man's words immediately came to a halt. Seeing Linley in full dragon form, the old man stared at Linley. Lowering his voice, he said, "What plane of existence do you come from, Draconian?" Draconian? Linley was startled. Could it be that in other planes, there was a race called Draconians that looked similar to him? "Why have you come here?" The old man said again in that quiet voice. "To save you." Linley was wielding his adamant heavy sword. "Hold your arms out straight. I will break your anti-magic manacles." Although the old man was suspicious as to who Linley was, he still very obediently held his arms out. Staring at the pitch-black anti-magic manacles, Linley chopped directly down with his adamant heavy sword. Wielding something heavy as though it were light, thunderbolt. The adamant heavy sword drifted down, as slowly and gracefully as a leaf, barely brushing against the center of the anti-magic manacles. As it did, with a crack sound, multiple cracks appeared in the anti-magic manacles, and pieces of it even went flying to the edges of the room. The old man only had to casually shake his hands, and the two halves of the already destroyed manacles went flying in opposite directions. I didn't ask you to save me, so I owe you nothing. The emaciated, pale-faced old man stood there, staring at Linley coldly. Linley glanced at him, but Linley's dark gold pupils seemed to stir no fear in this old man at all. Do you have enmity with the Radiant Church? Linley said quietly. Both of them were speaking extremely quietly, and Lamson's group in the two-story building couldn't hear their conversation at all. And Matty? I won't stop until one of us is destroyed. The old man said boldly. That's all I need. Linley said calmly. Although I don't know who you are, I must tell you, tonight, none of the Radiant Church's men can be allowed to leave here alive. I don't want to reveal myself to them. Reveal yourself? The old man was curious. Which plane of existence do you come from, Draconian? Could it be that you are a Draconian from one of the 4 higher planes? The infernal realm? Linley glanced at him. No. The old man began to laugh evilly. Then let me tell you who I am, first. My name is Zasler, Siasilu. I am an Archmagus, a necromancer of the 9th rank. Yourself? Linley was truly shocked. As a magus, Linley knew very well that there were 3 types of magic which surpassed earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, light, and darkness-style magic. Doring Coward had discussed this with him before as well. These 3 forms of magic were the oracular magic which the Radiant Church was adept at, the life magic which was used by the legendary High Priest of the Yulan Empire, and the extremely rare necromantic magic. All 3 of these types of magic were extremely rare in the Yulan continent. When Linley realized that Holmer was ambushing him, because Holmer had used poison gas, Linley had asked him if he was a necromancer. If he had been, Linley probably wouldn't have been able to bear killing him. After all, the 4 higher planes had been created by the 4 overgods. These overgods were, respectively, the overgod of fate, the overgod of life, the overgod of death, and the overgod of destruction. The overgod of fate had passed down oracular magic. The overgod of life had passed down life magic. The overgod of death had passed down necromantic magic. These 3 branches of magic were astonishingly powerful, precisely because they originally stemmed from the 4 overgods. As for the overgod of destruction, he hadn't passed down any magic at all. The followers of the overgod of destruction held their own power and abilities in prime reverence. For example, the war god O'Brien was a follower of the overgod of destruction. An Archmagus necromancer? Shock appeared on Linley's face. And you? The Archmagus necromancer, Zasler, stared at Linley. Why should I tell you about myself? I didn't ask you to tell me about yourself. Linley said calmly. The Archmagus necromancer was instantly stunned, not knowing what to say. Right at this time, the black-robed man came back from the restroom. Bro, where the hell did you go? Seeing that there was no one outside, the black-robed man's face immediately changed, as he shouted loudly in anger. Their task of watching over this Archmagus necromancer was an extremely critical one. How could he not be furious when he saw that his brother had just disappeared without a word? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 25, When Experts Join Forces. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 25, When Experts Join Forces. This loud shout by the black-robed man not only frightened Linley and the Archmagus necromancer, it also startled Lamson and the other 3 experts of the 9th rank on the 2nd floor. What's going on? Why is Zardes gone? Lamson immediately pushed open his door, walking to the 2nd floor corridor and barking angrily. At this time, the other 3 combatants of the 9th rank came out of their rooms as well. Within Zasler's room. Hearing the loud shouts, the look on Zasler's face changed. He immediately instructed the nearby Linley, you killed 1 combatant of the 9th rank, but there are 5 remaining. I will take care of 3 of them. You handle the other 2. Don't tell me you aren't able to do so. Zasler was quite confident in his ability to deal with 3 combatants of the 9th rank. You only need to kill 1. Linley said calmly. At the same time, Linley quietly awaited the opponents to gather outside. When they did so, Bibi and Hera would ambush them from behind, while he and the Archmagus necromancer would attack from the front. This pincer attack would make it even harder for their opponents to flee. Hearing Linley's words, Zasler couldn't help but sneer, you really dare to make all sorts of wild boasts. Bro! At this moment, the black-robed man saw the corpse of Zardes. He immediately let out a howl of grief, while also noticing that there were now 2 men inside the room. Like a gust of wind, the 4 other combatants of the 9th rank descended from the higher floors. Lamson and the others stared at Zassler, then at Linley. The expressions on their face changed. "Hello, everyone. Last time we fought, it wasn't as fun as it should have been. Let's play again." The Archmagus Necromancer, Zassler, beamed happily at the 5 combatants of the 9th rank in front of him. "The anti-magic shackles are broken," a silver-haired old expert of the 9th rank said in shock. But Lamson was staring at Linley. "Cardinal Lamson. Long time no see." Linley held his adamantine heavy sword in his hands, his dark gold eyes shooting a cold, merciless glare towards these men. Almost all of the high-level combatants of the Radiant Church knew about the terrifying appearance Linley had when transformed. "Linley." Lamson's voice was very low, and his facial expression was dark. "You are the Linley who killed 6 of my comrades?" Zardy's younger brother, that black-robed man, stared at Linley in disbelief. "How is that possible?" The Archmagus Necromancer, Zassler, also stared at Linley in surprise. From the reaction of the Radiant Church's squad, this Draconian who had rescued him apparently was quite formidable. "Oh, your name is Linley? And it seems you are even more famous than me?" Linley just stared coldly at the enemies. "Enough talk. Let's do this, My men are ready. We can move at any time." The Archmagus Necromancer, Zassler, laughed delightedly. Suddenly, 2 golden skeletal archers manifested behind him. Linley was startled. He had heard that necromantic magic possessed the Wraithcall ability, but this was the first time he had seen it in action. These 2 golden skeletal archers had auras that weren't the slightest bit weaker than combatants of the 9th rank. "Linley, you seem to be quite powerful. Let's have a little competition and see who kills more." Zassler laughed delightedly, while at this moment, 3 powerful, 3-meter-tall golden-furred zombies appeared at the door. These golden-furred zombies had jade-green eyes. 2 golden skeletal archers, and 3 golden-furred zombies. Each of them had the power of a combatant of the 9th rank. Combined, they made up a force of 5 combatants of the 9th rank. Lamson looked at Zassler, then looked at Linley. Grinding his teeth, he ordered in a low voice, "Retreat. We leave now." Lamson truly did not wish to give this order. In order to capture Zassler, they had sacrificed so much. But once they learned the secrets of necromantic magic from Zassler, the Radiant Church would totally be capable of secretly raising an entire squad of necromancers. "BB. Haru. Now." Linley mentally ordered. "Kill." The Archmagus Necromancer, Zassler, issued a callous order, while at the same time he began to continue mumbling the words to yet another magical spell. Although these skeletal archers and golden-furred zombies had the power of 9th rank combatants, they were only equivalent to early-stage 9th rank combatants. He, Zassler, had 2 summons which he was extremely proud of. In order to subdue these 2 creatures he had encountered in the plane of undead, he had expended a tremendous amount of effort. Zassler's lips were constantly moving as he mumbled the words to this spell. The difficulty of summoning these 2 undead was far greater than the first 5. "Flee, now. The undead dragon is about to arrive." The 2 special executors, the 2 ascetics, and the cardinal all hurriedly fled from the courtyard. But right at this moment. Swish! Swish! 2 golden arrows split the air, piercing directly towards the 2 ascetics. At the same moment, 2 black blurs suddenly appeared from outside the courtyard. "Lamson! Not one of you will escape." Linley's callous voice rang out, while at the same time, Linley charged towards them like a bolt of lightning. Linley's movement speed really was incredibly fast. As a peak-stage 9th rank combatant who had inherited the speed inherent to the armored Razorback WYRM, was supported by the supersonic spell, and also borrowed the imposing force of the world, Linley's speed far surpassed those 2 special executors, to say nothing of the ascetics and the cardinal. Roar. The Black-Cloud Panther, Harrow, charged recklessly at one of the special executors, clawing and biting at him. Terrified, the special executor immediately chopped viciously at the Black-Cloud Panther with his sword. Ah! The special executor's skull was caved in by the panther's paw, while his sword hadn't managed to injure Harrow in the slightest. HRMPH, the Black-Cloud Panther was filled with contempt. In the past, Linley had used the adamantine heavy sword while at the peak stage of the 9th rank in dragon form, yet still hadn't been able to do anything. In the end, he had been forced to rely on both the supergravity field as well as the air wing spells before he could force the panther to submit. In terms of defense, the Black-Cloud Panther was even more formidable than Linley, and only a whisker inferior to BB. Catching the special executor totally off guard, BB pierced straight through his defense, driving his claws into the man's chest and ripping the man's heart out. In the blink of an eye, the two magical beasts had killed two combatants of the 9th rank. Grolul. The Black Cloud Panther turned and attacked the nearby ascetic. The ascetic was truly stunned. Two magical beasts had just popped up out of nowhere and killed two special executors. BB charged towards the other ascetic as well. The two ascetics and Lamson were all truly in states of shock. They specialized in lightstyle magic, but all magic took time to set up. The spells they could instacast wouldn't be of use against these two magical beasts. Lamson. Linley let out a loud roar. Wielding his adamantine heavy sword, like a demonic god, he chopped down with his black adamantine heavy sword, causing the very air to vibrate with the force of the blow. Lamson discovered, to his terror, that the space above him had been totally locked in. Lin dash. In the moment of his death, Lamson thought back to that first time he had encountered Linley. That was the day that the sculpture, awakening from the dream, was being auctioned. At that time, Linley was an optimistic, joyful young genius. But a few years later, Linley had become so frightening. And today, Linley was going to take his life. Bam! Before Lamson's unwilling eyes, Linley's adamantine heavy sword slashed down directly on his body. At this moment, Linley managed to link together some of the scattered insights he had regarding the new level he was trying to attain. It was like the pulse of the world itself. Those deep tremors. Those irresistible vibrations. The terrifying force that the adamantine heavy sword was carrying suddenly transformed into a pulse-like rhythm which entered Lamson's body. Lamson's entire body trembled once, and then he collapsed to the ground. Not a single wound could be seen on Lamson's body, but blood was flowing from Lamson's ear and nose. If someone were to cut open Lamson's skin, they would discover that Lamson's internal organs had all disintegrated. At this time, BB and Hera finished off the two remaining ascetics. This killing spree was simply too perfectly formulated. The undead creatures which Zassler had summoned, along with Linley's fearsome appearance, had actually frightened Lamson's group so much that they had directly fled, but just as they had reached the walls, they were caught totally off guard by BB and Hera, these two unspeakably terrifying magical beasts. The end result was plain for everyone to see. BB, Hera, and Linley had killed 5 combatants of the 9th rank. If they counted the person whom Linley had killed at the beginning, they had killed 6. Gruel. Right at this moment, in the middle of the courtyard, the space began to rumble as a dimensional crack appeared. An enormous, black dragon's head stretched out through the dimensional crack. Wraith call, undead dragon. But, Zassler stared at Linley, as well as his black shadow mouse and the Black Cloud Panther, Haru. He was totally shocked, totally speechless. Just now, he had been very arrogant, going so far as to say that he would deal with 3 of them, if Linley could handle 2. But before his undead creatures had killed a single person, Linley and his magical beasts had killed all of the combatants. Mr. Zassler, there's no need to finish summoning this undead dragon, I think. Or did you want to test it out against BB, or perhaps Harrow? Linley said calmly. The leathery face of the Archmagus Necromancer, Zassler, twitched. And then, he banished the undead dragon back to the plane of undead. Linley, those 2 magical beasts of yours are indeed rather powerful. But my undead dragon isn't weak either. What's more, the undead dragon isn't the only creature I possess. I also have an ancient wight. Zassler sneered. You must understand, so long as the undead realm remains, the army available to a necromancer is endless. Linley truly was frightened by Zassler's words. Actually, in his heart, Zassler knew that taming an undead creature in the undead realm was no easy feat. They had to be subdued one at a time, after all. In the past, when he had subdued this undead dragon, he had sacrificed many other undead creatures. Let's hurry up and clean up this courtyard. Don't let the Radiant Church know what happened here. Linley said immediately. Zassler immediately began to issue orders to his undead creatures. Those 2 golden skeletal archers and the 3 golden-furred zombies very obediently began to dispose of the corpses. They were quite efficient. Very soon, all the corpses had vanished. Linley. Zassler looked at Linley with interest. From what Lamson said, it seems you are quite famous. Tell me about yourself, Linley glanced at Zassler. Shut your mouth. Quiet. Seeing Linley's absolutely emotionless golden eyes, Zassler began to laugh. Linley, it seems as though you have quite a large grudge against the Radiant Church, am I right? So what if I do? Linley responded this time. What sort of grudge? Zassler immediately asked. I won't stop till one of us is destroyed. Linley's voice was quiet, but it was like the sinister wind which blew in the undead realm, capable of making one's soul shudder. Zassler's eyes immediately lit up. He excitedly said, "Ha, good. Linley, it seems you have some ability. How about this? You assist me, and together, we will deal with the Radiant Church. Me, assist you? You be the leader? Linley looked at Zassler. Zassler had to admit to himself that he felt just the slightest bit uncomfortable when Linley stared at him with those dark golden eyes. No need to differentiate between who is the lead, and who is not. The two of us will work together. As a necromancer, Zassler's close combat abilities were very poor. In addition, his undead creatures took a certain amount of time to summon. Linley's dark gold eyes stared at Zassler for quite some time. Fine. I accept. Linley finally spoke. Linley had to admit that joining forces with a necromancer could indeed make him stronger. Zassler immediately exulted. Haha, wonderful. With the two of us joining forces, what have we to fear? Heidens, there will come a day when I kill you, you old bastard. Linley, who in the Radiant Church do you wish to kill? Zassler was certain that Linley had to have had a major grudge against someone in the Radiant Church, for him to hate it so. Who? Linley shook his head. I intend to destroy the Radiant Church and tear out its roots. The Radiant Church? Zassler was truly stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. Ah, wonderful, excellent. When the time comes, we will kill Heidens together and annihilate the Radiant Church. But Linley's face was cold and emotionless. Let's go. Linley led Bibi and Hera towards the exit. Where to? Zassler immediately followed. Do you have any destination? Linley asked. None. Zassler shook his head. Linley said calmly, then starting today, just follow me. As he spoke, Linley led Bibi and Hera into the darkness. Zassler started, then mumbled to himself, it seems that by following this Linley, the future will be quite exciting. And thus, this 800-year-old Archmagus Necromancer followed Linley into the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 26, Mutual Trust. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 26, Mutual Trust. There were no stars in the night sky, nor was there a moon. Linley and the Archmagus Necromancer, Zassler, the Black Cloud Panther, Harrow, and Bibi made their way through the secluded alleyway. At this time, Linley returned to his human form. Crackle! Linley's ripped and torn pants were instantly consumed by flame. And then, with a flip of the hand, Linley retrieved yet another pair of pants as well as a form-fitting black shirt. In the blink of an eye, Linley redressed himself. Oh, this Linley kid is even more special than I thought. Zassler's green eyes stared at Linley. How could Zassler not know what had just happened? Linley clearly had an interspatial ring. He, Zassler, had an interspatial ring of his own as well. Over 400 years ago, in the mountain range of magical beasts, when he was collecting undead slaves, he had accidentally raised a half-shattered skeleton that had been dead for who knows how many years. On the skeleton's finger, there was an interspatial ring. At the time, Zassler had been wildly overjoyed. Based on his observations of the surroundings, Zassler guessed that this skeleton most likely had engaged in battle against magical beasts countless thousands of years ago, and then crawled into a deep valley where it had died of its heavy injuries. But after thousands of years, the local geography had changed and the valley had been sealed off. As an 800-plus-year-old Archmagus Necromancer, it was understandable for him to be in possession of an interspatial ring. But this young man in front of him clearly was very young. Where did he acquire one? Let's move, fast. Linley finished dressing himself and let out a quiet order. Linley, I find myself more and more curious about you. Zassler's laugh was so very sinister. Linley glanced at him sideways. Zassler, remember. In the future, without my permission, you are not to call me by my real name. Just call me Lay. Zassler's eyebrows twitched. I understand. You are afraid your identity will be revealed, but... Actually, Linley's name was a relatively famous one in the O'Brien Empire as well. But this was primarily in the field of sculpture. Sculpture aficionados knew a great deal about Linley. A 16-year-old who was able to carve a sculpture on the level of the 10 masterpieces? How could they not be filled with admiration towards him? Unfortunately, Zassler, that old Philistin, had no interest in sculpture. They hurried along the way. Where are we going? Zassler asked quietly while maintaining his high rate of movement. Outside the city. Linley said calmly. But this isn't the direction of the city gate, is it? Zassler asked suspiciously. Must we leave the city by the city gate? Linley glanced at Zassler, who immediately understood what Linley meant. But it isn't 10 o'clock at night yet. The city gates haven't shut yet. We absolutely can depart by the city gates if we wish. Zassler objected. I'm not certain of the forces which the Radiant Church has in the prefectural city of Serre. Perhaps they have people planted amongst the gate guards here. If you go by that route, it's possible that they will recognize you. After all, aside from those 6 experts from the headquarters of the Radiant Church, there are others who have seen you today and knew that you were heading towards that residence. Lindley said calmly. Zassler nodded. On the way to being locked into the residence, there had indeed been another group of people within the residence, all of whom clearly were the Radiant Church's people in the prefectural city of Serre. Originally, there were servants there to serve Lamson and the others as well. But Lamson was extremely careful. He was afraid of the possibility that these people had been infiltrated, and thus all of the servants had been sent away. Lindley and Zassler quickly arrived at the high city walls. Those 20-meter-high walls were more than enough to render Zassler speechless. There's no way I can get over. Zassler was quite blunt. He was an archmagus necromancer. His physical condition was on par with an ordinary fighter of the 3rd rank. But for him to leap over a 20-30-meter-high wall was impossible. Haru. Lindley looked at his black-cloud panther. Grulul. This 2-meter-tall, 4-meter-long, handsome black panther, Haru, stared at the archmagus necromancer Zassler with his cold eyes. Ride on Haru's back. Lindley instructed. Zassler no longer hesitated, immediately leaping onto Haru's back. Standing on Haru's neck, Bibi also gave Zassler a challenging look. Zassler, however, didn't dare contend against these 2 magical beasts. He had clearly seen the results of that battle just then. Given his judgment, he could clearly tell that both the Black Shadow Mouse and the Black Panther were magical beasts of the 9th rank. Without having his undead minions ready, he, an archmagus necromancer, didn't dare irritate magical beasts of the 9th rank. Let's go. With a leap, Lindley flew into the air like an arrow, vaulting over 30 meters with a single bound, easily flipping past the wall and landing on the other side. Swoosh. With a mighty bound, Haru transformed into a black blur and easily leapt past the 20-meter-high city wall. On the wild grass outside the city. Whoa. This panther is quite fast. Zassler clutched his chest, letting out a shocked breath. As he spoke, he dismounted. Stay on. Lindley immediately said. Haru, let's go back now. Lindley immediately executed the supersonic spell on himself. Lindley quickly hurried towards their mountain valley home, moving as fast as the wind, but Haru easily maintained pace with him. Scant minutes later, Zassler and Lindley arrived at the mountain valley. Starting today, you will live here. If you want to leave, it's best if you change your appearance first. Lindley said calmly. Looking at his surroundings, Zassler nodded with satisfaction. I like secluded areas. This place is very much suited for my training. That very night, Lindley built a wooden room for Zassler as well. Late at night, when Lindley was seated on the grass, preparing to quietly train, he suddenly sensed that from Zassler's wooden room, there was a dense, deathly aura emanating from within. No wonder Zassler liked secluded areas. In places where there were many people, Zassler wouldn't dare train in such an open, unrestrained manner. Necromancer. Thinking back to the information he had read about necromancers, Lindley couldn't help but feel some fear. Generally speaking, the older a necromancer was, the more powerful his spiritual energy was, and the more terrifyingly powerful he was. Because, with enough time, they could amass an enormous number of undead minions. At the courtyard, Zassler's undead minions were all of the 9th rank. Most likely, he also has an ocean's worth of middle-rank undead minions as well. Lindley had heard that an archmagus necromancer could be considered an entire terrifying army by himself. An archmagus necromancer was totally capable of summoning a massive army of hundreds of thousands of minions to do battle. And, in wars, as long as he could kill his opponents, the necromancer would be able to create undead slaves out of their corpses, controlling the deceased warriors of his opponents. His opponents' corpses would do his bidding and wage war against his enemies. A necromancer's army only grew with each battle. But of course, the prerequisite for that was that the necromancer have sufficient spiritual energy. In addition, I've heard it said that necromancers have more than just the wraith call ability or the ability to create undead slaves. I've heard that there are some unique, sinister necromantic spells. Necromancers were most famous for their plagues. In historical records, there was indeed a case where, because of a single necromancer, a huge epidemic had occurred, costing tens of millions of people their lives. This was also the reason why, when Lindley had seen Holmer using poison, Lindley had wondered if Holmer was a necromancer. Dawn. The sky slowly brightened. The Archmagus Necromancer, Zassler, retracted his spiritual energy out of the undead realm and back into his body. Opening his eyes, a small smile appeared on his face. Yesterday really was my lucky day. Not only did I regain my liberty in the undead realm, I even managed to subdue a Black Knight captain. Although it cost me one of my golden-furred zombies, the cost was worth it. Zassler was very happy. Although golden-furred zombies were also of the 9th rank, compared to a Black Knight captain, they were much weaker. A Black Knight captain was roughly on the same level of power as the undead dragon. It could be considered a peak stage creature of the 9th rank. Right now, under Zassler's control were 3 undead minions of the peak stage 9th rank, an undead dragon, an ancient wight, and a Black Knight captain. At the same time, he also had available to him 2 golden-furred zombies and 2 golden skeletal archers. 3 peak stage 9th rank minions, 4 ordinary 9th rank minions. This was the most powerful force available to Zassler. As for undead minions of the 8th and 7th ranks, he had far more. After all, in the undead realm, a high-class undead could enslave many lower-ranked undead. For example, those 2 golden skeletal archers controlled an army of 500,000 skeletons. As for the Black Knight captain, he had a number of Black Knights of the 8th rank under his command. A necromancer, especially an 800-plus-year-old Archmagus Necromancer, definitely could be considered a terrifying one-man army. This was no joke. HRM? As he walked out of his wooden room, Zassler's eyes immediately widened. Because right now, Linley was quietly standing on top of the pond, his eyes closed. His body seemed to be feather light, and he didn't sink down at all into the water. Zassler was extremely amazed. Zassler knew very well that Linley was not a saint-level combatant. After transforming, Linley was only a peak stage 9th rank, while in his human form, he was most likely even weaker. But right now, Linley was standing there as though he weighed nothing at all. Mr. Zassler. Linley suddenly opened his eyes, a rare smile on his face. At the same time, he walked over on the surface of the pond, as easily as though he were walking on solid land. We can be considered allies now. I want to know a few things about the Radiant Church. Linley said directly. Zassler chuckled, then nodded. Even if you didn't ask me, I would tell you. Right. Before this, we should show some mutual trust in each other. I really don't know much about you at all. Linley. Full name, Linley Baruch. 21 years old. Beneath the saint rank, no one in the world is a match for me. Linley said calmly, but his words were extremely confident. As a peak stage Dragonblood warrior of the 9th rank, he could already be considered invincible save against saint levels. When combining that with the adamantine heavy sword which he could use with the imposed level at maximum proficiency now, and more importantly with Linley's supportive abilities as a dual-element magus of the 8th rank, Linley's power could rise to an amazing level. Dragonblood warrior. No wonder. Only now did Zassler understand that Linley wasn't a draconian. Suddenly, Zassler stared. What did you say? 21 years old? And? Linley looked at Zassler. Linley knew very well that this Archmagus Necromancer was definitely a very proud person. If Linley wasn't able to totally overawe him, most likely their teamwork would be very difficult to manage. How is that possible? Zassler was rather shocked. But then, he laughed. I'm different. The older we necromancers are, the more of an advantage we have. This year, I'll be 866 years old. Zassler proudly announced his age. Linley, you say that you are invincible aside from the saint levels. I don't really believe it. Zassler said calmly. My army of undead minions reaches into the millions, and I have 3 peak stage undead minions of the 9th rank. At this time, both sides were trying to forcibly suppress the other. In addition, by letting each other know exactly how powerful they were, they would be able to coordinate their teamwork better as well. Zassler. Linley glanced at him coldly. I admit that if I were to fight against your entire army of undead, I wouldn't be able to fight through them. However, I have 2 peak stage magical beasts of my own. And I've forgotten to tell you something. I'm not only a Dragonblood warrior. I am also a dual-element magus of the 8th rank. Your human wave tactics are of no use against me. Zassler was now totally stunned. He could accept that as a Dragonblood warrior, Linley could reach the peak of the 9th rank as a warrior at 21 years of age. But a 21-year-old dual-element magus of the 8th rank was absolutely terrifying. After all, the hardest part of magus training was cultivating spiritual energy. There was simply no way to avoid it. For a 21-year-old to have such a terrifying amount of spiritual energy was something which Zassler didn't even dare to think about. A dual-element magus of the 8th rank. 21 years old? Zassler murmured. Is this the number one Magus genius in all of history? When Linley was 17, he had reached the 7th rank as a Magus. This was the second youngest in history. But a 21-year-old dual-element Magus of the 8th rank? This was the first in history. When I reached the 8th rank as a necromancer, I believe I was around 400 years old. When Zassler thought about how old he had been, he found that there was nothing more he could say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 27, Secrets of the Church. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 27, Secrets of the Church. Zassler knew that for a 21-year-old to reach such a level meant that in the future, he would eventually leave Zassler far behind in the dust. We can be considered to know something about each other's abilities now. Didn't you want to know about the Radiant Church? A look of self-confidence was on Zassler's face. With regards to the secrets of the Radiant Church, he, Zassler, probably knew as much as the high-level members of the church itself. Speak. Linley immediately began to listen carefully. Zassler nodded. Simply put, the Radiant Church's power, on the most superficial level, includes missionaries, priests, bishops, vicars, and cardinals. They also have the 8 ace regiments of knights, as well as powerful knights of the Radiant Temple. This can be considered their second military force. In addition, they also have the servants of the ecclesiastical tribunal as well as a large number of ascetics. Hearing this, Linley was silent. He knew all this already. But aside from these overtly visible forces, they also have 2 hidden forces. These words immediately aroused Linley's interest. Ascetics and executors of the ecclesiastical tribunal were considered their overtly visible forces? These 2 hidden forces are extremely formidable, more powerful than any of their other forces. The first hidden force is known as the Zealots. Zassler frowned. These Zealots are very terrifying. They have a very strange power which is not lightstyle power. I can't explain it either. This was the first time that Linley had heard the term Zealot. And the second force? Linley asked. Zassler's face was solemn. The second force is the most powerful force the Radiant Church has to offer, their true trump card. They will never use this force unless things reach the final, most critical point. These are descended angels. Angels? Linley's heart shook. In the past, at the Ernst Institute, Linley had read quite a bit regarding angels. The impression he had of angels was that they were powerful, extremely powerful. Because of the restrictions of having fleshly bodies, descended angels will not be at the peak of their power. However, even the weakest descended angel will be a combatant of the 9th rank. Many are saint levels. Descended angels are the true, most terrifying force available to the Radiant Church. Zassler sighed. Linley's heart was filled with shock. Zassler, I've read about angels before. The descriptions of the most powerful angels say that they have the power of deities. If the Radiant Church has a large number of powerful angels, they shouldn't be in their current state. Linley probed. Zassler shook his head. No. The power of the descended angels will depend on the human vessels the Radiant Church provides. Human vessels? Linley looked questioningly at Zassler. Right. Angels are unable to create dimensional rifts and directly descend into our world. Their only option is to use some special methods and descend into the body of a human. The strength or weakness of this human body will determine how much power the angel can wield. Zassler explained. Linley, although this world has 9th rank combatants and saint-level combatants, if it weren't for their battle chi, their physical strength would be quite a bit weaker. Normal humans can only reach the 6th rank based on their muscular strength. Linley agreed with this assessment. When an angel descends into a body with muscular strength of the 6th rank, they can at most wield power of the 9th rank. Thus, the Radiant Church needs bodies of the 7th rank or even higher. Zassler said with certainty. Even more powerful bodies? Linley frowned. Although normal human bodies can generally only reach the 6th rank, there are still some geniuses who are extremely powerful. Since youth, they possess boundless strength. It can be said that they are inherently powerful. These people with special natural gifts might reach the limit of the 7th rank based on muscle power alone. And a body which can naturally reach the 7th rank in power should be enough to allow an angel to wield power of the saint level. Hearing Zassler's words, Linley couldn't help but frown. Because Linley's great-grandfather had been able to train to the 7th level just based on his muscular strength. But afterwards, Linley's great-grandfather had died in battle. In the past, Linley had never questioned this, but now. Could it have been possible that my great-grandfather was actually taken away by the Radiant Church for his body? Lindley was guessing. In truth, all of the 4 supreme warriors possessed tremendous innate physical gifts. All of them could train to an extremely powerful level just based on muscle strength. Zassler continued, this has caused the Radiant Church to scour the entire world for people with powerful bodies. The more powerful the body, the more powerful the descended angel will be. But it's of no use. In this era, the Yulan continent has 4 deity-level combatants. Faced with these deity-level combatants, saint-level combatants can do nothing but die. 4 deity-level combatants? Lindley stared at Zassler in surprise. It seemed as though Zassler knew about the existence of that expert from the mountain range of magical beasts. Zassler saw Lindley's surprise. Laughing, he said, the 4 deity-level combatants are humanity's war god and high priest, the magical beast who was the king of the forest of darkness, and the magical beast king of the mountain range of magical beasts who appeared on Apocalypse Day. Lindley, when I was being taught the secrets to necromantic magic, I learned that the bodies of deities are at the saint level in terms of physical strength alone. Zassler said with certainty. A deity-level combatant could be said to be composed of his divine body, his divine spark, and the divine power he wielded. There was no way a saint-level combatant could injure them at all. Thus, in order to wield the power of a deity, the body alone must be at the saint level in physical strength. Most likely, the Radiant Church is not able to manifest a deity-level angel. Even if high-class angels were to descend, they wouldn't be able to use their deific power, due to being restricted by their physical bodies. Zassler said confidently. The teachings of necromantic magic were abstruse and profound. In addition, Zassler was over 8 centuries old. He truly knew many things. Deity-level combatants. Lindley's heart swelled with amazement. Any of these 4 most powerful experts of the Yulan continent could shake the world with their might. On the Apocalypse Day, the appearance of Dylan had caused both the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows to flee and avoid him. The Radiant Church had their descended angels. But then, what did the Cult of Shadows possess, for them to be equal to the Radiant Church for countless, untold years? Despite that, both powers combined still didn't dare to offend that Dylan, the king of the mountain range of magical beasts. From this, one could clearly tell how ineffable the power of a deity-level combatant was. Who knows when I will have power like that? Lindley was filled with eagerness and hope towards this sort of power. Zassler continued to tell Lindley a great deal of information regarding the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church cares the most about 2 things. The first is finding extremely powerful bodies. The second is to find extremely pure souls. As Zassler said this, Lindley's face changed. Pure souls? His own mother had died as a result of this. Supposedly, the Radiant Sovereign which the Radiant Church worships only needs 2 things. The first is the worship of his followers. The second is pure souls. The purer the souls offered by the Church, the greater the gifts that the Radiant Sovereign will bestow upon them. By now, Lindley had a good understanding of the Radiant Church. The reason why the Radiant Church sacrificed pure souls to the Radiant Sovereign was the same reason they searched for powerful bodies. It was because they wanted to acquire powerful descended angels. Lindley, in the Yulan continent, the Radiant Church has hidden reserves of power in every location. After all, the power of a religion is extremely formidable. Zassler said with a sigh. But in the 4 great empires, the Radiant Church is fairly weak. In the anarchic lands, however, their influence is quite powerful. Anarchic lands? A map drifted to the forefront of Lindley's memories. East of the O'Brien Empire, there was an area which was slightly larger than the O'Brien Empire itself. In the center of this area was an enormous forest, the Forest of Darkness. The Forest of Darkness was thousands of kilometers wide, and thousands of kilometers long as well. This enormous forest took up half of the land in this area. North of the Forest of Darkness were the 18 northern duchies, roughly the same size as one of the O'Brien Empire's administrative provinces. South of the Forest of Darkness were the 48 anarchic duchies. The total area of these duchies was roughly half the size of the O'Brien Empire. This could be considered the most politically chaotic area in the Yulan continent, as the 48 anarchic duchies engaged in constant warfare. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows are the 2 most powerful religions in the anarchic lands. Zassler said. Lindley could imagine. In the war-torn anarchic lands, it was only natural for those poor commoners to turn to religion for solace. Alright, I've talked so much that my mouth is dry. Let's eat breakfast. Zassler laughed loudly. Zassler and Lindley were both in possession of interspatial rings, and both their rings contained fine wine. Drinking wine while eating freshly plucked fruit, the 2 of them continued to discuss their plans for dealing with the Radiant Church. Oh, right. I suddenly remember something. Zassler suddenly said. What's that? Linley looked at Zassler. Zassler chuckled. This time, when I was being escorted under guard, we ran into another squad of the Radiant Church's men. This squad was also escorting a group of people. Who? An expert like you? Linley asked. If they were experts, then he and Zassler would go rescue them. After all, each of them had enmity with the Radiant Church. If they banded together, they would only be stronger. No. It was two adorable girls. Zassler shook his head. Originally, when that squad and Lamson's squad met up, I saw those girls. I must say, those two girls were as innocent and pure as angels. Based on my familiarity with souls, I am quite certain that these two girls have extremely pure souls. Practitioners of necromantic magic, compared with the other types of magi, were undoubtedly the most experienced when it came to souls. However, in the eyes of the Radiant Church, my importance far outweighed the importance of those two girls. Lamson and the others took me away at high speed, while the two girls were taken away by another squad, which was moving quite a bit more slowly. Zassler said. So your intention is? Linley looked questioningly at Zassler. Zassler chuckled. My intention is for us to go rescue those two girls. After all, that squad didn't have many experts in it. It only had a single combatant of the 8th rank. In the eyes of Zassler and Linley, an expert of the 8th rank really was nothing. How is it that an archmagus necromancer like you would be so kind-hearted as to go rescue two girls? Linley looked at Zassler. Zassler laughed. I delight in disrupting the affairs of the Radiant Church whenever I can. And what's more, with such extremely pure souls, the two of them might be suitable for training in necromantic magic. The requirements for learning necromantic magic were terrifyingly high. This was why in the entire Yulan continent, the number of necromancers was extremely low. The soul was a person's most important quality, and even the Radiant Sovereign desired to acquire pure souls. From this, one could tell how important a pure soul was. In order to learn necromantic magic, an extremely pure soul was needed. You should know what trajectory they were on, right? Linley asked. Zassler nodded his head. The path they took should be identical to the path that I had been taken on, unless this squad has already received word of the deaths of Lamson and his men. Only then might they suddenly change their direction. Then let's go. Linley immediately rose. Gruel. Bibi and Haru, who had been lying on the nearby grass, both stood up. These two magical beasts were very excited. By their nature, magical beasts were violent and barbaric, loving to do battle. Right now? Zassler was a bit startled. We've destroyed all trace of Lamson and his men. Even if the Radiant Church's people discovered that the manor was empty, they probably would only think that Lamson and his men had left. They wouldn't discover that Lamson is dead this fast. Even if they found out that Lamson and his men were dead, they wouldn't be able to send the message to the other squad so quickly. Leave nothing to chance at all. We will immediately set out on the same path that you were taken on and trace our way back. Linley said immediately. Zassler, helpless against Linley, could only shake his head, let out a sigh, then rise to his feet as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 28, Flower-like Sisters. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 28, Flower-like Sisters. Dawn. The air was clear and fresh. Ruskin, Luosigene, was leading his two subordinates as they moved at high speed in the direction of the manor where Lamson and the others had settled into last night. I must make sure that we take excellent care of Lord Lamson and the others. A single word from Lamson could most likely get us all promoted. Ruskin was feeling rather frustrated though. Unfortunately, it seemed as though Lord Lamson is being extremely cautious. They didn't allow a single attendant to enter the manor. As he was thinking these things, Ruskin walked to the gate. What's going on? The gate isn't shut? Ruskin frowned. He knew that Lamson and the other lords were on a very important matter. They definitely wouldn't leave the door open. He entered the courtyard. As he did, he felt that the courtyard was a bit too quiet. "My lords," Ruskin called out. But his voice echoed out in the courtyard without any response. "The two of you, look around for me. I'll go upstairs and see what I can find." Ruskin had a very bad feeling about this. He immediately headed to the second floor, where Lamson and the others' rooms had been located. Every single door on the second floor was open. None were closed. Entering Lamson's room, Ruskin immediately frowned. The bed was in a used state, clearly not made. At the same time, at the head of the bed, there was a backpack. This isn't right. Ruskin immediately entered another room. Indeed, the bed there was also in a messy state, and a backpack was on a table. As of yet, Ruskin hadn't seen any problems, but he felt this wasn't quite right. Lord Lampson didn't even have the time to put on the backpack, and the same was true for the other lords as well. Could it be that something important occurred, forcing Lord Lampson and the others to immediately depart? Ruskin frowned. "My lord." A frantic call from downstairs. Ruskin's face changed, and he immediately rushed down the hallway, then jumped down directly from the balcony to the courtyard. "What is it?" Ruskin looked at his two subordinates. "My lord, there are bloodstains here." The two of them pointed at the wall. Originally, Sassler had ordered his undead minions to destroy all traces of the deceased. Virtually all traces, including bloodstains, had indeed been removed. But when the Blackcloud Panther, Harrow, had smashed open that special executor's skull with one paw, blood had splattered everywhere. Although those undead minions were very industrious and careful, there were still a few tiny traces remaining. Bloodstains. And the lords have all disappeared? Staring at the quiet courtyard, Ruskin felt as though an enormous boulder was pressing against his chest. A battle occurred here. As for the lords, could it be that they are in pursuit? Ruskin knew how astonishingly powerful the 6 of these lords were. He didn't believe that someone could kill these 6 lords. Ruskin instructed his two subordinates, "The two of you, head out immediately towards the provincial capital of Basel. Report this news back." "Yes." But before the two subordinates had even reached the provincial capital of Basel, Linley's group had already encountered the second squad midway. "It's them?" Linley, Beebe, Sassler, and Harrow were hiding in some tall, wild grass by the roadside. Sassler looked at the 4 knights surrounding a carriage. Nodding, he said, "Right. It's them. The 2 girls should be inside the carriage." "Inside the carriage?" Linley frowned, then looked at Beebe. "Beebe, I expect that the carriage will have more than just those 2 girls. There should be people guarding the girls as well. Beebe, you are physically small. Your assignment will be to enter the carriage at high speed and kill those guards." Sassler nodded. "This squad should also have 6 people, all men. There should be 2 more men inside this carriage. Did you hear that, Beebe? Kill the 2 men inside the carriage." Linley laughed as he rubbed Beebe's head. Beebe hopped onto Linley's shoulders, lifting his little head up confidently as he squeaked at Linley. "Boss. Have I, Beebe, ever let you down?" Linley chortled lovingly. "Let's do this," Linley said to him mentally. Beebe immediately grew solemn as he stared at the carriage with his little eyes. And then, he quietly snuck through the tall grass, drawing closer to the carriage. Within the carriage, there were 2 beautiful, jade-haired identical twin sisters. Their eyes were slightly red and swollen, and they were staring hatefully at the 2 men opposite of them. "You bastards." One of the 2, the one whose eyes were slightly larger, cursed in a low voice. The 2 men only smiled at them, not minding in the slightest. "Rebecca, Libika, don't curse anymore. Cursing these pieces of garbage is a waste of energy. And to think, we believed in the Radiant Church all these years and prayed to the Lord to bring us happiness. Who would have thought that they would be this vile?" The other girl's eyes were also filled with hatred. "Big sis." Rebecca miserably clutched at her older sister's hand. Rebecca and Lena hailed from the 48 anarchic duchies. They had followed their father in believing in the Radiant Sovereign, but who would have thought that the Radiant Church would kill their parents, then abduct them? With their parents dead, Rebecca and Lena were now without family. And now, their future had turned to ashes. They couldn't see any hope. Father. Mother. Rebecca and Lena began to tremble as they thought of their parents. All these years, their parents had protected them, no matter how much chaos and war there had been in the anarchic lands. But this time. "Lena. Take your little sister and run." Their father had tightly held onto a combatant of the 7th rank at the last moment of his life. Despite only being a warrior of the 5th rank, their father had managed to drag it out for a few seconds longer. But unfortunately, the Radiant Church's forces were too strong. "God, please rescue us." Lena was shouting in her heart. "So long as you can rescue us and give us a chance to seek revenge, I am willing to sacrifice everything, including my very soul." She had watched as her parents died. She wanted revenge. Unfortunately, God was too far away from them. How would he be able to sense the desires of these 2 ordinary souls? Slash. Suddenly, a very strange sound rang out. Lena and Rebecca both turned in surprise. They only saw a black blur flash by. Slash! The sound rang out a second time, and blood spurted everywhere. Rebecca and Lena stared in shock. The heads of the two men who had been guarding them suddenly slumped down. Half of their neck had been cut off. They were unquestionably dead. Who was it? The twin sisters stared in shock, then suddenly were overjoyed. They knew that someone had rescued them. They looked in all directions, but they couldn't see their savior. Squeak, squeak. A sound rang out from beneath them. Rebecca and Lena both lowered their heads, only to see an adorable little black mouse standing there, holding his head up in a very arrogant fashion. In a very human-like manner, it used its sharp claws to stroke its whiskers. A rat? Both Rebecca and Lena were confused. Bibi immediately grew angry, and he quickly jumped up while waving his little paws around wildly. He suddenly transformed into a black blur, flashing past them. It was the rat? Rebecca and Lena began to understand. Bibi had made no noise at all when he had killed those two. What's more, the carriage wheels continually rumbled as the carriage rolled along the road. The four knights outside hadn't noticed a thing. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream from outside. Roar! A furious roar from a beast. Rebecca and Lena looked at each other, then immediately pushed open the carriage door. The carriage driver had already collapsed, his fresh blood staining the carriage. Rebecca and Lena quickly turned to look at the four knights. But all they saw was four devilish flashes of violet light. The three knights didn't have a chance to react before their heads went flying, while the warrior wearing black armor, Linley, landed gracefully in front of the carriage, the adamant and heavy sword on his back. Hello. You've just been freed, Linley said with a smile. Seeing the powerful youngster in front of them, Rebecca and Lena were both somewhat stunned. In their eyes, those knights were extremely powerful. But it seemed as though to this youngster, those knights weren't even capable of resisting for a moment. Rebecca and Lena. Hello there. An ancient voice rang out. Only now did Zassler stand up from amidst the grassy field. Seeing Zassler's bony, decrepit body, as well as his extremely long, white eyebrows, Rebecca and Lena both called out in excitement, Grandpa Zassler. They had traveled with Zassler for a time under common guard, so they knew each other. Grandpa Zassler, who was this lord? Rebecca and Lena both looked curiously towards Linley. Suddenly, the two sisters noticed an enormous black panther was drawing near them. The panther's cold, eerie eyes made both Rebecca and Lena feel frightened. Don't be afraid. Haru, stop scaring them. Linley barked. Aru. Hera made a placating voice towards Linley, then lowered his head and moved to the side, no longer daring to go frighten these twin sisters. Rebecca, Lena, this is Lord Linley. He isn't any weaker than me. Zassler chortled. Truly? Rebecca and Lena stared at Linley in shock. It wasn't that they didn't believe Linley was powerful, it was that they had seen how, when Zassler was being escorted, how much the Radiant Church had valued him. His jailers had even a cardinal in their midst. Zassler had bragged to these sisters before about how he was capable of destroying a 1,000,000-man army. It was only because he was surrounded and attacked by over 10 combatants of the 9th rank that he was finally captured. Grandpa Zassler. It was this adorable mouse who saved us. Rebecca and Lena immediately turned their heads to look at Bibi. Bibi was currently standing on top of the carriage. He smirked at her, and then in the blink of an eye, he scurried onto Linley's shoulders. You're talking about Bibi? This is a magical beast which Linley tamed. Zassler laughed as he introduced Bibi. Then he looked at Linley. Linley. Let me introduce you. The younger sister, Rebecca, has slightly larger eyes. This one is the older sister, Lena. Linley smiled and nodded. Zassler, should we send these two girls back, or? In Linley's opinion, these two girls were of no use to them. After all, no matter how pure their souls were, that didn't mean they were very powerful. Grandpa Zassler, we have no place to go. The older sister, Lena, immediately grew frantic. Begging, she said, Grandpa Zassler, let us come with you. We know that you've killed the Radiant Church's people. We also want to seek revenge for our parents. Grandpa Zassler, we're begging you. Rebecca also beseeched him. Zassler was planning to take these girls with him all along, with the intention of possibly inducting the twins into the dark art of necromantic magic. But he had to get Linley's concurrence as well. Linley, let's just take them along with us. Lena and Rebecca can both cook. We can't always just eat roast meat in the valley, can we? Zassler laughed. Hearing his words, Rebecca and Lena hurriedly said, "We can do anything. We can fry, cook, clean." The two of them knew that without anyone to rely on, two beautiful girls such as them would have a disastrous fate. Seeing how highly Zassler seemed to value Linley's opinion, they knew that Linley was undoubtedly an expert as well. This would give them an even greater chance of getting revenge. Linley glanced at the two siblings. Facing their beseeching gaze, he nodded. "Fine." Rebecca and Lena's eyes were instantly filled with a radiant, joyful light. "Let's go. We're going back," Linley instructed. Linley's group once more returned to the mountain valley, but this time with the addition of these two siblings. The four of them shared one point in common: they were filled with hatred towards the Radiant Church. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 29, Investigation. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 29, Investigation. The Northwest Administrative Province, one of the 7 major provinces of the O'Brien Empire, was a vast place, with tens of millions of citizens living in it. The Northwest Administrative Province's provincial capital, Basel, was the most developed of the province's cities. Within the walls of Basel alone were over 1 million people. Within Basel, there were many ancient clans as well. Count Perry, Piley, was a relatively unassuming noble within Basel City. But amongst the ancient clans, he had quite a bit of influence. In addition, he was an extremely amiable person who never fought with others or struggled for influence. Virtually all of the nobles of the city were on good terms with him. "My Lord Count, you've returned." The guard outside the gate to his mansion smiled and bowed. Count Perry was 200 years old, and all his hair had turned silvery white. But his long beard was as resplendent as it had been when he was young. Count Perry nodded slightly towards the guard, laughing warmly. "Oh, you've gotten a haircut. This haircut suits you. Did you get it done at Old Locke's, Luoku, place?" Hearing the words of praise, the guard was immediately all smiles. "Right. Mr. Locke is really quite skilled." Beaming, Count Perry entered his mansion. "Count Perry really is a nice man." The guard sighed to himself. Count Perry really was a very kind person. This was the opinion of virtually everyone in the city of Basel. Count Perry didn't like to kill people and didn't like foul language. His every action totally demonstrated the ethics and nobility of a noble gentleman. He entered the inner courtyard. Count Perry's face suddenly sank. What is going on? How could something like this happen multiple times? Count Perry was very frustrated. Just a few days ago, he had received the news that Cardinal Lamson and his ascetics and special executors had disappeared within the prefectural city of Serre. And now, he had received the news that the squad that had been escorting those two girls had been killed, and the girls had vanished. Count Perry, after becoming the person responsible for the affairs of the Radiant Church in the Northwest Administrative Province of the O'Brien Empire, hadn't encountered such a thorny problem in a long time. "I hope Lord Lamson hasn't met with any trouble." Perry prayed silently. If those two girls had been saved, then they had been saved. It wasn't of major concern. But Lamson and the other 5 were all experts of the 9th rank, and the person they were escorting was an Archmagus Necromancer of the 9th rank. This affair was the most important affair he had ever encountered after taking on the responsibilities for the Northwest Administrative Province. "My Lord Count." A hawk-nosed, tall and skinny man with curly hair walked in. Bowing respectfully, he said, "We've already completed our investigations regarding the missing lords." Perry immediately looked at him. "Speak fast. Based on our sympathizers' reports in the province, the lords still have yet to appear in any other cities. In addition, we've activated our entire network of sympathizers within the prefectural city of Serre, yet we still haven't found anyone who saw the lords leaving the city." The hawk-nosed man replied respectfully. Perry stared. "What?" Perry's heart, previously tense, genuinely began to quiver. Lamson and the other lords couldn't possibly have remained in the prefectural city of Serre this entire time. And if they did stay in Serre, there would be some trace of them. Lamson and the others must have been attacked. It is entirely possible that Lamson and the others could have exited the prefectural city of Serre late at night by leaping past the city walls. But even if that was the case, Lord Lamson should still have reappeared in a different city. Perry was starting to become truly worried. He had an extremely bad premonition. Could it be possible that Lord Lamson encountered the attack of a powerful foe and was killed? Perry didn't dare to believe it. After all, Lamson and the others were all extremely powerful. To kill the 6 of them would require their opponents to number multiple experts of the 9th level, or a saint-level combatant. Perry suddenly looked at the hawk-nosed man. In a cold voice, he ordered, "Go at your fastest speed to find old Pori. Tell him to bring his 3 blue-winged hawks to my study." "Yes, me lord Count." The hawk-nosed man knew exactly how important this situation was. Perry hurriedly walked towards his study, and wrote 3 letters regarding Lamson's squad's affairs. Each copy was given to a different blue-winged hawk and addressed to be delivered to the Sacred Isle. Ever since the holy capital, Finlay City, had been destroyed, the Radiant Church set up their new headquarters on an island not too far away from the Yulan continent. They publicly announced this place as being the Sacred Isle, within the secluded valley outside the prefectural city of Serre. Right now, there were 4 wooden rooms here. One was for Linley and Bibi, another was for Zassler, the third was for Rebecca and Lena, while the last one was for Haru. Dawn. The valley was very quiet and peaceful. A pair of twin beauties, so lovely they seemed to be an illusion, were chatting and laughing while washing some clothes. These clothes belonged to them, Linley and Zassler. Within the valley, they handled all the cooking and cleaning. "Big sis. Do you think Grandpa Zassler gets tired from spending all his time in that room training?" Rebecca asked Lena quietly. Zassler's wooden room was totally shrouded by a black, deathly aura. That dense, black, deathly aura made Rebecca and Lena scared to even approach it. Lena wrinkled her nose in a frown, an adorable sight. She said consideringly, "Perhaps powerful experts all have to train very hard like that. However, I still feel more comfortable watching Big Brother Linley train." As she spoke, she turned to look at the distant blue pond, and Rebecca turned to look as well. In the center of the pond, Linley was standing on the water, not sinking at all. Ripple, ripple. The water beneath Linley's feet were a few centimeters lower than the water around him, because Linley was constantly releasing battle chi from his feet, creating small waves in the middle of the pond. Linley was wielding the adamantine heavy sword in his right hand. Occasionally, he would chop with it, while other times, he would just thrust. Every movement would cause the nearby air to tremble. It was as though the air was made of mud, and when the adamantine heavy sword chopped through it, there was a sense that it was breaking through space itself. This profound truths of the earth technique sometimes works, but sometimes doesn't work. Linley's forehead was furrowed. When he had killed Lamson, although Linley had slashed Lamson with his sword, the outside of Lamson's body hadn't been injured on the slightest. His internal organs, however, had all been disintegrated. As Linley viewed it, the 3rd level of using the adamantine heavy sword was the impose level. But the 4th level was the profound truths of the earth. Through using this heavy weapon, the adamantine heavy sword, Linley was now capable of unleashing the portion of the laws of the earth he had come to understand. This sort of attack could, in the blink of an eye, transform all the attacking power into vibrations which would enter the opponent's body. This sort of vibrational attack, when fully mastered, could all but ignore an opponent's defense. After all, the throbbing pulse of the world was something which had existed since the heavens and the earth had been formed. The secrets it contained within it were extremely deep and profound. The principles of the profound truths of the earth was this: totally convert one's attacking power into the same sort of vibrations as the throbbing pulse of the world itself. When these vibrations entered the opponent's body, the opponent's internals would also begin to resonate. The resonance would be very powerful. After all, it had been created through Linley's attack power. The body's internal organs weren't nearly as durable as a person's external defenses. This sort of resonance could easily annihilate the opponent's internal organs, shaking them into tiny pieces. However, it is incredibly difficult to transform attack power into resonating vibrations. Linley understood that the battle chi and strength he normally used was a totally different sort of attack, compared to this sort of resonance wave attack. Only by relying on his partial understanding of the laws of the earth was Linley able to convert his normal attacks into this sort of resonance wave attack. Per Linley's line of thought, the more resonance waves were created, the more successful the power transformation had been. Sometimes, I can create over 10 tremors in the blink of an eye, but other times, I can't even create one. Linley's head hurt. Linley understood that once his skill in using the heavy sword had reached this sort of level, he could already be considered as having entered the realm of using the laws of the earth. But Linley wasn't totally able to grasp it. I can't be too greedy. Right now, I shouldn't focus too much on creating as many vibrations as possible. I should focus on just one resonance wave at a time. Wielding the adamantine heavy sword in one hand, Linley's face was very solemn. Suddenly, the adamantine heavy sword seemed to tear the air apart as it chopped down against the lake. The strange thing was, not a single ripple was created on the surface of the lake. But suddenly, the entire lake began to emit a strange gurgling sound, and then, as though it had been lifted by a giant, the entire surface of the lake suddenly rose up, forming a 1-meter-high wall of water. I succeeded again this time. Linley actually wasn't too excited. He sometimes succeeded and sometimes failed when training with this profound truths of the earth. He wasn't able to reproduce the results with any regularity. Big brother Linley, time to eat. Lena stood at the not-too-distant shore, laughing as she called out to him. Grandpa Zassler, time to eat. Stop training. Rebecca began calling out from outside of Zassler's wooden room. With a flip of his hand, Linley sent the adamantine heavy sword flying into the air. When it landed neatly into its sheath. Linley had already totally mastered the impose level, and the weight of the adamantine heavy sword didn't impede Linley in the slightest. On the grass, a rectangular table had been laid out. Linley, Zassler, Rebecca, and Lena were seated around the table. Linley, what are you training on? I saw that bizarre training method you were working on. I've never seen a warrior train in such a manner. Zassler said with curiosity. Zassler had an extremely broad array of knowledge, but comparatively speaking, he didn't know much about warrior training methods. In truth, the most important thing for peak stage experts of the 9th rank to enter the saint level was to advance to a higher level of understanding. And for saint levels to advance to the deity level, they also needed to understand the various laws of heaven and earth before they could attain a divine spark. I am training to gain a greater understanding. It is similar to Omega's attempts to gain insights in the nature of the elemental essences. Linley said casually. Zassler immediately understood. As an Archmagus necromancer of the 9th rank, Zassler would often envelop himself with the boundless deathly aura from the undead realm to try and understand the elusive and illusory laws of death. Zassler, we killed Lamson and their men. Do you think the Radiant Church will be able to swallow their rage? Linley was still concerned about this affair. Zassler laughed very confidently. Don't worry. Let me tell you, the O'Brien Empire and the Radiant Church are very far apart. Even if they used flying magical beasts to send messages, they would need 10 days or half a month. And if they were to send experts over, it would still take quite a while. But if saint-level experts were to fly here, they would be able to travel extremely fast. Linley said solemnly. After having killed so many of the Radiant Church's men, it was very possible that the Radiant Church would send over saint-level experts. Don't worry. They don't dare send any saint-level experts. Think about it. Why didn't they send saint-level experts to capture me, and instead send combatants of the 9th rank? Zassler laughed loudly in delight. Linley was curious about this as well. If saint-level experts had been sent after Zassler, capturing him would be very easy. Linley, you must understand, the O'Brien Empire is overseen by the War God. Long ago, the War God decreed that the saint-level combatants of other nations would not be permitted to act wildly within the boundaries of the O'Brien Empire. If they came for the purpose of pleasure, that was fine, but if they were discovered engaging in acts of violence, the repercussions would be very severe. Zassler laughed coldly. Even if the Radiant Church had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare go against the War God's edict. The prestige of the War God could not be violated. Not necessarily. Linley shook his head. Didn't you just say it? If they were discovered engaging in acts of violence. But what if they weren't discovered? Remember, the prefectural city of Serre doesn't have any experts, and the War God is far away, in the imperial capital. If a saint-level combatant suddenly appears in the prefectural city of Serre, he wouldn't necessarily know. Zassler was startled. The Radiant Church wouldn't be that insane, right? Zassler was a bit uncertain. Hard to say. After all, we killed 6 of the combatants of the 9th rank in one breath, this time. And when they were trying to capture you, you killed several of them as well. The Radiant Church won't easily take this lying down, without a fight. Linley said solemnly. Zassler considered this for a while, then laughed. It's fine. Although the prefectural city of Serre doesn't have any saint-level combatants, Basel City does have one. Mackenzie. If saint-level experts of the Radiant Church are sent here to fight with us, Mackenzie would definitely notice it. Mackenzie definitely wouldn't permit the forces of the Radiant Church to act in such an unbridled manner on his turf. By then, with 2 saint-level experts engaged in battle here, the War God would definitely find out. True. Linley began to laugh as well. If he was able to incite the Radiant Church into a battle against the O'Brien Empire, the Radiant Church would truly have bitten off more than it could chew. Linley, when I was under armed escort by Lamson and the others in the Northwest Administrative Province, the people whom the Radiant Church secretly placed within the Northwest Administrative Province went to go welcome them. I remember one of them was an old man named Perry, who was responsible for their affairs in the province. Judging from their conversation, that Perry should belong to the provincial capital of Basel. Zassler laughed sinisterly. Since we're going to go to Basel anyways, we might as well dispose of that Perry fellow. Perhaps we might even discover some more secrets of the Radiant Church. The manager for their affairs in the Northwest Administrative Province? Lindley's eyes lit up. All right. We'll head out tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 30, The 5-Year Agreement. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 30, The 5-Year Agreement. Keen, the governor of the prefectural city of Serre, was just a 14-year-old child. Although he had his older sister Jen helping him, in truth, how much did Jen know herself? Most of the time, it was still up to their old servant, Lambert, to help out. Lambert's clothes were very sharp and creased. His combed hair was gleaming as he slowly strolled about in the interior of the castle, appearing every inch the noble. Why must the young miss always be thinking about Lord Lay? Lambert was sighing to himself. Jen wanted to go visit Lindley, but after Lindley had told her that he didn't like being disturbed in the middle of his training, Jen had no choice but to stay in the castle. Unfortunately, it had been a long time since Lindley had come to the castle. As he watched Jen slowly grow thinner, Lambert felt very heartsick. Lambert. Hearing his name called, Lambert turned around and saw Lindley walking in by himself, dressed in a light blue warrior's outfit. Jen and Keen had issued orders early on that if the castle guards were to see Lindley, they were to let him in immediately without need for any notification. Lord Lay. Lambert was extremely happy. Lord Lay, wait in the main hall for just a moment. I will immediately go inform the young master and the young miss. Within the main hall, Lindley was quietly sitting on a chair. This trip to the provincial capital of Basel he was going to make with Zassler, Lena, and her sister was most likely one where they would end up staying in the area around Basel. After all, Lindley had to be wary of the Radiant Church secretly sending saint-level experts over. As the city of Basel had Mackenzie, the Radiant Church wouldn't dare to act too wildly. Big Brother Lay. A surprised and happy voice rang out from the doorway. Lindley turned his head and saw Jen, her face flushed, Russian, wearing a faint red dress. Her chest was rising and falling, and she was panting. As soon as she heard the news that Lindley was back, Jen had immediately ran over as fast as she could. Why'd you run so fast? Look at how out of breath you are. Have a seat. Lindley laughed. Okay. Jen very obediently sat down. After a while, Keen and Lambert entered as well. Laughing, Keen complained, Sis, you ran too fast. I couldn't even keep up with you. Jen was a bit embarrassed. She shot a vicious glare at Keen. Big Brother Lay, it's been a long time since you last came. How long do you plan to stay this time? Keen said to Lindley. Lindley shook his head. This time, I've come to bid you farewell. I plan to leave the prefectural city of Serre. What? Keen and Lambert were both startled. Simultaneously, they turned their heads to look at Jen. Where before, her face had been flushed with excitement and shyness, a stunned look was now on Jen's face. Big Brother Lay, where are you going? Jen was the first to ask. For now, I plan to go to the provincial capital of Basel. Lindley replied. The provincial capital of Basel and the prefectural city of Serre were fairly far apart. Normal people would need to spend 2 or 3 days by carriage to get there. Big Brother Lay, I'll go with you. Jen summoned her courage and said. Lindley sighed to himself. How could he not know what Jen was thinking? But towards Jen, Lindley felt nothing more than the love he would feel towards a younger sister. This was a familial, platonic love. Enough, Jen. I'm going on business. I might encounter danger. There's no need for you to follow me. Lindley refused. Jen shook her head resolutely. I'm not afraid. Looking at Jen, Lindley knew that if he didn't refuse her very openly and firmly, she wouldn't give up. Lindley let out a long sigh. Jen, all I care about is training. Nothing else. Jen, there's no way I can take care of you. Lindley spoke with tact, but how could Jen not understand his meaning? Jen's face was somewhat pale. Since she had been 8 years old, she had lived in that countryside village. The life she had lived there was both peaceful as well as harsh. On this trip to the prefectural city of Serre, Lindley had protected them the entire time, which was the only reason her and her brother had survived the trip and took over the governorship. Big Brother Lay, I don't want to continue repressing my feelings. Big Brother Lay, I know you don't like me that way. I don't want to ask too much. All I want to do is to ask that you allow me to accompany you. Big Brother Lay, I'm willing to be your maidservant. As long as I can be by your side, I'll be happy. Jen said hopefully. Keen and Lambert were both silent. Linley felt extremely anxious as well. Jen really was an extremely kind girl, but... Jen, there's no need for you to follow me and expose yourself to danger. Right now, you are a noble lady. In the prefectural city of Serre, there are definitely many outstanding young men who are pursuing you. Linley said. Jen bit her lips, then resolutely shook her head. Her eyes were growing moist. Big brother Lay. Keen said. Please agree to my sister's request. These past days when you haven't been around, she's had almost no appetite. She's grown thinner now. Her eyes moist, Jen looked at Linley with an appeal in her eyes. Jen. In the end, Linley's heart softened. 5 years. I will give you 5 years, and you give me 5 years as well. 5 years from now, I'll come meet you. If at that time you are still resolute in your decision, I'll agree to let you accompany me. Time was the best medicine. 5 years from now, Jen would have matured and her thoughts and beliefs would have changed as well. Linley believed that perhaps because Jen didn't have parents to take care of her when she was young, she had come to depend on and love him. In a few more years, when Jen grew more mature, her mind would change. By then, Linley wouldn't be under any pressure. 5 years. Okay. Hope appeared once more in Jen's eyes. Jen. Linley looked at Jen. Before I go, I need to tell you something. My real name isn't Lay. It is Linley Baruch. Linley Baruch? Jen murmured. Linley? Lord Lay, you are that genius master sculptor? Lambert cried out in surprise. Lambert had previously stayed in the Holy Union. In the Holy Union, Linley was extremely famous. I hope you won't reveal my presence or my whereabouts. Farewell. Linley squeezed out a small smile, then turned and immediately strode out of the hall. As she looked at Linley's departing back, the tears finally began to fall from Jen's eyes. She balled her fists tightly, her nails piercing into her palm's flesh. On the streets of the prefectural city of Serre, Rebecca and Lena were seated on the Black-Cloud Panther, Haru. Bibi was comfortably resting in Lena's arms, while Linley, dressed in his warrior's outfit, was walking alongside Zassler, who was in a long magus robe. They were traveling towards the provincial capital of Basel at high speed. The provincial capital of Basel was a huge city that could be seen from far away. And just like that, Linley's squad drew close to and entered the provincial capital of Basel. No need to rush out and find that Perry right away. Let's find a place to stay first. Linley said. Zassler nodded as well. There were definitely quite a few people named Perry in the provincial capital. Most likely, finding the right one would take some time. Thus, Linley and Zassler went to a hotel and reserved an individual, standalone manor, where their party now stayed. 2 days after Linley's party had arrived at the provincial capital of Basel, the Blue and Hawks of Count Perry arrived at the Sacred Isle of the Radiant Church. The Sacred Isle was a lonely place, located outside the Yulan continent. The entire Sacred Isle was only a few dozen kilometers long. In truth, in the past, this was a secret base for the Radiant Church. Now, it had been directly converted into their main headquarters. It had a Radiant Temple that was 9 floors high. This Radiant Temple wasn't as huge as the Radiant Temple of Funlai City, but it, too, had been painstakingly constructed by the Radiant Church, costing a great deal of effort. On the 9th floor of the Radiant Temple, Haydn's was seated in front of a window. Through the window, he could see the boundless blue ocean waters beyond the island. Recently, Haydn's had been in fairly good mood. The squad of experts of the 9th rank he had sent out had already successfully captured the Archmagus Necromancer, Zassler. And 2 days ago, he had received another excellent news. In the 18 northern duchies, his forces had made a tremendous discovery, 5 potential vessels of the 8th rank. Generally speaking, an ordinary person would be able to train their bodies to the 6th rank. That was the maximum limit. Some geniuses could reach the 7th rank just by focusing on training their body. But, in the 18 northern duchies, the forces of the Radiant Church had discovered 5 siblings, all exceedingly strong and durable. None of them had any battle chi. But all of them had reached the 8th rank as warriors, just based on physical strength. Vessels of the 8th rank. That will definitely be enough to allow seraphims, the 6-winged angels, to display their power. Haydn's couldn't help but be excited. 5 bodies of the 8th rank. When the angels possess them, they will definitely be able to transform into 5 peak stage saint-level combatants. Early stage, middle stage, and peak stage saint-level combatants were on totally different levels of power. Currently, the entire Radiant Church only had 5 peak stage saint-level combatants. But once those 5 specimens of the 8th rank were brought over, the peak stage saint-level experts under the Radiant Church would instantly double. By then, would the cult of shadows still be able to stand against us? Haydn's face was covered in smiles. Your Holiness. Enter. Haydn's face regained its usual calm. A vicar walked in, respectfully presenting a letter to the Holy Emperor. Your Holiness, this is a secret message from our supervisor in the O'Brien Empire's Northwest Administrative Province. Oh? Haydn's raised an eyebrow. The supervisors in the outside areas, aside from their annual reports, would almost never send secret messages. If a secret message was sent out, then it meant that something major has occurred. Could it be that? Haydn suddenly remembered that not too long ago, Lamson and his men had just escorted that Archmagus Necromancer into the Northwest Administrative Province. Haydn's immediately accepted the letter, opening the envelope. As soon as he saw its contents, Haydn's face sank down. Have Lord Staley, Shirtiile, come see me. Lord Staley? The vicar was surprised. In the Radiant Church, the leader of the ascetics was Lord Fallen Leaf. As for the special executors of the Ecclesiastical Tribunal, their leader was Staley. Lord Staley was only a special executor. But in terms of power, he was on par with the leader of the Ecclesiastical Tribunal, Praetor Oseno. Both were peak-stage saint-level combatants. In times of peace, the Radiant Church rarely sent peak-stage saint-level combatants out on missions. Hurry! Haydn's barked. The vicar immediately came to his senses and hurriedly said, Yes, Your Holiness. Watching the vicar depart, Haydn's began to frown. So it seems Lamson's squad had arrived half a month ago in the Northwest Administrative Province. But there has been no news from our borders informing me of their return to the Holy Union. It seems, they really have been killed. Lamson and 10 other experts of the 9th rank had all died. This setback was not a small one, but Haydn's was able to maintain his calm. After all, what the Radiant Church truly relied on was saint-level combatants. As long as their saint-level combatants remained, the Radiant Church wouldn't be threatened at its core. Lamson and the other 5 were escorting Zassler. Given their ability, 1 or 2 combatants of the 9th rank wouldn't be able to deal with them. Haydn's frowned. Could it have been a saint-level combatant? The Mackenzie of the Northwest Administrative Province, Haydn's couldn't think of any other possibilities besides Mackenzie. Mackenzie! Haydn's was filled with a murderous intent. To Haydn's, those 11 combatants of the 9th rank put together weren't as valuable as a single Zassler. Zassler's true value lay not in the man himself, but rather in the training method for necromantic magic. As a type of magic on par with oracular magic, it was naturally extremely powerful. It included maledictive spells, poison gases, plague spells, undead slaves, and the Wraithcall ability. These were all extremely powerful. The Radiant Church didn't reject necromancers from their ranks. So long as a necromancer was willing to serve them, they would totally be willing to give this necromancer the title of special executor. The dark underbelly of the Radiant Church that was the Ecclesiastical Tribunal possessed experts of all types and places. Haydn's didn't know that the person who had killed Lamson and his men was Linley. If he had known, Haydn's would probably be so angry that he would jump up and down. Your Holiness! An ice-cold voice rang out. Staley! Come in. Haydn said warmly. Staley was only 1.7 meters tall. In the Yulon continent, he would be considered a fairly small and skinny person. He had short white hair, and his eyes were as sharp as knife blades. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be a middle-aged man. Your Holiness, is there something you need? Staley asked directly. Haydn's was very direct as well. According to our reports, Lamson and his men are most likely all dead. There is a high chance that the killer is a saint-level combatant of the O'Brien Empire. Staley remained silent. I am going to send you to the North Sea Administrative Province of the O'Brien Empire. When you get there, you will meet with another group which is escorting a number of prisoners. No matter what happens, you must ensure that those 5 siblings are brought back to the sacred Alhut. And if I encounter saint-level combatants of the O'Brien Empire? Staley asked. Kill them, and then fly back with those 5 at maximum speed. Haydn said emotionlessly. Once they used those 5 bodies of the 8th rank as vessels for angels to descend into, the Radiant Church would have produced 5 peak-stage saint-level combatants. For the sake of that, it would be worth it if they had to offend the O'Brien Empire. After all, even if they offended the O'Brien Empire, at worst the Holy Empire would just have to give the O'Brien Empire some sort of compensation. All right. I immediately will head out tonight, at nightfall. Staley said indifferently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 8, Chapter 31, Concealed by the Night. Book 8, The 10,000-Kilometer Journey, Chapter 31, Concealed by the Night. There had been no trace of Linley in over 3 years. It was impossible for Hydens to connect this affair with Linley. What's more, even if he did think of Linley, he wouldn't think that Linley had the ability to kill 6 experts of the 9th rank. Unfortunately, Hydens didn't know that Linley had grown at a speed even faster than he had feared. Within a secluded restaurant in the provincial capital of Basel, Linley was seated by himself, with Bibi being his only companion. They occasionally were drinking. "Come over here," Linley called to the waiter. "Is there something you need, sir?" That waiter was extremely courteous. Linley casually tossed out 3 gold pieces. "Let me ask you a question. If I'm satisfied with your answer, these 3 gold pieces are yours." This waiter's yearly salary was only around 4 gold pieces. His eyes immediately lit up with greed. "Sir, please ask. I know quite a few things in this province," the servant said confidently. "In a place like this restaurant, all sorts of people would come and visit. The servant would overhear a great deal and know a great deal as well. I want to ask you, is there an old man named Perry within this city of Basel? His hair is white, and he should appear rather dignified," Linley whispered into the waiter's ears. The waiter immediately let out a confident laugh, and then, very conscientiously, lowered his voice in response. "You must be referring to Count Perry." "Count Perry?" Linley's eyes lit up. The waiter nodded. "In the provincial capital of Basel, there's only one noble named Perry who is fairly well known. And this Perry is, indeed, an old man, so old that his hair is white. There's no mistaking it." "Oh." Linley nodded. "Do you know where Count Perry's manor is?" The servant nodded. "Of course. Count Perry lives on Huating Road, the 3rd residence from the right. If you come with me, I'll add another 3 gold coins," Linley said. After all, Linley was worried that he might get lost by himself. It was better to bring the servant with him. This way, at least he wouldn't get totally lost. Watching Linley bring out another 3 gold coins, the servant immediately grew excited. "All right. Sir, please wait a bit. I'll go talk to the boss first." If he didn't do anything that day, at worst he would be deducted a day's pay. But by following Linley, he would be paid 3 gold coins. The provincial capital of Basel. Huating Road. Linley stared from afar an ancient-looking manor. Judging from the decaying, ivy-wrapped walls, this manor was at least several centuries old. "Count Perry, a very kind fellow?" Linley sneered. This very kind fellow the waiter described was the supervisor of affairs for the Radiant Church in the Northwest Administrative Province. The O'Brien Empire was extremely antagonistic towards foreign religions. If Perry were to be discovered, he would definitely be found guilty of a serious crime, to be punished by having his belongings confiscated and his clan wiped out. Memorizing the address, Linley immediately turned and left. But what Linley didn't notice was a man staring at him in astonishment from a distance. "Here? He actually showed up here?" The man was amazed. It's been 3 years. I didn't expect to discover him here. It looks like I'll receive that reward of 5,000 gold coins." The man was very delighted. Walking on the streets, Linley did not notice any of the ordinary commoners who weren't particularly strong. Naturally, he wouldn't have paid any attention to this ordinary warrior who was only of the 3rd rank. Within the courtyard of the residence behind his hotel, Zassler was seated beneath a large tree in the courtyard. Seeing Linley enter, he laughed. "How did it go? Did you find that Perry fellow?" "Found him. He's even a count. His position isn't that low," Linley said. "Someone capable of becoming the supervisor of affairs for a province definitely wasn't an incapable person. He would either be a wealthy magnate or a powerful noble." "Haha, wonderful. Then tonight, let us pay a visit." Zassler's laughed sinisterly, his eyes emitting a hint of green light. Linley nodded calmly. "Rebecca, Lena." Linley raised his head to look at the 2 twins who had just walked in from the main hall. "Tonight, the 2 of you need to stay here. Don't go anywhere." "Understood." Rebecca and Lena both nodded. Zassler laughed in the direction of the twins. "Do as I have taught you, and enter the meditative trance. In a few days, I will begin to commence the necromantic initiation rites for both of you." After having been with them for a period of time, Zassler had made the determination that these 2 twins were highly suited for studying necromantic magic. In truth, the normal 7 elements of magic, earth, fire, water, wind, lightning, light, darkness, all had fairly high requirements with regards to spiritual energy. But the higher level arts of oracular magic, life magic, and necromantic magic had terrifyingly high requirements when it came to souls. Of these 3 types of magic, necromantic magic had the highest requirements with regards to spiritual purity and soul analysis. Comparatively speaking, it didn't have much of a requirement with regards to elemental essence affinity. Necromantic initiation rites? Rebecca and Lena were both excited. This entire time, they had hoped they would be able to seek revenge for their parents, but they didn't have any power. But after learning necromantic magic, they would have sufficient power. That night. Haru. Protect Rebecca and Lena. Lindley instructed. To deal with a minor figure like Perry was an extremely simple task. Lindley and Zassler would be more than enough. With Bibi present as well, there would be no chance of failure at all. Be careful. Rebecca and Lena said. Zassler laughed weirdly. In Basel, aside from Mackenzie, there's no one whom I or Lindley need to be concerned with. Let's go. Lindley said calmly. Both dressed in black, Lindley and Zassler very quickly slipped out of the courtyard. The Blackford Bibi also stealthily followed the two, with none the wiser. In the dark night, Lindley, Zassler, and Bibi were walking in an alleyway. Huading Road must be ahead. Lindley's memory was very good. Despite having a very complicated layout, Lindley was able to totally memorize the layout after having walked through the city once. Lindley, Zassler, and Bibi directly passed through the small alleyway and arrived at the outskirts of the walls to Count Perry's manor. Staring at this ancient building, Zassler and Lindley exchanged glances. Zassler, you need to be certain. Lindley had never seen Count Perry before. Don't worry. Zassler's lips curled in a dark smile. Lindley led Zassler forward as they jumped directly past the wall. With regards to how residences were generally laid out, Lindley and Zassler both had a good general idea. Usually in front was the main hall, while the second building in the back was where the owner would sleep. But Zassler came to a stop in front of the second building as he began to mumble a magical incantation. A short while later, a gray smoke began to slowly drift towards the building. In a short while, the entire second building was covered by that gray fog. The fog continued to spread until it covered every single building in the residence. Watching this happen, Lindley was puzzled. Lindley took a sniff of the gray fog. As he did, he felt momentarily dizzy, but then instantly recovered. What are you doing? Lindley said softly. I'm just putting the weaker people here to sleep. Upon reaching the 7th rank, a person can use battle chi to counteract this fog. Perry is a warrior of the 8th rank. Zassler knew exactly how strong Perry was. Who is it? An angry roar could be heard, as an old man and 3 middle-aged men ran out from the room. The leader stared icily at Lindley and Zassler. But because of the gray mist, as well as the fact that it was late at night, they could not make out Lindley or Zassler's appearance. Lord Count. 3 more voices rang out from the courtyard, as 2 more middle-aged men and a young man ran over. The Count had 7 experts at his residence, 5 of the 7th rank, 2 of the 8th rank. Who are you? Count Perry barked. Ha. Oh, Perry. You've forgotten me? Zassler slowly walked forward, while 2 powerful, golden-furred zombies materialized out of nowhere. The mist began to thin, and Count Perry could now see him clearly. It's you! Count Perry's eyes bulged from their sockets. He knew exactly how powerful Zassler was. Even 5 or 6 experts of the 9th rank wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Seeing Zassler appear, Perry understood that most likely, Lamson and his men had indeed met a violent end. And you are? Count Perry looked at Lindley. Suddenly, he started. Lindley's appearance had long ago been distributed to every single one of the Radiant Church's supervisors in foreign locations. Compared to 3 years ago, Lindley's hair was now a bit longer, yes, but his face hadn't changed much. You are Lindley? Perry was somewhat shocked. Lindley smiled and nodded. Count Perry, good eyesight. Zassler and I have quite a few things we'd like to discuss with you on this lovely night. Zassler, let's move. Kill. Zassler immediately barked. The 2 golden-furred zombies suddenly transformed into rays of golden light, charging at those other 6 men. Sudden screams of agony could be heard, as the zombies killed 3 of them in a blink of an eye, causing the other 3 to turn pale with fear. Clang. That young man chopped down with his saber on the body of the golden-furred zombie, but the only effect was that his hand broke from the impact. Golden-furred zombies prided themselves on their defensive abilities. Gruel. With a low growl, the golden-furred zombie caved the young man's head in with a single blow. Bang! A middle-aged man kicked viciously at a nearby boulder, sending enormous pieces of rock smashing towards the golden-furred zombie. But the zombie only charged at him, fast as lightning. Those pieces of rocks continued to fly at high speed at the zombie. Bang! 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 One rock after another smashed against the golden-furred zombie, and it didn't block at all. Each rock contained thousands of pounds of force, but unfortunately, they did nothing to the golden-furred zombies. Slash, dot. A black blur flashed by, and that middle-aged man fell to the floor in astonishment. You're too slow, you big oaf. Bibi growled towards the golden-furred zombie, then jumped back onto Linley's shoulders. The golden-furred zombie's speed could be considered the speed of a normal combatant of the 9th rank. But compared to Bibi, there was a huge difference. After all, Bibi and Hera were magical beasts of the 9th rank which specialized in speed. The 6 of them had been killed by the 2 golden-furred zombies and Bibi in the blink of an eye. Those zombies were, after all, undead of the 9th rank. Those people didn't have a chance against them. Perry had silently maintained his composure the entire time. When he had been selected as the supervisor for this region by the Radiant Church, he had mentally prepared for such a day. Only, what he had expected was that he would be killed by the O'Brien Empire's men. He didn't expect that it would be Linley and Zassler who killed him. Linley, it was you who killed Lamson's men and rescued Zassler? Perry questioned. Before dying, Perry wanted to indulge his curiosity. Indeed. Linley replied succinctly. Perry nodded and laughed. You truly do live up to the name of being one of the descendants of the Dragonblood warrior clan. In 3 years, your power has grown so much. I hope you don't expect to get anything out of me, however. I won't answer your questions. A hint of a holy light had appeared on Perry's face. Do you think that will do you any good? Zassler sneered. Seize him. Zassler ordered coldly. The 2 golden-furred zombies charged at Perry at high speed, seizing him without giving him a chance to avoid. Linley, help me stay on watch for a while. I am about to soul scour him. Zassler instructed Linley. Linley started. Soul scour? Linley had never heard of anyone being able to soul scour someone. Even the Radiant Church didn't have the ability to search and scour a person's soul. But necromancers, as practitioners of the type of magic that involved souls the most, naturally knew far more about souls than all other types of magi. Soul scour? Hearing this word, Perry was shocked as well. Impossible. He had never heard of a soul scour technique. Ha ha. Even if you were to die right now, it would be too late. Zassler walked in front of Perry. The 5 fingers of his wizened, chicken claw-like hand grabbed Perry's head, while at the same time, Zassler's eyes suddenly turned a deep green color. Perry's body began to tremble violently, while at the same time, he began to let out agonized moans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.